I hid my identity for love and married my wife for 3 years, only to be called a gigolo and a good-for-nothing by her. She thought I was useless and threw a check for 10 million at me, coldly demanding a divorce, her disgust in her tone undisguised. What's worse, her family stormed into my house with a group of people, vandalized it, pointed their fingers at me, and berated me for being ungrateful. Even my deceased mother was dragged into the humiliation. Nobody remembers that I was the one who ate instant noodles with her and stayed up all night writing proposals back then, and that I was the one who built her current status and wealth. A pang of sorrow gripped my heart. I didn't want to fight anymore. I signed the divorce papers, left with nothing, not a single penny. She didn't know that the man she was abandoning was someone the whole world couldn't even dream of betrothing. They all thought I was desperate and fleeing in a sorry state. But little did they know that from the moment I signed the contract, they were abandoning someone the whole world could not even dream of reaching. The Zhou family's arrogance and betrayal will ultimately come at a terrible price, and my long-buried identity will be completely revealed to the entire Jiangsheng after this breakup. I am Ye Feng. At this moment, Zhang Wenyong, my wife's suitor, threw a stack of divorce papers in my face, calling me a gold digger and a good-for-nothing, and forcing me to divorce Zhou Shiya. I suppressed my anger, clenching my fists, completely ignoring him and staring at the Ferrari in the distance. I knew the person in the car was my wife, Zhou Shiya. A mix of bitterness and anger welled up inside me. 3 years of marriage, and she wouldn't even come to the divorce proceedings herself. Was our relationship really so worthless? I suppressed my anger and asked Zhang Wenyong, why didn't Zhou Shiya come in person? I only discussed the divorce with her. Zhang Wenyong laughed so hard, he almost fell over, mocking me for not being worthy of Zhou Shiya's personal appearance, and saying that she was now a wealthy woman in Jiangsheng, while I was just a stain on her reputation. Hearing this, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. 3 years ago, she was still eating instant noodles with me and struggling to pay the rent. How could she suddenly become so ungrateful after she got rich? I gritted my teeth and said in a voice as cold as ice, I will only talk to Zhou Shiya. No one else is acceptable. Enraged by my outburst, Zhang Wenyong raised his fist and was about to charge at me. Just as I was about to retaliate, I suddenly heard a delicate shout. The Ferrari door opened, and a pair of beautiful legs and black stockings stepped out. A familiar figure appeared before me. It was Zhou Shiya, whom I hadn't seen for half a year. My feelings were complicated. We had only met again because of the divorce. She took off her sunglasses and said to me expressionlessly, here's 10 million. Sign the papers. Looking at her unfamiliar face, I felt a chill run through me. In her eyes, our marriage was nothing more than a transaction that could be resolved with money. Zhou Shiya urged me impatiently, stop dragging it out. You're like a walking corpse. Just raise the price and get a divorce already. I could hardly believe the person in front of me was her. I muttered to myself, you weren't like this before. Have you forgotten all those difficult days we went through together? She sneered, took out the dragon-shaped firework I'd given her years ago, and mocked me for lying to her, saying that wishes made with fireworks could come true. She lit the firework, and the sparks shot into the sky, transforming into a dragon shape. She screamed, I'm willing to divorce you. As I watched the fireworks soar into the sky, my heart grew colder and colder. In that moment, I knew that our 3-year marriage, like those fireworks, had vanished completely as they faded. I looked at her calmly and nodded. Your wish has come true. I picked up the divorce papers, signed them without hesitation, and turned to leave. Since our relationship was over, I wouldn't cling on. Zhang Wenyong approached Zhou Shiya, intending to invite her to a candlelight dinner, but she coldly refused him, even handing him a bank card and telling him to give me the 10 million. Watching her departing figure, Zhang Wen was incredibly brave, but he still stuffed the bank card into his pocket, determined to keep the money for himself. Meanwhile, Tang Tianyi, the chairman of the Tang Group, stood by the window, staring at the dragon-shaped firework, speechless with shock. He didn't even hear his daughter Tang Weiwei's question. After recovering, Tang Tianyi immediately called me, his tone surprisingly respectful. Even if I have to give up everything, I'm willing to serve you. When he learned that I had only set off the firework after my divorce, he was furious and smashed his phone. Tang Tianyi angrily berated the Zhou family for their ingratitude.
Under Tang Weiwei's persistent questioning, Tang Tianyi finally explained that he had once saved the Zhou family's life, and that the Yang family had supported the Zhou family because of him. He added that his medical skills were unmatched in China. Tang Weiwei was shocked and delighted. She said that the Tang family's crisis could be resolved by me, and that this crisis was brought about by the Zhou family. Tang Tianyi shook his head helplessly. 3 years ago, he swore never to practice medicine again. I can't let him break his oath. Therefore, I've decided to terminate the cooperation with the Zhou family and make them compensate for the losses. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's face showed some disappointment, but her eyes suddenly lit up as she turned to look at Tang Tianyi's phone that had fallen to the ground. In the Zhou family villa, Sun Mei was initially overjoyed upon seeing the 10 million yuan settlement in the divorce agreement, but then her anger flared. Zhang Wenyong, feeling guilty, hid the bank card and denied everything, claiming that Sun Mei's demands for an exorbitant sum had forced him to comply. Enraged, Sun Mei immediately summoned her thug brother, Zhou Ming, intending to force Sun Mei to return the money. Zhang Wenyong feigned dissuasion, secretly replacing the dagger with a lethal weapon, planning to use Zhou Ming to eliminate Sun Mei and cover up his embezzlement of the money. At that moment, I was alone in the cloud-top villa, having declined the offers of various important figures. Jiangxing real estate tycoon Li Jun offered me a villa, which I accepted. Suddenly, Sun Mei called. I calmly gave her my address and waited quietly for her to come. The doorbell rang, and Sun Mei and the menacing Zhou Ming stood outside. Sun Mei immediately began to hurl insults at me, even uttering words that stabbed my deceased mother in the heart. I had endured this for 3 years, and my heart was already dead. Although we had once shared feelings, the repeated humiliations finally drove me to my breaking point. I coldly declared, anyone who dares to harm my family will face my wrath. Completely blinded by greed, Sun Mei ignored my warning and instead accused me of extortion. She arrogantly demanded the immediate return of 10 million. I coldly replied, I've never taken a single penny from you. This marriage is completely innocent. I don't need any compensation. Sun Mei, blinded by lies and convinced I was denying it, instructed Zhou Ming to use violence to force me to submit. Zhou Ming pulled out a dagger and menacingly lunged at my chest. I swiftly dodged, snatched the dagger away, and moved with lightning speed. Zhou Ming missed his target and fell awkwardly to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Mei rushed over, her eyes filled with heartache, but also with deep hatred for me. Holding the cold dagger, my heart was as cold as ice. My past kindness had been rewarded with today's betrayal. Our 3-year relationship was completely severed. I threw the dagger, accurately piercing Zhou Ming's thigh, giving him the lightest punishment possible and retaliating against his malice. The excruciating pain caused Zhou Ming to scream in agony, only then realizing that the dagger had been tampered with, nearly causing a major disaster. But Sun Mei still refused to admit her mistake, stubbornly clinging to her story. She twisted the truth, began cursing me, and accused me of possessing a huge fortune that I was deliberately concealing. She pressed closer, demanding that I hand over all my assets. Sun Mei also demanded that I leave with nothing to compensate the Zhou family for their losses. I suppressed my anger and told her seriously, I have not hidden any assets, and I have a clear conscience about my marriage. However, Sun Mei and her son refused to let go, pressing me relentlessly and pushing their luck, showing no intention of backing down. Despite the pain, Zhou Ming threatened me, saying he would have someone cripple my hands and feet, and even insulted my deceased parents. Sun Mei frantically echoed his words, constantly hurling insults at my family, completely crossing my line. Just as Zhou Ming was about to lead his men to attack, Tang Weiwei suddenly burst in. Seeing this, Zhou Ming spoke frivolously and flirted with Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei immediately erupted and ordered her bodyguards to take action. A bodyguard in black stepped forward and slapped Zhou Ming across the face, knocking him to the ground. The crisp slap echoed throughout the villa. Zhou Ming was stunned, his teeth fell out, and he coughed up blood. His arrogance was completely extinguished. Zhou Ming remained defiant, spouting arrogant words. Tang Weiwei sneered and ordered her bodyguards to break his arm. The excruciating pain caused Zhou Ming to writhe in agony, howling all over the ground. Sun Mei's cries were completely silenced by the bodyguard's imposing presence. She dared not utter another sound. Upon learning that their opponent was the ruthless Wang Wu of the West City, Zhou Ming was instantly terrified, trembling with fear. He immediately knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. The mother and son, no longer daring to be arrogant, supported each other and fled the villa in a disheveled state. I watched them escape quietly, without trying to stop them. But I was wary of Tang Weiwei's sudden arrival. She had not only accurately located my address, but also investigated my background, which I found extremely offensive. Tang Weiwei suppressed her shock and took the initiative to speak, pleading with me to treat the Tang family's medical crisis. I've always abhorred intrusion into my privacy, so I refused her without hesitation, coldly and bluntly telling her to leave. Tang Weiwei couldn't accept this and started throwing a tantrum, using her family's influence to pressure me. I remained resolute and unmoved, refusing to compromise because of her status. Enraged, Tang Weiwei ordered her bodyguards to forcibly abduct me and force me to seek medical treatment. At that moment, Wang Wu approached, seemingly preparing to attack. A chilling aura erupted from my body instantly, and my movements were incredibly fast, immediately intimidating the experts. Wang Wu's expression changed drastically. He sensed a deadly danger. Wang Wu swiftly drew his long-sealed curved sword, ready to fight. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Just then, Tang Tianyi burst into the villa, forcefully breaking the deadlock. Tang Weiwei, seeing her father, immediately toned down her arrogance. Tang Tianyi stepped forward, respectfully bowing his head to apologize to me. Upon learning that Tang Weiwei was Tang Tianyi's daughter, my aura gradually relaxed, and my mood eased considerably. Wang Wu silently sheathed his knife, cold sweat pouring down his back. Just a moment ago, he had felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, filling him with fear and preventing him from making the slightest move. Tang Weiwei was filled with grievances, constantly complaining about being wronged, completely unaware of what she had done wrong, instead blaming him for being heartless. Tang Tianyi frowned, sternly reprimanding his daughter and demanding that she bow her head and apologize. Although Tang Weiwei was unconvinced, she still reluctantly apologized. I didn't intend to dwell on the past. Thinking about Tang Tianyi's consistent help to the Zhou family, I felt somewhat grateful. I took the initiative to inquire about the reason, only to find out that Tang Weiwei had secretly looked through my phone, found my address, and rashly came to my door, causing this trouble. I told him that the reason I stopped practicing medicine was because my ex-wife, Zhou Shiya, disliked me. Now that we're divorced, my vow is null and void. Considering our past relationship and Tang Tianyi's help, I relented and agreed to help the Tang family solve their patient problems. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was deeply moved, knowing that my medical skills were unparalleled. He immediately arranged for Tang Weiwei to take me to the hospital, while he himself left with Wang Wu, having already decided to bring Tang Weiwei and me together. He understood my capabilities and believed that if Tang Weiwei and I were to become involved, the Tang family's future would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Tang Weiwei was well aware of her father's thoughts. Her face flushed, and she deliberately kept her distance, displaying her proud and aloof nature. I had no interest in her emotional fluctuations and remained indifferent. Outside the villa, Tang Tianyi sternly questioned Wang Wu, rebuking him for almost fighting with him and forgetting past favors. Wang Wu confessed that he had been intimidated by the murderous aura Tang Tianyi unleashed and had no choice but to draw his sword in self-defense, thus fully realizing the terrifying strength Tang Tianyi had hidden. Even martial arts masters who had shelved their skills for 10 years felt fear, and Tang Tianyi was also greatly shocked, realizing that I was not only unparalleled in medical skills, but also a top-tier expert. The two discussed it privately, secretly feeling that Tang Weiwei and I were a good match, and both decided to win me over and maintain a good relationship with me. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing Hospital, Zhou Shiya rushed over and ran into Sun Mei waiting outside the ward. She hurriedly inquired about her brother Zhou Ming's injuries, but Sun Mei deliberately distorted the facts, accusing her of harming the Zhou family without cause. These few words ignited Zhou Shiya's anger and guilt. A new round of conflict was quietly brewing. In Zhou Shiya's eyes, I had always been a gentle, tolerant, and kind person. She simply couldn't believe I would harm the Zhou family. Sun Mei, however, seized upon Zhou Shiya's weakness, her love for her younger brother, and feigned magnanimity and forbearance. Sun Mei used a show of weakness to gradually escalate her resentment. Zhou Shiya was stunned when she saw her younger brother covered in bandages and in great pain. Zhou Ming deliberately played along with his mother, revealing his broken teeth and badly injured arm. Zhou Ming's words implied that I was ruthless and heartless. Sun Mei kept adding fuel to the fire, fabricating facts, and feigning concessions, which only highlighted my unreasonable and domineering image. Seeing her loved one injured, Zhou Shiya's anger and suspicions finally erupted, and she decided to confront me in person. Taking advantage of the situation, Sun Mei feigned weakness and kept slandering me, even fabricating lies, claiming that I had hidden a huge amount of wealth and that I was hiding other women in the villa, further deepening Zhou Shiya's misunderstanding of me. She completely distorted the truth, covering up Zhou Ming's knife attack and instead claiming that I had injured someone without cause. These rumors seeped into Zhou Shiya's heart, and her resentment and jealousy caused her to completely lose her temper. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to feign misery, urging his sister to sue and claim a share of my assets, hoping to extort a large sum of money from me using his injuries. The mother and son worked together to exploit Zhou Shiya's weaknesses, eventually leading her to confront me at my door. However, suddenly, Tang Tiany's secretary rushed in to report that the Tang group had decided to terminate all cooperation with the Zhou family, and also revealed a scandal involving the Zhou family's use of substandard medicinal materials. This collaboration was crucial to the Zhou family's development, and the sudden turn of events plunged Zhou Shiya's company into a huge crisis. Zhou Ming panicked instantly, feeling extremely guilty, but he still tried to take responsibility, intending to conceal the truth and handle the situation himself. Zhou Shiya was preoccupied with the company's future, so she could only suppress her anger for the time being and decided to deal with the immediate business crisis first before settling accounts with me. On the way out of the hospital, a distraught Zhou Shiya couldn't help but confide in her cousin, mentioning how my behavior had changed so drastically before and after, and how she felt something was very wrong. Her cousin, who had always looked down on me, seized the opportunity to fan the flames, making wild and biased assumptions about everything I had done. She kept stirring things up, emphasizing that I had long been dissatisfied with my marriage and had completely exposed my true nature by taking advantage of the divorce. These words completely dispelled Zhou Shiya's hesitation. Zhou Shiya shifted all the blame onto me. The humiliation of being betrayed and the trampling of my self-esteem made Zhou Shiya unable to bear it any longer, and she called me directly. I was sitting in Tang Weiwei's car when I saw her call, and my heart sank. When I answered the phone, I was met with her hostile questioning. Faced with her baseless accusations, I felt a chill run through me. Compared to Zhou Ming's knife attack, what I did was merely a minor punishment. I readily admitted what had happened and explained the reasons to her. However, in her eyes, I was still the kind of person who was fierce, domineering, and wantonly hurts others. As for the villa and the rumors, I explained the situation truthfully. It was a gift from someone out of gratitude, and I did not conceal any assets or commit adultery. However, Zhou Shiya was already blinded by anger and wouldn't listen to my explanation at all. Instead, she thought I was lying and deceiving her. She screamed hysterically, threatening to sue me, divide the property, and hold me and others accountable. I remained silent for a long time, feeling utterly ridiculous. 3 years of marriage, and in the end, all that remained was suspicion and scheming, with trust completely lost. Just as she continued to question me and press me relentlessly, a soft voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone, saying casually, "Oh dear, is it your old hag who wants to get back together with you? Don't pay any attention to her." Zhou Shiya instantly exploded in anger, bursting into a rage and yelling at the receiver. She viciously called the other person a yellow-faced woman and vowed to seek justice for her brother. But the next second, the call was abruptly cut off. Zhou Shiya was so angry she was almost trembling, her eyebrows furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her heart filled with the humiliation and rage of betrayal. Seeing this, Gao Ting continued to fan the flames, constantly echoing my sentiments and reinforcing the negative impression I had of Zhou Shiya. Each of Gao Ting's words was like the last straw, completely crushing Zhou Shiya's rationality. Crystal tears finally streamed down her face. Meanwhile, I stared in astonishment at Tang Weiwei, who was laughing uncontrollably beside me, completely unprepared for this misunderstanding. Tang Weiwei, suppressing her laughter, teased me, exposing my little scheme, her words full of mockery. I smiled with relief. Since Zhou Shiya didn't believe me anyway, this misunderstanding saved me the trouble of explaining later. However, Tang Weiwei then seriously mentioned that the Zhou family had encountered problems with their medicinal herbs, with several customers falling into a coma due to counterfeit or substandard materials. She also mentioned that her father had forbade her from confronting the Zhou family. I already guessed the reason in my heart, but I didn't want to believe that Zhou Shiya would do such a harmful thing. After all, she was once my wife whom I treated with all my heart. I asked Tang Weiwei for the medicine, got a few black pills, smelled them, and immediately determined the type of medicine. Tang Weiwei was secretly shocked. She hadn't expected me to be able to identify the drugs just by smell, which further convinced her that I was indeed a miracle doctor. I told her that these pills were indeed made from inferior medicinal materials, but they were not the root cause of the patient's coma. The real problem lay elsewhere. Tang Weiwei frowned, eagerly pressing for the reason behind it all, while I decided to go to the hospital myself to find out. Soon, we arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing City, and as soon as we entered the hospital, we were stopped by a self-important man. The man, with blonde hair, a high-bridged nose, and blue contact lenses, introduced himself as Dr. David Zhou, speaking arrogantly and rudely. The moment David Zhou saw me, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He immediately mistook me for Tang Weiwei's driver, his words filled with contempt. Tang Weiwei quickly explained that she had invited a renowned doctor, but David Xiao scoffed and openly belittled traditional Chinese medicine, his words extremely sarcastic. I initially didn't want to pay attention, but David Xiao's insults towards Chinese medicine ignited my anger. I immediately retaliated, my words sharp and incisive, denouncing those who had forgotten their roots. David Zhou was stunned, stumbling backward, speechless. Tang Weiwei cheered from the side, feeling that my rebuttal had vented her anger. Afterward, we walked past David Zhou and entered the ward. In the ward, four patients lay pale and unconscious, covered in medical equipment, their vital signs weak and their condition extremely critical. Tang Weiwei looked at the scene with deep anxiety. She knew this concerned the future of the Tang family. If anything happened to the patients, the Tang family would face annihilation. I took the CT scans and other data, but waved my hand, refusing to look at them. I immediately took out 4 gold threads and began to treat the patients. I placed 3 fingers on the threads, quietly feeling the patient's pulses. Every movement was fluid and effortless. Tang Weiwei stared in disbelief, clearly filled with curiosity. A moment later, I put away the gold thread, took out a leather bag full of silver needles, and casually inserted 9 needles into each patient. I controlled the needles with my qi, and all 36 silver needles vibrated simultaneously, emitting a sound like a dragon's roar. The patients' faces visibly regained their color. When I removed the silver needles from the patients, black worms crawled out of their mouths. Tang Weiwei covered her mouth in fright, her face full of terror, and she couldn't speak for a moment. I explained, this is a goo worm. The larvae lurk inside the body, sucking away life essence. The inferior medicinal materials weaken the patient, accelerating the process of falling into a coma. Then, I pointed out that the method used to treat this goo worm was the same as the one that Tang Tianyi was infected with 3 years ago. Tang Weiwei was shocked and her face was full of disbelief. She suddenly remembered that her father had only mentioned that she had cured his terminal illness, but had never mentioned the worm poison. At this moment, she understood her father's good intentions. He had deliberately concealed this past from her so that she would worry too much if she knew. Tang Weiwei quickly pieced together her thoughts and guessed the goo master's purpose: to test me, protect herself, and simultaneously threaten the Tang family, attempting to gain profit from it. Extremely anxious, she hurriedly asked me if there was any way to prevent the spread of these insidious goo worms. I took out a packet of gray powder and explained, these are goo worm eggs. They are harmless, but they can devour other goo worms and trigger the host reaction, thus allowing them to detect the presence of goo worms. She was overjoyed and carefully put them away, but she was also worried that if the goo master found out, he would no longer act so easily. She suggested that we publicly declare that I was helpless and unable to cure the patients, thereby drawing out the true identity of the goo master and capturing him in one fell swoop. Seeing her anxious and determined look, I hesitated, feeling that I had already done more than enough to help the Tang family solve their problems. Seeing my hesitation, Tang Weiwei hurriedly pleaded, even offering money to resolve the issue, hoping to sway me with a large sum of money. But I coldly retorted, does money mean anything to me? My words stunned her instantly, leaving her deep in thought. She froze, then realized I wasn't short of money at all. The cloud-top villa and the favors I'd received for saving various important figures were far more valuable than money. Money held no appeal for me. In a moment of desperation, Tang Weiwei suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed my cheek. Her face flushed, she said, if you help me, promise my father I'll marry you. Then, like a startled rabbit, she turned and fled the room, afraid I'd see her red cheeks and flustered expression. I stood there, stunned, my hand unconsciously touching my kissed cheek, my face blank with shock and confusion. For a moment, I couldn't process what had just happened. Tang Weiwei's blushing face kept replaying in my mind. Tang Weiwei walked out of the ward and bumped into David Xiao, who was still waiting outside. Her dislike for him grew even stronger. He should be Chinese, but he abandoned his own surname to worship foreigners. Not only were his medical skills poor, but his character was also extremely bad. This kind of person was no match for me at all. When David Zhou saw me come out, he immediately came up to me, pretending to inquire about the patient's condition. His tone was full of contempt, and he was certain that I, a quack doctor relying on traditional Chinese medicine, could not cure this strange disease at all. He was waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Tang Weiwei's face instantly turned cold and hard. She immediately distanced herself from David Xiao, sternly rebuking his rudeness and arrogance, and even said that she would transfer the patient to another hospital so that she would no longer suffer his harassment and contempt. She had planned this all along, secretly comforting the patient's families, distributing compensation, and quietly concealing the truth that the goo poison had been cured, all in order to lure out the mastermind behind it all, and uncover the truth about the goo worms and the inferior medicinal materials. David Zhou panicked when he heard that the patient was going to be transferred to another hospital. He knew that after the patient was transferred, he would no longer have a reason to get close to Tang Weiwei, nor could he take the opportunity to curry favor with her. He was filled with resentment and anxiety. I slowly walked out of the ward, my heart filled with anger. David Zhou's unfounded accusations and disdain for traditional Chinese medicine had completely enraged me. But at Tang Weiwei's request, I temporarily suppressed my anger and went along with his argument, admitting that I couldn't cure these patients. But he remained relentless, pushing his luck and belittling traditional Chinese medicine with utter disdain, showing no regard for the millennia-old medical treasure of China. Every word he uttered revealed his ignorance and disregard for his heritage. Finally, I could no longer bear it and spoke calmly, revealing his hidden ailment in one sentence, exposing on the spot that he had contracted a sexually transmitted disease due to his promiscuous behavior. Based solely on the unusual hair on his white coat, his complexion, and his tongue coating, I accurately saw through the root cause of his illness using the methods of traditional Chinese medicine observation. I secretly released a wisp of my true energy, directly triggering the latent lesions within his body. As a result, large patches of red spots instantly appeared on his arm. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him no room for denial. David Zhou couldn't accept this reality and frantically scratched his skin until it was a bloody mess. Shame and despair overwhelmed him, causing his mental state to completely collapse, leaving only madness and resentment in his eyes. He lost his reason and lunged at Tang Weiwei, attempting to spread the disease to her, as well a despicable and utterly contemptible act. My eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, I kicked him over, shielding Tang Weiwei behind me. I grabbed her hand and rushed out of the chaotic hospital, unwilling to entangle myself with this madman any longer. We got into the sports car, and the atmosphere inside was slightly awkward. Only then did Tang Weiwei notice that she had been holding my hand tightly. She hurriedly let go, her cheeks instantly turning red with embarrassment, and her eyes became evasive. After spending some time together, she seemed to have completely let go of her prejudice against me. A strange flutter welled up in her heart, and her eyes were filled with shyness and unease when she looked at me, all traces of her initial arrogance gone. The silence was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Tang Weiwei saw that the caller ID was Zhou Shiya, and a hint of jealousy crossed her face. She reluctantly handed me the phone, deliberately drawing out her words with a touch of petulance. Before I could answer, she picked up the phone directly. Zhou Shiya's voice, full of questioning and accusation, immediately came through the receiver. She immediately concluded that the Tang family had maliciously suppressed the Zhou family's business, causing the Zhou family to fall into crisis. Tang Weiwei's spoiled temper completely erupted. She listed the Tang family's years of help to the Zhou family, denounced the Zhou family for using inferior medicines, and accused them of being ungrateful and turning around to criticize the Tang family. Her tone was sharp, and she did not back down. Unwilling to be wronged, she directly arranged to confront Zhou Shiya face-to-face at the hospital entrance, intending to present solid evidence to completely expose the truth about the Zhou family's use of substandard medicines, leaving Zhou Shiya speechless. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Zhou Ming anxiously confessed to Zhang Wenyong that he had secretly switched the medicine. He was terrified that Zhou Shiya would be angry if she found out, and even more afraid of the consequences. For 2 years, Zhang Wenyong had been constantly enticing him and Zhou Ming to switch medicinal herbs and resell high-quality herbs for profit. As time went on, the two became increasingly audacious. The crisis finally erupted when the substandard herbs caused a patient to fall into a coma. Zhang Wenyong was a cunning man who had already prepared a backup plan. He secretly disposed of the medicinal herbs and even instructed Zhou Ming to keep the secret and refused to admit his mistake in an attempt to get away with it. He had calculated that Zhou Shiya's doting on her younger brother would lead her to believe her family and blame all the mistakes on the Tang family's business suppression. In this way, they could perfectly avoid all suspicion and rest easy. The atmosphere inside the sports car became exceptionally subtle. I tried to comfort Tang Weiwei and tell her to calm down, but she misunderstood me. Her words were tinged with a sour probing tone, full of a young girl's petulance and shyness. She angrily handed me paper and pen, demanding that I write down the drawbacks and hidden dangers of substandard medicinal materials, preparing to use this evidence to confront Zhou Shiya head-on and completely expose the true face of the Zhou family. I quickly wrote down all the problems with the substandard medicinal materials, my handwriting strong and clear, stating the facts objectively without embellishment. This served as a wake-up call for Zhou Shiya, who was arrogant and conceited. Just as she finished writing, a car horn sounded at the intersection. Zhou Shiya's car slowly arrived at the hospital entrance. The confrontation between the two women was about to begin, and a storm was about to break out. Tang Weiwei composed herself, got out of the car alone, and prepared to negotiate with an aura of authority. She told me to stay in the car and wait, not wanting me to get involved in this conflict between women and to face the impending storm alone. As Zhou Shiya got out of the car, she caught a glimpse of the figure sitting in the passenger seat of the sports car. In that instant, a familiar silhouette flashed by, making her heart tighten, and a strange sense of familiarity welled up in her mind. Gao Ting, standing nearby, kept stirring things up, exaggerating the Zhou family's power and deliberately mocking me for not being worthy of approaching Tang Weiwei, all in an attempt to dispel Zhou Shiya's doubts and stop her from overthinking. Zhou Shiya suppressed her suspicions, repeatedly telling herself that it was just a misperception caused by her recent anxieties. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and prepared to confront Tang Weiwei head-on. Tang Weiwei looked at Zhou Shiya with sharp eyes, unconsciously comparing herself to Zhou Shiya. A competitive feeling silently arose in her heart. After all, her presence made her feel a secret rivalry with Zhou Shiya. The two finally stood face to face. Zhou Shiya spoke first, forcefully refuting the claim that the medicinal herbs were problematic. She also accused the Tang family of slandering the Zhou family and damaging their reputation and business. Her attitude was arrogant and resolute. Tang Weiwei didn't waste any more words and directly handed her the evidence paper I had written. Every word was clear, listing the problems with the medicinal materials. Zhou Shiya looked down and saw that the handwriting on the paper was as sharp as a knife. The familiar style of writing made her suddenly stunned, and her whole body froze instantly. Gao Ting angrily snatched the paper, tore it to shreds, and threw it into the air. Her actions were domineering and unreasonable. Relying on the Zhou family's background, she became even more arrogant, accusing Tang Weiwei of being jealous of her and fabricating these questions. Tang Weiwei trembled with anger, her heart filled with resentment. For years, the Tang family had silently supported the Zhou family, only to be betrayed in return. Gao Ting's inflated sense of superiority made her even more determined to cling to Zhou Shiya, constantly trying to match her with Zhang Wenyong, hoping to completely crush Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei finally calmed down and launched a strong counterattack, stating bluntly that Zhou Shiya's success was entirely due to the support of others, and that once she succeeded, she had abandoned her former partners. Zhou Shiya immediately retorted, claiming that she had built her business from scratch and relied entirely on her own abilities, and deliberately erased the days when I had stood by her through thick and thin. She repeatedly avoided discussing the reasons for the divorce, but her mind was preoccupied with the familiar handwriting she had glimpsed in that fleeting moment. Tang Weiwei calmly responded, telling her that the note was written by her boyfriend, a hint of smugness in her voice. In that instant, Zhou Shiya's suspicions vanished. Although the written evidence wasn't formal, Zhou Shiya seized upon the loophole and began pressing her, trying to turn the tide. They ultimately reached an agreement. A professional institution would test the authenticity of the medicinal herbs. If they were found to be counterfeit, the Zhou family would have to provide full compensation and issue a public apology. Gao Ting refused to be taken advantage of easily and insisted on raising the stakes of the bet. Tang Weiwei responded in a fit of pique, betting 3 slaps on each other, with the loser having to accept the punishment. Zhou Shiya tried to stop them, but couldn't stop their argument. She felt even more contempt for Tang Weiwei's unconventional and disregard for her status. Tang Weiwei deliberately mimicked the provocative tone from the phone call, calling her a yellow-faced woman. Zhou Shiya froze, finally realizing that the woman who had provoked her on the phone was none other than Tang Weiwei herself. At that moment, a wave of humiliation washed over her. Before she could even calm down, Tang Weiwei turned and got into the car. The moment the door opened, I was clearly visible in the passenger seat. Gao Ting froze, and Zhou Shiya's face turned deathly pale. The scene she witnessed shattered all her attempts to comfort herself. We exchanged a glance, but said nothing more. Our past relationship was long gone, and there was no need for any further entanglement. My gaze was cold and distant. Tang Weiwei saw her distraught appearance, gave a cold smile, and drove away, leaving behind a trail of suspicion and anger. Zhang Wenyong quickly feigned concern, but upon hearing that I was traveling with Tang Weiwei, a flash of jealousy and malice crossed his eyes. He hatched a plan to pin all the blame on me, thereby covering up Zhou Ming's despicable act of secretly switching the medicinal herbs. Zhang Wenyong continued to distort the facts, claiming that I harbored resentment due to my divorce and was using Tang Weiwei's influence to take revenge on the Zhou family. The more he spoke, the more logical he became, and with Gao Ting adding fuel to the fire, Zhou Shiya's resolve began to waver. She recalled the 3 years they had spent together and my cold and indifferent attitude, and concluded that I harbored resentment and was deliberately trying to ruin her career. Anger overwhelmed her reason, and Zhou Shiya decided to go to the hospital herself to find out the truth and gather evidence to retaliate against the Tang family and me. Gao Ting continued to incite the situation, clamoring to teach me and Tang Weiwei a lesson and trying to shift all the blame onto me. Seeing his plan going smoothly, Zhang Wenyong was secretly pleased with himself and immediately became Zhou's loyal ally again, pretending to promise to fully support her. Seeing Zhang Wenyong's concern, Zhou Shiya was finally touched and felt grateful to him for the first time. Taking the opportunity, Gao Ting praised Zhang Wenyong, exaggerating the gap between him and me and continuing to sow doubts in her mind. After much persuasion from the others, Zhou Shiya finally put aside her concerns and accepted Zhang Wenyong's invitation to dinner at the Sky Garden. The morning air was slightly cool. I got up early and went to the yard, taking a deep breath of fresh air, letting my body slowly stretch in harmony with nature. I meditated quietly, then suddenly stood up and unleashed a set of punches, each strike powerful and forceful, instantly dispelling all the accumulated pressure. After a while, I felt refreshed and relaxed. I went back inside to change my clothes and ate a simple bowl of noodles. Just as I picked up my chopsticks, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, it was Tang Weiwei who had arrived early. She stared at my naked figure, a blush creeping onto her face, her eyes darting around nervously. Somewhat puzzled, I asked her if something was wrong. She quickly snapped out of her daze, avoiding my gaze, and shyly tried to come inside to talk. I stepped aside to make way for her. As soon as Tang Weiwei entered the living room, she was drawn by the aroma of noodles wafting from the kitchen, her gaze fixed on the steaming bowl of noodles on the table. Before I could stop her, she ran straight to the kitchen, grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat heartily without any restraint. She ate with great relish, praising my cooking skills incessantly, completely ignoring my attempts to remind her. Actually, I wanted to tell her that I had eaten from this bowl of noodles, but seeing how much she enjoyed it, I held back and just watched her eat her fill. She finished the entire bowl of noodles, soup and all. Tang Weiwei touched her full belly, turned to me, and asked what I hadn't finished saying earlier. I sighed and reluctantly told her the truth. When I mentioned our indirect kiss, Tang Weiwei blushed instantly, her ears turning bright red. She then playfully scolded me for not reminding her, making her so embarrassed, and even accused me of being a pervert. I felt somewhat helpless, realizing this had nothing to do with me. She was the one who suddenly ate all my noodles, yet it had become my fault. I decided to steer the conversation back to the main topic. Seeing that I didn't speak, Tang Weiwei dropped her shy expression and began to get down to business. She said that the 4 patients had been safely sent home, and each of them had received a large sum of confidentiality money. The only family member who refused to compromise insisted that I have a follow-up examination. That family member only recognized me as their attending physician, and Tang Weiwei hoped that I could help them by drawing out the real, bewitching person behind the scenes, which was why she came to me in a low voice to plead with me. I felt a little displeased. As a doctor, I never accept being coerced. The family's threat of confidentiality fees was truly repulsive to me. Seeing my hesitation, Tang Weiwei lowered her head and began to plead and beg, even bringing up the accidental kiss from before as a reason to coax me. The thought of that sudden kiss in the hospital room made my head spin. She was the one who initiated it, and now she was using it to hold me back. She gently shook my arm, a shy blush on her face, and said softly, "I've let go of my prejudices and accepted you. After it's done, I'll follow Tang Tiany's arrangements." Looking at her aggrieved yet expectant expression, putting aside her occasional spoiled princess temper, I realized she wasn't a bad person at heart. In the end, I softened and agreed to help again. Tang Weiwei immediately smiled with delight, took out her phone to contact the patient's family, and quickly scheduled a consultation time. Her face was filled with joy, finally relieved of all her worries. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting also arrived at the hospital, following the clues to the ward of the 4 patients, intending to find out the truth behind the drug poisoning. However, when they arrived at the ward, it was empty. The patients had all disappeared, and they couldn't find any clues at all. Zhou Shiya frowned, filled with doubt. Seeing this, Gao Ting immediately began to sow discord, insisting that Tang Weiwei was guilty and deliberately transferred the patient to cover up the truth, which further solidified their accusations against the Tang family. Just as the two were discussing, an unpleasant shout came from outside the door. David Zhou, wearing a mask, suddenly appeared and blocked their way. At first, his tone was cold, but when he recognized the two, his expression immediately softened. He claimed to be the attending physician and started putting on airs, relying on his connections at the hospital. He also disregarded medical ethics, carelessly leaking patients' medical information. David Zhou harbored resentment towards Tang Weiwei for ignoring him, so he deliberately smeared the Tang family, accusing the 4 patients of being incurable and shifting all the blame onto the Tang family. Hearing this, Zhou Shiya's heart skipped a beat. The situation, which she had initially believed to be a frame-up by the Tang family, suddenly began to reverse. She couldn't help but begin to doubt whether she had been wrongly accusing Tang Weiwei all along. Gao Ting seized the opportunity and immediately began to defend herself, insisting that there was no problem with the medicinal materials, but rather that the Tang family's production process had gone wrong, and that they were deliberately framing the Zhou family. Seeing the conflict between the two families, David Zhou chimed in, using the opportunity of attacking Tang Weiwei to deliberately curry favor with Gao Ting. He ruthlessly belittled me, calling me nothing more than a con artist, and also hurled vulgar insults at Tang Weiwei, showing no regard for the occasion. Gao Ting joined in the insults, her words sharp and sarcastic, deliberately deepening Zhou Shiya's suspicions and shifting all the blame onto me. Zhou Shiya repeatedly confirmed my name, and after hearing David Xiao's accusations, her doubts resurfaced, believing I was deliberately retaliating against them. Seeing this, Gao Ting seized the opportunity to win over David Xiao, pleading with him to testify and offering him a generous reward. She wanted to use her position as a doctor to completely bring down the Tang family. David Zhou was secretly pleased with himself. He pretended to agree to help and then invited them to dinner, all the while thinking about how to satisfy his filthy desires. Gao Ting saw through David Zhou's intentions at a glance, knowing he harbored ill intentions, but she also saw an opportunity to use him. She pretended to be calm and agreed to the meeting the next day, temporarily appeasing the scheming doctor. After hurriedly exchanging contact information, the two left the hospital. David Zhou stood at the door watching them go, his eyes gradually turning lewd and sinister. He immediately picked up the phone to contact the pharmacy to prepare a sedative, plotting how to carry out his scheme. As Zhou Shiya left the hospital, she was somewhat puzzled by Gao Ting's actions. She expressed that she didn't want to deal with strange men casually, much less socialize with others just to give a few testimonies. She felt that it was somewhat unreliable. But Gao Ting calmly imparted her own cunning methods, advising her to use her advantages and leverage men's selfishness to clear obstacles in her career. She emphasized that one must be ruthless in this society. Kindness is often taken advantage of. Since disputes are inevitable, one must seize the initiative and strike first. Gao Ting was fully focused on her revenge plan. Besides wanting to ruin the Tang family's reputation with her testimony, she also remembered the bet about the slap and was determined to publicly humiliate Tang Weiwei and exact her revenge. She secretly vowed, "I'll let everyone in Jiangxing know that there's someone like me, Gao Ting." Meanwhile, Tang Weiwei drove her red sports car and took me to the agreed-upon park. The sun was just rising, golden sunlight streaming through the trees, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, invigorating the spirit. As soon as I got off the bus, I noticed a woman in a long red dress sitting on a bench in the distance. Her figure was alluring, the hem of her dress swaying gently in the breeze. She looked up frequently, as if searching for someone. The vibrant red of her dress shone brightly in the morning sun, making her skin appear as white as snow, and every gesture she made exuded captivating charm. The woman in the red dress quickly noticed us. She subtly adjusted her skirt and walked over with a sensual gait. The morning sunlight accentuated her graceful curves, each step like a butterfly fluttering in the air, so elegant that it was impossible to look away. Even I couldn't help but be slightly captivated, my gaze lingering on her for a brief moment. However, my daze didn't last long. Suddenly, Tang Weiwei pinched my waist hard, and a sharp pain snapped me back to reality. "What are you doing?" I asked her, frowning, completely bewildered as to why she had suddenly attacked me. Tang Weiwei puffed out her cheeks, her tone full of jealousy. "So you like this type?" I was completely confused and helplessly explained. "Didn't you ask me to come?" I could tell that Tang Weiwei was obviously annoyed, undoubtedly stunned by Song Jiayang's beauty, and her jealousy was almost impossible to hide. I never expected that the woman I spoke to on the phone would be so stunning. As soon as Song Jiayang approached, her alluring aura filled the air, and even her voice carried a hint of seductive softness. Song Jiayang smiled and extended her hand to introduce herself, but Tang Weiwei suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand tightly. She gripped it very firmly, as if asserting her ownership. Then, Tang Weiwei suddenly exclaimed in surprise, quickly withdrawing her hand, her face flushed and swollen. My heart skipped a beat. Had Song Jiayang's hand become so hard? Soon, I realized that Song Jiayang had clearly practiced close-quarters combat and possessed tremendous strength. This woman was far more complex than she appeared. Song Jiayang rubbed her hands, casually teasing Tang Weiwei, deliberately glancing at her chest with undisguised mockery in her eyes. I felt embarrassed for Tang Weiwei just watching. Tang Weiwei was clearly enraged. Her face flushed red, and she retorted angrily, even grabbing my arm to try and leave. She looked exactly like an angry kitten. Just as I was about to try and calm her down, Song Jiayang spoke calmly, her words hitting Tang Weiwei's weak spot directly. Tang Weiwei stopped in her tracks, clearly powerless to resist. Tang Weiwei's phone suddenly rang. Her face turned ashen when she answered, her voice filled with anger. It turned out that her nemesis, Zhou Shiya, was actually going to turn on her. After hanging up, Tang Weiwei leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Be careful of that vixen Song Jiayang. She's not simple." Her anxious and wary expression made me feel somewhat helpless. Listening to her instructions, I could only shake my head speechlessly, thinking, I just came to see a doctor. How did it turn into the issue of being taken advantage of? This girl's thoughts are truly unfathomable. Tang Weiwei hurriedly drove away, leaving only Song Jiayang and me in the park, and the air instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere that was hard to define. Song Jiayang feigned shyness and said in a soft, sweet voice, "It's just the two of us now." Her alluring demeanor would have swayed any man. I told her expressionlessly, "Tang Weiwei is not my girlfriend," and casually mentioned my own name. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Jiayang's eyes, but she didn't seem to care. A sly glint in her eyes as she whispered, "There's still a chance." As she spoke, she traced circles on my chest with her hand, a suggestive gesture that would have likely stirred the heart of any other man. I subtly turned away from her hand, my tone remaining cold. "Take me to see a doctor. Stop playing these tricks." Song Jiayang seemed a little taken aback by my coldness. After all, with her looks, men usually fawned over her. But she quickly composed herself, saying with a hint of coquettishness, "All right, I'll take you." With that, she turned and walked towards a bright red sports car, a perfect match for her red dress. After getting into the car, Song Jiayang turned around playfully and said, "I'm going to change, don't peek." I was a little confused, but I closed my eyes and kept my distance. Only the roar of the engine filled the car. A short while later, Song Jiayang's laughter came. She said she was done changing, and I could open my eyes. Still feeling a little expectant, I slowly opened my eyes, only to find that she was still wearing that red dress. She hadn't changed at all. My face instantly darkened. This woman was clearly toying with me. Seeing my slightly somber expression, Song Jiayang laughed even more freely and arrogantly, raising her long legs and changing her high heels for comfortable sneakers. She casually mentioned traffic rules, using the opportunity to tease me clearly. She was deliberately provoking me and manipulating my emotions. I felt utterly helpless and didn't bother joking with her anymore. Her teasing also left me uninterested in responding, so I simply remained silent, quietly waiting for us to reach our destination. Not long after we started driving, Song Jiayang's attitude suddenly changed. Her seductive demeanor vanished, and her expression became serious. She began to earnestly explain the real reason for seeking medical help. She told me that this patient was very important to her and had a special status. She repeatedly urged me to do my best to treat the patient and not to make any mistakes. I was full of doubts. If the patient was so important, shouldn't she have sought out a top-notch doctor? Why did she choose a complete stranger like me? It was really baffling. Song Jiayang sighed and said that the patient's condition was extremely complex, and ordinary doctors simply couldn't cure it or even find the cause. I pressed her further, asking why she thought I could cure it. After all, if ordinary doctors were helpless, I was just a young physician. She looked at me and told me firmly that I was not an ordinary doctor. These words shocked me and deepened my doubts. Under my persistent questioning, Song Jiayang finally told me the truth. She knew I could cure worm-borne diseases, and this patient had fallen into such a troublesome condition precisely because he had been infected with worm-borne diseases. Hearing the words worm-borne diseases, my heart sank. I never imagined that someone in this world would know such deeply hidden secrets. Song Jiayang later explained that the so-called younger brother was actually her subordinate. He discovered the patient's unusual symptoms and forced Tang Weiwei to ask me to treat him. Although I knew she was using some tricks, I didn't care. To me, as long as the patient could be cured, I would accept Tang Weiwei's secret as a condition. I couldn't help but ask her about the cases of insect-borne diseases she had encountered before, and to my surprise, this question made her expression turn sad. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion, and she recalled her deceased loved ones with deep regret. She sighed softly. "If I had met you sooner, perhaps I could have saved you." Her beautiful face revealed a vulnerability behind her pain, evoking pity. But she quickly suppressed her sorrow, regaining her alluring demeanor, and changed the subject, asking for emotional compensation from me. I knew she was simply hiding her inner pain, unwilling to appear vulnerable. Those who appear strong often bear the heaviest burdens. The sports car finally stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Two tall and imposing guards stood at the entrance, exuding an aura of intimidation and giving off a keep-away vibe. An ordinary person would probably be terrified at the sight of such a scene. But these fierce guards were exceptionally respectful to Song Jiaoyang, as if she were their superior. When the guards heard I was a doctor they had invited, and saw how young I was, their faces were full of suspicion. Clearly, they didn't think I could cure the patient. But Song Jiaoyang coldly rebuked them, instantly subduing them. The guards, trembling with fear, lowered their heads and retreated, daring not to question me again. We entered the villa, and Song Jiaoyang finally revealed the patient's true identity. He was none other than Tiger Lei, a notorious local tycoon in Jiangxing. I wasn't surprised at all. He was just a local bully, nothing to be afraid of. She thought I would be nervous because of Tiger Lei's name, and gently comforted me. Don't worry, he's just an ordinary person. I couldn't help but smile. There are very few people and places in the world that I can fear, and the Lei family isn't among them. She mistakenly thought I was just being stubborn out of pride, and didn't try to persuade me further, only sighing softly and saying nothing more. Just then, a sarcastic voice came from the second floor. A haggard-looking man slowly descended the stairs, his eyes filled with hostility. He stared directly at me, questioning my identity and speaking sharply. Ye Feng directly abandoned all pretense, maliciously speculating about Song Jiaoyang's motives and accusing her of plotting to seize the family fortune, instantly triggering a fierce conflict within the Lei family. Lei's relatives surrounded us, hurling insults and accusing Song Jiaoyang. Although she was used to these accusations, she clearly didn't want to waste any more time arguing with them. She just wanted to get me to the patient's treatment as soon as possible. However, Ye Feng suddenly blocked my way, pointing at my chest and using vulgar language to humiliate both me and Song Jiaoyang. Faced with this unreasonable provocation, my anger flared instantly. My eyes turned as cold as ice, and my voice was stern. Kneel down and apologize immediately, or I'll cripple your hand. As soon as I said this, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that a young doctor would dare to be so arrogant in the Lei family and dare to challenge the Lei family's authority in public. Ye Feng suddenly burst into laughter, his voice full of sarcasm, completely disregarding my warning. However, the next second, the sound of bones cracking rang out, instantly shattering the silence. Without hesitation, I struck, snapping Ye Feng's right hand in one swift motion. His agonizing screams were heart-wrenching. His body curled up on the ground like a helpless child, writhing and struggling in agony. The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Even Song Jiaoyang was taken aback by my decisive action, not expecting me to be so ruthless. Despite the excruciating pain, Ye Feng gritted his teeth and roared, ordering his men to surround me. The Lei family members hesitated, though eager to act. None dared to step forward easily. I scanned the room, my gaze icy, the air itself seeming to freeze under my murderous intent. I coldly warned, anyone who dares to make a move will face the consequences. No one dared to make another move, fearing they would become the next Ye Feng. The situation was completely under my control. Ye Feng could only threaten me in a fit of rage, saying he would seek revenge. I simply replied, I will leave once I have cured my patient. Ye Feng fled in a disheveled state, clutching his arm, followed by a hunched old man who exuded a calm and composed aura, clearly not an ordinary servant. This man was Uncle Fu from the Lei family, a man of extraordinary status. He looked at me with a deep gaze and said, You are the first person who dares to make a move in the Lei family. I didn't care at all, and with my aura fully unleashed, I coldly replied, I practice medicine and save lives, and I will not tolerate anyone humiliating me for no reason. The Lei family members appeared nonchalant on the surface, but were secretly gloating. They knew Uncle Fu was ruthless and had dealt with many suicide squad types who dared to challenge the Lei family. The moment I entered the Lei family's gate, I sensed the murderous intent in Uncle Fu's eyes. He was clearly no ordinary person. Even the Lei family had to show him considerable respect. Ye Feng glared at me angrily and threatened without any politeness. If you dare to hit someone in the Lei family, you'll kneel down today. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned several bodyguards in black. I ignored him and said calmly to Song Jiaoyang, Let's go, time is running out. She quickly led me upstairs. Just as we reached the second floor, Ye Feng's angry shouts came from downstairs. Get out here. He stormed up with his bodyguards, his voice filled with rage. It's him. He dared to hit people in the Lei family, bullying us because we have no one to rely on. Ye Feng roared, his eyes filled with hatred. Song Jiaoyang panicked immediately and hurriedly stepped in front to block the bodyguards. Ye Feng is the doctor I invited. Who dares to touch him? The bodyguards looked at each other, clearly hesitant, but Ye Feng scoffed and said, Song Jiaoyang is nothing but a lackey of the Lei family. She's using Lei Laohu to pressure the bodyguards into taking action. The Lei family's bodyguards, clearly intimidated by the family's power, stubbornly tried to rush forward. My eyes suddenly turned cold, and I shoved them all aside. I said coldly, "You dare insult my parents? Today you will pay the price." Ye Feng remained arrogant and rude, brazenly provoking me and completely disregarding me. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Ye Feng was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood and looking utterly wretched. He hysterically ordered his bodyguards to kill me, but none of them moved. No one dared to obey. Uncle Fu's gaze was sharp, as if he saw through me, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Ye Feng was roaring furiously, but the bodyguards remained silent, none daring to utter a single word. I strode forward, grabbed Ye Feng by the collar, and punched him hard in the face. Insulting my family, there will be no forgiveness. With each relentless punch, Ye Feng's face was reduced to a bloody mess, leaving him completely unable to resist. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Song Jiaoyang rushed forward, grabbed me, and reminded me that I still needed medical treatment. Hearing her reminder, I finally stopped, coldly turned away, and ignored the fallen Ye Feng. Ye Feng was dragged away, causing an uproar. Uncle Fu's gaze was complex as he stared intently at my retreating figure. Uncle Fu suddenly spoke, whispering a warning. "Be careful, the silver needles hidden on the bodyguards are not to be underestimated." I casually waved my hand, and the silver needles swiftly returned to my grasp. The bodyguards immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, clearly realizing they had just narrowly escaped death. The bodyguards knelt down, begging for mercy and thanking me for showing leniency. I looked down at them coldly, my tone icy. "You may escape death, but you will not escape punishment. You will be plagued by illness for the next 3 years. Consider it a small punishment." After saying that, I turned away and ignored them, following Song Jiaoyang into the bedroom. Uncle Fu stood there, marveling in a low voice. This young man is not only highly skilled in medicine, but also not to be underestimated in martial arts. Jiangqing actually has such a talent hidden in it. I ignored the whispers of those around me and pushed open the bedroom door. Lying on the bed was Lei Laohu, over 60 years old, still exuding a powerful aura. Though unconscious, he radiated an oppressive presence. Song Jiaoyang's face was filled with anxiety, her eyes brimming with hope, all her hopes pinned on me. I glanced at him briefly and immediately revealed the truth. He wasn't sick at all. He was ambushed and seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang suddenly realized that Lei Laohu had been deliberately concealing his injuries to maintain stability. I quickly asked him if his injuries could be treated, and he lifted his sleeve, revealing black blood lines spreading across his arm that I could immediately recognize as the black and white duo's black blood palm, the poison having entered his body and severing his meridians. I had already made up my mind. This kind of poison would have been fatal to anyone else, but luckily, he met me. If it were any other doctor, there would have been no way to save him. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly changed the subject. The black and white duo's methods are insidious. Hearing him will inevitably invite their revenge. Song Jiaoyang immediately and solemnly promised, "I will never reveal your identity and will absolutely keep this secret." I smiled coldly, without any fear in my eyes. A mere assassin should have been eliminated long ago. The treatment is divided into 2 steps. Today, we will first restore his consciousness, and then use medicinal herbs to strengthen his body and repair him. Song Jiaoyang finally felt relieved, thanked me repeatedly, and urged me to start the treatment immediately. I didn't say much, removed the Thunder Tiger's cloak, and began to use my unique dragon roar needle technique. As the needles entered her body, a series of dragon roars echoed in the room, and true energy slowly flowed into her body. A few minutes later, Lei Laohu's complexion gradually warmed up, his blood and energy returned, his fingers trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, successfully waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he shouted urgently, "Song Jiaoyang, go quickly. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat." He was too emotional and couldn't help but cough violently, and you could clearly feel the panic in his heart. Song Jiaoyang quickly stepped forward to comfort me, softly calling out, "Uncle Lei," which made my heart tighten. Rumors had always circulated that she was Lei Laohu's mistress, yet her address carried a strong sense of seniority, clearly indicating a hidden story behind it. I observed her quietly and noticed that her smile seemed somewhat forced, and her eyes concealed a deep worry for Lei Laohu. She outwardly feigned composure, but her inner emotions were difficult to hide. But I didn't care about any of that. My duty was to practice medicine. Other entanglements were none of my concern. Lei Laohu, having narrowly escaped death, was utterly astonished and murmured, "I'm still alive." With the crisis averted, Song Jiaoyang's anxiety finally dissipated, and she regained her alluring and captivating aura. She smiled at me and said, "Thank you so much. Your medical skills are so amazing. How can I ever repay you? Lei Laohu hurriedly urged Uncle Fu to prepare a check, intending to reward me handsomely. I waved my hand and refused, saying, I have no interest in money. I just hope you can keep your promise. After saying that, I turned to leave. Seeing this, Song Jiaoyang immediately chased after him and said boldly and bluntly, You saved Lei Laohu. How can you not give me something in return? I helplessly handed her a phone number. Call this number if you want to repay me. She smiled playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No rush, I'll repay you properly. She seemed about to say something more when she suddenly pulled out an exquisite black dragon card and handed it to me. The double black dragon pattern on the card was intricate and clearly unusual. She slowly explained, With this card, you can spend for free anywhere, and resource allocation is a breeze. It's full of privileges. Upon hearing the words, free meal, I immediately took the card and turned to leave. This black dragon card was the only one in the entire city, its value immeasurable, yet I was completely unaware of its true significance. Song Jiaoyang watched my departing figure, her face full of helplessness, as if she hadn't had a chance to explain all the privileges to me yet. At the same time, Lei Feng rushed into the room in a disheveled state, covered in wounds and full of anger. He immediately began to turn the tables, claiming that I had come to the door to commit the crime and shifting all the blame onto me and Song Jiaoyang. Lei Laohu's face instantly darkened, anger surging through him. But before Lei Feng could finish speaking, Lei Laohu slapped him hard across the face, leaving him dizzy. Don't let him appear in front of me again, Lei Laohu roared. However, Lei Feng wasn't giving up. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table and held it to Song Jiaoyang's neck, threatening her. For an outsider, you actually disregarded family ties and betrayed the Lei family? Song Jiaoyang's expression was cold. She easily dodged the blade with a sidestep, snatched the knife back, and plunged it into Lei Feng's throat without hesitation. The attack was clean and swift. Lei Feng didn't react at all. Blood gushed out instantly, and he collapsed, dead. Seeing his nephew die, Lei Laohu's expression remained unchanged. He calmly ordered his bodyguards to dispose of the body, the entire process numb and ruthless. Afterwards, Lei Laohu angrily cursed Lei Feng, saying he deserved to die. Uncle Fu whispered, Many relatives in the Lei family have been gossiping about Song Jiaoyang behind her back. It's thanks to her that she kept quiet that these rumors didn't spread. I listened quietly, secretly sighing in my heart. The Lei family may seem to have a large and powerful force, but in reality, their morale has long been low. Lei Laohu was furious and immediately decided to get rid of these gossipy relatives, but Song Jiaoyang stopped him in time. These rumors can just cover up my true identity, she said calmly, a hint of meaning in her eyes. The mystery was then revealed. 30 years ago, the Lei family was massacred by their enemies, and their only surviving young son was left to wander. Song Jiaoyang was actually that long-lost relative. Uncle Fu changed the subject, proposing to investigate the mastermind behind the black and white duo. Song Jiaoyang shocked me. The black and white duo's target from the very beginning wasn't Lei Laohu, but me. Her identity was almost exposed. The other side clearly intended to eliminate her completely, using extremely ruthless methods. Lei Laohu slammed his fist on the table, filled with rage, but still couldn't find any clues. Song Jiaoyang, however, was confident, having already devised a plan to lure the snake out of its hole, intending to deliberately create a commotion to force the mastermind to reveal themselves. Lei Laohu's momentum surged instantly, and he ordered preparations for action. Although Uncle Fu was somewhat worried about acting too hastily, Song Jiaoyang countered, When have I ever hesitated or delayed while leading you? Uncle Fu suddenly recalled my previous decisive actions and immediately resolved to fight alongside them. Song Jiaoyang suppressed her urge to act immediately and instead asked me, What do you think of this doctor? Lei Laohu praised without hesitation. He can not only break the Black Fiend blood palm, he is simply a genius of our time. Uncle Fu's eyes became more profound, and he said softly, This young man has extraordinary courage, is proficient in both medicine and martial arts, and his strength is unfathomable. Lei Laohu was greatly shocked upon hearing this and immediately asked, Then what is his martial arts skill level? Uncle Fu replied in a deep voice, Such talent is 1 in a million among the younger generation. Even if we joined forces back then, we might not have been able to completely suppress him. Lei Laohu gasped and immediately had the idea of recruiting me, but Uncle Fu sighed helplessly. He is cold and arrogant, and will never be willing to be subordinate to anyone. Although I had already left, I never expected these people to discuss me so much in private. Even more unexpectedly, Song Jiaoyang directly declared, No matter how difficult he is to tame, I will take him down sooner or later. She then instructed Uncle Fu, Investigate his background thoroughly immediately. I had just left the Lei family home when Tang Weiwei called. The moment I answered, she launched into a barrage of questions. You and Song Jiaoyong went on a secret date? I explained helplessly. I have to go back to the Lei family tomorrow for a follow-up appointment. Tang Weiwei immediately became suspicious, her tone full of disbelief. You were able to completely eradicate the goo poison in one go. Why do you need a second appointment? Are you just making excuses? I patiently explained. The treatment methods for each type of injury are completely different. However, she persisted, even bringing up my past with my ex-wife to warn me. Don't use this as an excuse to cheat. I was speechless, thinking that we hadn't even defined our relationship. So how could there be any question of cheating? Her way of thinking was truly unfathomable. Just as I was about to hang up, Tang Weiwei's tone turned cold as she delivered the shocking news. The Zhang family has suddenly intervened in our legal dispute with your ex-wife. Hearing the words Zhang family, my eyes instantly turned icy, and my blood seemed to freeze. That despicable Zhang Wenyong finally couldn't hold back and jumped in. During my marriage with Zhou Shiya, Zhang Wenyong repeatedly humiliated and harassed her. Although I tolerated it out of consideration for Sun Mei, I will never swallow my anger again. As I hurried along, a tall building suddenly came into view. The black dragon pattern on its exterior wall was exactly the same as the pattern on the black dragon card in my hand, which aroused my curiosity. I found myself drawn closer, checking the signs, and learned that there was a top-notch rooftop garden restaurant. The restaurant's stunning view made me immediately decide that since it was noon, I might as well go up and have a proper meal. With my black dragon card, I enjoyed free admission to the restaurant and effortlessly gained access to the top floor. The restaurant's interior was luxurious and upscale, offering a picturesque view of the entire city from its vantage point. The waiter presented the menu, and the dazzling array of dishes made me hesitate for a moment, but in the end I chose the premium steak and paired it with a bottle of aged red wine. The steak was tender and flavorful, and the red wine was full-bodied, making it one of the best restaurants in Jiangxing. However, just as I was enjoying my meal, a shrill laugh shattered my peace from behind. Turning around, I saw it was Zhou Shiya's cousin, Gao Ting. She hurled insults at me without any politeness, accusing me of clinging to my ex-wife and deliberately ruining my mood. I spat out the food in my mouth impatiently and retorted coldly. You don't understand the truth at all. What are you guessing for? Gao Ting became even more aggressive, staring at the red wine on the table and sarcastically saying, You're just putting on a show, trying to please Zhou Shiya by spending money, aren't you? What will you do if you can't pay the bill? In the past, I always tolerated things out of consideration for Zhou Shiya, not wanting to argue with her relatives. But now that we're divorced, I no longer need to swallow my pride. My cold, hard reaction stunned Gao Ting instantly. She seemed not to have expected me to be so forceful. Her face turned ashen, and she angrily accused me of being arrogant. The atmosphere was tense, and just as Gao Ting and I were confronting each other, a familiar male voice came from afar. Zhang Wenyong had also appeared there. Gao Ting immediately added fuel to the fire, frantically complaining and accusing me of deliberately causing trouble. Zhang Wenyong angrily stepped forward, accusing me of disturbing his date with Zhou Shiya, his words filled with contempt. His face was contorted with rage as he stormed towards the table, viciously hurling insults at me. This restaurant isn't yours. How dare you cause trouble here? I smiled coldly, my eyes icy. This isn't your restaurant. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly here? Enraged by my words, Zhang Wenyong walked straight to the table and spat on my steak without hesitation. Gao Ting, standing nearby, sneered and brought up the old rumors about 10 million, constantly slandering me and trying to stir up more trouble. However, a question flashed through my mind. 10 million? Why did she keep bringing up this amount? This was the second time I'd heard about 10 million. There must be something fishy going on. I immediately pressed her for details. What exactly is going on with this 10 million? Gao Ting gave vague answers, ultimately shifting the blame to Zhang Wenyong, clearly indicating that she had conspired to lie beforehand. I immediately saw through her trap, staring coldly at Zhang Wenyong and sternly questioning. Tell me, what is the truth? Zhang Wenyong, feeling guilty, avoided my gaze. In his anger, he tried to subdue me, but I easily dodged, grabbed his hair, and slammed him against the marble tabletop. With a loud crash, the tabletop shattered instantly, and Zhang Wenyong, bleeding from a head wound, collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Gao Ting was completely terrified, utterly unable to believe that I possessed such a powerful counterattack. She hurriedly stepped forward to support him, but Zhang Wenyong pushed her away uncontrollably. Zhang Wenyong erupted in anger and charged at me again, raising his fist to strike me. At that very moment, I easily blocked his fist with a fork. He slammed his fist into the fork with all his might, the excruciating pain instantly shooting through his arm. Taking advantage of the moment, I thrust the fork through the back of his hand, pinning it firmly to the table. Zhang Wenyong's face was contorted with agony, his eyes filled with terror. I looked at him coldly. Do you want to clarify the matter of 10 million? Chapter 21 Heartbreaking. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, let alone when the entire palm is pierced. Zhang Wenyong couldn't bear the pain any longer and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. No, I didn't give you 10 million. I kept the 10 million. Please pull the fork out. Gao Ting covered her mouth in shock behind her. It turned out that Zhang Wenyong had embezzled the 10 million. The altercation between the two lasted only 3 minutes, but it quickly caused a stir among the surrounding diners. A group of security guards carrying batons jogged in unison and surrounded Ye Feng and Zhang Wenyong. The tall security guard said to Ye Feng, "Stop right now." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng pulled the fork out of Zhang Wenyong's hand. After all, this was a public place, a restaurant. It's reasonable to let the hotel staff handle things if there's a problem. I was eating here when those two humiliated me repeatedly and even hit me. Before Ye Feng could finish speaking, the tall security guard roared, "Shut up." Then he turned to Zhang Wenyong, whose face was covered in blood and whose hand was crippled, and said, "Young Master Zhang, are you all right? I found you some medical staff here." Zhou Shiya arrived late, having just finished her work, and found the Sky Garden in complete chaos as soon as she entered. When she saw Zhang Wenyong's miserable state, she was so shocked that she covered her mouth and asked, "What happened?" Upon seeing Zhou Shiya arrive, Gao Ting's eyes darted around. She couldn't let Zhou Shiya know the truth. She knew Zhou Shiya's temperament. If she knew the truth, she would definitely not pay any more attention to Zhang Wenyong. When that happens, Gao Ting's dream of having Zhou Shiya marry Zhang Wenyong, a powerful alliance, will be shattered. "Shiya, you finally arrived. Look at how badly Ye Feng beat Zhang Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya looked up and indeed saw Ye Feng's familiar face. Was it Ye Feng who did it again? What right did he have to hit someone? Gao Ting quickly chimed in, twisting the truth, because Ye Feng knows that young Master Zhang is going to help you deal with Tang Weiwei. I don't know where they found out we were eating here, but they're here waiting for us. Upon seeing young Master Zhang, he beat him up like this without saying a word. If the security guards hadn't come, he would have hit me too. If it were in the past, Zhou Shiya would definitely have considered Gao Ting's words. However, she has heard too many negative things about Ye Feng recently, and her opinion of him has long since changed. After hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhou Shiya had no doubts and went forward to question Ye Feng. "You beat Zhang Wenyong up like this?" Seeing this most familiar stranger in front of him, Ye Feng felt a little uneasy. The two people who once loved and supported each other are now like enemies. Ye Feng nodded slightly. "That's right, I hit it." Suppressing her anger, Zhou Shiya continued to ask, "You also joined Tang Weiwei in slandering me, saying that my medicinal herbs were all counterfeit and substandard, right?" Ye Feng said calmly, "The medicinal herbs your company supplied to the Tang family were indeed counterfeit and substandard. You should thoroughly investigate your company." Zhou Shiya gave a cold laugh. I've already checked with Dr. David Xiao at the hospital. There's nothing wrong with our medicine. It's Tang Weiwei's problem. I've arranged to have dinner with Dr. David Zhou tomorrow, and I'll have him write down what he knows on a piece of paper. I will thwart your and Tang Weiwei's conspiracy." When Ye Feng heard the name David Zhou, his expression changed drastically. That doctor who had syphilis must have had a very bad lifestyle. If Zhou Shiya were to meet him alone, there would most likely be problems. Although the two had divorced, they had been married for 3 years, and Ye Feng didn't want Zhou Shiya to fall into a trap. That David Zhou is no good person. I hope you don't go see him. Zhou Shiya's almond-shaped eyes widened. "Ye Feng, can you please stop trying to fool me with such a stupid reason? Do you really think I'm an idiot? You're just afraid. Dr. David Zhou will testify for me, and you and Tang Weiwei will face legal consequences." Ye Feng was quite helpless. Every word he said from beginning to end was the truth, but Zhou Shiya didn't believe a word he said. Ye Feng, considering that they had been together for 3 years, still wanted to say a few more words of advice. "I'm not lying to you. David Zhou is not a good person at all. And Zhang Wenyong isn't a good person either. He embezzled." Before Ye Feng could finish speaking, Zhou Shiya shouted, "Ye Feng, shut up. All men are bad, except for you. Ye Feng, who is a good man, right? You cheated on me, framed me, and beat my brother. How could you be such a person? If I had known you were this kind of person, I would have married Zhang Wenyong instead of you." As she spoke, tears welled up in Zhou Shiya's eyes like pearls, rolling down her pretty face as she released all the grievances and repression she had been suppressing over the past few days. Hearing Zhou Shiya's words, Ye Feng felt a pang in his heart. He silently devoted himself to Zhou Shiya for 3 years, giving up everything in the United States. "This is what we got in the end?" Ye Feng asked, his voice trembling slightly. You just said that if you had known you would marry Zhang Wenyang, you wouldn't have married me? Zhou Shiya was also in a state of frenzy at this moment. Her younger brother had been beaten, and she had been framed by her ex-husband. Yes, I said I would rather marry Zhang Wenyang than you. Ye Feng felt as if his heart was being torn apart upon hearing this, and could only manage a bitter smile. At this time, Zhang Wenyang's right hand had already been bandaged by the medical staff at the Sky Garden. He said to the tall security guard next to him, "Go get him and break both his legs." Upon hearing this, the tall security guard saluted Zhang Wenyang. "Yes, young Master Zhang." He waved to a few security guards, who immediately understood and surrounded Ye Feng. Zhou Shiya saw this and wanted to say something. Just as he opened his mouth, he thought of how Ye Feng had beaten his younger brother into a mummy-like state, and how Zhang Wenyang had been beaten into the same state. It's only natural that Zhang Wenyang would now seek revenge. Even I couldn't stop it. Ye Feng, who was in the distance, naturally saw Zhou Shiya's actions. It seemed that Zhou Shiya had tacitly approved of Zhang Wenyang's behavior. Heartbroken, Ye Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Seeing Ye Feng's actions, the security guards assumed that Ye Feng had given up resisting. They rushed towards Ye Feng, wielding batons. Gao Ting watched this scene excitedly from behind. Zhang Wenyang was indeed capable. He didn't even need to take action himself, and these security guards broke Ye Feng's leg. Zhou Shiya closed her eyes with some reluctance. Although she hated Ye Feng, she still felt sorry for him when he was about to have his legs broken. However, all of this was Ye Feng's own fault. Two crisp cracking sounds rang out. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the hanging gardens. Chapter 22 Black Card. Hearing the screams, Zhou Shiya opened her eyes. Because she could tell that the scream just now was not Ye Feng's voice. When she opened her eyes, she saw a surprising scene. The tall security guard from before was lying on the ground, clutching his legs and rolling around. Zhou Shiya asked Gao Ting beside her with a surprised look, "What happened?" Having witnessed everything, Gao Ting swallowed hard. The security captain hadn't even made a move before Ye Feng kicked both his legs off. Zhou Shiya's eyes widened upon hearing this. When did Ye Feng become so powerful? He could break both of a person's legs with a single kick. The tall security guard lying on the ground, clutching his leg in pain, spoke to the group of security guards. "Charge them." The security guards finally came to their senses and rushed towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he felt extremely cold-hearted, and his attack was naturally ruthless. He grabbed a police baton that was being swung at him with his left hand and slammed it down hard with his right. The sturdy police baton was actually broken by Ye Feng's flesh and blood. He was still reeling from the shock when he saw the broken baton in his hand. Ye Feng threw a powerful punch. The security guard felt as if he had been hit in the chest with a hammer, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then everything went black before he fainted. After dealing with one security guard, Ye Feng retreated instead of advancing, charging towards the group of security guards. At this moment, Ye Feng was like a tiger among sheep. The fists are like hammers, the elbows like knives, and the knee strikes like thunder. None of the security guards were a match for Ye Feng, and the battle ended in a few short minutes with Ye Feng's complete domination. The security guards lay on the ground in pain, not howling, while Ye Feng coldly watched Zhou Shiya and the other two. At this moment, Gao Ting was terrified. She gently tugged at Zhou Shiya and whispered, "Shiya, let's run. Ye Feng, don't come any closer and hit us too." Zhou Shiya was stunned by what she saw. Was the man standing in front of her really Ye Feng, the gentle and refined man she had been married to for 3 years? Married for 3 years, I never knew Ye Feng had such skills. Zhang Wenyang, standing to the side, let out a ferocious grin. Run? Run for what? Last year, the young master of the Li family caused trouble again and had his limbs broken. The next day, the Li family not only did not cause any trouble, but also came here in person to apologize. How dare Ye Feng cause trouble here? He's dead. Gao Ting breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhang Wenyang's words. She knew about the Li family. They were real estate tycoons in Jiangxing City. Even the Li family dared not offend them, which shows the power behind the Sky Garden. So what if Ye Feng is good at fighting? He has no money, no power, and is still a good for nothing. Sure enough, just as Zhang Wenyang finished speaking, dozens of security guards, who looked like armed police and were fully armed with riot shields in their left hands and electric batons in their right, arrived at the scene. Looking at the security guards' synchronized movements and their imposing presence, it's clear they've all received professional training. Compared to the tall security guards and others from before, they were not comparable at all. The man leading the group was a man in a suit, who was the manager of the Sky Garden. Seeing the security guards lying on the ground, the manager's face darkened. If the boss blamed him for this, he would be furious. So he quickly walked up to the tall security guard and asked, "What happened?" The tall security guard, clutching his legs, pointed at Ye Feng and said, "Manager, It was him who did it. The manager frowned upon seeing this. Ye Feng had single-handedly taken down so many security guards? These security guards are complete incompetent. Kid, do you know this is Tiger's property? How dare you cause trouble here? Upon hearing the name Tiger Lord, Gao Ting exclaimed in surprise from afar. Could it be Lei Laohu? Zhang Wenyong, standing to the side, said smugly. That's right, it's Lei Laohu. Zhou Shiya only knew about business matters and was completely unfamiliar with the name Lei Laohu, so she couldn't help but ask, who is Lei Laohu? Gao Ting exclaimed excitedly from the side. Sure ya, you don't even know Lei Laohu? He's a notorious figure in Jiangqing's underworld, said to be a ruthless killer. Ye Feng is finished now, let's watch the show. When Zhou Shiya heard about underworld figures and ruthless killers, her mouth dropped open. All of this was beyond her comprehension. He couldn't help but look in Ye Feng's direction. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng suddenly realized. So this is Lei Laohu's business. Ye Feng now understood why Song Jiaoyang said that with the Black Dragon card, one could ask for anything they could do at any place marked with the Black Dragon symbol. Because these were all Lei Laohu's businesses, and she had treated Lei Laohu's injuries, Song Jiaoyang gave her this black card. Ye Feng thought that since Song Jiaoyang had given him the Black Dragon card, and he had just crippled several security guards. If we cripple all these people, it would be embarrassing to treat Lei Laohu tomorrow. After all, he used someone else's card to eat for free, and ended up crippling Lei Laohu's men. That's really unacceptable. Ye Feng wanted to explain. I came here to eat, but I was repeatedly harassed and insulted, and even physically assaulted. I defended myself, and these security guards tried to break my legs without even asking what happened. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the manager frowned and looked at the tall security guard beside him. Is that how it is? The tall security guard, gritting his teeth against the pain in his leg, explained, Young Master Zhang is a regular customer here. He has a gold card, while this kid. The tall security guard's meaning was clear. Zhang Wenyong was of noble status, while Ye Feng was just an ordinary person, so naturally, he was protecting Zhang Wenyong. At this moment, Zhang Wenyong walked out triumphantly, took out the gold card from his pocket, and lightly patted the manager's face twice. What the hell are you standing there for? This is my gold card. Go and break that kid's legs, or I'll file a complaint against you and make you lose your job. What's wrong with you as a manager? You're not even as sensible as this security guard. Is this how you treat gold card customers? The manager, sensing Zhang Wenyong's contemptuous gesture, narrowed his eyes, clearly angered. Manager Yao used to be a low-level leader under Lei Laohu, and he was a ruthless man. However, he has only been helping Lei Laohu manage some businesses in recent years. Having been insulted by Zhang Wenyong like this, he would have taught Zhang Wenyong a lesson long ago if it were any other time. Remembering that he was no longer a violent thug, the manager suppressed his anger and did not lash out. They had no choice but to do as Zhang Wenyong said, and told the security guards, break his legs as requested by the Huajin card customer. Just as the fully armed security guards swarmed forward, Ye Feng slowly took out the Black Dragon card from his pocket. I have a card here too. Would you like to take a look? The managers were all staring at Ye Feng with utter bewilderment. You're dressed like a street vendor, and you even have a card? Zhang Wenyong looked at the card in Ye Feng's hand and laughed so hard, he almost fell over. The Sky Garden only has two types of cards, gold and platinum. Where did you get that lousy black card, kid? Trying to act all high and mighty here. The manager, who had been indifferent, trembled when he heard the name of the black card. Chapter 23 The Zhang Family's Conspiracy. The manager walked respectfully to Ye Feng and said cautiously, Sir, could I please take a look at the card in your hand? Ye Feng smiled slightly and handed the Black Dragon card to the manager. Looking at the Black Dragon card in his hand, the manager's hands trembled slightly. Seeing the Black Dragon card is like seeing the Thunder Tiger himself. In other words, Ye Feng now represents Lei Laohu. The manager's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Sir, I didn't know you were a distinguished Black Dragon card guest. I'm sorry. Black Dragon card? Upon hearing these three words, Zhou Shiya, who was unaware of their meaning, was unfazed, but Zhang Wenyong's eyes widened in astonishment. This Black Dragon card is the ultimate VIP card at the Sky Garden. It is said that there is only one in Lei Laohu's possession, and he has not given it away. How could Ye Feng possibly have that? You should know that this gold card actually belongs to your father, which you secretly took and used to show off. Is Ye Feng's influence greater than that of his own father? Incredulous, Zhang Wenyong stepped forward. This card must be fake. Upon hearing this, the manager frowned and coldly said to Zhang Wenyong, Are you questioning my judgment? Zhang Wenyong was taken aback. It would be rather unreasonable for the manager of the Sky Garden not to recognize Lei Laohu's Black Dragon card. But where did Ye Feng get this Black Dragon card from? Zhang Wenyong thought for a long time. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he said with a sudden realization, I know, he must have stolen it. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression changed drastically, and he slapped Zhang Wenyong hard across the face. That idiot. Who could possibly steal something that's in Tiger's hands? Should he try stealing one? The manager's slap was delivered in a fit of rage, and Zhang Wenyong already had injuries on his face. Injury upon injury, pain upon pain. Zhang Wenyong, clutching his face in pain and anger, said, "What right do you have to hit me?" The manager slapped Zhang Wenyong hard across the face again. "In our Sky Garden, you deserve to be beaten just for offending our esteemed Black Dragon card guest." Zhang Wenyong was dizzy from the beating. He took out his environment card again and said breathlessly, I have a card too." Upon seeing this, the manager snatched the diamond card and broke it in two. "From now on, your Zhang family is no longer a VIP at our Sky Garden. Guards, throw those three out. And while you're at it, announce that the Zhang family is not welcome in our Sky Garden." Looking at the two halves of the gold card on the ground, Zhang Wenyong was so anxious that tears were about to fall. "You know, a gold card is a symbol of status, and my dad treasures it like a precious gem. If he finds out that I've ruined the gold card like this, he'll skin me alive." Before Zhang Wenyong could think any further, seeing the security guards approaching menacingly, he was so frightened that he grabbed the two women and ran away. He knew all too well how ruthless Lei Laohu's men were. Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting were both stunned. When did Ye Feng become so high-ranking? However, seeing the current situation, they had no choice but to leave in a panic. After leaving the Sky Garden, Zhou Shiya frowned slightly and said strangely, "Strange, why is Ye Feng suddenly of such high status?" Gao Ting, standing to the side, curled her lip and said, "Pa, what's so great about someone who lives off a woman? It must have been given to him by Tang Weiwei." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya suddenly realized that she was more willing to believe this reason than Ye Feng's status had become higher. At the same time, he was filled with disdain, thinking that he was only good for living off women. Zhang Wenyong, whose face was covered in injuries, curled his lip in disdain. He thought that even Tang Weiwei's father, Tang Tianyi, was probably not worthy of this Black Dragon card. Where will Tang Weiwei get it from? As for why Ye Feng has the Black Dragon card, Lei Laohu is a rogue after all, and how could a rich second generation like myself possibly guess what's going on in his mind? Suddenly, Zhang Wenyong's phone rang. He saw the caller ID. It was his father, Zhang Laming. Zhang Wenyong felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him, but he still steeled himself and answered the phone. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard an angry roar from the other end. "Zhang Wenyong, you spendthrift son, how did you offend Sky Garden? Now everyone in the industry knows we've been blacklisted by Sky Garden. I have 2 clients scheduled to have dinner at the Sky Garden tomorrow, and you've left me all alone. Get back here right now, or I'll skin you alive." Zhang Wenyong was so frightened that he quickly said goodbye to the 2 women and slunk away, while harboring deep hatred for Ye Feng. Zhou Shiya watched Zhang Wenyong's disheveled figure, lost in thought. When did Ye Feng acquire such abilities, enough to make Zhang Wenyong so embarrassed? Gao Ting seemed to see right through Zhou Shiya's thoughts. Ye Feng relies entirely on Tang Weiwei. Once we meet with Dr. David Zhou tomorrow and get his statement, we can bring down Tang Weiwei. Now that Tang Weiwei has fallen, let's see where Ye Feng can still live off his wife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya nodded gently and felt relieved. Neither Ye Feng's freeloading nor Tang Weiwei's framing is the right path. The right way is to do business honestly and reliably, without relying on others, and by relying on your own skills. Zhang Family Villa. At this moment, Zhang Laming sat on the imposing sofa with a furious expression. Zhang Wenyong, his face covered in blood and wounds, knelt carefully on the ground. "Dad, I was wrong." Zhang Laming took a puff of the expensive cigar, then slammed it into the ashtray. He said angrily, "Tell me what you did wrong." Zhang Wenyong said with a long face, "I shouldn't have used your gold card to show off, and now look what happened." Zhang Wenyong looked at him with a disappointed expression. "Your biggest mistake is that you're not even as good as a piece of trash. They even beat us up like this. If word gets out, it will be a disgrace to the Zhang family." Thinking of all his injuries, Zhang Wenyong clenched his uninjured left hand tightly. "Dad, don't worry, I've already found someone. I'm going to kill that brat Ye Feng." Zhang Laming nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. "This is my son. How's it going with the thing I told you about pursuing Zhou Shiya?" Based on my analysis over the past 3 years, the Yang family has high hopes for Zhou Shiya and will support her to become the richest person in Jiangxing within 2 years. If you can win her over, our Zhang family will become the richest family in Jiangxing. At this point, Zhang Wenyong said menacingly, "Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely get my hands on this woman within a month. If she still doesn't know what's good for her, I'll take matters into my own hands and make sure she can't escape my grasp." Zhang Laming smiled slightly upon hearing this. Haha, that's right. This is my son, Zhang Laming's son. Chapter 24 Fiery Red Lips. At night, Ye Feng practiced his boxing techniques frantically alone in the courtyard of the villa. Although he had already divorced Zhou Shiya's words today, "If I had known I would marry Zhang Wenyong, I would not have married him," kept Ye Feng awake for a long time, and he could only vent his frustration by practicing boxing. After completing a set of punches, Ye Feng, covered in sweat, exhaled a breath of stale air. Then a silvery laugh rang out from outside. He can't sleep at night after the divorce? His masculine energy has nowhere to go but to box here. Ye Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw Song Jiaoyang, dressed in a red dress, standing at the entrance of his villa. Ye Feng remembered that he had not told Song Jiaoyang his address, so Song Jiaoyang must have investigated him to be able to find him. After all, anyone with a bit of ability could find out about my information from the past 3 years in Jiangqing. Ye Feng was very angry when Tang Weiwei investigated him before, and now Song Jiaoyang is doing the same. Judging from Ye Feng's expression, the clever Song Jiaoyang guessed the general idea. However, unlike Tang Weiwei that day, she didn't confront Ye Feng forcefully. Instead, she gave a charming smile. What? They're already at your doorstep. Aren't you going to invite them in? Ye Feng said irritably, no time. Then he turned to enter the villa. Song Jiaoyang showed no anger whatsoever, but instead shouted at the top of her lungs. Ye Feng, you heartless bastard, you turn your back on me after you've done your bidding. They've already come to your house, but you won't even let them in. You're just using me and then ignoring me. Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. What nonsense was this woman spouting? As soon as Song Jiaoyang spoke, many villas that had already turned off their lights turned them on, and people could be seen surging through the windows. Ye Feng's face immediately turned red. He wanted to stay there for a while longer, and he couldn't bear the embarrassment. He quickly pulled Song Jiaoyang into the villa. Song Jiaoyang continued in a sweet voice. Oh dear, Ye Feng, you're so impatient. Don't drag her if she doesn't want it today. Ye Feng nearly coughed up blood, and pulled Song Jiaoyang into the villa to ask, what exactly do you want? Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly, and looked around. It's the middle of the night. What else could a man and a woman be doing alone like this? Looking at the passionate Song Jiaoyang, Ye Feng swallowed hard. No matter what, he's a virile young man. You can't just seduce him like that. Seeing Ye Feng's reaction, Song Jiaoyang smiled inwardly and gently drew circles on Ye Feng's chest with her small hand. You have pinned up masculinity, right? Let me help you release it. Ye Feng subconsciously took a step back. You? How are you going to help me? Song Jiaoyang pointed lightly to her fiery red lips with her index finger and said seductively, I'll use my mouth to help you release your pent-up emotions. Looking at Song Jiaoyang's stunning beauty, Ye Feng knew that if he continued like this, he would lose control. He quickly pushed Song Jiaoyang away. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Song Jiaoyang laughed heartily. Little brother, you're so funny. She just wants to go to a bar with you for a drink. Why are you so scared? Ye Feng's eyes widened, completely bewildered. You mean drinking? Didn't you just say you'd help me with your mouth? Song Jiaoyang covered her mouth and said with a smile, drinking is all about using your mouth, and drinking with you is just helping you vent. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng realized he had fallen into the woman's trap, but he felt utterly helpless. Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly. Let's go, my little brother. If your sister doesn't get drunk, how will your brother have a chance? Ye Feng, who was already feeling down, became quite interested in the suggestion of drinking. Soon, Song Jiaoyang drove Ye Feng to a bar called Night Charm. Upon entering the bar, a burst of loud music greeted me, a stark contrast to the silence of the night outside. Inside the bar's dance floor, people swayed and danced to the music. They release the stress of the day and demonstrate the vitality of youth. As soon as Song Jiaoyang, dressed in a charming and alluring red dress, entered the dimly lit bar, she immediately became the focus of everyone present. The men's eyes were like those of hungry wolves, gleaming green in the dim light. With her hot figure and sexy demeanor, it has to be said that Song Jiaoyang is incredibly attractive to men. Despite the intense gazes from the men around her, Song Jiaoyang didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she acted with composure. She was already used to the men's gaze. She simply smiled gently at Ye Feng and said, little brother, you'd better be careful. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng glanced around, and, sure enough, the men were all staring at him with eyes that looked like they wanted to devour him. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. Song Jiaoyang was just too charming, and being her male companion was really stressful. The two found a place to sit down. Even a bartender who sees hot girls at bars every day was immediately struck by Song Jiaoyang's appearance. He stepped forward and asked, what would you two like to drink? Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly at the bartender. Blood Mary, extra ice. Seeing Song Jiaoyang smile, the bartender was completely taken aback. Even after years of working in the industry, he felt a flutter in his heart that he had only experienced during his first love. Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly at Ye Feng. Little brother, I can drink iced drinks today. Watching Song Jiaoyang and Ye Feng flirt, the bartender felt a pang of unease. Ye Feng simply said to the bartender, give me a flaming red lips. The bartender was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, knowing that fiery red lips was a strong liquor, and that this pretty boy in front of him could drink it. He must just be trying to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Song Jiaoyang teased with a smile. Little brother, you still have your eye on your sister's red lips. The bartender squinted at Ye Feng, looking at him with a jealous expression. I'll make you love red lips. You'll drink yourself to death if you look at me for too long. With that in mind, the bartender deliberately added extra spirits to the glass, preparing to make a bizarre version of flaming red lips to embarrass Ye Feng. Soon, 2 glasses of red cocktails were placed in front of the two of them. When the bartender was mixing Ye Feng's fiery red lips, he secretly left a small glass for himself. The bartender took a small lick and felt a spicy sensation on his tongue. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Even he couldn't stand this abnormal version of fiery red lips while drinking every day. Let's not even talk about that pretty boy. Ye Feng, who was already somewhat annoyed, picked up the fiery red lipstick in his hand, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The bartender almost burst out laughing at Ye Feng's actions. This is such strong liquor, and this kid actually wants to down it in one gulp? They'd rather drink until they get a stomach perforation and spray it everywhere. This beautiful woman will definitely dislike him and leave him. Then I'll show off my drinking skills and get this beautiful woman drunk. As expected, after taking the strong liquor, Ye Feng's face turned very ugly, and he looked like he was in great pain. Chapter 25 Delicate Relationships. Ye Feng appeared to be in great pain as he forcefully swallowed the strong liquor in his mouth. Then, with a contorted face, he said to the bartender, this drink is really hard to swallow. It's as bland as water, and it's nothing like the drinks I had in the US. Give me 3 more cups, 3 times stronger than this. Ye Feng, who has lived in the United States for many years, drinks the strongest foreign liquors. This glass of fiery red lipstick is indeed much less potent. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang also finished her Bloody Mary in one gulp. Song Jiaoyang herself has a very good alcohol tolerance, and she imitated Ye Feng's words. Give me 3 more Blood Marys, 3 times stronger than this one. After saying that, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. A glass of wine seemed to instantly shorten the distance between the two people. The bartender swallowed hard in shock when he saw the two of them. He could tell that Ye Feng and Song Jiaoyang weren't just showing off. They genuinely had a high alcohol tolerance. They also abandoned their previous ideas. Not to mention Ye Feng's drinking capacity, he wouldn't embarrass himself by leaving. With Song Jiaoyang's alcohol tolerance, you could drink yourself to death and still not get her drunk. 6 more cups of wine were served. After drinking, Song Jiaoyang, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling like spring water, looked at Ye Feng with a rosy glow. Little brother, have you thought about finding someone else after your divorce? Ye Feng took a sip of wine, smacked his lips after swallowing it, and thought the wine was somewhat interesting. A wife isn't a cabbage. You can't just find one whenever you want. Song Jiaoyang smiled and said to Ye Feng, silly boy, it's right under your nose, even though it's far away. Looking at the beautiful and proactive Song Jiaoyang in front of him, it would be a lie to say that Ye Feng wasn't tempted. However, many memories of Zhou Shiya from the past flashed through my mind. Meeting, getting to know each other, becoming friends, falling in love, everything was so beautiful. Ye Feng couldn't understand why Zhou Shiya seemed like a completely different person after she started making money. Thinking of this, Ye Feng picked up the remaining wine and gulped it down. The strong liquor felt like a knife cutting through my throat, but it couldn't compare to the pain in my heart. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Song Jiaoyang smiled and asked with a hint of jealousy, what's wrong? Missing your ex-wife? Wanna remarry? Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. They think I'm useless. Then he took another big gulp of wine. After today's investigation, Song Jiaoyang naturally learned that Ye Feng was divorced because he was disliked. Looking at the man before her, a man skilled in both medicine and martial arts, Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly. It's not your fault. You can only blame her for being too ordinary. Your skills are worth far more than a mere sum of money. But all of this is beyond her comprehension. Ye Feng, who had just taken a sip of strong liquor, sighed. He knew all too well that this was the case. Zhou Shiya divorced Ye Feng because she thought he was ordinary, but she didn't know that it was she who was ordinary. Song Jiaoyang, who understands men very well, saw Ye Feng sighing and knew that he was in great pain at that moment, which was also the most tender moment in his heart. Men, like women, also experience heartache when their relationships fail. This is when offering a little care and concern is the easiest way to take advantage of their vulnerability. She gently placed her delicate hand on Ye Feng's large hand. Little brother, let bygones be bygones. Life goes on, and you still have your sister. Ye Feng watched as Song Jiayang's gaze gradually changed. For the past few days, it felt as if a stone was pressing on his heart. Drinking today was indeed very stress-relieving, and he was very grateful to Song Jiayang. Seeing the change in Ye Feng's eyes, Song Jiayang smiled slightly and was about to speak. At that moment, a noisy commotion arose from the side. A conservatively dressed young woman, drunk, was being harassed by several thugs. Seeing this, Song Jiayang sighed. This girl looks like a well-behaved student. She's probably either struggling academically or heartbroken and has come here to drink. The young girl doesn't understand the dangers of the world. A young girl coming here to drink is like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Another beautiful flower is about to be trampled. The girl, clinging to the last shred of her sanity, struggled desperately. Go away, I don't know you. I miss my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law and sister are divorced. I want to find my brother-in-law. Wah. Upon hearing this, the leader of the blonde thugs laughed as he dragged the drunk girl outside. Little beauty, you're so pretty. I bet your sister is pretty too. After we've finished with you tonight, introduce your sister to us. We'll all be your brothers-in-law, and take care of you sisters every day. How about that? As they spoke, the group of thugs let out a series of lewd laughs and hurriedly lifted the girl up to leave. Many people around witnessed this scene, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. This group of thugs frequently used this bar to get young girls drunk and then take turns raping them. Some girls suffered losses but dared not speak out, and some were even threatened and turned into tools for them to make money. A couple came here for drinks a while ago, and the woman was targeted by these thugs because she was pretty. She approached him wanting to drink and chat, but he resisted. These thugs dragged the two women into an alley outside and, in front of the man, took turns raping the woman. The next day, news came that the woman had committed suicide. These thugs, however, did nothing wrong. Since that incident, no one has dared to offend them. Upon seeing this, Ye Feng put down his wine glass and stood up with a cold expression. Song Jiayang was taken aback by Ye Feng's actions, then laughed and said, What, little brother, are you going to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Ye Feng didn't say anything, but walked towards the thugs with a cold face. As Ye Feng passed by Song Jiayang, she felt the scorching air around her instantly drop several degrees, and she couldn't help but shiver. Murderous look. These two words flashed through Song Jiayang's mind instantly. Song Jiayang knew that only people who had actually killed others possessed this kind of murderous aura. Take Uncle Fu and Lei Laohu, for example. The killing intent emanating from Ye Feng's body was even stronger and colder than that of Lei Laohu and Fu Bo. This is not something you can acquire simply by killing one or two people. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Song Jiayang smiled slightly and licked her sexy red lips. I knew I hadn't misjudged the man. Ye Feng is the man she's been looking for. Hee hee, little beauty, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. The blonde-haired man laughed as he struggled, reaching out his dirty claws to grab the girl's chest. Just as the dog's paw was about to touch the tender white flesh bun, a large hand suddenly grabbed the yellow-haired dog's paw hard. The blonde-haired man was furious. He turned around and saw a strange man. Who are you, daring to meddle in my business? At this moment, the girl, whose eyes were still blurry from drinking, slowly opened them, pouted, and exclaimed in surprise, Brother-in-law. Wah, I knew you wouldn't leave. Then she fell asleep. Chapter 26 Ants Gnawing at an Elephant. You're asking for it. Ye Feng punched the blonde-haired man hard in the face. Huang Mao felt a sharp pain on his face, as if he had been hit by a hammer. Just as the blonde-haired man was covering his face and howling, Ye Feng grabbed his hair. Grabbing the blonde-haired man by the head, he showed no mercy and slammed it hard against the corner of a nearby table. With a loud crash, the blonde-haired man felt dizzy and lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The onlookers were astonished by what they saw. Who is this guy? He's too fierce. Ye Feng ignored the crowd, snatched the girl back from the blonde-haired man, and kept shaking and calling out to her. Zhou Zitong, wake up! Why aren't you studying properly? Why are you drinking so much at the bar? This girl was Zhou Shiya's younger sister, and Ye Feng's sister-in-law. Unlike the rest of the Zhou family, Zhou Zitong never looked down on Ye Feng. From the time she entered high school 3 years ago, she greatly admired Ye Feng. She thought Ye Feng was a polite and courteous gentleman, and she had a deep affection for him. Zhou Zitong, who was already extremely drunk, opened her eyes again and saw Ye Feng. She hugged Ye Feng tightly, as if afraid he would leave. Brother-in-law, my mother said you and my sister are divorced. I was feeling really upset. That's why I went out drinking. Tell me, None of this is true. Looking at Zhou Zitong, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, Ye Feng felt a pang of heartache. I never imagined that my divorce would cause so much harm to my sister-in-law. Ye Feng said softly. It's all right, it's all in the past. I will always be your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law will take you away now. Ye Feng picked up Zhou Zitong and was about to leave when the thugs blocked his way. Seeing their actions, Ye Feng recalled their earlier attempt to take Zhou Zitong away. His tone was icy, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Ye Feng's murderous aura was far beyond what a few thugs could withstand. The thugs felt a tremor run through their souls, and their eyes glared at Ye Feng like those of a wild beast ready to devour them. Startled, she involuntarily stepped back, making way for Ye Feng. Just as Ye Feng was about to carry Zhou Zitong away, an angry voice rang out. Who dares to talk so arrogantly, trying to cause trouble in my Scarface's territory? At that moment, a man with a long scar on his face walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing Scarface arrive, the people on either side instinctively made way for him. The scar belonged to none other than the bar owner, a gang leader in the underworld, who protected Huang Mao and his gang. The onlookers couldn't help but feel sorry for Ye Feng. This kid has really messed up today. Scarface has more than 20 thugs under his command. If he comes alone to cause trouble, he's likely to meet a bad end. Scarface approached the half-dead blonde-haired man lying on the ground and kicked his face. What happened? The blonde-haired man shook his head and weakly pointed his index finger at Ye Feng. Scarface, we've found you a girl. This kid suddenly appeared and snatched the girl away. Scarface followed the yellow hair's index finger and immediately saw Zhou Zitong in Ye Feng's arms. Youthful energy, something you'd never find in a nightclub. This blonde-haired guy has a sharp eye. He's definitely got his hands on this woman today. He stepped forward and blocked Ye Feng's path. Ye Feng, holding Zhou Zitong, glanced coldly at Scarface. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. As the bar owner, Scarface condoned Huang Mao and his gang's harassment of women, and Ye Feng hated this kind of person the most. Especially today, the fact that they actually set their sights on Zhou Zitong made Ye Feng extremely angry. Scarface was stunned. He had never seen such an arrogant person in his life, daring to curse him on his own turf. Damn it, kid, you beat someone up here and just want to leave? If you don't give me an explanation, not only will this woman stay, but you will stay too. Ye Feng was very worried about Zhou Zitong at this moment, as he knew that Zhou Zitong never drank alcohol. I drank so much alcohol today, and I don't know if it will harm my health. He wanted to take Zhou Zitong away to give her a checkup, but was stopped by Scarface. I originally planned to settle accounts with these thugs tomorrow, but this scarred guy walked right into my path. Fine, I'll let them know the consequences of daring to mess with my sister-in-law today. You want to confess, huh? I'll spare your lives today if each of you loses a leg, but if there's a next time, your lives will be in danger. Ye Feng's words left everyone around him dumbfounded. Had this kid drunk too much? Dare to let Scar lose a leg on Scar's turf? The thugs burst into laughter. Haha. Kid, you don't know the name of our Scarface, do you? Ask around here, everyone knows our Scarface. Hearing the thugs' laughter, Ye Feng became impatient. Cut off one of your legs, and hurry up. If you waste another word, I'll add another leg. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Scarface felt that Ye Feng's mental state might be somewhat abnormal. He arrogantly pointed at Ye Feng. Kid, you. Before Scarface could finish speaking, Ye Feng suddenly kicked Scarface hard in the right knee. A cracking sound echoed through the bar. Ye Feng said coldly. I said, one pointless word and one leg. Scarface was kicked by Ye Feng and forced to his knees, gritting his teeth in pain. Help. The bar thugs hiding all around saw this and rushed out, pulling out the sticks they had prepared beforehand. In just 2 minutes, more than 20 thugs appeared from all directions and surrounded Ye Feng. People around quickly retreated to a distance to watch the spectacle, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Looking at the thugs around him wielding sticks, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and whispered to Zhou Zitong in his arms. Please wait a little longer, sister-in-law. Your brother-in-law will take you home once he's finished tidying up. At this moment, Scarface, enduring the pain and clutching his shattered knee, managed to stand up on one leg. At this moment, Scarface finally realized that Ye Feng in front of him was no ordinary person, but what could he do about it? Kid, you definitely have the right to show off. But so what if you're a good fighter? I have more than 20 men here. 20 men against one of you. Even an ant can eat an elephant to death. After Scarface finished speaking, his henchmen brandished their clubs and shouted, cripple him. Scarface, just say the word, and we'll take action. If you dare break one of Scarface's legs, we'll break all 3 of his legs. Looking at the thugs shouting around him, Ye Feng simply smiled and said, what you just said was only half right. You are indeed like ants trying to eat an elephant. But no matter how many ants there are, they can't eat an elephant. A bunch of ants, come at me all at once. Although Ye Feng was surrounded by more than 20 people, he was not afraid at all. His domineering aura made it seem as if he surrounded Scarface and his men. Scarface was also intimidated by Ye Feng's imposing aura and quickly shouted to his henchmen around him. Charge them. At Scarface's words, a group of thugs immediately rushed towards Ye Feng with sticks. Chapter 27 Brother-in-Law. Stop. Who dares to touch my man? A delicate voice rang out at that moment. Song Jiayong, who had been drinking and watching the show from the sidelines, walked up with a charming and alluring cat-like gait, holding a bright red blood-red Mary in her hand. In the dim light, Song Jiayong, dressed in red, was like a beam of fire in the darkness, attracting everyone's attention. The thugs stopped involuntarily. Scarface looked at the hot-bodied Song Jiayong and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Ye Feng, who had a pretty girl in his arms and also such a beautiful woman. Scarface snarled, "Another beauty has arrived. I'm really lucky today. Don't hurt those two beauties. Tonight I'm going to have a fling with them. Let's fucking have some fun." As they spoke, the thugs, armed with sticks, were eager to rush towards Ye Feng. Song Jiayong stepped in front of the thugs. "What's the rush?" He then pointed at the scarred man, his smile tinged with coldness, and said, "You like bullying the weak with the many, and you like bullying men and women, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Scarface, enduring the pain in his knees, he didn't want to lose face in front of the beautiful woman, gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, we outnumber you. So what if we bully the few with the many? In this society, whoever has the most people is the boss. You slut, I've got my eye on you today. If you know what's good for you, you'll spend the night with me. If you don't, my brothers are definitely interested in you too." Upon hearing Scarface's words, the thugs immediately stirred. They would be willing to shorten their lives by 10 years just to have sex with Song Jiayong. Upon hearing this, Song Jiayong took a sip of strong liquor with her sexy red lips, then nodded slightly. Whoever has the most people is the boss, that makes sense. Scarface smiled smugly upon hearing this. Could it be that this beautiful woman had succumbed to his power? That must be it. Over the years, countless women have taken the initiative to throw themselves at men because they saw that the other party had power. Although the woman in front of me is very beautiful, she is still just a woman, and naturally she cannot escape the law that women love money and powerful men. Little girl, are you tempted? If you follow me from now on, serve me well, and I will not mistreat you. Song Jiayong completely ignored the scar, and instead stretched out her slender right hand, slowly making 3 gestures, and calmly counting. 1, 2, 3. Scarface looked completely bewildered at Song Jiayong's actions. Just then, a large group of people poured into the bar. These men were all carrying gleaming machetes, and they were so well trained that they looked like 1,000 soldiers charging into battle. In an instant, Scarface and his men were all surrounded, shouting at the top of their lungs. "Distribute weapons. Everyone crouch down, hands behind your heads." The thugs and henchmen in the bar were so frightened by what they saw that they trembled and quickly did as the man with the knife said, afraid of upsetting him in the slightest. Looking at this huge, dark mass of people, probably 400 or 500, even Scarface, who had seen a lot, was surprised. In Jiangxing City, only a handful of bigwigs can mobilize so many people. I haven't offended those big shots. Seeing the hostile crowd, Scarface forced himself to remain calm and asked them about their nicknames in the martial arts world. "Gentlemen, what brings you here? All the guests are heroes. Who is the ruler and who is the subject?" The men with knives completely ignored the scarred man and bowed deeply to Song Jiayong. "Hello, elder sister." The voices of the men wielding knives were loud and clear, instantly silencing the previously noisy bar. Seeing the actions of the knife-wielding men, Scarface and his thugs were completely dumbfounded. Are all these people Song Jiayong's subordinates? Song Jiayong put down her wine glass, nodded in satisfaction, and then pointed to Ye Feng beside her. "This is your eldest sister's husband." The group of people holding knives were also taken aback. Their brother-in-law was actually a young, handsome man. And why is my brother-in-law holding another woman in his arms? Given my sister's temper, how come she hasn't gotten so angry that she killed someone? My brother-in-law is really awesome. Although everyone hesitated, they dared not be ambiguous in the slightest and bowed respectfully to Ye Feng. "Greetings, brother-in-law." Ye Feng stared blankly at everyone, showing no reaction whatsoever. All he wanted to do right now was to quickly deal with Scarface and get Zhou Zitong away from this place. I don't understand why Song Jiayong suddenly called so many people. So he turned to Song Jiayong and asked, "What are you going to do?" Song Jiayong smiled smugly. "What for?" "Of course, to protect my man." It turned out that when Ye Feng hit Huang Mao, Song Jiayong already knew that this matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. So he made a phone call and summoned the subordinates that Lei Laohu had trained together. Ye Feng said coldly. That's unnecessary. In Ye Feng's view, he could have dealt with Scarface and the others in just a few minutes. It's such a waste of time for Song Jiaoyang to call so many people. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang playfully stuck out her sexy little tongue and said with a charming smile, I won't dare to do it again next time. The man with the knife couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He was indeed worthy of being the brother-in-law, managing to control his sister so well. Seeing Song Jiaoyang's smile, so charming and alluring that it captivated everyone's attention, made the men present feel weak in the knees. Truly, a smile that could charm 100 hearts. However, upon seeing the 400 or 500 gleaming machetes, everyone immediately abandoned their thoughts. This is a rose with thorns. If you get too close, you might lose your life. At this moment, Scarface was filled with deep regret. How could he have wanted to possess such a powerful figure? Today, I'm afraid I can't escape this fate. Song Jiaoyang put down her wine glass and staggered toward Scarface. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang's alluring steps were like a cleaver being sharpened on a whetstone in Scarface's eyes. They could come and chop off his head at any moment. Song Jiaoyang approached Scarface, who was trembling with fear, staring intently at the ground. Seeing Scarface's movement, Song Jiaoyang said coldly, Raise your head. Scarface shuddered at the words and shakily raised his head. Looking at Song Jiaoyang's beautiful face, Scarface also had those kinds of thoughts. Song Jiaoyang said coldly, Right now, the ratio of our numbers is 20-1. In your words, whoever has more people is the boss, right? Scarface looked at the 400 or 500 people and was so frightened that his knees buckled and he knelt down, ignoring the pain from his shattered kneecaps. Big sister. You have more people. You're the big sister. Song Jiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then continued calmly. I remember you just said that if I didn't know what was good for me, you would have your men do something to me? You want me to be with you, right? Scarface was so frightened that he trembled like a leaf. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me, elder sister. Song Jiaoyang covered her face and laughed. Since I have a lot of people, why don't you come with me? Scarface was taken aback. The older sister wanted to take him as a sugar daddy? So he looked up at Song Jiaoyang with a strange expression. Chapter 28 Dragon Alliance. Song Jiaoyang saw through Scarface's intentions, and her face immediately turned cold. Submit to me, or die. Scarface looked surprised. Only now did he understand. It turns out that Song Jiaoyang wanted to recruit him and take over his territory. Scarface quickly shook his head, got up and said, I work for Master Guan. We in the underworld have to uphold morality. If you betray Lord Guan, you will be punished with the family law of 3 cuts and 6 holes. And even though you have the numbers and the power, you don't want to offend Lord Guan, do you? What happened today has exceeded the comprehension of these bar patrons. Song Jiaoyang just called over 400 people, and now Scarface has revealed that he's working with Master Guan. The crowd whispered among themselves. Who would have thought that Scarface's backer is actually Master Guan? No wonder they can bully men and women like this without getting away with it. No matter how powerful this woman is, she doesn't care about offending Lord Guan. Master Guan has been famous in Jiangxing for 30 years, and he has at least several thousand disciples. He is a local tyrant in Jiangxing. This lady is far inferior to him. Upon hearing Scarface's words, Song Jiaoyang suddenly let out a cold, maniacal laugh. You're trying to scare me with Guan Yunfei? One day I'll personally stab Guan Yunfei 3 times and make him pay for what happened 30 years ago. Teach him what morality is. Scarface was utterly terrified. Was this woman insane? How dare she call Guan Yu by his full name? Who exactly are you? Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly and said in a commanding tone, Who am I? Just remember, I am Song Qinglong's daughter. Starting tonight, I will return to Jiangxing City and rebuild my father's Dragon Alliance. As soon as Song Jiaoyang finished speaking, her thugs, who were armed with knives, took off their shirts, each revealing a ferocious dragon tattoo on their back. Immediately afterwards, Song Jiaoyang also gently took off her red coat. Through the open back of the halter top, a huge dragon head with its mouth open can be seen, which is awe-inspiring. Seeing this, everyone around was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Although I don't know what Song Qinglong and this Dragon Alliance are, the scene before my eyes is truly shocking. Song Qinglong, Dragon Alliance? Scarface's head was buzzing. Ordinary people didn't know Song Qinglong because it was too long ago, but for people in Jiangxing's underworld, the first thing they did when they started out was to remember this name. 30 years ago, he was the big boss of Jiangxing City, and no one dared to mess with him, whether he was from the gray or white streets. He had over 10,000 followers and organized the astonishing Dragon Alliance. Even the major families in the provincial capital would send special envoys to deliver gifts for their birthdays and other special occasions. For a time, the scenery was unparalleled. However, For some unknown reason, he suddenly died, and the Dragon Alliance collapsed overnight. Some say he was poisoned by his subordinates, while others say he was killed by a mysterious force. There are all sorts of legends. All the top gang leaders in Jiangxing today were once Song Qinglong's subordinates. For example, Lei Laohu, Guan Yunfei. Scarface never imagined that one day he would meet a descendant of Song Qinglong. Looking at the hundreds of dragon-shaped tattoos in front of her, they seemed like ferocious dragons flying around Song Jiayang, this delicate dragon. Scarface knew that Jiangxing City was about to change. 100 dragons march in the night. The Dragon Gate returns. Song Jiayang was getting impatient. She put on her coat and questioned again. Scarface, submit to me, or die. At the same time, hundreds of burly men shouted in unison at the scarred man, submit, or die. Scarface swallowed hard as he listened to the roars of hundreds of dragons. Although betraying Lord Guan has terrifying consequences, joining the legendary Dragon Alliance is something that many people in the underworld dare not even imagine. Scarface gritted his teeth, deciding that he'd rather suffer the family punishment of being stabbed 3 times and stabbed 6 times by Guan Yu himself. I submit. Scarface's henchmen were already terrified and lost their composure. Seeing their boss surrender, they all followed suit. We surrender. Upon hearing this, Song Jiayang nodded slightly. She had achieved her goal, and then announced it in front of everyone. I, Song Qinglong's daughter, am back. I'm going to take back everything my father had. Scarface gasped upon hearing this. Was this new boss lady going to take back everything from Song Qinglong? That's just wanting to unify Jiang City once again. That's quite an appetite. After making her domineering declaration, Song Jiayang returned to Ye Feng's side and resumed her previous charming and alluring demeanor. Darling, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng simply said, you're finally done. You've broken one of their legs each. Now I'm leaving with my sister-in-law. Song Jiayang was taken aback upon hearing this, and then remembered what Ye Feng had just said. She said with some difficulty, but they're all under my command now. Please spare them this time. Ye Feng's tone turned icy. If you dare to mess with my sister-in-law, I won't let you off the hook, not even if it's the Heavenly King himself. Ye Feng, don't repeat myself. Today, I'm going to break one of their legs. Upon hearing this, Song Jiayang narrowed her eyes and looked coldly at Ye Feng. So, you're not going to give me any face either? Ye Feng glanced at Song Jiayang, his tone remaining unchanged. If someone bullies my sister-in-law, I won't give them any face. Song Jiayang stared at Ye Feng, her fists clenched tightly. Usually, men would fawn over her, surrounding her like stars around the moon. He was the leader of these 400 or 500 men, so what man would dare to contradict him like this? This Ye Feng is really going too far. What if I don't allow you to break my men's legs? Ye Feng completely ignored Song Jiayang, and instead carried Zhou Zitong towards Scarface and the others. He walked up to a trembling blond man in full view of everyone. Yellow hair, clutching his bleeding head, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Big brother-in-law, I'll never do it again. Ye Feng acted as if he hadn't heard what Huang Mao said at all, and stomped hard on Huang Mao's leg. Click. The sound of bone cracking was like a slap to Song Jiayang's face. The blonde-haired boy screamed in pain, rolling and howling on the ground. Scarface couldn't bear to see his longtime underlings about to have their legs broken one by one. She knelt before Song Jiayang, weeping and pleading. Big sister, we shouldn't pursue those who don't know. We really didn't know she was your brother-in-law's sister-in-law. Please, spare these brothers. From now on, these brothers will definitely follow their eldest sister to the death. The others couldn't help but look at Song Jiayang, wanting to see what she would do. Song Jiayang gritted her teeth and roared, Ye Feng, stop right now. Chapter 29, Be a Good Brother-in-Law. Hearing Song Jiayang shout, Ye Feng showed no sign of stopping. He stomped hard on the legs of the remaining thugs. The thugs were already trembling with fear from what they had just witnessed. Even standing up was difficult, let alone resisting. They were like fish on a chopping board, their legs broken by Ye Feng's iron feet. When you violate women, have you ever thought about how you would feel if they were your sisters, wives, or family members? When you oppress others, have you ever thought that one day you too will be kneeling here, at their mercy? Breaking your legs is a punishment you deserve. If you do not correct your ways, you will be severely punished. Every time Ye Feng broke someone's foot, he would coldly ask a question. In the past, if someone questioned these thugs in this way, they would not only scoff at them, but also beat the questioner until they were bleeding from the head. Now they kneel here, utterly powerless to resist, and can be said to empathize with those who were bullied by them in the past. Hearing Ye Feng's question, she couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and regret. Song Jiayang shouted again, stop. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng gave Song Jiayang a cold look. Song Jiayang's originally cold eyes showed a slight ripple, and she changed her mind. You guys go and break their legs. Don't tire out your brother-in-law. Upon hearing Song Jiayang's order, the men wielding knives walked towards the thugs without the slightest hesitation, followed by a series of screams from the thugs. These thugs were cursing under their breath. Even after Ye Feng broke her leg, the older sister was still worried that Ye Feng would get tired. Seeing the miserable state of his men, Scarface felt a pang of pain in his heart and glared fiercely at Song Jiayang, questioning her. How could you be such a responsible older sister, harming your own brothers? Upon hearing this, Song Jiayang chuckled softly. Didn't you hear what your brother-in-law just said? Now that you're kneeling here, do you feel how the people you bullied felt before? Upon hearing this, Scarface looked at his right leg, his mind replaying the past 10 years of women he had injured, maimed, forced, and humiliated. The pleading, pain, resentment, and despair on the faces of those victims were exactly the same as my own at that moment. Since becoming a thug, Scarface's conscience had long been buried. But in this moment of despair, hearing Song Jiayang and Ye Feng's words, his conscience was awakened, and he fell into self-doubt. Song Jiayang then pressed her advantage, saying to the crowd, "Do you know why my father, Song Qinglong, was able to unify Jiangxing City back then? Because he outnumbers you, because he's good at fighting? Even if he has a lot of men, are there still tens of millions of citizens? And even if he's strong enough, can he fight against tens of millions of citizens?" Hearing Song Jiayang's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Song Jiayang continued, "Because my father and his men never oppressed ordinary people, they were loved by the people despite being in a gray industry. That's the real reason he unified Jiangxing City. You also have families, parents. Do you want to come home one day and see your family members with broken limbs, being humiliated? From now on, the first rule of our Dragon Alliance is that no one is allowed to bully ordinary people. Anyone who violates this rule will suffer the same fate as everyone here today, a broken leg." Upon hearing Song Jiayang's words, the members of the Dragon Alliance erupted in thunderous applause. Even the thugs' hatred for Ye Feng slowly melted away. Song Jiayang is right. Although they are thugs, they don't want to go home and see their family being bullied. Immediately afterwards, Song Jiayang picked up a machete and slowly walked towards the scarred man who was still there, remorsefully blaming himself. "Scarface, the things your men have done are all because of your indulgence and permission. You deserve to be punished more. Besides, my brother-in-law made it very clear before that your broken leg was an additional punishment for talking nonsense. Now I'm going to cut off your other leg. Do you accept that?" Upon hearing this, Scarface suddenly raised his head, his eyes fierce as if he had made a decision. He forcefully shoved aside the knife-wielding man beside him and snatched the machete from his hand. Song Jiayang's expression changed. This scarred-faced man was actually going to retaliate. Scarface gritted his teeth, picked up the machete, and slashed down fiercely. Uffed. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone stared at Scarface in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Scarface stabbed himself hard into the leg. Scarface, now crippled in both legs, lay limp on the ground, panting heavily. No need for you to do this, elder sister. I'll do it myself. I, Scarface, will definitely reform myself in the future." Even Ye Feng didn't expect Scarface to have such awareness. Seeing that the matter was over, Song Jiayang said to everyone with great satisfaction, "Everyone who broke their leg today will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan later." Upon hearing this, many of the thugs felt their leg pain lessen. For these low-level thugs, getting injured in fights is commonplace. They'd never expect a boss to give them 100,000 yuan. "I've been struggling all year round, but now I don't even have money to buy New Year's goods." It's safe to say that it would take several years to save up 100,000 yuan, and everyone instantly felt grateful to Song Jiayang. This is the kind of older sister you should follow. Ye Feng couldn't help but look at Song Jiayang in a different light. He can distinguish right from wrong, is ruthless, has a clear system of rewards and punishments, and knows how to win people's hearts. If they have enough strength, they might actually be able to unify Jiangxing City. However, Ye Feng wasn't interested in any of that. Right now, she needed to take her sister-in-law back for a checkup. Seeing that Ye Feng was about to leave, Song Jiayang offered to drive him home. Considering that his sister-in-law urgently needed to go back for a checkup, Ye Feng readily agreed. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Alliance who were armed with knives were all dumbfounded as they watched Ye Feng and Song Jiayang leave. They all knew that the eldest sister didn't have any younger sisters. In other words, the woman the brother-in-law was holding had absolutely no relation to the eldest sister, yet the eldest sister wasn't angry and even took the two of them home. "My brother-in-law is simply a role model for men. You should act like a brother-in-law." Ye Feng, sitting in the back seat, touched Zhou Zitong's forehead and felt it was a little hot. Ye Feng frowned. Just as he had imagined, Zhou Zitong had drunk quite a bit of strong liquor on her first drinking experience, and sure enough, some problems arose. He said anxiously. Please drive faster. While driving, Song Jiaoyang said jealously. What? In such a hurry to go back to the bridal chamber? How come you've forgotten about me, the old flame, while you're holding a new one in your arms? Ye Feng said speechlessly. Don't talk nonsense. This is my sister-in-law. Song Jiaoyang said with a coquettish smile. You don't even have a wife anymore, so what sister-in-law do you have? Ye Feng was speechless for a moment. Seeing Ye Feng's discomfiture, Song Jiaoyang continued to tease. Besides, isn't it said that a sister-in-law is half of her brother-in-law's, you know? Besides, do you think your sister-in-law would get so drunk after hearing about your divorce? Is my affection for you like that of a sister-in-law for her brother-in-law? Ye Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Looking back over the past 3 years, Zhou Zitong has grown from a pure and innocent girl into a young woman. From previously jumping and skipping around happily, to later blushing and feeling extremely shy. Over the past 3 years, Zhou Zitong has indeed undergone gradual changes in herself. It's just that I haven't paid attention to Zhou Shiya all these years because I've only had eyes for her. Chapter 30 Misunderstanding. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Ye Feng hurriedly picked up Zhou Zitong and carried her towards the villa. Song Jiaoyang said in the car, remember to go to the doctor tomorrow. I have to deal with Dragon Alliance matters, so I won't be able to pick you up. Be moderate tonight, don't stay out too late. Ye Feng, looking utterly helpless, ignored Song Jiaoyang and carried Zhou Zitong into the villa. After Ye Feng put Zhou Zitong on the sofa, he saw that his white shirt was covered in blood. I don't know if it was Huang Mao or some other thug. Ye Feng remembered that Zhou Zitong had a severe case of fainting at the sight of blood, and fearing that Zhou Zitong would be frightened if she saw it, he quickly took off his coat and threw it aside. At this moment, Zhou Zitong, drunk, lay on the sofa, her face flushed like a blooming begonia. In her dazed state, she kept muttering to herself, brother-in-law, don't go. Brother-in-law, I miss you so much. Ye Feng gently stroked Zhou Zitong's hair and comforted her, saying, brother-in-law won't leave. He'll come to see you often in the future. As if she heard Ye Feng's voice, Zhou Zitong gradually quieted down. Looking at Zhou Zitong, whose face was as beautiful as a peach blossom after a night of sleeping, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. My sister-in-law has really grown up. Ye Feng then composed himself and gently took Zhou Zitong's pulse. Suddenly Ye Feng's expression changed. Zhou Zitong was allergic to alcohol, and it was quite severe. Ye Feng was busy dealing with the blonde-haired, scarred, and others at the bar and didn't notice anything amiss. Ye Feng noticed a small red spot on Zhou Zitong's neck, and his expression immediately changed. These are red patches left after an allergic reaction, and they are very severe, covering the entire body. If left untreated, the redness will fade but leave a dark mark. Zhou Zitong is a girl who loves beauty. If she were to have these marks all over her body, she would be devastated. Ye Feng quickly took off Zhou Zitong's clothes and checked her body. Because it was summer, Zhou Zitong was only wearing an outer garment. After taking it off, apart from the last bit of protection for her vital parts, her upper body was completely naked. Looking at Zhou Zitong's impressive size, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. She's really grown up. She's even surpassed her older sister. Thinking of this, Ye Feng quickly shook his head vigorously. How could he have such thoughts about his sister-in-law? Quickly check on Zhou Zitong's condition. As expected, Zhou Zitong's fair upper body was now covered with irregular red spots. Like a white peony, with patches of red pollen left on its petals. At this moment, Zhou Zitong slowly opened her eyes, looking at Ye Feng with a somewhat dazed expression. He then looked at himself and was surprised to find that he hadn't been stripped naked. Seeing this, Ye Feng, fearing Zhou Zitong might misunderstand, quickly explained, Sister-in-law, I wanted to treat you. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zitong didn't listen to Ye Feng at all, and just mumbled to herself, Brother-in-law, I dreamed about you again. Why is it that you always act like this in my dreams? Then she slowly fell asleep again. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Zitong had drunk too much and was a little confused due to an allergic reaction. She actually thought it was a dream. It was good that she hadn't misunderstood. Ye Feng then realized something was wrong. Zhou Zitong was frequently dreaming about him. And he always undresses her in his dreams? What kind of dream is this? Ye Feng didn't have time to think about that, and took out silver needles to perform acupuncture on Zhou Zitong. Since it was just a common allergy, Ye Feng didn't need to use the dragon roar needle technique at all. He simply needled a few corresponding acupoints on Zhou Zitong. The red spots on Zhou Zitong's body have gradually faded, and she will be completely recovered by tomorrow. Even the effects of the alcohol were gradually fading thanks to Ye Feng's acupuncture, and he was about to wake up. Just then, the doorbell rang urgently at the villa, and Ye Feng wondered who it could be so late at night. Aside from Tang Weiwei and Song Jiaoyang, no one else should be coming. Ye Feng slowly opened the villa door, and what came into view was a beautiful face. But at this moment, it was filled with anger. Ye Feng looked completely bewildered. Why are you here? The person who arrived was none other than Ye Feng and Zhou Shiya. Zhou Shiya sneered. Huh, so why do you think I'm here? Where is my sister? Ye Feng answered instinctively. I'm lying on the sofa. Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She's lying on the sofa. She shoved Ye Feng away forcefully. Get out of my way. The scene inside the house enraged Zhou Shiya. She saw her own younger sister lying on her ex-husband's sofa, frantically dressing like a startled rabbit. Ye Feng knew that Zhou Shiya would misunderstand this scene, so he quickly stepped forward to explain. Don't misunderstand. Zhou Shiya said coldly. When I went back today, my mother told me that Zhou Zitong ran out crying when she heard that we were getting a divorce. I was so worried about her because she hadn't come back yet. I couldn't get through to her by phone, but the location was set to Cloud Top Villa, so I suspected it was you. You're really something. You're still angry about the divorce and want revenge, so come at me. Hit my brother, sleep with my sister. Ye Feng didn't know how to explain for a moment. He guessed that Zhou Zitong's phone was either out of battery or had been turned off by those thugs. Zhou Zitong was also at a loss. She had just woken up and saw her sister scolding her brother-in-law. My mind was a jumble of thoughts as I put on my clothes, trying to recall what had happened that night. At this moment, she slowly recalled how she was almost harassed by thugs while drinking, and how her brother-in-law came to her rescue. After that, I fell asleep and have no memory of what happened. When I woke up, I was in my brother-in-law's new house. My brother-in-law must have brought me there. Zhou Zitong quickly explained for Ye Feng. Sister, you've misunderstood. I was upset today because I heard your husband divorced you, so I drank too much, and then... Zhou Shiya didn't give Zhou Zitong a chance to finish speaking, interrupting her directly and angrily addressing Ye Feng. You know perfectly well that Zhou Zitong's feelings for you have always been special. You actually took advantage of her being in a bad mood because of our divorce, got her drunk, and did this to her? Zhou Zitong quickly tried to explain. Sister, don't wrong your brother-in-law. Zhou Shiya covered Zhou Zitong's mouth with her hand. Shut up. I want him to talk for himself and see how he explains the dirty things he did. Ye Feng was speechless for a moment. How could I possibly do such a thing to Zhou Zitong? I didn't even touch her. Zhou Shiya gave a cold laugh. Really? You didn't touch my sister, so why are her clothes off? Why are you taking off your clothes? Before Ye Feng could speak, Zhou Shiya suddenly noticed the red spots on Zhou Zitong's neck that hadn't completely faded. Her face turned pale instantly, and her finger trembled as she pointed at Ye Feng. You were so rude to her. She's still a virgin, you beast. Chapter 31. A slap. Ye Feng was now completely unable to explain himself. An enraged Zhou Shiya strode forward and slapped Ye Feng hard across the face. However, how could Ye Feng be defeated by Zhou Shiya? Instinctively, he grabbed Zhou Shiya's wrist with his large hand. Zhou Shiya felt as if her slender wrists were being clamped tightly by iron clamps, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Ye Feng then realized that he had unconsciously used too much force. Afraid of hurting Zhou Shiya's wrist, he quickly let go of her. Zhou Shiya clutched her aching wrist and slapped Ye Feng hard across the face. Shameless thing. Ye Feng used his other hand to block, and the blow landed on the back of Ye Feng's hand. Ye Feng looked at the back of his hand. Although the slap hadn't landed, it felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart. After 3 years of relationship, Zhou Shiya actually hit him. Seeing Zhou Shiya about to slap Ye Feng, Zhou Zitong quickly stepped forward to ask, Brother-in-law, are you alright? Zhou Shiya jumped up and down in anger, yelling, You brat, are you trying to drive me crazy? Zhou Zitong quickly said with concern, Why did you do this, sister? You hit your brother-in-law without even understanding the situation. I went to a bar for drinks today, and a group of people tried to bully me. My brother-in-law saved me. Zhou Shiya was taken aback. Her younger sister had never lied since she was a child, so her sister's confident assertion made Zhou Shiya hesitate. So what happened to your neck? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng coldly replied, That's an alcohol allergy. I was just treating her. You can go to the hospital to get these red spots checked, and also to check if I have violated your sister's body. Seeing the two men's confident expressions, Zhou Shiya felt that she might have really wronged Ye Feng. Moreover, he felt somewhat guilty for slapping Ye Feng. However, the guilt was fleeting. No, how could I have done something wrong? It was all Ye Feng's fault. He should have explained it clearly long ago. Zhou Shiya seemed to have forgotten that she hadn't listened to Ye Feng's explanation at all just now. To save face, Zhou Shiya said to Ye Feng, I will take my sister for a checkup. If I bully my sister, I will call the police to arrest you. If I have wronged you, I apologize. Ye Feng shook his head dismissively upon hearing this. I don't need your apology. Perhaps our marriage 3 years ago was indeed a mistake. Now, not only do you regret your decision from 3 years ago, but I regret it very much too. I would not choose you again if I had the chance. You can leave now. This fight is the end of our 3-year relationship. If you ever offend me again, don't blame me, Ye Feng, for showing no mercy. Hearing Ye Feng's cold words, Zhou Shiya looked at him in surprise. For the past 3 years, Ye Feng has always spoken to her with gentle and tender words, afraid that his tone might be too harsh and make her uncomfortable. This was the first time she had ever heard Ye Feng speak to her in this tone. Just as Zhou Shiya was about to say something, she saw Ye Feng's cold gaze. Zhou Shiya remembered how Ye Feng had hit people earlier that day, and she swallowed hard, urging Zhou Zitong to leave quickly. Before leaving, Zhou Zitong kept saying, "Brother-in-law, don't be angry with my sister. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Please don't ignore us. I don't want to never see you again." Ye Feng walked up to Zhou Zitong, looked at his sensible sister-in-law, and spoke to her gently. "Don't worry, your brother-in-law will never ignore you. If you want to see your brother-in-law, he'll see you every day. Whatever you want, your brother-in-law will definitely make it happen for you." Looking at Ye Feng's gentle manner towards his sister, it was like night and day compared to his attitude towards her just now. This gentle tone once belonged only to him, but now it belongs to his younger sister. Moreover, Zhou Shiya seemed to remember that Ye Feng had told her 3 years ago that he would help her achieve everything she wanted. But she said she wanted to be a big female boss, and now she has achieved it. So what does that have to do with Ye Feng? Zhou Shiya felt very uncomfortable and hurriedly left with Zhou Zitong. Watching Zhou Shiya's departing figure, Ye Feng gave a self-deprecating smile. 3 years ago, he only came back to pay respects to his parents, but he fell in love with Zhou Shiya at first sight. He abandoned everything in the United States and resolutely stayed in Jiangxing City, only to receive this in return. Ye Feng suddenly remembered his brothers in the United States, took out his phone and dialed the number of his most loyal subordinate. But all I heard on the other end of the phone was a dial tone. This made Ye Feng frown deeply. What was wrong? To ensure he could contact him at any time, his subordinates never allowed their phones to malfunction unless something serious happened. Ye Feng then gently shook his head, realizing he must be overthinking things. With his subordinates' abilities and everything he left behind, it would be difficult for him to get into trouble. Thinking of this, Ye Feng sighed softly. He would stay with his sister-in-law for a while longer before returning to the United States. Jiangxing City is just a place of heartbreak. As for Zhou Shiya, let her remain a memory. Jiangxing People's Hospital. Zhou Shiya brought Zhou Zitong to the hospital. Because she knew David Xiao, Zhou Shiya called David Xiao directly. When David heard that Zhou Shiya had asked him for help getting medical treatment for her sister, he took a taxi directly to the hospital while he was resting at home. When David Xiao arrived at the hospital and saw Zhou Shiya bringing Zhou Zitong, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They're definitely sisters. They're both so beautiful. In comparison, Gao Ting is far inferior to the Zhou sisters. David Zhou walked over enthusiastically and said to Zhou Shiya, "President Zhou, what department does your sister want to see? I'll arrange it personally." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya said somewhat awkwardly, "I want to check my sister's sexuality because she's not married yet, and I want to see if she's still a virgin." David Zhou immediately understood, and his eyes lewdly sized Zhou Zitong up and down. Such a young girl, not even married yet, and she's already sleeping with a man. She's practically a little slut. Zhou Zitong felt very uncomfortable under David Xiao's gaze, and quickly said to Zhou Shiya, "Sister, I already said that brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Let's go back." Zhou Shiya said angrily, "What brother-in-law? We're already divorced. You were drunk just now. How do you know if he did that kind of thing?" David Zhou's expression changed upon hearing this. From the few words he had heard during their last meeting, he realized that the despicable Ye Feng was Zhou Shiya's ex-husband. Could it be that Ye Feng actually slept with his ex-wife's sister? Thinking of this, David felt a surge of resentment. How could this bastard have such a good life? There was Tang Weiwei before, and I even slept with these two sisters. David Zhou grew angrier the more he thought about it. He was determined to have his way with every woman that bastard Ye Feng had slept with. He said to Zhou Shiya, "This concerns the young lady's reputation, so let me examine her myself." Chapter 32 Overhearing David Zhou's Plot. Upon hearing David Zhou's words, Zhou Zitong's eyes widened, and she shook her head vigorously, jokingly asking how she could let other men see her body. "My brother-in-law looked at it today, so it's fine. After all, he's family." Zhou Shiya also felt this was very inappropriate. "Dr. David, please find a female doctor to examine my sister." David Zhou realized he had been too hasty and quickly said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Miss Zhou, please bring your younger sister to dinner tomorrow as well." Zhou Shiya didn't feel anything was wrong when she heard this, and thought it was good to have more people when eating. She doesn't really like eating with men she's not familiar with, but she can barely accept it when her older cousin and younger sister are with her. She would never have eaten with David Zhou if it weren't for needing proof of his identity. Seeing Zhou Shiya nod in agreement, David Xiao was secretly delighted and quickly went to arrange a doctor for Zhou Zitong. Soon the female doctor led Zhou Zitong into the examination room. Zhou Shiya paced anxiously outside, waiting. She didn't want her sister to sleep with a man before marriage, especially since that man was her ex-husband. About 20 minutes later, the female doctor and Zhou Zitong slowly walked out of the examination room. Zhou Shiya quickly asked the female doctor, "Doctor, how is my sister?" The female doctor replied calmly, "She's still a virgin." Hearing the female doctor's words, Zhou Shiya breathed a huge sigh of relief. The female doctor then continued, "She has a severe alcohol allergy, so please don't give her alcohol anymore." Fortunately, someone gave her first aid this time. Upon hearing the female doctor's words, Zhou Shiya's expression instantly became quite interesting. It turned out that what Ye Feng said was true, and that she had wronged him. Zhou Zitong, standing to the side, puffed out her cheeks in anger. "Sister, I told you wronged your brother-in-law." Zhou Shiya felt somewhat ashamed. It's his fault for not explaining things clearly. Zhou Zitong continued, puffing out her cheeks. "You didn't give your brother-in-law a chance to explain, and you even hit him." Zhou Shiya also felt somewhat apologetic. I'll apologize to him tomorrow." Zhou Zitong nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Okay, let's go together tomorrow." "Sister, is it possible for you and your brother-in-law to get a divorce?" Before Zhou Zitong could finish speaking, Zhou Shiya interrupted her directly. "The fact that I'm divorced from him is already a fact. I can't remarry him. I don't want to spend my life with an ordinary man." Zhou Zitong quickly spoke up for Ye Feng. "Sister, brother-in-law is anything but ordinary." Zhou Shiya smiled slightly upon hearing this. "You're still young and don't understand these things. You say he's not mediocre, then tell me, in what ways is he not mediocre?" Zhou Zitong thought for a long time. Ye Feng was always smiling and kind to everyone. It seemed that he really didn't have anything special about him. After hesitating for a while, he said, Maybe my brother-in-law is just being low-key." Zhou Shiya smiled gently. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home." Zhou Zitong said helplessly. "Okay, I'll go to the restroom, and then we'll go home." As Zhou Zitong walked, she pondered what made Ye Feng extraordinary, but she still couldn't figure it out when she came out of the restroom. Then Zhou Zitong shook her head vigorously. "Why am I thinking so much? Anyway, my brother-in-law is extraordinary. He's the best." Thinking of this, Zhou Zitong felt great and skipped happily to find Zhou Shiya. Suddenly, Zhou Zitong saw David Xiao secretly making a phone call at the emergency exit stairwell of the hospital. His expression was extremely lewd, and he was looking around like a thief. Zhou Zitong's eyes darted around. She had just realized that David Zhou had feelings for her sister. "No, I have to help my brother-in-law keep an eye on my sister and not let other men take advantage of her vulnerability." Thinking of this, Zhou Zitong quietly moved closer, ready to listen to what David Zhou had to say. "Hey, Lao Wang, give me another vial of sleeping pills." "Don't worry, the price is still the same." "What are you doing?" "Hee, another beautiful girl has joined the group." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong immediately covered her mouth in surprise, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that David Zhou hadn't noticed her, Zhou Zitong carefully retreated to a distance. He then quickly ran towards Zhou Shiya. Zhou Shiya, who was waiting for Zhou Zitong, heard the sound of hurried footsteps in high heels and subconsciously looked over. Seeing Zhou Zitong running towards them in a panic, he frowned slightly. "You're such a grown woman. Be more composed. Why are you running?" Zhou Zitong said breathlessly. "Sister, something bad has happened. That doctor, David Zhou, was a bad guy. I heard he was on the phone ordering some kind of drug, preparing to drug us." Zhou Shiya's expression changed upon hearing this. "What? Did you hear me clearly?" Zhou Zitong nodded frantically. "Absolutely true." Zhou Shiya's mind was racing, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. At this moment, Zhou Zitong quickly said, "Sister, let's go find brother-in-law. Look at you. You've just gotten divorced and don't have a man to protect you anymore, so people are already eyeing you. When your brother-in-law is protecting you, this kind of thing would never happen." Seeing the sweat on Zhou Zitong's forehead and her flustered expression, Zhou Shiya's anxious expression slowly disappeared. Then, realizing how it was, I burst out laughing. At this moment, Zhou Zitong was almost in tears. What was wrong with her sister? Had she been scared out of her wits? "Sister, call your husband right now. What are you waiting for?" Zhou Shiya smiled and patted Zhou Zitong's head. "What are you thinking about all day with your little head? Did you make up this lie just to make me and Ye Feng reconcile?" Zhou Zitong stamped her little feet anxiously. "Sister, you..." At that moment, David Zhou, who had just finished making a phone call, slowly walked over from a distance. Looking at David Zhou, whose face was completely covered by a mask, the more he looked, the more he resembled a bad guy. Although Zhou Zitong was terrified, She still stood tremblingly in front of Zhou Shiya to shield her. He said to David Zhou, You stay away. David Xiao looked at Zhou Zitong with a strange expression, while Zhou Shiya pulled Zhou Zitong aside. David Zhou said apologetically, I'm sorry, my sister likes to fool around. David Zhou laughed and said, Your sister is quite adorable. At the same time, a lewd and smug feeling welled up inside me. I just heard from the doctor that this little girl is still a virgin. I must have a good time with her tomorrow. Zhou Zitong stamped her feet anxiously beside her, crying out, Sister. Zhou Shiya glared at Zhou Zitong fiercely. Stop making a scene. Come home with me. Don't try to outsmart me for Ye Feng's sake. Afterwards, she took Zhou Zitong home, and no matter what Zhou Zitong said, Zhou Shiya just wouldn't believe her. Chapter 33 Spirit Beasts Protecting Treasures. The next day, Ye Feng went to a herbal medicine shop near his home. Ye Feng came here today specifically to buy medicine to treat Lei Laohu's internal injuries. Upon entering the pharmacy, Ye Feng said to the owner behind the counter, Boss, give me 2 qian of saffron and 2 qian of Panax nodo ginseng. The pharmacy owner was a balding middle-aged man who was reading a newspaper and smoking. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the pharmacy owner scratched his head slightly and began to prepare the medicine for Ye Feng. Looking at the boss's dark, large hands, with long fingernails full of dirt, Ye Feng felt nauseous. These medicines are meant to treat patients, yet the owner is so unhygienic. Boss, could you please wash your hands or put on gloves? The shopkeeper glanced at Ye Feng, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and the ash fell into the herbs. He said dismissively, You little punk, what do you know? Medicinal herbs all grow in the ground and are covered in soil. If you clean it too thoroughly, the medicinal herbs will lose their efficacy. This is the original flavor. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng knew that the pharmacy owner didn't understand pharmacology and was just making excuses. Explaining pharmacology to him would be a waste of time, so he retorted angrily. The eggs were still covered in chicken droppings when they were laid. You're going to eat the chicken droppings too. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper flew into a rage. Kid, are you here to buy medicine or to cause trouble? Since he still needed to treat Lei Laohu's illness later, Ye Feng didn't want to get entangled with the boss any further. Seeing that Ye Feng was no longer speaking, the shopkeeper placed the 2 packets of medicinal herbs on the counter, a total of 1,000 yuan. Ye Feng frowned upon hearing this. The medicinal herbs he wanted were just the most common ones, and 500 yuan would have been enough. The shopkeeper actually wanted 1,000 yuan. Looking at Ye Feng's expression, the shopkeeper said disdainfully, What's wrong? No money? Why buy medicine if you don't have money? Let me tell you, I've already bought all the medicine. You can't refuse to buy it. Ye Feng didn't speak, picked up a packet of Panax nodo ginseng, and smelled it. He immediately frowned slightly. Your Panax nodo ginseng is all moldy and has been soaked in chemicals. This saffron is completely artificial. Upon hearing this, the boss's expression changed drastically. What kind of nose does this kid have? Even police dogs aren't that sensitive. The shopkeeper was afraid that Ye Feng's words would be overheard, so he looked around and saw a young girl helping an old man walk in. The shopkeeper nervously said to Ye Feng, Quick, you go now. I'm not selling you any more medicine. At this moment, the young woman asked, Boss, you said last week that you had 100-year-old ginseng. Has the goods arrived yet? Upon hearing this, the boss glared at Ye Feng fiercely, then turned around with a smile. Mr. Song and Ms. Song, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. The boss then went into the inner room. Ye Feng looked Song Lao up and down. He was sallow and thin, with sparse hair, and walked unsteadily. Even his beard was much thinner than that of a normal elderly person. Old Song glanced at Ye Feng, then said calmly, Young man, are you sick and here to buy medicine? If you get sick, you should take good care of yourself so you don't end up like me, with a lot of illnesses in your old age. I don't even know how many days I have left to live. Song Qingyu, standing to the side, pouted and shook old Song's arm. Grandpa, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. You have helped so many orphans and done so many good deeds. You will surely live to be 100 years old. Upon hearing this, old Song laughed heartily and stroked his granddaughter's beautiful hair. Ye Feng remembered that he had seen this old man's song in the business newspaper that Zhou Shiya brought back. Mr. Song's real name is Song Buqiao. He is a philanthropic businessman who focuses on donating to welfare homes. According to real data from the government, as many as 300 people were sponsored by Mr. Song from orphans to university. Among them are some who have just started high school, junior high school, and elementary school. It's easy to imagine how many people old Song helped throughout his life, and Ye Feng couldn't help but feel deep respect for him. The old man before me truly deserves to live to be 100. At this moment, the boss came out from the inner room, carrying a box in his hand, and spoke as he walked. Mr. Song, this is a century-old ginseng that my uncle dug up in the Changbai Mountains. This year, my uncle's grandson started dating someone, But the girl rejected him because he came from a poor rural family and couldn't afford a house in the big city. My eldest uncle gritted his teeth and went into the most dangerous part of Changbai Mountain to find this ginseng in order to find a wife for his grandson. This ginseng was guarded by a bear weighing several hundred pounds. For the sake of his grandson, my uncle gritted his teeth and dug deeper while the bear was asleep. Unexpectedly, the bear was awakened by my uncle and bit off one of his legs. After my uncle got home, he didn't go to the hospital. He just called me and said that if there was a buyer, I should sell it quickly, even if it was cheaper. First, create a story to draw the buyer into it, then tell the seller about their difficulties. This will make the seller sympathize with the buyer and make the buyer feel like they've gotten a great deal. This is a common tactic in buying and selling. Old Man Song was clearly drawn into the story and said with some regret, "Everyone says that spirit beasts protect treasures, but I never thought it was true. It's a pity about your uncle. He lost a perfectly good leg." Seeing that Old Song had taken the bait, the shopkeeper quickly opened the box, and a huge ginseng lay quietly inside. "Mr. Song, this is a standard grade 6 ginseng leaf from northeast China. My uncle didn't know how to preserve it, and all the leaves have fallen off. Take a look at this ginseng, what do you think?" Looking at the enormous ginseng in front of them, Old Song and Song Qingyo's eyes lit up. "This ginseng looks amazing. It's so big and has a very bright color. It looks like a really good product." Seeing the two men's eyes light up, the shopkeeper said somewhat awkwardly, "Mr. Song, I didn't mention the price to you before. My uncle's son is in a hurry to buy a house in a big city, and with a car, it will cost about 5 million. I know this price is hard to accept, but this is what my uncle earned for his son by sacrificing his leg." Although the boss did not know Song Lao's true identity, he had already figured out from Song Qingyo's brand name luxury goods that the two of them were from wealthy families. Old Song said directly, 5 million won't do. The shopkeeper was taken aback, thinking that Old Master Song was going to haggle, and quickly said, "Old Master Song, 5 million is very cheap. This ginseng should cost at least 7 million. My uncle is just in a hurry." Old Song gently shook his head. This is not just a century-old ginseng, but also a grandfather's selfless love for his grandson. "I'll contribute 5.5 million for this ginseng, and the remaining 500,000 will be given to your uncle for retirement and leg care." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had heard of people lowering prices and of people voluntarily paying extra for things. He was so excited that he almost knelt down and said, "Mr. Song, thank you on behalf of my uncle." Chapter 34. The last part is a fragment and doesn't translate directly. Old Song helped the boss up to prevent him from kneeling, and then waved to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu quickly handed over the check, and Old Master Song wrote down the amount of 5.5 million on it in a generous manner. As Song Laodao made a stroke of his pen, the boss's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to breathe. After Mr. Song finished writing the check, the boss quickly went up to take it, ready to exchange money for goods. Suddenly, a large hand snatched the check and ginseng away. The three men were stunned for a moment, and the boss said angrily, "Kid, why haven't you left yet?" The previous boss was so engrossed in selling ginseng to Old Master Song that he didn't even notice that Ye Feng hadn't left yet. Song Qingyu also shouted, "What are you doing? You trying to rob me in broad daylight?" Ye Feng smiled slightly, returned the check to Song Qingyu, and said calmly, "Here's your check back. As for this worthless ginseng, I have no interest in robbing it." Song Qingyu was stunned by what she heard, but the boss barked like an old dog whose tail had been stepped on. "Kid, get out of here right now." Old Song frowned slightly. "You're saying this ginseng is fake?" The boss was furious as he watched the 5.5 million that was about to be earned fly away, but he still explained to Old Master Song in a friendly manner. "Mr. Song, this young man just came to my place to buy medicine, but he has no money, so I'm about to send him away. As a result, he held a grudge and slandered me in front of you." When Old Song saw that there were indeed 2 packets of medicinal herbs on the counter in front of Ye Feng, he asked, "Young man, is it really as the boss said? Be upright and honest, and don't slander others. If you get sick and don't have money to buy medicine, I can help you." As a philanthropist, what Mr. Song could not bear most was that the young were left without education, the sick without medical care, and the elderly without support. Ye Feng was truly moved by Old Man Song's charitable heart. It would be strange if someone so kind didn't get scammed. Ye Feng was curious about how Old Song had managed to build such a large business in a society full of schemes and tricks. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper pretended to be a kind person, handed 2 packets of medicinal herbs to Ye Feng, and took the ginseng back. "Oh dear, young man, you look so pitiful. Take these herbs and go see a doctor. Don't do that again." As he spoke, the boss secretly winked at Ye Feng, signaling him to know when to stop. Seeing the boss's actions, Old Song couldn't help but nod slightly, surprised that the boss was a nice person. Song Qingyu stood aside with a stern face, clearly disapproving of Ye Feng's actions. Hey, what's wrong with you at such a young age? I have hands and feet, but I can't make money. I can't even afford 2 packets of medicinal herbs. Hurry up and go. Don't delay my grandfather from buying medicine and seeing a doctor. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng took the 2 packets of medicinal herbs and slammed them hard onto the ground. Instantly, the paper bags containing the herbs shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. All 3 of them looked completely astonished. Seeing this, even the usually mild-mannered old Master Song became somewhat angry and couldn't help but give a stern reprimand. Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? Don't go too far in life. Quickly apologize to this boss. At this moment, 2 burly men entered from outside, walked up to Ye Feng, and said to him fiercely, "Damn it, you're so shameless. We couldn't stand it even when we were just passing by." First they said the shop's medicinal herbs were fake, then they said the ginseng was fake. They're clearly just here to cause trouble. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents today. As they spoke, the 2 men rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Ye Feng a lesson. At this moment, the boss's eyes were filled with ferocity and smugness. Kind-hearted old Song tried to dissuade him, saying, "Forget it, he's too young. He can correct his mistakes later." Song Qingyu, standing to the side, curled her lip and said, "People like that deserve to be beaten up." Just then, Ye Feng suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." 2 burly men said smugly, "What, scared? If you're scared, then get lost." Ye Feng asked Elder Song, "Elder Song, have you heard me say that these 2 packets of medicinal herbs are counterfeit?" Upon hearing this, Old Song gently shook his head. "You only said that the ginseng was counterfeit, but you never said that the medicinal herbs were fake." At this moment, the shop owner jumped out angrily. "Old Song, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid said my herbs were fake as soon as he came in to buy medicine. What chemicals? What artificial manufacturing? They make it all sound so sensible. You weren't even here yet, Mr. Song." Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. "That's right, Old Song has been here for so long, but he hasn't heard what I said before. You 2 just passed by. How could you possibly have heard? Are you just passers-by, or thugs hired by the boss?" The 2 burly men were taken aback by what they heard, then exchanged a glance with the boss. "That's right, these 2 are the thugs the boss just secretly called in via WeChat to teach the ungrateful Ye Feng a lesson." The boss looked slightly flustered and hurriedly said, "What are you 2 standing there for? Go and drag him out and beat him up." The 2 burly men seemed to suddenly realize what was happening and were about to pull Ye Feng out. At this moment, Old Song also began to have some doubts about the relationship between the 3 people, as these 2 did indeed seem to be people the boss had found. If that's really the case, then it means Ye Feng spoke up for himself, and the boss sent someone to teach Ye Feng a lesson. Old Song's greatest fear in life was owing others, so he quickly said, "Stop it." The 2 men glanced at the boss, only to see his expression harden. Ignoring Old Song's words, they were about to attack Ye Feng. At this moment, Old Song was panting heavily. "I told you to stop. If anyone dares to touch this young man today, I won't buy this ginseng." As expected, the 2 burly men were terrified when they heard Old Song's words and began to fawn over him. "Grandpa, please don't. We're here to teach this bastard a lesson, not to delay your medicine purchase. You need to see a doctor if you're sick, right?" Seeing the 2 of them, Old Master Song became even more suspicious and secretly gave Song Qingyu a look. Song Qingyu nodded gently, then quietly retreated to the back. Old Song pretended to be nonchalant and walked up to him quietly. "Young man, do you have any evidence that these medicinal herbs are fake?" The boss was getting a little anxious, afraid that Ye Feng would reveal some reason. Everything Ye Feng said about the medicinal herbs was correct. It's clear that this kid does know something. The boss couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his bad luck. He had come to see such a big customer as Old Song today, but instead he ran into such a hothead. Ye Feng smiled faintly upon hearing this. In fact, it had nothing to do with him that Old Song bought fake medicine. But Ye Feng couldn't bear to see this philanthropist, who had done good deeds all his life, being deceived. Chapter 35 Miss Song, as beautiful as ginseng. Ye Feng slowly picked up some Panax Nodo ginseng, and then said to Old Song, "These Panax Nodo ginseng were all moldy, and then soaked in chemical agents to add color. A quick rinse with hot water will reveal whether it's real or fake." As he spoke, Ye Feng walked to the water dispenser, placed the sanshi on the paper, and then dispensed hot water. As hot water was gently poured onto the Panax Nodo ginseng, the hot water on the paper turned colorful and even shimmered. Anyone can see that normal medicinal herbs could never have this color. It's clearly made with chemical dyes. Ye Feng placed the papers in front of the shop owner and asked, "How do you explain this?" Looking at the paper shop owner, he really wanted to have 2 thugs give Ye Feng a good beating. Where did this young kid get such a method from? Even someone who sells fake medicine wouldn't know how. However, the shopkeeper couldn't do that in order to get Old Song to buy the medicine, so he could only offer an awkward explanation. I got these medicinal herbs from someone else. I didn't grow them myself. I don't know why there's a problem. Then he picked up the ginseng and placed it in front of Mr. Song. Mr. Song, look at this ginseng. It can't be fake, can it? This shape, these whiskers, how do they look fake? I didn't get in here. My uncle got it by sacrificing one of his legs in the Changbai Mountains. Ye Feng glanced at the cloud of black mist behind the boss and said coldly, once a breach of trust, never again. Do you think you're still worthy of Elder Song's trust? As a pharmacy owner, you clearly know that medicinal herbs are used to treat and save lives, yet you still buy counterfeit medicine. You're treating human life like dirt. Won't the people you killed haunt your dreams when you sleep at night? Such behavior will surely be punished by heaven. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the boss turned pale with fright. Because recently he has been having recurring dreams of an old woman who is coughing up blood and demanding his life. Moreover, the old woman was someone the shop owner knew. She used to come here often to buy medicine, specifically this Panax Nodo ginseng, and later died vomiting blood. The old woman's son came to cause trouble several times, but unfortunately he had no solid evidence and was beaten by two thugs who broke his leg, so he never dared to come again. Now that Ye Feng has said that, the boss really feels a chill down his spine. At this moment, Song Qinyu, who had retreated, came back and gave Old Song a look, indicating that everything had been arranged properly. Old Song smiled slightly and stepped forward. Young man, don't say that. Maybe the boss was really deceived and that the medicine has nothing to do with him. I think this ginseng is indeed a good thing. Old Song's statement served two purposes. Firstly, to buy time, and secondly, because he genuinely did not believe the ginseng was fake. Ye Feng was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Old Song was pointing at the swindler and saying that there were genuine items in his hands. Ye Feng really didn't know whether to say that Old Song was too kind or too foolish. Old Song held the ginseng, feeling an indescribable fondness for it, and secretly hoping it wasn't fake. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly said, that's right, this ginseng already has the shape of a human. How can it be fake? Tell me. If you can't answer, then get out of here. Ye Feng sighed helplessly. I didn't say this ginseng was fake. The boss looked smug upon hearing this. It turned out that Ye Feng was just a half-baked expert. He could see the problem with Sanchi, but not with the ginseng. Old Song was completely bewildered. Didn't you just say this ginseng was some kind of bastard? Ye Feng nodded slightly. This isn't a fake ginseng. In fact, it is indeed a genuine ginseng. Upon hearing this, the boss smiled smugly. Good for you, kid. I won't pursue what happened before. Now get lost. Mr. Song, please buy the ginseng back quickly. You look pale. You definitely need some nourishment. Old Song stared blankly at Ye Feng, completely baffled as to what Ye Feng was up to. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng interrupted the boss, saying, if you don't understand medicine, don't talk about it. You don't understand medicine at all, so don't talk nonsense and harm people. The reason why Mr. Song's health is so poor is because he lost a kidney when he was young. The kidneys are the source of a person's vital energy. Mr. Song only has one kidney, which has led to a lack of vital energy for many years, causing his health to deteriorate and resulting in a host of illnesses in his old age. Such an illness is incurable by medicine. If ginseng is used to supplement it indiscriminately, it will only make Old Song sick again. And you really want to sell this wild ginseng for 5 million? Old Song and Song Qinyu couldn't help but exchange a glance, because Old Song had indeed lost a kidney when he was young. The two had no prior acquaintance with Ye Feng, so how would Ye Feng know? Could it all be because of this brief meeting of 10 minutes? If so, wouldn't Ye Feng be a miracle doctor? The boss didn't care about the first part of Ye Feng's words at all. He only cared about Ye Feng saying that ginseng wasn't worth 5 million. He angrily said to Ye Feng, first you say it's a worthless ginseng, then you say it's real ginseng, and now you say it's forest ginseng. Tell me, what's wrong with this ginseng growing deep in the mountains and forests? Who says ginseng can't grow deep in the mountains and forests? Ginseng doesn't grow under the trees. It grows on your ancestral grave? Ye Feng sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He had thought that the boss was just ignorant of pharmacology, but it turned out that he didn't understand ginseng at all and didn't even know the basic terminology. It seems that the fake medicinal herbs were not made by the boss alone. There must be someone else behind him. Forest-grown ginseng is not the same as ginseng grown in old forests. Forest-grown ginseng and ginseng grown in the old forest are similar in meaning. That is to say, this ginseng was artificially placed in a field similar to the wild, cared for by humans, and then its growth was accelerated using modern high-tech methods. When ginseng grows to a similar size, it is dug up and sold. Although they are all ginseng, their medicinal value is vastly different. Wild ginseng grows deep in the mountains and forests, exposed to wind, sun, frost, and rain. It absorbs the energy of sunlight during the day and collects the essence of moonlight at night. It takes decades to 100 years for it to develop its powerful medicinal value. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, everyone present was completely dumbfounded, because what Ye Feng said was reasonable and well-founded, and sounded very professional. How can these unprofessional people refute this? The boss, unwilling to give up, said to Ye Feng, "Then what makes you think my life is some kind of ginseng grown in the forest?" Seeing that the boss was still not giving up, Ye Feng had no choice but to take the ginseng in order to persuade Old Song. The biggest problem with your ginseng is that it has been cared for too well by humans. Look at this color, it's glossy and full, the skin is white and tender, and the whiskers are not tough at all, just like a radish. Your ginseng is like this beautiful young lady, weathered by wind and rain, growing fair and alluring. A true old ginseng should be like Old Song, having endured many hardships. Every line is filled with stories, and every hair is full of vicissitudes. Upon hearing this, Old Song nodded slightly. This young man is indeed capable. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu blushed. She hadn't expected this young man to be such a lecher, actually comparing himself to her. Hearing Ye Feng's irrefutable evidence and seeing Old Song's expression, the boss knew that his deception could no longer fool Old Song. In a fit of rage, he gave a sharp wink to the two equally bewildered thugs. The two men quietly backed away, then slammed the roller shutter door shut. The store lights dimmed instantly, and a murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 36: Vengeful Spirits Seeking Revenge. Upon seeing this, Song Qingyu turned pale with fright and screamed as she hid behind Old Master Song. Even though he was nearly 70 and had experienced many hardships, Mr. Song had never seen such a scene before, and his expression changed drastically. Ye Feng, on the contrary, smiled faintly. He had seen it coming the moment those two thugs came in. This pharmacy not only sells counterfeit medicine, but it's also a shady business. Ye Feng naturally stepped in front of Elder Song and Song Qingyu, afraid that they might be accidentally injured, and then said calmly, "What? You're resorting to robbery when you can't be fooled." Upon hearing this, the boss's expression turned extremely fierce. "Kid, you have a way to heaven but you choose not to, and you come here to throw yourself into hell. You're not leaving here alive today." Ye Feng laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Heaven? Hell? Heaven is blind, so I made a scene in the heavenly palace. Hell is unjust, so I smashed up the underworld. You think you can trap me, Ye Feng, in your tiny pharmacy? A fool's dream." Old Master Song and Song Qingyu were extremely anxious behind them, like ants on a hot pan. These three are clearly going to kill and rob. Shouldn't Ye Feng beg for mercy to save his life? Isn't this kind of talk just going to provoke the three thugs? As expected, the boss heard Ye Feng's words and revealed a sinister smile. "Haha, causing havoc in heaven and smashing up hell? You think your son Wukong? Kill this troublesome brat first." The two thugs listened to their boss, took out folding knives from their pockets, and gently pressed the switch. The dimly lit shop and the gleaming blades inspired fear. Old Song quickly took out the check for 5.5 million, then took out another check for 5 million, and said tremblingly, "Here's the money. Take all the money. Let us and this young man go." The three men's eyes instantly turned greedy when they saw the check for millions. At that moment, they looked at Old Song as if he were a walking gold mine. Ye Feng sighed and rubbed his forehead. Old Song was really too kind. At such a critical moment, he didn't forget to take out an extra 5 million to save Ye Feng's life. However, such behavior would actually put the three of them in greater danger. Sure enough, after receiving the check, the boss's expression turned ferocious, as if he wanted to devour someone. I had long suspected that this old man Song was wealthy, but I never imagined he was this rich. He could write a check for 5 million as easily as if he were just scribbling something randomly. "You two hurry up and kill this kid, then we'll take this old man and the beauty back to Chunqing." The two thugs had had this idea for a long time, and the three of them had been doing this kind of business together in Jiangxing City for more than 10 years. Now that we've encountered such a fat sheep as Old Song, of course we have to take him away. Old Song was shocked to hear this. These three people had taken the money but still wanted to kill him and even kidnap him. That's absolutely outrageous. Ye Feng appeared as if he were a ghost. With a whoosh, it appeared in front of the boss. Ye Feng's speed startled the boss, who was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. "You? How can you be so fast? Are you a human or a ghost?" Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. "I am a human, and the ghost is behind you." Then Ye Feng made a few strange hand gestures and muttered some words softly. "The ghosts of the wronged wander the human world. Revenge if you have a grudge, settle a score if you have a grievance. I, Ye Feng, will now help you take revenge. Having avenged your great grudge, your soul returns to the underworld. You must not linger. Then Ye Feng gently touched Boss Ye's eyes with 2 fingers. Song Qingyu, who was behind her, was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. She had thought Ye Feng was very good at fighting because she saw how fast he was. Why don't you poke the boss's eyes harder? You're not even as strong as a woman like me. Although Ye Feng's strength was not great, the boss felt as if his eyes were on fire. He rubbed his eyes and questioned, "You brat, what kind of weird stuff are you holding?" Ye Feng smiled and said calmly, "Didn't I just say that the ghost is behind you?" Upon hearing this, the boss laughed heartily. "You think I'm afraid of your supernatural powers when you're about to die?" As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, the boss felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shivered. She swallowed hard and slowly turned her head to look behind her. The boss was nearly scared out of his wits when he turned around. Behind him was the old woman, spitting blood as she floated toward him with her outstretched hand. He said in a lifeless voice, "Why did you sell fake medicine and harm me? Why did they sell me fake medicine?" Upon seeing this, the boss's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, backing away repeatedly. A foul-smelling, yellowish liquid oozing hot liquid flowed from between his legs. You damned old woman, don't come any closer. Otherwise I'll kill you." The boss was so frightened that he lost his composure. He didn't even think about it. He had already killed the old woman, so how could he kill her now? The old woman seemed not to understand the boss's words at all, and continued to slowly float towards him. "Why did you sell me fake medicine? Why did you sell me fake medicine?" Apart from Ye Feng, the others looked completely bewildered. In their eyes, there was no such thing as a damned old woman. Only the boss himself was sitting on the ground in terror, backing away. He even wet his pants. Ye Feng smiled slightly, indicating that Elder Song and Song Qingyu had nothing to fear. When Ye Feng first entered the pharmacy, he could tell that the owner was haunted by a vengeful spirit, but since they were just casual acquaintances, he didn't want to get involved. These wronged spirits are the souls of people who died unjustly. They are very ordinary wronged spirits, unlike the vengeful ghosts in TV dramas who can take people's lives with a mere gesture. It can only stay by a person's side, influencing that person's magnetic field, causing their luck to gradually change, leading them to encounter bad things until they die. Generally, talismans used for seeking spiritual guidance can resolve the grievances of such wronged spirits. These vengeful spirits don't possess any normal human thought. They simply follow people around, relentlessly seeking their lives. Just like an old woman, she kept repeating the same sentence. Ye Feng had only briefly opened the boss's yin-yang eyes, allowing the boss to see the wronged spirits. How could the boss not be terrified when he saw the vengeful spirit of the old woman he had murdered? 2 thugs jogged over and helped their boss up, then kept asking, "Boss, what happened to you?" It turns out the boss was the leader of the 3. The boss, now driven mad with fear, sees the vengeful spirit of the dead old woman in everyone he looks at. He snatched the knife from the thug's hand and plunged it into his abdomen, snarling, "Old woman, I'll kill you." The thug stared at his boss in shock, clutching his bleeding abdomen, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and stammered, You're trying to double-cross me." The thug thought that everything that had just happened was an act by the boss, a ploy to lure him over so he could kill him with a single blow. A thug who committed evil deeds ended his sinful life without any explanation. Chapter 37 Deserve Punishment. The other thug was terrified. Although the 3 committed numerous evil deeds, they never personally killed anyone. Seeing his companion killed by his elder brother, he was so frightened that he tried to run away, but the boss stabbed him hard in the back. The thug didn't even leave a last word before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Just then, a loud knocking sound came from outside the roller shutter door. "Dad, are you in there? What are you all standing there for? Pry the door open." At this moment, Song Qingyu, who was already terrified, brightened up when she heard the voice outside. "Grandpa, it's Dad, he's here." At this moment, Old Song also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "They've come. It's good that they've come." Upon seeing someone arrive, Ye Feng gently touched the boss's eyes with both hands again. At this moment, the boss could no longer see the old woman's vengeful spirit, but only the corpses of Liang's accomplices. Upon seeing the 2 corpses, the shop owner recoiled in terror, stammering, I killed someone?" Ye Feng glanced at the old woman's vengeful spirit, then said softly, Go where you belong. The boss killed 2 people, he's definitely not going to survive, and the law will naturally punish him." The old woman's wronged spirit had her wish fulfilled, and she regained her senses, bowing gently to Ye Feng. "Thank you. I can't repay you. My descendants will repay you." Then the old woman's vengeful spirit slowly dissipated and disappeared into the mortal world. Ye Feng shook his head indifferently. He had no need for the old woman's descendants to repay him. At that moment, the roller shutter door was opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man in uniform led a group of uniformed staff members in. Ye Feng recognized the uniform. It belonged to the health bureau. Song Qingyu quickly threw herself onto the middle-aged man. Dad, this person is using fake medicine and is trying to harm Grandpa. Why did you take so long to come? It turned out that after realizing something was wrong, the grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance. Old Song was responsible for continuing to deal with the boss, while Song Qingyu sent a WeChat message to her father and then set his location. The middle-aged man was terrified when he saw the two corpses on the ground. The middle-aged man's name is Song Weicheng, and he is the director of the health bureau. Today, he received a message from his daughter saying that someone was selling ginseng to her father, but it might be fake. The two wanted to leave but couldn't get away, so they asked him for help. Song Weicheng and his men rushed over without stopping, because the counterfeit and substandard medicinal materials were under the jurisdiction of the health bureau. Before we even checked the medicinal herbs, we came across a murder case. Even the director of the health bureau had never seen anything like it. Moreover, this is not something he can control. He quickly told his men, don't get close to him, lest he launch a last-ditch attack. Just surround him. Call the police. Call the police right now. These health bureau staff dared not approach the murderer and quickly surrounded the boss. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly and walked straight up. Song Weicheng said anxiously, Hey, you passerby, are you out of your mind? Don't go near him. Song Qingyu said to Song Weicheng, Dad is so amazing. He can not only spot fakes. You can also tell that Grandpa lost a kidney when he was young, which is why he is so ill now. Upon hearing this, Song Weicheng trembled, his eyes turning red as he looked at Old Song. When Old Song saw Song Weicheng's appearance, he coldly shouted, What are you crying for? You're a grown man. Have you ever seen a bureau chief cry in public? Upon hearing this, Song Weicheng remembered that he was surrounded by his subordinates, so he wiped away his tears forcefully. Bury this pain in your heart. It turns out that decades ago, Mr. Song was struggling financially, and his young son, Song Weicheng, fell seriously ill and needed a large sum of money for surgery. Unable to raise the money, Mr. Song later sold one of his kidneys to a wealthy man with uremia who needed a kidney transplant through the black market. Only then did they take the money and pay for Song Weicheng's surgery. Since then, Old Song's health has deteriorated, and Song Weicheng has kept it all bottled up inside, unable to express his feelings. Now, upon hearing that his elderly father is suffering from numerous ailments due to selling his kidney years ago, Song Weicheng feels extremely guilty. Ye Feng approached the boss, who was terrified and, in a fit of shock, grabbed a knife and tried to stab Ye Feng. Everyone gasped in fright. Ye Feng's eyes sharpened, and he slapped Ye Feng hard with his right hand. The knife struck the shopkeeper's hand directly, flying out under Ye Feng's immense force and embedding itself in the solid wood counter beside him. Ye Feng coldly questioned, Tell me, did you supply the Zhou group with counterfeit drugs? The medicinal herbs that Ye Feng bought earlier happened to be some of the herbs that the Zhou family had bought for the Tang family. Even more coincidentally, the methods these individuals used to counterfeit medicinal herbs were exactly the same as those used by the Zhou family. Ye Feng didn't believe it was a coincidence. After all, in today's society governed by law, there aren't many people who dare to sell fake medicine. And they're exactly the same. It's no surprise that the Zhou family's medicinal herbs were provided by this boss. So Ye Feng didn't expose the boss before, partly because he couldn't bear to see the philanthropist Song being deceived. Another reason is to figure this out. Upon hearing this, the boss slowly shook his head, indicating that he did not want to speak. Ye Feng questioned again, Will you talk or not? The boss looked up at Ye Feng, his face contorted with rage and covered in blood. Kid, it's all your fault for meddling. Now that I've killed someone, I'm not going to live. I'm not going to tell you what you want to know. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng frowned deeply. This person was simply beyond redemption. Everything he's going through now is clearly his own doing, yet he's blaming himself. At this moment, Ye Feng said fiercely, If you don't talk, I don't mind letting that old woman who vomited blood come out and have a chat with you. Upon hearing this, the boss's face changed drastically in fright, and he exclaimed, So it was all you. You were the one who orchestrated everything. The boss then remembered that it was Ye Feng who gently touched his eyes before the old woman came out. Seeing this, Ye Feng made a few more gestures as if to say, I'd better call her out. Seeing Ye Feng make the same gesture as before, the boss was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground and bowed to Ye Feng. Please, have mercy on me. I don't want to see her again. Although the boss knew he would be executed, he really didn't want to see that old woman again before he died. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Then answer my question. At this point, the boss dared not disobey Ye Feng and kowtowed as he spoke. I don't know anyone from the Zhou family. I just gave the inferior medicinal herbs to young Master Zhang, and young Master Zhang gave me the good medicinal herbs, which I then took to Chunshire to sell. But I heard before that young Master Zhang's medicinal herbs were indeed intended for the Zhou family. Chapter 38. You still say you don't have a woman. Song Weiqing was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This criminal who killed 2 people was actually scared to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy by such a young man. What's going on? Ye Feng said calmly to Song Weiqing. You're from the health bureau, right? You heard what he said, right? You might need to testify in court later. Song Weiqing was taken aback when he heard this, then suddenly realized what was going on. The medicinal materials he mentioned that were supplied to the Zhou family are the heart medications that the Tang family sent for testing yesterday. It turns out that Tang Weiwei had already sent the medicinal herbs to the health bureau for testing, and it just so happens that Song Weiqing knew about it, which is perfect. Ye Feng nodded slightly. That's right, that's exactly it. Song Weiqing nodded. We have already tested it, and there is indeed a problem with the medicinal materials in the pills. I also heard what he said. As the director of the health bureau, this is my duty. The police arrived quickly, and Song Weiqing explained what had happened to them before the boss was taken away. Ye Feng was surprised to find that Song Weiqing was actually the bureau chief. This was all wonderful, and the matter between Tang Weiwei and the Zhou family could be resolved. He could clear his name in front of Zhou Shiya, but the problem was that Zhang Wenyong had switched the good medicine. It wasn't, as Zhou Shiya claimed, that she framed him. Thinking of this, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy, although the slap he gave last night had severed their feelings for each other. However, Ye Feng really didn't want to be wrongly accused by Zhou Shiya. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go elsewhere to buy medicinal herbs to treat Lei Laohu's illness. Old Song and Miss Song, farewell until later. At this moment, Song Qingyu stopped Ye Feng. What miss? Mississippi. Everyone has a name. My name is Song Qingyu. What's your name? The two met by chance, and Ye Feng didn't know why Song Qingyu was stopping him. My name is Ye Feng. Song Qingyu nodded gently and asked doubtfully. You said before that my grandfather was sick because he lost a kidney before the new year, and that's why he's like this, right? Are you a doctor? Ye Feng nodded slightly. I am a doctor. I'm here to get medicine so I can go see the patient. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands lightly, jumping up like a little rabbit. Then you should quickly treat my grandfather's illness. Song Weicheng, standing to the side, frowned slightly. As the director of the health bureau, he was quite rigid when it came to medical matters. You can only go to the hospital to see a doctor. You can't just go to any random person for treatment. Although Ye Feng explained the cause of his father's illness, he was still a little worried and asked questions from the side. Dr. Yi, which hospital do you work for? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng replied truthfully, I don't have a job, and I've never worked in a hospital. Upon hearing this, Song Weiqing frowned. He had never worked in a hospital, which meant he wasn't a doctor anymore. Song Weiqing dared not let him treat his father. If the treatment went wrong, there would be no one to turn to. So he said to his father, Dad, let's go to the provincial hospital to get checked out. This Dr. Yi, no? Young man Yi, let's forget about him. He doesn't have a medical license. How about I help him register for the exam, and we'll talk about it after he gets his medical license. At this moment, Song Weiqing was no longer willing to call Ye Feng doctor, but only little brother Ye Feng. His refusal was very obvious. Ye Feng shrugged slightly upon hearing this. He didn't really care about Song Weiqing's words. After all, the other party is the director of the health bureau, so it's quite normal for him to have such thoughts. Ye Feng wouldn't proactively ask to treat old Song. Forcing someone to do something isn't a good deal. A doctor's pride is invaluable. Ye Feng cannot disgrace his master. Upon hearing this, old Song kicked Song Weiqing lightly. Bullshit. Has the hospital found out the cause of my illness? Have you seen Dr. Ye's previous professional evaluation of ginseng? Look at Hua Tuo and BNK. Did they have medical practice licenses? Why don't you help them get one? Hearing his father's words, Song Weiqing was stunned. Could this be the same thing? Even ginseng farmers know about ginseng. Can this cure diseases? Hua Tuo and BNK, those were from which dynasty? The health bureau staff around them burst into laughter when they saw the director being kicked, coupled with the director's father's unreasonable, yet humorous remarks. Hearing his subordinates' laughter, Song Weiqing glared at them fiercely. Upon seeing Song Weiqing's gaze, everyone immediately shut their mouths and lowered their heads. Several young female staff members couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Song Weiqing's face turned red with anger. What are you laughing at? Hurry back to the station and compile today's events, as well as the matter of the Tang family's heart medication, into a report. I want to see it tonight. Seeing their boss get angry, everyone was so frightened that they quickly ran out of the pharmacy and back to their workstations. Old Song put on a smiling face and said to Ye Feng, Dr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. He's always been like this since he was a child, so clueless. Ye Feng was speechless. Your son has become a bureau chief. How could he be so ignorant of the bigger picture? Then, seeing Song Weiqing looking like a child who had done something wrong, with his head down, I couldn't help but laugh. It's all right, Elder Song. I'll treat you after I finish dealing with another patient. After that, Ye Feng took out his phone and called Song Jiaoyang. Soon, Song Jiaoyang's seductive voice came from the other end. Hey, darling, you finally remembered me after you finished with your sister-in-law? Before Ye Feng could speak, he heard Song Jiaoyang yelling at her subordinates from the other side. You're bothering me with such a small matter? Go and do it yourself. Didn't you see I was on the phone with your brother-in-law? Ye Feng was speechless and really didn't want to talk to Song Jiaoyang about his sister-in-law anymore. He simply told her, I was originally going out today to buy medicine for Lei Laohu, but I have some things to take care of right now. Why don't you send someone to buy medicine for Lei Laohu? I'll go there directly in a bit. Ye Feng then told Song Jiaoyang the names and dosages of several medicines. Song Jiaoyang asked suspiciously from the other end of the phone, what do you need to take care of? You didn't just finish with your sister-in-law, and you've already hooked up with some other girl? Little brother, even though you are a miracle doctor, you can't cure him if you exhaust him. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Couldn't Song Jiaoyang think of anything else besides these things? I was just treating an elderly person. At this moment, Song Qinyu was still explaining to Song Weiqing. Dad, don't worry, Dr. Yi is very capable. He will definitely cure Grandpa's illness. After the incident with the ginseng, Song Qinyu had great faith in Ye Feng's medical skills. At that moment, a startled voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. You still say there's no woman? I can hear her voice. Chapter 39 8th Section Brocade. Ye Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Song Jiaoyang's ears were quite sharp. She could hear him even through the phone. He had no choice but to explain slowly. That's the patient's granddaughter. On the other end of the phone, Song Jiaoyang curled her lip and said, Tsk. No wonder. It turns out the old man has a granddaughter. If I'm not mistaken, this old man's granddaughter must be young, beautiful, and have long legs. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng looked at Song Qinyu again, and her description was basically the same as Song Jiaoyang's. He was completely dumbfounded. How did you know? Song Jiaoyang giggled and said, I could tell from the sound. Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He heard it? His ears are even sharper than radar. Ye Feng finally managed to deal with Song Jiaoyang, and then prepared to treat Old Master Song. Old Song looked around, and saw that the area was still covered in blood, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He said, Dr. Yi, why don't you come to my house? It's not convenient for you to see a doctor here. Ye Feng looked around. Although this place was indeed not suitable for medical treatment, Ye Feng was in a hurry to treat Lei Laohu later. If they arrive late and Song Jiaoyang finds out, she might say something. Mr. Song, I need to see another patient soon, so let's keep things simple. Upon hearing this, Old Song nodded in agreement. Since Ye Feng had postponed another patient to come and treat him, Old Song shouldn't have too many demands. At this moment, the more Song Weiqing looked at Ye Feng, the more unreliable he felt. What kind of doctor is so casual, running around treating patients? I must stay here and keep an eye on things. Don't let this brat prescribe any random medicine for his father. Song Qinyu, who also trusted Ye Feng completely, asked from the side. Dr. Yi, is there anything we need to prepare? Ye Feng gently shook his head and said calmly, nothing is needed. I have already roughly figured out Old Song's illness. Song Weiqing, standing to the side, frowned and snorted coldly. Western medicine requires instruments to diagnose diseases, while traditional Chinese medicine requires pulse diagnosis and questioning. Without any instruments or pulse diagnosis, how can you diagnose the illness? No sooner had Song Weiqing finished speaking than Old Song, with a stern face, reprimanded him. Traditional Chinese medicine is a profound and extensive field. What you know about pulse diagnosis is just a drop in the ocean of traditional Chinese medicine. You don't understand it, and you're just spouting nonsense here. Go to work quickly. Don't let me see you. Seeing you makes me upset. Listening to his father's words, Song Weiqing realized that he was just like some elderly people who had been brainwashed by health products, always siding with the swindler. Previously, Song Weiqing simply didn't believe Ye Feng, but now he has categorized Ye Feng as a fraud. Song Weiqing dared not speak out, but whispered a warning to Ye Feng. Young man, don't you dare get my dad any health supplements. As the director of the health bureau, Song Weiqing has handled many cases of health products deceiving the elderly, and he deeply abhors such practices. Old Song angrily raised his leg to kick. Get out! Get out! Get out! Song Weiqing quickly hid to the side, watching cautiously, afraid that Ye Feng had lied to his father. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly, then said calmly, Old Song is right. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just about pulse diagnosis. Of the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, Observation is the most important. Old Song's illness was all on his face. I only needed to look at Old Song's face to know his condition. Old Song nodded vigorously, completely trusting Ye Feng's words, since Ye Feng knew he was missing a kidney when they first met. This is just something you can tell by looking at their faces. Song Weicheng, standing to the side, looked completely distrustful. You can tell just by looking at a face? Is this a medical diagnosis or a face reading? Ye Feng didn't care about Song Weicheng's thoughts at all and continued to say calmly. As I said before, Old Song's illness is due to the loss of a kidney when he was young, which has led to a lack of vital energy for many years. It was okay at first, but the symptoms became more and more severe as people got older. Upon hearing this, Old Song nodded vigorously. Indeed, when he sold his kidney, Old Song felt weak all over, which he thought was a normal reaction. Later, when I was 40, I started to go bald and lose strength. When I was 50, I was out of breath even when walking, and it's still this bad now. Old Song quickly asked, Dr. Yi, what should I eat to replenish my vital energy? Ye Feng gently shook his head. Without vital energy, there is no cure. I taught Mr. Song a few movements, and he practiced them every morning and evening. Within 3 days, he saw the effects. Hearing that the disease could be cured without taking medicine and only by doing a few movements, Old Song was very pleased with this treatment method. Song Weicheng, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes and stared warily at Ye Feng. Oh, he's not selling health products, he's teaching Qigong. Selling health products usually involves taking a cut, but those who teach Qigong just rely on their words and a few strange movements to deceive people. Ye Feng began to demonstrate the movements to Old Song. Holding up the sky with both hands regulates the 3 jiaos. Drawing the bow left and right is like shooting an eagle. Clenching the fist and glaring to increase strength, and bouncing back 7 times eliminates 100 diseases. Each time Ye Feng recited a phrase, he would perform a corresponding action. Each action seemed ridiculous, yet it contained the profound essence of traditional Chinese medicine. Old Song followed behind, learning slowly, while Song Qingyu curiously copied Ye Feng's movements. Looking at Song Qingyu's expression, Song Weicheng sighed, wondering how he could have given birth to such a stupid daughter who would believe such a thing. Then, seeing old Master Song sweating profusely and looking so serious, Song Weicheng shook his head, wondering how he could have such a simple-minded father. After Ye Feng finished his movements, Old Song, who was covered in sweat and panting heavily, breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Dr. Yi, I feel these movements are really great. I feel warm all over and very comfortable. Ye Feng nodded slightly. This was the first time old Master Song had done it, hence the effect. Because old Master Song's body has been lacking in vital energy for many years, even if he only recovers a little bit of vital energy, he will feel comfortable all over. It's like a person on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert. Even a sip of water feels like the finest nectar. In contrast, Song Qingyu, who was standing to the side, did the same thing once but didn't feel anything. This set of movements by Master Song is called the 8 pieces of brocade. You must remember to practice it diligently. Old Master Song nodded gently. 8 pieces of brocade, it is indeed a good name. I will definitely practice it more. I wonder what Dr. Ye's consultation fee is. Ye Feng glanced at him and saw that Song Weicheng was staring intently at him. Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Song Weicheng thought he was a fraud. Ye Feng had no intention of charging Old Song any consultation fee. He simply waved his hand dismissively. Following Ye Feng's gaze, Song Weicheng looked at him with a knowing look in his eyes. Dr. Yi, don't pay him any attention. You're a doctor, it's only right that you charge for treating patients. Ye Feng said calmly. Elder Song has helped so many people in need. It is my honor to be able to do my part for Elder Song. If Mr. Song mentions money again, it means he looks down on me. Upon hearing this, Elder Song had no choice but to give up, and Ye Feng then left. Although he still didn't believe that Ye Feng's 8 pieces of brocade could cure diseases, seeing Ye Feng leave without taking a penny left Song Weicheng somewhat confused, and he muttered to himself. He wasn't trying to scam money. Old Song merely snorted coldly. I think you're an official but you've gone mad, seeing everyone as a fraud. Then he slung his lap over his shoulder and left with Song Qingyu. As Song Qingyu was leaving, she pouted and said, Humph, Daddy was so mean today. They took my kindness for granted. Watching his father and daughter leave, Song Weicheng began to doubt whether he had wronged Ye Feng's original intentions. Perhaps he wasn't a qualified doctor, but he genuinely didn't intend to lie. Chapter 40 Your laughter is disgusting. After saying goodbye to Elder Song, Ye Feng prepared to go and treat Lei Laohu. Just then, the phone rang. Ye Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Ye Feng answered the phone, and a hurried voice came from the other end. Brother-in-law, is that you? Ye Feng recognized Zhou Zitong's voice. It's me. Where did you get my phone number? When Zhou Zitong was in her first year of high school, Ye Feng and Zhou Shiya got married. Throughout Zhou Zitong's 3 years of high school, her family never bought her a cell phone, fearing it would affect her studies. It has to be said that the Zhou family is rather old-fashioned in disciplining Zhou Zitong, while elementary and middle school students these days buy cell phones much earlier. This phone was a graduation gift that Zhou Shiya bought for Zhou Zitong yesterday. Zhou Zitong wanted Ye Feng's phone number right away, but Zhou Shiya hesitated and said she had to go to a meeting before leaving. When I got home, Sun Mei told me about Ye Feng and Zhou Shiya's divorce. It was like a bolt from the blue. I went out drinking, and that's when what happened last night happened. Zhou Zitong anxiously replied to Ye Feng, brother-in-law, I found your phone number in my sister's old phone. None of that matters. Go and save your sister. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng frowned and subconsciously asked, what happened to your sister? Zhou Zitong quickly recounted what had happened. Sister, you took me to the hospital. A man named David Xiao had arranged to have dinner with you beforehand and was going to take me there. I overheard David Zhou talking on the phone and buying drugs to harm my sister. I told my sister, but she absolutely refused to believe me. My sister is going to have dinner with David Zhou today, so I didn't go with her. I called you secretly instead. Ye Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had already reminded Zhou Shiya about David Xiao, but Zhou Shiya hadn't believed him. Now, Zhou Shiya doesn't even believe her own sister's words. Ye Feng really couldn't understand how Zhou Shiya had become like this after the divorce. Your sister's husband, Zhou Zitong, has already divorced her, so. Yesterday's slap severed all ties between the two, and Zhou Shiya's affairs have nothing to do with Ye Feng anymore. At this moment, Zhou Zitong said anxiously, didn't my brother-in-law say that he would make any wish of mine come true? Now I want my brother-in-law to go and save my sister. Ye Feng was taken aback when he heard this. This little girl was clearly exploiting his weaknesses. Zhou Zitong said in a wrong tone, was everything my brother-in-law said yesterday a lie? Hearing Zhou Zitong's voice sounding like she was about to cry, Ye Feng felt a pang of heartache. How could your brother-in-law lie to you? Your brother-in-law will go save your sister right now. Zhou Zitong then sent her location to Ye Feng, and Zhou Shiya installed software on Zhou Zitong's phone so that both of them could locate each other. In order not to upset Zhou Zitong, Ye Feng had no choice but to deal with Zhou Shiya's matter first, and then go to see Lei Laohu. Ye Feng checked the location. At this moment, Zhou Shiya's location was a mid-range restaurant, very close to Lei Laohu's house. After dealing with Zhou Shiya's matter, he would go to see Lei Laohu. Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting had just arrived at the restaurant's private room. David Zhou had already arrived at the hotel and made all the necessary preparations. Upon seeing the two women, David Zhou stood up excitedly. Ladies, please have a seat. Zhou Shiya had met David Xiao twice, and both times David Xiao was wearing a mask and covered up completely. However, since it was at the hospital and David Xiao was a doctor, Zhou Shiya didn't think much of it. However, when they met at the restaurant this time, David Zhou was still wearing a mask and covering himself up so tightly, which made Zhou Shiya feel a little strange. David Zhou asked, Mr. Zhou, why isn't your sister here? Speaking of Zhou Zitong, Zhou Shiya felt a headache coming on. Even as they were about to leave, the younger sister kept making a fuss, saying that David Xiao was a bad person, and that Zhou Shiya and Zhou Ting had come. My sister isn't feeling well. David felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. It was a pity that Shu hadn't come. However, the thought of captivating Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting soon filled David Xiao with excitement. Although Gao Ting isn't very pretty, it's better than nothing. David Zhou picked up a decanter, which was already filled with red wine, and said in a gentlemanly manner, I specially decanted this red wine for you two in advance. Please have a taste. Then he took 2 wine glasses and poured them for the 2 people. Gao Ting asked somewhat warily, Dr. David Xiao, why aren't you drinking? And why don't you take off your mask? Upon hearing this, David Zhou instinctively covered his face, then explained, don't mention it. I caught a skin disease while treating a patient last week. I was afraid of scaring you both. As for drinking, I'll drink later. I want to write down the specific details of the Tang family's substandard medicines for you too. Upon hearing that David Zhou was going to write down the evidence of the Tang family's crimes, Gao Ting no longer had any doubts. With evidence of David Zhou's crimes, we can defeat the Tang family. Then I'll slap that bitch Tang Weiwei's face hard. Thinking of this, Gao Ting replied with a smile. Haha, Dr. David Xiao, you are truly selfless. You even got infected yourself while treating your patients. You write first, and we'll drink together when you're done. Then Gao Ting picked up her wine glass and clinked it with Zhou Shiya's. Hee, let's drink to slap that bitch Tang Weiwei. After saying that, Gao Ting raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. Zhou Shiya shook her head helplessly. Gao Ting was still thinking about that bet with Tang Weiwei. However, David Zhou was there, writing down the Tang family's crimes one by one. Zhou Shiya also felt a sense of relief. With this evidence, we can start a lawsuit against the Tang family tomorrow. My younger brother was beaten, my ex-husband cheated on me, and we'll settle all our scores tomorrow. Zhou Shiya followed Gao Ting's example and drank a glass of red wine in one gulp. Having just finished a glass of red wine, Zhou Shiya choked and tears streamed down her face. Cough, cough. She coughed a few times, then picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped her cherry-like lips. It's not hard to see that Zhou Shiya, who has been in the business world for a long time, is only slightly better than Zhou Zito. It seems that the Zhou family members are not very good at drinking. David Zhou smiled broadly as he watched the two women down a glass of red wine. He had already drugged the red wine, and now that the two women had drunk a glass, it was only a matter of time before they passed out. Looking at the two men now, David Zhou saw them as if they were lying naked on the bed, allowing him to humiliate them. Zhou Shiya felt a wave of dizziness. She tried to stand up, but swayed and sat back down. He happened to see David Zhou's lewd and disgusting gaze and frowned slightly. Dr. David Zhou, your smile is disgusting. Chapter 41 Drug Resistance. Gao Ting was taken aback when she heard Zhou Shiya's words. She knew Zhou Shiya very well. She was a civilized and kind person. Why would she suddenly say such a thing to David Zhou? Gao Ting turned to look at David Zhou. Although he was wearing a mask, his smile did look disgusting. David Zhou wasn't angry at all when he heard Zhou Shiya's words, because he could tell from her demeanor. At this moment, Zhou Shiya's face was slightly flushed, and she was speaking without thinking, which were symptoms of the drug taking effect. As she spoke, Zhou Shiya felt dizzy and tried to stand up, but she felt lightheaded and fell heavily onto the stool. Gao Ting, who was standing nearby, realized that something was wrong and got up to wake Zhou Shiya, but she also felt dizzy. Seeing David Zhou's smug smile after his scheme succeeded, Gao Ting suddenly realized what was going on and pointed at David Zhou in surprise. You drugged me. David looked at Gao Ting with some confusion. Gao Ting had clearly drunk more alcohol than Zhou Shiya, which meant that Gao Ting had ingested more sleeping pills than Zhou Shiya. But why hasn't Gao Ting collapsed yet? David Zhou, a doctor, rolled his eyes slightly, then said with a sudden realization, you have drug resistance. Gao Ting's head was spinning. She remembered that she used to have a foreign boyfriend, and the two of them often took aphrodisiacs. That's probably how she developed drug resistance. David Zhou looked at Zhou Shiya, who was already unconscious, and Gao Ting, who was powerless to resist, and slowly took off his mask. I'll play with you first, since you're conscious but unable to resist, before I play with the other one. Seeing the scratches and red marks all over David Zhou's face, Gao Ting's expression changed drastically. Pointing at David Zhou, she said, You have syphilis. Don't come any closer. Upon hearing this, David Zhou walked step by step toward Gao Ting, rubbing his hands together incessantly. Little beauty, how did you know it was syphilis? As David Zhou approached step by step, Gao Ting was on the verge of tears. I used to have a foreign boyfriend, and he had it. I've had it too. Don't come over, be careful of cross-infection. If you want to play around, go play around with my sister. She's prettier than me and has a better figure. She's only ever been with Ye Feng, so she's very young and fresh. You'll definitely be satisfied. Gao Ting couldn't bear to get syphilis again, so she decisively betrayed Zhou Shiya. David Zhou's expression changed upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but become suspicious of Gao Ting's words. Because he had a foreign variant of syphilis transmitted from American chickens, Gao Ting was able to recognize it, and even said that she had a foreign boyfriend who had it before, which didn't seem like she was making it up. If I really am with Gao Ting, there is a real possibility of cross-infection, which would make treatment even more difficult. Thinking of this, David Zhou spat out a mouthful of saliva. Damn, you're so filthy to have contracted this disease. Unlucky. After saying that, David Zhou turned and walked towards Zhou Shiya. This divorced young woman was cleaner. Gao Ting watched as David Xiao walked towards Zhou Shiya, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that Zhou Shiya was rich and could be cured anyway, he decided to let it go. Just as David Zhou was walking step by step toward Zhou Shiya, his claws reached out to grab at her. The door to the private room was kicked open violently from the outside. The two looked up and saw that the person who had come was indeed Ye Feng. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Gao Ting excitedly shouted, Ye Feng, quickly hit him. He drugged us. In the past 3 years, Gao Ting had never been so happy to see Ye Feng. Ye Feng frowned as he saw David Zhou's movements. His expression changed, and he appeared in front of David Zhou like a ghost. David Zhou was completely bewildered and had no idea what was happening. Ye Feng looked at David Zhou's disgusting face and couldn't bring himself to do it, afraid of getting his hands dirty. So he kicked David Zhou away with a hard kick. Clang! David Zhou's body flew backward, knocking over the huge round table, and he lay on the ground groaning, unable to get up. At that moment, David Zhou felt as if his intestines had been kicked through, and his stomach was churning with excruciating pain. Watching Ye Feng's movements, Gao Ting clapped her hands helplessly from the side. Well done. Ye Feng ignored Gao Ting and took out silver needles to detoxify Zhou Shiya, who was standing to the side. Seeing Ye Feng take out the silver needles, Gao Ting excitedly asked, Ye Feng, do you know how to detoxify? Ye Feng frowned, gave a soft, and didn't turn around to look at Gao Ting. Gao Ting knew that Tang Weiwei seemed to have great faith in Ye Feng's medical skills, but she never truly believed that Ye Feng actually knew medicine. Having witnessed Ye Feng's remarkable skills twice, and thinking that Ye Feng might actually possess some medical knowledge, he said anxiously, Ye Feng, please detoxify me first. I see I'm more lucid, so I'll recover faster. After I'm cured of the poison, I can take better care of Shiya. Ye Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Gao Ting's words did indeed make some sense. As a renowned doctor, Ye Feng could tell at a glance that Gao Ting had developed drug resistance, and the drug she had just ingested would not harm her much. With just a gentle acupuncture treatment, Gao Ting was able to move freely again very quickly. Zhou Shiya's constitution means that she not only has no resistance to sedatives, but is also more afraid of them than ordinary people, and will fall into a deep coma. Treating Gao Ting first, and then having her temporarily take care of the unconscious Zhou Shiya, is indeed a good choice. Ye Feng turned around and walked straight to Gao Ting, preparing to detoxify her. Seeing that Ye Feng was preparing to detoxify her, Gao Ting quickly used all her strength to take off her top. Seeing Gao Ting's actions, Ye Feng was taken aback. For such a minor poison, Ye Feng didn't need to take off his clothes for acupuncture. However, this woman is incredibly fast at taking off her clothes. Even though she's been drugged, she can still remove her top so quickly. Seeing Ye Feng staring blankly, Gao Ting said urgently, Don't just stare blankly at my perfect body. Hurry up and detoxify me. I'll take a look at you again after I've detoxified you. Ye Feng felt nauseous upon hearing this. He looked at Gao Ting's dark and loose skin, which was covered with small bumps, revealing her promiscuous private life. Her figure is nothing compared to Ye Feng's ex-wife of 3 years, Zhou Shiya, and even Zhou Zitong, who saw her body yesterday, is far inferior. Ye Feng said coldly, Who wants to see you? Can you stop disgusting me? Gao Ting felt insecure as long as she couldn't move freely, and at this moment, she didn't dare to insult and disrespect Ye Feng as usual. He just chuckled and said, I'm disgusted. You're noble. Please give me the antidote. Looking at the faint, dark marks on Gao Ting's body, Ye Feng recognized that they were left after treatment for syphilis, similar to those given to David Xiao. They were basically undetectable to anyone other than Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt even more disgusted. If it weren't for Zhou Shiya, he would never have treated Gao Ting. It would be a disgrace to my silver needles. Chapter 42 The Unpredictable Gao Ting. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng inserted the silver needle into Gao Ting's upper body. This was the first time Gao Ting had seen Ye Feng perform acupuncture, and she was quite shocked. It seemed that Ye Feng was indeed quite skilled. However, in Gao Ting's eyes, Ye Feng's medical skills were only good enough to treat this kind of drug. If someone is not even as good as an average doctor, what use is he? However, he kept praising her, saying, Wow, Ye Feng, your medical skills are amazing. I've always thought you were outstanding, and I've always advised Shiya not to divorce you. Wait, once I can move again, I'll definitely try to persuade Shiya for you. Hearing Gao Ting's insincere words, Ye Feng said coldly with a stern face, Shut up. Hearing Ye Feng's cold rebuke, Gao Ting quickly shut her mouth, thinking resentfully, Once I can move again, do you think I'll still be able to look at your face, you bastard? I must give you a good scolding to vent my anger. Ye Feng quickly removed the silver needles from Gao Ting's body and said to her calmly, You will be able to move again in about 3 minutes. After Ye Feng took away the silver needles, Gao Ting felt that her body had indeed regained a little bit of strength. Ye Feng then quickly performed acupuncture on Zhou Shiya, who was standing to the side. With a wave of his hand, he accurately pierced several acupoints on Zhou Shiya's body. With Ye Feng's abilities, there was no need for him to take off Zhou Shiya's clothes. Ye Feng quickly put away the silver needles, and then said calmly, She'll wake up soon. You can take care of her. Ye Feng did not want to see Zhou Shiya again. He only came to save Zhou Shiya today because of Zhou Zidong's request. Ye Feng never wanted to have anything to do with Zhou Shiya again. Gao Ting nodded repeatedly upon hearing Ye Feng's words. After all, she didn't want to live under the same roof as Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng heard a furious roar from behind. Ye Feng. Ye Feng had just turned his head when David Zhou sprayed his face with a spray. Ye Feng quickly grabbed a handkerchief from the side and wiped the unpleasant liquid from his face. Seeing Ye Feng's actions, David Zhou grinned menacingly and said, Haha, the amount of sleeping pills in here is enough to knock out even a cow. Still not intoxicated, kid? This spray was a backup plan that David Zhou had prepared in case anything went wrong. He thought that if there were any problems with the drugs he gave Gao Ting and Zhou Shiya today, he would use this spray. So I specially got this spray with a very high concentration of sedative, and it actually came in handy. As he was laughing, another sharp pain struck his abdomen, making David grimace in pain. Ye Feng's kick was really too vicious. David Zhou grinned menacingly and pulled another packet of medicine from his pocket. Damn it. After you pass out, I'll force-feed you this brain-dead medicine and turn you into a vegetable. Hearing David Zhou's harsh words, Gao Ting's face changed drastically, fearing that David Zhou might turn her into a vegetable as well. David Zhou, the grievances have their source and the debtors their grievances. It was Ye Feng who kicked you. It has nothing to do with me. This kind of scum deserves to become a vegetable. David Zhou completely ignored Gao Ting's words and walked towards Ye Feng step by step with the medicine in his hand. Suddenly, Ye Feng, who was wiping his face, grabbed David Zhou's hand. David Zhou was terrified and tried desperately to pull his hand back, but Ye Feng's hand was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for David Zhou to budge. Seeing Ye Feng's clear eyes and strong arms, David Zhou looked utterly insecure. No, it's impossible. How could you be all right? Ye Feng smiled slightly, but did not speak. Ye Feng has studied medicine since childhood and has tasted all kinds of poisons. He is already immune to all poisons. How could a little bit of sleeping potion make Ye Feng faint? Ye Feng exerted a little force with his large hand, and David Zhou, in pain, immediately released the medicine packet in his hand. Ye Feng caught the medicine packet in one go. With his right hand, he forcefully pried open David Zhou's mouth and then poured the medicine down his throat. Since you enjoy turning others into vegetable states so much, then I'll grant your wish. David Zhou struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. David Zhou quickly swallowed half a packet of medicine and desperately rinsed his mouth with water, but it was too late. David Zhou ran outside like a madman, shouting, "Ambulance! Call an ambulance right now!" Ye Feng did not stop David Zhou. The half packet of medicine powder was enough to punish David Zhou. He can no longer do bad things. Seeing Ye Feng's ruthless methods, Gao Ting trembled with fear. Ye Feng was becoming more and more terrifying. Seeing Ye Feng looking at her, Gao Ting quickly stammered out her message. Ye Feng, I still admire you. Before Gao Ting could finish speaking, Ye Feng coldly shouted, "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll feed you the rest of the medicine powder. Get dressed quickly, seeing you makes me sick." Gao Ting was too embarrassed to talk back after being scolded by Ye Feng. Now that she had regained most of her strength, she quickly put on her clothes, thinking about leaving this place of trouble as soon as possible. At that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open violently, and a familiar, cursing voice rang out. "Damn it! Who dares to steal my woman?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Feng frowned slightly. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wenyong from yesterday. At this moment, Zhang Wenyong's left hand was tightly bandaged, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was followed by a group of thugs carrying weapons. When Zhang Wenyong saw Ye Feng, he was stunned. "Ye Feng, how could it be you?" Then I saw Zhou Shiya lying unconscious to the side, and Gao Ting, who was dressed in disheveled clothes. Zhang Wenyuan was completely bewildered. What was going on here? Originally, Zhou Shiya planned to get revenge by beating up Ye Feng with a group of thugs she knew, but then a friend called and said he saw Zhou Shiya having dinner with a man. Zhang Wenyong realized that someone was pursuing Zhou Shiya, so he led his group of thugs to teach that person a lesson. I never expected it to be Ye Feng. Zhang Wenyuan asked Gao Ting, "What's going on? What are you and Ye Feng doing?" At that moment, the thugs were drooling as they looked at Gao Ting's somewhat dark skin. To the thugs, Gao Ting, someone Ye Feng wouldn't even consider a threat, was already a top-tier catch. Gao Ting, who was already dressed, quickly recounted the events of the day from beginning to end. Zhang Wenyong listened to Gao Ting's words, glanced at the statement written by David Xiao earlier, and frowned. That damn doctor dared to steal my woman. Luckily Ye Feng arrived today, otherwise he would have succeeded. At this moment, Gao Ting quickly said to Zhang Wenyong from the other side, "Zhang Wenyong, quickly give this Ye Feng a good beating." This shameless guy not only wanted to do that kind of thing while Shiya was unconscious. They even took off my clothes under the guise of helping me detoxify. Chapter 43 can be resolved in 2 minutes. There's no other reason why Gao Ting said that. Firstly, she has always disliked Ye Feng and didn't want Zhou Shiya to be with him. Secondly, Ye Feng's repeated reprimands during this treatment made Gao Ting, who always felt superior to Ye Feng, feel very resentful. Ye Feng had long known that Gao Ting was fickle and utterly repulsive, but he never expected her to repay kindness with such treachery. He frowned and said coldly, "If it weren't for Zhou Zitong, I definitely wouldn't have saved you today." Gao Ting scoffed, "Pa, I'm begging you to save me. Don't think I don't know what you're up to." You only helped me detox because you wanted to see my amazing figure. And you came to stop David Zhou this time because you want to reconcile with Shiya, right? Hearing Gao Ting's words, Ye Feng truly felt that this woman was beyond saving. Zhang Wenyong was furious. Damn it, you actually took advantage of my injury to have designs on Shiya. You've come at the perfect time. I didn't have to look for you anywhere. Zhang Wenyong hired these thugs intending to teach Ye Feng a lesson, but now he's unexpectedly run into Ye Feng. Then Zhang Wenyong said to the leader of the thugs, who had a rooster comb hairstyle, "Brother Turkey, this is the bastard I was talking about. You must help me teach him a lesson." At this moment, Turkey's eyes were already glued to Gao Ting, knowing that Zhou Shiya, who was standing next to him, was Zhang Wenyong's object of affection. Zhang Wenyong is now his god of wealth, so he doesn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Gao Ting is also quite good-looking, especially her figure, which I just saw is also very good. The punk girls that Turkey usually sees can't compare to Gao Ting at all. In order to show off his masculine charm in front of Gao Ting, Turkey said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, there's no one in the entire Jiangxing city that I, Turkey, can't handle. Don't even mention that piece of trash." Upon hearing Turkey's words, Zhang Wenyong's eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Turkey, quickly give him a good beating, and I will definitely thank you handsomely afterwards." Then he said to Ye Feng, "Useless trash, you're dead today." Brother Turkey is a real gangster, not like those security guards from the Sky Garden. Zhang Wenyong had seen how ruthless Turkey and his gang were before. They were definitely not comparable to those bodyguards. Ye Feng looked at the turkey with its combed rooster head and curled his lip in disdain. Enough with the nonsense. I still need to rush to treat my patients. Ye Feng has seen the world. A true underworld boss wouldn't dye his hair yellow or get a rooster comb hairstyle like that. He's just a small-time hoodlum. Hearing that Ye Feng was still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhang Wenyong quickly said to Turkey, "Brother Turkey, hurry up and make your move. This kid is too arrogant." At this moment, the turkey slowly walked out, but it didn't even reach Ye Feng. Instead, he walked straight up to Gao Ting and gently stroked his rooster comb hairstyle. He feigned a gentlemanly demeanor. "Beautiful lady, is this shameless scoundrel trying to harass you? Wait, and I'll avenge you right away." Gao Ting looked at the fierce-looking turkey with a group of henchmen behind him and gently bit her lip. "Yes, that's him. You have to help him get revenge." As she spoke, Gao Ting leaned against the turkey's chest. Gao Ting usually prefers to date men who are rich and powerful, but given her looks, she has never dated a real second-generation rich man, which is why she keeps changing boyfriends. "My last foreign boyfriend was one. This turkey now has a bunch of underlings and looks very powerful, far surpassing all of Gao Ting's previous boyfriends." Gao Ting was quite happy to date this turkey. In the future, she would be the secretary of the Gao group on the surface, and she would also have this boyfriend on the side. What Tang Weiwei? She wouldn't dare to mess with me after seeing me. Thinking about this made Gao Ting excited. Ye Feng felt nauseous watching the two of them being so affectionate, and prepared to deal with the turkey and leave as soon as possible. Before Ye Feng could make a move, a series of cord bell sounds suddenly rang out. Ye Feng saw that it was an unfamiliar number and answered the phone. Lei Laohu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dr. Yi, we have prepared the medicine. When will you be arriving? Do you need me to send a car?" Lei Laohu was still very anxious about treating his injuries. He had already heard that Miss had taken over the territory of the traitor Guan Yunfei yesterday, which made Lei Laohu very excited. At the same time, he was afraid that Guan Yunfei would attack the young lady. At this moment, his body was naturally not able to deal with Guan Yunfei, so he wanted to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Ye Feng understood that the phone number must have been given to Lei Laohu by Song Jiaoyang. He said calmly, "I have some things to take care of here, which may require a little effort. I'll be at this restaurant near your house, so it won't take too much of your time." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu on the other end of the phone frowned. "Going through some trouble? Dr. Yi, what happened to you?" At this moment, Gao Ting said to Turkey with some anxiety, "It seems like he's looking for outside help." In the past, Gao Ting would never have worried about Ye Feng causing any trouble, but recently she has become increasingly unable to understand Ye Feng and can't help but feel a little worried. Eager for revenge, Zhang Wenyong quickly spoke to the turkey. "Turkey bro, don't cause any more trouble." Turkey looked disdainful upon hearing this, wanting to show off its skills in front of Gao Ting. He said casually, "He can find outside help? Let him find it then. If I don't subdue him completely today, what if he sends someone to cause trouble for Miss Gao Ting tomorrow? After all, I can't protect Miss Gao Ting 24 hours a day." As Turkey looked at Gao Ting, his eyes were filled with lust. He was also looking at Ye Feng, who was dressed in cheap clothes, and was sure that Ye Feng wouldn't be able to call anyone. Gao Ting was overjoyed upon hearing this, thinking that Turkey was very capable, and then she winked at him and said, "Then why don't you protect them 24/7? Hearing Gao Ting's words, Turkey excitedly grabbed Gao Ting's hand and said with a lewd smile, "Then I'll protect you properly tonight." Upon hearing this, Gao Ting looked shy and bashful, biting her lip and nodding. Even Zhang Wenyong, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it this time, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Gao Ting to be so slutty. If she weren't Zhou Shiya's older sister, I would have wanted to try it too." Lei Laohu heard Turkey's words clearly on the other end of the phone. Someone actually tried to harm the person who saved his life right at his own doorstep? Lei Laohu was furious. "Dr. Yi, you wait here. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm going to teach these blind bastards a lesson." Ye Feng originally intended to resolve this minor matter quickly, but he didn't expect Lei Laohu to come personally. "You don't need to teach them a lesson in 5 minutes. I can handle it in 2 minutes. Chapter 44, Seeking Death. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Turkey laughed so hard, he almost fell over. "Haha, you'll take care of us in 2 minutes? I'll wait here and see who you can call in 5 minutes. Hearing Turkey's words, Ye Feng sighed helplessly. "Since that's the case, then so be it." Lei Laohu said anxiously. "Dr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll be right there." Then Lei Laohu hurriedly hung up the phone. Since Lei Laohu is coming and Turkey has made a strong request, Ye Feng doesn't want to take action for the time being. He sat down to the side and poured himself a glass of hot water. After rushing over, Ye Feng reprimanded David Zhou, then administered acupuncture twice, and spent some time talking with Turkey and the others. At this moment, Ye Feng felt a little thirsty. Seeing Ye Feng talking to himself, Turkey, who had been trying to show off in front of Gao Ting, felt as if he had punched a piece of cotton. Ye Feng didn't react at all, which made him feel no sense of having successfully shown off, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Damn, this kid is really good at pretending. Ye Feng glanced at the Turkey and looked at the time on his phone. It should be about time. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Turkey could no longer hold back and no longer honored the 5-minute agreement. He picked up a beer bottle from the side and strode angrily toward Ye Feng. "Let's see you pretend." Ye Feng merely glanced at the Turkey before continuing to calmly drink his hot water, completely ignoring the Turkey's threat. Enraged, the Turkey raised a beer bottle and was about to smash it at Ye Feng. At that moment, an angry voice came from outside. "Who dares to lay a hand on Dr. Yi?" The door to the private room was kicked open violently. Apart from Ye Feng, everyone in the private room was stunned. Ye Feng had actually called someone over? They couldn't help but look out of the private room at the same time. Everyone was taken aback when they saw who had arrived, but Zhang Wenyong burst out laughing. "Ha! Ye Feng, is this the person you called? Which coffin did you dig these two old geezers out of?" The person who entered the private room was an elderly man who was nearly 60 years old, pushing another elderly man in a wheelchair. The two were panting heavily, clearly having arrived in a great hurry. Ye Feng looked up and saw that the people who had come were none other than Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu. Because Lei Laohu had not yet taken any medication and his injuries had not fully healed, he was unable to walk normally and had to be pushed in a wheelchair by Uncle Fu. Lei Laohu asked anxiously, "Dr. Yi, are you alright?" Ye Feng shook his head lightly. "How could anything happen to me?" Lei Laohu breathed a sigh of relief, remembering what Uncle Fu had said before. Ye Feng's skills were better than the two of them were when they were young. These thugs really made it difficult for Ye Feng to suffer any losses. However, Lei Laohu was still very angry. Although these people could not hurt Ye Feng was his savior. These people dare to cause trouble. If word gets out, how can Lei Laohu maintain his footing in the underworld? Lei Laohu asked angrily, "Damn it, which of you is causing trouble for Dr. Yi?" The Turkey, who had been showing off all along, didn't immediately jump up and act tough when it saw the Thunder Tiger. Instead, he looked at Lei Laohu, his mind racing with memories, his eyes showing a mixture of shock and doubt, as if he couldn't believe his own judgment. Turkey wasn't the first to jump out. Gao Ting was the first to jump out. Gao Ting had never met anyone in the underworld before. She only thought that Turkey was very powerful and that Turkey was interested in her, so she was eager to show off. Just like when Zhou Shiya's company had just started making money, Gao Ting already looked down on Ye Feng and always felt superior to others. Now that Gao Ting is so arrogant, she naturally doesn't take Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu, those two half-buried old men, seriously. These two old folks can't even walk properly, yet they're out here trying to settle things? Stop making a fool of yourself here. Go home and don't bother your old folks. Lei Laohu has been in the entertainment industry for over 30 years and never imagined that he would be so insulted by a woman in her 20s. Lei Laohu stared wide-eyed at Gao Ting with an incredulous expression. Gao Ting, assuming that Lei Laohu was speechless after her scolding, continued smugly, "Ye Feng is a good-for-nothing. He actually found someone like you who is disabled. They even boasted that they could take us down in 5 minutes? I think you're the ones who should be laughing at us." Listening to Gao Ting's incessant sarcasm, Lei Laohu clenched his fists, not wanting to get angry. After all, it would be ridiculous for a famous big brother like himself to take action against such a young woman. However, Gao Ting actually insulted Ye Feng, which Lei Laohu could not tolerate. You scoundrel, how dare you insult Dr. Yi? Apologize quickly, or I'll throw you into the Songjiang River to feed the fish. Gao Ting scoffed. He's such a good-for-nothing. Why would I apologize to him? That's a joke. When Lei Laohu heard Gao Ting repeatedly insult Ye Feng, his fiery temper finally broke down. The large hand, like a tiger's claw, slapped Gao Ting hard across the face. Gao Ting was beaten until her mouth was crooked and her eyes were distorted, with blood flowing continuously from the corner of her mouth. Gao Ting was sent flying by Lei Laohu and crashed hard into the wall. Because Gao Ting had been actively trying to bring Zhou Shiya and Zhang Wenyong together, Zhang Wenyong was always very grateful to Gao Ting. Seeing Gao Ting being beaten, he flew into a rage. Old man, are you looking for death? Lei Laohu's eyes widened, and he slapped Zhang Wenyong across the face again. Zhang Wenyong was sent flying by the slap. It was clear that the slap was much stronger than the one that hit Gao Ting. None of the thugs around had expected that an old man in a wheelchair could possess such strength. They all surrounded Lei Laohu. After that slap, Zhang Wenyong lay on the ground, barely alive. Lei Laohu sighed and looked at his palm. I am still recovering from serious injuries, and my strength is only about 50% or 60%. The thugs were all dumbfounded when they heard Lei Laohu's words. He had almost beaten someone to death, but his strength was only 5 or 6 times his usual strength. At this moment, Gao Ting struggled to her feet and shakily hugged Turkey. Brother Turkey, please help me get revenge. Kill this old bastard, and that piece of trash Ye Feng too. When Gao Ting spoke, her tone was full of resentment, and tears welled up in her eyes. She thought she had found a powerful patron, but was instead beaten by an old man in a wheelchair. Seeing the imposing presence of Lei Laohu sitting in his wheelchair, Turkey finally believed his earlier assessment. Looking at Gao Ting's face, which was originally quite pretty but now had a crooked mouth and distorted eyes, he felt extremely angry. A hard slap landed on Gao Ting's face. You slut, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Gao Ting was completely bewildered after being hit by the turkey. She covered her face and looked at the turkey, asking, Why did you hit me? Chapter 45 Death by Torture. The turkey said angrily, Why did I hit you? Of course, it's to apologize to Tiger. The thugs and Gao Ting present were completely dumbfounded by Turkey's performance. Gao Ting covered her face and roared, What's wrong with you? Where did this Tiger Lord come from? Turkey glared at Gao Ting through gritted teeth. This woman was pretty, but her brain was as big as a pig's. Of course it's Lei Laohu, Tiger Lord. Upon hearing Turkey's words, everyone gasped in surprise. Thunder Tiger. They all looked at Lei Laohu, who was sitting in a wheelchair. This elderly man in the wheelchair was none other than the legendary Lei Laohu. It doesn't look like it at all. Lei Laohu frowned slightly and asked curiously, Have you seen me before? Upon hearing Tiger's question, Turkey cautiously stepped forward and replied, In response to Tiger's question, I once saw you from afar at a party. For a moment, I dared not go forward to acknowledge him. Turkey recognized Lei Laohu at first sight, but seeing that Lei Laohu was in a wheelchair, it felt that it might have mistaken him for someone else. Plus, it was probably 3 or 4 years ago, so I thought it was just my memory fading, until Lei Laohu made his move. Its tiger-like eyes were wide open, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. Turkey then realized that the person in front of him was indeed Lei Laohu. Upon hearing Turkey's words, Lei Laohu glared and said, Since you know Lei Laohu, how dare you lay a hand on my savior? Upon hearing Lei Laohu's words, the turkey was almost in tears. Little did he know that Ye Feng was actually Lei Laohu's savior. He instantly hated Zhang Wenyong, who was lying on the ground convulsing. Tiger, it was Zhang Wenyong who told me to deal with Dr. Yi. He's the mastermind. I had no idea that Dr. Yi was your savior. Lei Laohu said softly. So, you just didn't recognize Tai's talent? Upon hearing this, the turkey nodded frantically. Yes, Tiger, I was blind to your greatness. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Lei Laohu nodded slightly. He may be spared the death penalty, but he cannot escape punishment. Since you can't recognize a great man, then you might as well get rid of these eyes. Upon hearing Lei Laohu's words, everyone gasped in shock. As expected of a big shot in the underworld, his methods are truly ruthless. Upon hearing this, the turkey's legs went limp with fear. How could it survive without its eyes? It knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Tiger Lord, please spare me. Tiger Lord, I will never dare to do it again next time. Looking at the turkey whose head was slammed on the ground and bleeding profusely, Lei Laohu showed no pity. I, Lei Laohu, mean what I say. Since you have offended my savior, you should be punished. At this moment, Gao Ting, who was standing to the side, had no idea how serious the situation was. He said to the turkey, "Hey, are you sure he's Lei Laohu? When Lei Laohu goes out, he's always surrounded by a retinue. How could he just be a skinny old man pushing a wheelchair? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" At this moment, Shanji truly regretted agreeing to help Zhang Wenyong for a mere 2 coins, and thus getting to know that foolish woman, Gao Ting. Zhang Wenyong, who was lying on the ground convulsing, couldn't help but feel resentful. This Gao Ting was simply an idiot. An ordinary person could mistake Lei Laohu, but could a hoodlum like Shanji really mistake him? Besides, Ye Feng just took out Lei Laohu's black gold card yesterday, so he must know Lei Laohu. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to impersonate Lei Laohu. This woman keeps spouting nonsense here. If she angers Lei Laohu, all of them might die. If Zhang Wenyong could get up, he would definitely slap Gao Ting twice across the face. Before Gao Ting could finish speaking, footsteps sounded outside. In an instant, a large group of men in black poured into the private room, each of them exuding an extremely cold aura. Dozens of people were standing in the private room, and Gao Ting was so frightened that she trembled. At this moment, Gao Ting's mind was in a daze. What had happened now? Why were there so many men in black? After entering the room, the man in black ignored everyone else and bowed respectfully to Lei Laohu. He greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Tiger." Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Ting nearly fainted. Even if she were stupid, she would know that she had encountered a real tyrant today. Good heavens, I've been mocking Lei Laohu the whole time. Lei Laohu simply waved his hand at his men. "Take that guy with the rooster-like head away and gouge out his eyes." Upon hearing Lei Laohu's words, the men in black immediately stepped forward and took away the turkey. Soon after, the screams of turkeys could be heard from outside. Hearing their boss's screams, none of Turkey's thugs thought of seeking revenge. At this moment, all they could think about was how Lei Laohu would deal with them. Lei Laohu glanced at his trembling Turkey subordinates and said calmly, "You can all leave." Turkey's thugs could hardly believe their ears. The infamous Lei Laohu, who just gouged out the eyes of a turkey, is now letting them go so easily? Lei Laohu glanced at the group of thugs and said with slight anger, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes too before you feel at ease?" The thugs were terrified and fled in panic, but they were filled with gratitude towards Lei Laohu. This is the personal charisma of Lei Laohu, a big shot in the underworld. If he releases these petty thugs, they will be eternally grateful. Not only are there benefits to being out and about at Lei Laohu's club, but there's also a high chance of joining Lei Laohu's camp. Lei Laohu's rise to power was not entirely due to his reckless brute force. Lei Laohu glanced at Zhang Wenyong on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. "It's only because your life wasn't meant to end that you didn't die just now. If you dare to cause trouble for Dr. Yi again in the future, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Someone throw him out." At this moment, besides Ye Feng, the only other people in the private room were the unconscious Zhou Shiya, Lei Laohu's men, and Gao Ting, who was trembling with fear. Lei Laohu stared coldly at Gao Ting. At this moment, Gao Ting felt that Lei Laohu's gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting her flesh piece by piece, and the pain was like being slowly sliced to death. Lei Laohu remained silent, and apart from Ye Feng, who was watching the spectacle, no one else dared to speak. The eerie silence in the private room intensified Gao Ting's fear. Finally, Lei Laohu slowly spoke. "Do you know why I hit you much lighter than I hit that Zhang Wenyong?" Gao Ting's eyes lit up when she heard this, thinking that Lei Laohu wanted to let her off the hook. Before Gao Ting could reply, Lei Laohu said calmly, "That's because you insulted Dr. Yi too much. I will torture you to death. Guards, take her away. She belongs to you now." Chapter 46, Get ready to go to jail. Upon seeing the dozens of men in black with their eyes gleaming green, Gao Ting was terrified. She could easily imagine what would happen next. Looking around helplessly, she happened to see Ye Feng standing to the side. Gao Ting knelt down before Ye Feng, pleading, "Ye Feng, please save me. For Shiya's sake, you were my brother-in-law before. Didn't Shiya say that Zitong has been in contact with you recently? If Zitong knew that I was tortured to death, she would definitely be heartbroken." Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Ye Feng frowned. Ye Feng wasn't some saintly hypocrite who wanted to turn a blind eye to Gao Ting's repeated attempts to humiliate him. However, Gao Ting's last words did touch Ye Feng's heart. Zhou Zitong is so kind. If something really happens to Gao Ting, Zhou Zitong will be heartbroken. Ye Feng didn't want Zhou Zitong to be heartbroken. He simply said, "Zhou Shiya will be awake soon, so you can stay here and take care of her." Then he said to Lei Laohu, "Let's go." Since Ye Feng wanted to spare Gao Ting's life, Lei Laohu naturally wouldn't mind. So he told his men to leave immediately. Watching Lei Laohu and Ye Feng leave, Gao Ting sat on the ground, panting heavily, looking terrified. At this moment, Zhou Shiya finally slowly woke up. Zhou Shiya felt dizzy and rubbed her head before standing up. Looking at the mess all around, I wondered what had happened. As soon as I turned my head, I saw a face with a crooked mouth, distorted eyes, and blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Zhou Shiya, who was still in a dazed state, was so frightened that her face turned pale. She thought she had seen a ghost and screamed, "Ah, a ghost!" Upon hearing this, Gao Ting said irritably, "What ghost?" "It's me." At this moment, Gao Ting really envied Zhou Shiya. If she had fainted like Zhou Shiya, she wouldn't have offended Ye Feng or been beaten by Lei Laohu. Thinking of this, Gao Ting's hatred for Ye Feng deepened even further. Lei Laohu knew he could never get revenge on Ye Feng in this lifetime, but he would definitely take revenge severely if he had the chance. At this moment, Gao Ting had completely forgotten that it was Ye Feng who had saved her life. Zhou Shiya naturally recognized Gao Ting's voice. She rubbed her eyes hard, looked at her figure and clothes, and then looked at her face carefully. It really was Gao Ting. "Cousin, what happened to you? You're so badly injured. Where is Dr. David Zhou?" Gao Ting rubbed her aching face and rolled her eyes. She was still looking for Dr. David Zhou. "You were almost insulted by that syphilis doctor." However, Gao Ting suddenly turned her eyes and revealed a smug smile. "You bastard Ye Feng. I'll make sure Shiya hates you forever, and she'll never remarry you no matter who she marries. Dr. David Zhou, you're leaving after you finish writing this statement." When Ye Feng heard that we had contacted Dr. David Xiao and were preparing to deal with Tang Weiwei, he brought Lei Laohu to snatch the statement. "You've drunk too much and fallen asleep again. For the sake of our company, I have no choice but to fight them to the death." As a result, he ordered Lei Laohu to beat me so badly that I ended up like this. I told them I would call the police, and that's how they ran away. Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Ye Feng had actually asked that legendary underworld boss to beat up her cousin in order to help Tang Weiwei get the statement? They beat him so badly he's almost disfigured? Zhou Shiya was furious. How could he go so far? Gao Ting quickly lit a fire nearby and said, "Ye Feng is really something now. He's being kept by Tang Weiwei, this rich woman. Now we've even met Lei Laohu, a big shot in the underworld. We can't afford to mess with him." Zhou Shiya angrily picked up David Zhou's statement and clenched her fists tightly as she read the statement, which was very favorable to her. So what if he's a gangster boss? I refuse to believe that gangsters can manipulate the law. Zhou Shiya took out her phone and called Ye Feng. Ye Feng, who was at Lei Laohu's villa at the moment, had just finished brewing herbal medicine for Lei Laohu. When Ye Feng saw that the caller ID was Zhou Shiya, he frowned slightly, wondering why she was calling. Was it to thank me for saving her from being violated? Ye Feng handed the Chinese medicine to Lei Laohu, then answered the phone. Zhou Shiya's cold voice rang out. "Ye Feng, when I just fainted, were you in the private room of the restaurant where I was eating?" Ye Feng nodded upon hearing this. Zhou Shiya had indeed come to express her gratitude because of this matter. "That's right, it was Zhou Zitong who told me the whole story, which is why I took action." Zhou Shiya's eyes widened upon hearing this. Now that Ye Feng had come to bully her own family, he was too lazy to even lie to her anymore, speaking as if it were perfectly reasonable. "Oh, so you tricked my sister into telling you this. I told her a long time ago not to contact you anymore. Just wait and see how I deal with her when I get back." Upon hearing that Zhou Shiya wanted to punish Zhou Zitong, Ye Feng flew into a rage. "Zhou Zitong meant well? Why are you punishing her? If you treat her badly, I will not forgive you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya sneered and said, "She's kind enough to tell you about my affairs. So you had Lei Laohu beat my cousin up like this? Ye Feng, let me tell you, I have evidence now. Tomorrow I will sue Tang Weiwei. You accomplice, just wait to go to jail." Zhou Shiya then hung up the phone immediately, preparing to file a lawsuit the next day. Ye Feng stared at his phone, utterly bewildered. He had kindly saved her, but she had taken it all for granted. As for Gao Ting being beaten, didn't she deserve it? If I hadn't saved her, she would have died. Ye Feng had guessed it. Gao Ting had probably said something that twisted the truth, but that didn't matter anymore. If Zhou Shiya believed in herself like Zhou Zitong, then no matter what Gao Ting said, it would be useless. Ultimately, it all comes down to Gao Ting not believing in herself. After drinking the herbal medicine, Lei Laohu felt a surge of heat rising slowly from his abdomen, which then flowed into his limbs and bones. At this moment, Lei Laohu felt that his internal injuries had recovered to about 70–80%, and he no longer felt powerless. He was full of strength once again. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The medicine cured the disease so quickly. Dr. Yi is truly a miracle doctor. Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. He was so used to hearing the title of Divine Doctor that he was practically tired of hearing it. Lei Laohu had just heard it too. It sounded like someone was threatening Ye Feng on the other end of the phone. He quickly asked, "Dr. Yi, have you encountered any trouble? But you can talk to me. In Jiangsheng, I can handle anything, big or small." Ye Feng shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. No need to trouble yourself. It's just a small matter. It's just that I got divorced, and my ex-wife and I have been entangled ever since. Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's eyes lit up immediately, and he excitedly asked, Dr. Yi, you're divorced? Chapter 47, The Yi Family of Longdu. Ye Feng found Lei Laohu's excited reaction a little strange, but still nodded slightly. Lei Laohu quickly said, Dr. Yi, you can spend more time with my young lady and build a relationship. Miss Yi has a very good impression of him. Upon hearing Lei Laohu mention Song Jiaoyang, Ye Feng recalled Song Jiaoyang's alluring appearance and her usual roguish nature. I couldn't help but shiver. Lei Laohu also knew that matters between men and women should be developed on their own, and besides, with the young lady's charm, he believed that Ye Feng would not be able to refuse. At this moment, Lei Laohu already regarded Ye Feng as one of his own. Sooner or later, Miss will win him over and use him for her own purposes. So they inquired about Ye Feng's past, wanting to understand him better through his history. Mr. Yi is so young, yet his medical skills and martial arts are so remarkable. May I ask which master Mr. Yi studied under? Ye Feng frowned slightly, realizing that Lei Laohu wanted to know about his past, and said with some displeasure, My master lives in seclusion, and it is inconvenient to reveal anything. Lei Laohu could also see that Ye Feng was somewhat displeased, so he could only awkwardly joke, I have been fighting in Jiangxing City for more than 30 years, and I know most of the important people. I thought I would meet Dr. Yi as mentor, so I made some inquiries. I hope Dr. Yi won't blame me. Upon hearing Lei Laohu's words, Ye Feng's expression brightened slightly. Since Lei Laohu has been involved in the underworld of Jiangxing for more than 30 years, he must know something about what happened more than 20 years ago. So he asked Lei Laohu, Have you ever heard of the Yi family in Jiangxing City more than 20 years ago? Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu thought for a moment, then said calmly, Is it the one whose entire family was wiped out? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, Exactly. If you know why, please tell me. Lei Laohu shook his head slightly. The Yi family is very mysterious. They are not an old family lineage, but suddenly appeared in Jiangxing City. I know nothing about the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes dimmed again. Then Lei Laohu abruptly changed the subject. But before the Yi family was wiped out, I heard that the Yi family of Longdu had sent people there several times, and they had a very unpleasant encounter with the then head of the Yi family. The Yi family of Longdu once boasted that they would make the Yi family disappear from Jiangxing City within a week. As a result, the Yi family was wiped out within a week. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng frowned. The Yi family of Longdu? Could it be that they were the ones who did what happened back then? Although Ye Feng had been in the United States, he knew about most of the major and minor powers in China. The Yi family of Longdu is one of the 10 most prominent families in China. Compared to them, even the Yang family in the provincial capital is not worth mentioning. How could his father, who was just a small family in Jiangxing, have any connection with the Yi family of Longdu? However, after returning, I investigated for 3 years but found absolutely no clues. Unless the enemy who wiped out their family back then truly possessed the same power as the Yi family of Longdu, it would be impossible to have done something so meticulously. Thinking about this, Ye Feng felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples. Lei Laohu had no reason to lie to himself. The Yi family of Longdu must have indeed come looking for his father. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about in Jiangxing City anymore. I'll just choose a day to go directly to Longdu to ask the Yi family. If the deaths of his parents are indeed related to the Yi family of Longdu, then regardless of whether they are one of the top 10 families, Ye Feng will definitely make them pay for their blood debts. Thinking of this, Ye Feng was filled with murderous intent, and his clothes billowed without wind. A cool breeze suddenly swept through the small courtyard outside the villa, causing fallen leaves to fly everywhere. The birds, who had been enjoying themselves, seemed to sense some danger and scattered in alarm. Lei Laohu, sitting inside the house, suddenly felt as if the temperature next to him had dropped by 5 or 6 degrees. Suddenly looking at Ye Feng with wariness, as a big shot in the underworld, he could naturally sense that Ye Feng was releasing a murderous aura. Lei Laohu was secretly shocked. Ye Feng was only in his 20s, yet his killing intent was so strong. It was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. It's important to understand that killing intent isn't something you cultivate. It doesn't involve talent or any cultivation method. It is through years of bloodshed and killing enemies that one can slowly accumulate such resources. This person is dangerous. Although he knew that Ye Feng probably didn't mean him any harm, Lei Laohu still instinctively prepared to defend himself. Just then, Uncle Fu outside suddenly pushed open the door forcefully and asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Tiger?" Upon hearing Uncle Fu's interruption, Ye Feng finally regained his senses and returned to reality. Realizing he had overstepped his bounds, he quickly bid farewell to Lei Laohu, and then hurriedly left. Watching Ye Feng's departing figure, Lei Laohu finally breathed a sigh of relief, large beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Uncle Fu quickly asked, "Tiger, what exactly happened just now?" Lei Laohu said with lingering fear, "Dr. Yi just asked me about the Yi family's affairs back then." Suddenly, a murderous aura erupted from within him. Uncle Fu was also taken aback when he heard this. "What? You mean the murderous aura just now came from Dr. Ye's body?" Uncle Fu, who was outside, suddenly sensed the endless killing intent and thought it was the assassin who had injured Lei Laohu last time. Unexpectedly, it was on Ye Feng. Lei Laohu nodded slightly. "Yes. It seems we underestimated Dr. Yi." Uncle Fu nodded slowly. He had always regarded Ye Feng as a junior. Although Ye Feng had some strength, he was still a rare talent among the younger generation. At most, he's only better than himself and Lei Laohu were when they were young. Now it seems utterly absurd. Someone with such murderous intent must possess terrifying strength. Should we remind the young lady? Lei Laohu nodded slightly. "That's right, such a dangerous person. We must remind Miss to be careful." Moreover, Ye Feng actually inquired about the Yi family's affairs back then, and he also has the surname Yi. It's most likely related to the Yi family back then. Go and gather clues about the Yi family. We must befriend this person. Back home, Ye Feng was restless and uneasy. This is the first time in all these years that I've heard such useful information. I must find the Yi family and get to the bottom of this. Ye Feng took out his phone, preparing to contact his subordinate again, wanting him to use the organization's resources to investigate the Yi family in Longdu, and to make sure everything went smoothly. But when I took out my phone to dial, all I got was a dial tone. After 2 consecutive unanswered calls, Ye Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. I tried to contact several capable people, but I couldn't reach any of them. Even Ye Feng, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but worry this time, and frowned as he said, "Could it be that there's a problem with the organization?" Chapter 48. Do you think I'm dirty? The next morning, Ye Feng had just gotten up and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, the doorbell rang. Ye Feng opened the door, and standing outside was Tang Weiwei. Today, Tang Weiwei is dressed in a formal suit, looking like a serious and powerful career woman, exuding confidence and charisma. As soon as Ye Feng opened the door, Tang Weiwei smelled a fragrant aroma, which made her mouth water. "Wow, you've cooked some delicious noodles again." As she spoke, Tang Weiwei kicked off her high heels, her 2 fair little feet bare, and ran to the kitchen. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. Tang Weiwei's words immediately brought him back to reality. "I haven't mopped the floor yet, so please wear slippers. Be careful not to get your feet dirty." But Tang Weiwei, upon seeing the delicious food, didn't care whether her feet were dirty or not, and ran straight to the kitchen. He began to devour Ye Feng's noodles. Hungry, Ye Feng reluctantly sat down on the sofa. For some reason, Tang Weiwei always happens to arrive whenever I cook. "What brings you here?" Tang Weiwei said while eating. "I'm here to pick you up." Ye Feng was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "Pick me up? What for?" Tang Weiwei took a sip of noodle soup and smoothed the noodles in her mouth. "I'm picking you up for the court hearing. Your ex-wife has sued me, and we're going to court today." Ye Feng was taken aback when he heard this, because he knew the cause and effect of the matter. It was indeed Zhou Shiya's company that produced counterfeit and substandard drugs, causing the Tang family heavy losses. Unexpectedly, before Tang Weiwei could even file a lawsuit, Zhou Shiya filed one first. Seeing Ye Feng's stunned expression, Tang Weiwei laughed and said, "You find it funny to see her accusing the villain first, right? I think so too. After all, I don't know anything about medicine, so I'd like you to listen to my ears. If there are any medical issues, you can help me debate with her." Ye Feng hesitated upon hearing this, partly because he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zhou Shiya anymore. Secondly, he was afraid that if he got involved in this matter, Zhou Shiya would lose the case and Zhou Zitong would be heartbroken. He didn't want to upset his sister-in-law. Seeing Ye Feng hesitate, Tang Weiwei, who had finished eating her noodles, quickly ran and jumped onto the sofa. Seeing Tang Weiwei step barefoot on the ground, and then barefoot onto the sofa, Ye Feng frowned slightly, but said nothing. Tang Weiwei kept shaking Ye Feng's arm. "Please help me. I heard your ex-wife ask that annoying Dr. David Zhou for help. I don't know anything about medicine. How am I supposed to deal with them?" Upon hearing David Zhou's name, Ye Feng frowned. What's wrong with Zhou Shiya? Yesterday, David Xiao almost molested her, and today she's asking David Xiao for help. Seeing Ye Feng's brows furrow even deeper, Tang Weiwei assumed that Ye Feng didn't want to go at all. In desperation, he resorted to his old trick. "Please, I beg you." After saying that, Tang Weiwei pouted and was about to touch Ye Feng's face. Seeing that Tang Weiwei had just finished eating noodles and her greasy little mouth was about to kiss him, Ye Feng, quick-witted and agile, quickly used his right hand to block Tang Weiwei's little mouth. Tang Weiwei stared blankly at Ye Feng's actions. She, a stunningly beautiful woman, kissed him, and he actually blocked her with his hand? Ye Feng glanced at the oil stain on his hand and quickly took a tissue to gently wipe it off. Seeing Ye Feng's actions, Tang Weiwei's eyes widened, and she suddenly felt a rush of menstrual blood. He also wiped his hands with paper. What does that mean? Do you think it's dirty? Tang Weiwei puffed out her cheeks and widened her almond-shaped eyes. Hey, what do you mean? You think I'm dirty? Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh at Tang Weiwei's angry expression. You're such a young lady. Why do you keep talking about kissing people all the time? Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei flew into a rage and said in a coquettish voice, Who keeps talking about kissing people? I've never kissed anyone but you. You idiot, you moron, you bad guy. As she spoke, Tang Weiwei forcefully punched Ye Feng with her fist. She gave you her first kiss, and now she won't even help you with anything. Aren't you just afraid of offending your ex-wife? She was so mean to you, and I was so good to you. Tang Weiwei became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her eyes welled up with tears. Ye Feng was startled when he saw Tang Weiwei about to cry. Well, she hit herself, and it made her cry. Ye Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Okay, I agree. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's sorrow instantly turned to joy, and she jumped up excitedly on the sofa. Yay! Watching Tang Weiwei's lively and adorable pose on the sofa, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. This little girl's mood changed faster than flipping through a book. Tang Weiwei, who was jumping and hopping on the sofa, suddenly lost her footing and fell towards the ground. Tang Weiwei was terrified, her face turning pale. If she fell, she would be disfigured. She tightly closed her eyes. Ye Feng, who was quick-witted and agile, rushed forward and hugged Tang Weiwei tightly. Tang Weiwei, who had her eyes closed, suddenly felt herself fall into a strong chest, and then she carefully opened her eyes. Looking at Ye Feng holding her, Tang Weiwei felt an unprecedented sense of security. Breathing in the masculine scent emanating from Ye Feng, Tang Weiwei was completely intoxicated. At this moment, Ye Feng held the beauty in his arms, as soft and fragrant as jade. Tang Weiwei's youthful fragrance kept wafting into Ye Feng's nostrils. Early in the morning, Ye Feng was really afraid that he would lose control. I quickly reminded him, Aren't you getting up? Still lost in her reverie, Tang Weiwei finally realized that she was still nestled in Ye Feng's arms. Tang Weiwei quickly and gently stood up. While Ye Feng wasn't paying attention, Tang Weiwei playfully kissed Ye Feng on the lips. Then, like a startled little rabbit, she jumped off the sofa barefoot, ran to the door, and put on her high heels. Blushing, she said, Let's go. Savoring the lingering fragrance on his lips, Ye Feng was about to wipe it off with his hand. Tang Weiwei pouted and hopped around at the door, saying, Don't wipe it. Ye Feng smiled helplessly upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words. I went back to my room and changed my clothes. The two got into Tang Weiwei's sports car and headed to the courthouse for the trial. Tang Weiwei's face flushed slightly as she walked, and she seemed a little uncomfortable. I've already kissed Ye Feng twice, but we haven't even defined our relationship yet. Doesn't that make me seem a bit disrespectful? Thinking of this, and feeling Ye Feng's gaze, Tang Weiwei felt so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. To ease the awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. I heard from my father that the Yang family in the provincial capital has been taking care of Zhou Shiya because of you? Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. I was just saying that they should offer a little guidance without violating principles or harming interests. Tang Weiwei pursed her lips upon hearing this. You call this a little hint? The Yang family in the provincial capital gave her full support, treating her as their own company and pouring all their resources into it. Chapter 49 Little Tiger Tang Weiwei. Ye Feng smiled helplessly. He had indeed only told the Yang family to give him a heads up. However, since Ye Feng had saved the life of the Yang family patriarch, the Yang family naturally did everything in their power to repay him. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of the Yang family's help that Zhou Shiya's company grew so large, which led to their divorce. Tang Weiwei pouted. It's because of what you said that our family has been in so much trouble. Tang Tianyi also poured all his resources into giving Zhou Shiya advice, which led to today's situation. Ye Feng felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, as it was indeed because of his own actions that the Tang family was in such trouble. It is only right and proper for me to help Tang Weiwei today. Tang Weiwei suddenly thought of something, her eyes darting around as she changed the subject. Ye Feng, have you heard that something big is going to happen in the provincial capital soon? Ye Feng was taken aback when he heard this, then shook his head. He wasn't interested in what was happening in the provincial capital. Tang Weiwei said excitedly. I heard that the Xiao family is going to hold an auction in the provincial capital, and the agent for this event is the Yang family of the provincial capital. Ye Feng was a little puzzled. What's so big about an auction? Tang Weiwei was speechless when she heard Ye Feng's words. Ye Feng was supposed to know some important people in the Yang family, so how could he not even know such basic things? The Xiao family is one of the top 10 families in Longdu. This auction is actually being held in our small Jilin province. It's a godsend. The families invited this time are all distinguished families invited by the Yang family. If my Tang family could go, we would definitely meet many important figures, and the entire Jiangxing city would respect my Tang family. Ye Feng was speechless. It was just an ordinary auction. How could it possibly have such a significant impact? Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Tang Weiwei said angrily, "What? You don't believe me?" Ye Feng quickly waved his hands, not daring to offend this young lady. If she became unhappy, he would have to deal with her family again. Quickly changing the subject, "Was your Tang family invited?" Tang Weiwei's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. "I heard that the invitations will be delivered to the families in various cities in the next few days. There are probably not many families in our Jiangxing city that can catch the eye of the Yang family. I wonder if they will invite our family." At this point, Tang Weiwei suddenly said with a hint of jealousy, "Even if they were to invite someone, it wouldn't be our family. They would definitely invite Zhou Shiya. Who told you that Zhou Shiya is your precious little darling? The Yang family will definitely take special care of her." Seeing Tang Weiwei's jealous expression, Ye Feng didn't know what to say. Just then, his phone rang. Ye Feng saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and the location was Chunqing. Somewhat puzzled, he answered the phone. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is this Mr. Yi?" Ye Feng nodded upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Yes." The voice on the other end of the phone immediately became extremely respectful. "Mr. Yi, this is Yang Xinyu, the acting head of the Yang family. Because Grandpa's health has been a bit weak these past 2 years, he gave me your phone number. You can just tell me what to do if you need anything in the future." Ye Feng was slightly moved upon hearing this. He remembered the health of the Yang family patriarch. Although he had recovered from his illness, he was already on his last legs and wouldn't last more than a few years. If I do the math, I probably won't be able to hold on much longer this year. Now that his health is failing, he has asked his grandson to continue repaying his kindness, which shows he is a grateful person. Ye Feng nodded slightly. "You've helped guide the Zhou family for 3 years, that's more than enough." Yang Xinyu said respectfully on the other end of the phone, "Mr. Yi saved my grandfather, which means he saved our Yang family. The Zhou family's matter is just a trivial matter. If Mr. Yi gives any instructions in the future, the Yang family will go through fire and water without hesitation. The Xiao family recently held an auction, and I have given the only spot in Jiangxing City to Zhou Shiya. I have already sent someone there, and it should be delivered within 2 days. I will follow Mr. Ye's instructions and help Zhou Shiya without letting her know that it was Mr. Yi who gave the order. I only wrote her own name, but she can bring others with her." The Yang family strictly followed Ye Feng's instructions. Back then, Ye Feng was afraid that if Zhou Shiya found out that he was helping her in every way, it would hurt her self-esteem. Only then did he tell the Yang family that they must never mention his own name. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's head buzzed. The Yang family had indeed given the spot to Zhou Shiya. If Tang Weiwei found out. Sure enough, as soon as Ye Feng turned his head, he saw Tang Weiwei glaring at him fiercely, her cheeks puffed out, like a little tiger about to devour him. Because Ye Feng didn't try to hide it, and the two were so close, Tang Weiwei could naturally hear what Ye Feng was saying. Seeing Tang Weiwei's murderous gaze, Ye Feng was at his wit's end and didn't know what to do. Hearing that Ye Feng remained silent for a long time, Yang Xinyu asked from the other side, "Mr. Yi, is there a problem with my arrangements?" Ye Feng quickly replied, "No problem, you've arranged it very well. If it's convenient, could you send another invitation to the Tang family with Tang Weiwei's name on it?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xinyu quickly assured him, "That's easy. I'll find someone to get the invitations right away, and they should be delivered to the Tang family in about 3 days. Since the Yang family is the Xiao family's agent, getting an extra invitation is a piece of cake." Seeing that Tang Weiwei had calmed down, Ye Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Women really are all tigers. Even if Ye Feng encountered a real tiger, he wouldn't be so afraid. Tang Weiwei's tone was still somewhat displeased. "Humph, why don't you ask the Yang family to take back Zhou Shiya's invitation? You're divorced anyway. Are you still thinking about her?" Hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Ye Feng was speechless. "After the divorce, you asked the Yang family to take back your ex-wife's invitation? How could I, Ye Feng, a grown man, be so petty?" Tang Weiwei wasn't an unreasonable person, so she didn't continue arguing with Ye Feng. Instead, she took out her phone and called Tang Tianyi to tell her father the news. Soon, Tang Weiwei drove her sports car to the entrance of the courthouse. "I saw Zhou Shiya, Gao Ting, and David Xiao as soon as I parked the car. However, today David Zhou was in a wheelchair, his mouth twitching constantly, looking just like Zhou Shiya from the TV series Country Love. Ye Feng had just gotten out of the car when he saw David Zhou and smiled faintly. As a doctor, Ye Feng could tell that David Zhou's condition was a side effect of the medicine he had taken yesterday. This can be considered retribution for his attempt to sexually harass Zhou Shiya yesterday. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shiya, who was standing to the side, immediately cursed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, how can you be so vicious? How can you still laugh after beating Dr. David Zhou like this? Ye Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard this. David Zhou, how could he have hit him? Before Ye Feng could react, a group of reporters with cameras suddenly appeared from all directions. Come quick, look. The unscrupulous merchant Tang Weiwei and the thug Ye Feng she hired have arrived. Chapter 50. The reporters arrive. Ye Feng frowned upon hearing this, realizing that the words were spoken by Gao Ting, whose mouth and eyes were crooked. At that moment, a sweet-looking female reporter dressed in a business suit began to ask Tang Weiwei. President Tang, after your company's medicines had problems, you falsely accused the Zhou family. When the Zhou family was collecting evidence yesterday, you sent your husband to beat up the Zhou family members. Aren't you afraid of legal punishment? Tang Weiwei was completely bewildered by the reporter's questions. She had no idea what had happened yesterday. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Gao Ting said to the female reporter, Lu Lin, she will not admit it. Look at this doctor, he's a victim. And look at my face, it's been beaten by them. You guys point all your cameras at the two of us. Gao Ting came up with a vicious idea. First, she would bring over her college classmate, female reporter Lu Lin, and then twist the truth to falsely accuse Tang Weiwei and Ye Feng in front of the reporter. This morning, Gao Ting contacted David Xiao, saying she wouldn't pursue his actions from yesterday, but that she wanted to join him in framing Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei. In today's society, the most terrifying thing is the pressure from public opinion. It's easy to turn someone into a national hero, and it's equally easy to drive a good person to their death. David Zhou underwent gastric lavage and emergency treatment, but his lower limbs were permanently paralyzed. Hearing that he could harm Ye Feng, he readily agreed. Zhou Shiya, who had been deceived all along, believed that everything Gao Ting said was true. At this moment, David Zhou began his performance, his lips twitching incessantly as he faced the camera. Hello everyone. I'm the attending physician of the victims of Tang family medicine. Because of the problems discovered with Tang family medicine, the Tang family immediately transferred 4 patients to other places. Just yesterday, I was in a restaurant preparing to write up materials about the Tang family's counterfeit and substandard medicines when Ye Feng suddenly rushed in and led a group of people to beat me and Ms. Gao Ting repeatedly, causing me to become paralyzed from the waist down and become a permanent cripple. Many people asked me if they would still come forward to testify about the Tang family if they had another chance to choose. I will answer again. Even if the Tang family hires thugs to kill me, I will uphold the integrity of a doctor and expose and report this unscrupulous business. David Zhou's words were passionate and inspiring. Even though his mouth kept twitching, it didn't affect his performance. The surrounding reporters erupted in thunderous applause. Then Lu Lin pointed the camera at Tang Weiwei and continued to ask questions. President Tang, what explanation do you have? Tang Weiwei replied calmly with a cold face. I agree. I reserve the right to sue for this defamation. Hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Lu Lin asked unwillingly, Excuse me, is it true that Dr. David Xiao said you moved the victim? Tang Weiwei smiled slightly upon hearing this. I'm just transferring the patient to another hospital. How can you talk about transferring? Holding the microphone, Lu Lin kept asking Tang Weiwei. Then may I ask, where are the 4 victims now? Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's expression changed. She had already made proper arrangements for the 4 victims, and now that they had recovered, they absolutely could not appear in front of the media. Otherwise, the murderer who wanted to harm Dad wouldn't have come out. No comment. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin's lips curled up, believing that she had found something to use against Tang Weiwei. She asked in an icy tone, if President Tang has a clear conscience, why doesn't she dare to reveal the victims' information? Are there still 4 victims? They've already been killed by Ye Feng, a member of the local thugs, to silence them? Upon hearing the words, murder to silence witnesses, everyone gasped in shock. They kept taking pictures of Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei's face was pale. She knew that if she didn't answer, these reporters would write all sorts of things. But it was a patient's information, and she couldn't reveal it. She had no idea what to do. Hearing the reporter's barrage of questions, Tang Weiwei stepped back. Suddenly, her soft body bumped into a strong, warm chest. Tang Weiwei turned around and saw Ye Feng, and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of security. Ye Feng stepped in front of Tang Weiwei, facing Lu Lin's barrage of questions alone. Seeing Ye Feng step forward, Lu Lin showed no fear whatsoever. Yesterday, Gao Ting described Ye Feng as extremely terrifying, a complete terrorist. However, Lu Lin is a righteous person who has been determined to expose the darkness and injustice in the world since childhood, so she is not afraid of this terrorist at all. Lu Lin was not short to begin with, and wearing high heels, she looked at Ye Feng with her head held high, and her aura was in no way inferior. Ye Feng looked at Lu Lin coldly and asked, "May I ask, what evidence do you have for everything you just said?" Lu Lin was taken aback by what she heard, then pointed to Gao Ting and David Xiao behind her. "Aren't their injuries evidence?" Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. "How can they prove that I caused the injuries on their bodies? If I really hit them, why didn't they call the police? Aren't we right in front of the courthouse right now?" Upon hearing this, Gao Ting quickly jumped out and said to Lu Lin, "These criminal gang members have long been experienced in doing bad things. The surveillance cameras near the restaurant were destroyed long ago, so we have no way to collect evidence." Lu Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this. She had come across a similar news story last year. A group of thugs and hooligans committed crimes everywhere, either wearing masks or destroying surveillance cameras, making it difficult for the police to collect evidence. Lu Lin narrowed her eyes and looked coldly at Ye Feng. It seemed that he was a repeat offender. The more so, the more she had to expose him. With so much evidence pointing at Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei, if she can't verify every single thing, she can't just ignore one or two incidents without proof. If a matter is verified, they will be punished accordingly. Lu Lin turned to Gao Ting and said, "Gao Ting, don't worry, I will definitely reveal the truth to the public." Then he continued to ask Ye Feng, "Then may I ask why you are unwilling to disclose the current situation of the 4 victims? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear." Ye Feng smiled coldly at Lu Lin's performance. He could tell that Lu Lin had probably been deceived by Gao Ting. But what Ye Feng hates most are these reporters who don't distinguish right from wrong. "Why should I give you the victim's information?" Lu Lin was taken aback. Why should she? Just because you're a journalist? Just because you're going to uphold justice? Ye Feng continued, "The 4 victims have personal privacy, and I cannot disclose their affairs. If the police want them to testify, we can provide information. If you're the kind of people who are like this, then get as far away from me as possible." Hearing Ye Feng's roar, Lu Lin angrily said, "Who are you cursing? Apologize to us right now." The cameraman and other staff brought by Lu Lin also took pictures of Ye Feng, and then focused on reporting to the camera. Ye Feng, a member of the criminal gang of the Tang Group, is unwilling to disclose the victim's information, and it is estimated that he is probably in grave danger. Moreover, openly insulting reporters is truly hateful. Let's go a step further and uncover the true face of the Tang Group. Chapter 51 cannot be proven. Listening to the reporter's words, Tang Weiwei felt somewhat worried. Ye Feng was too impulsive. The power of speech was in the hands of the reporter. How dare he openly insult the reporter? Gao Ting, who was in the distance, smiled smugly and said to Zhou Shiya, "Ye Feng is indeed a country bumpkin who can't stand up to scrutiny. They actually dared to publicly insult reporters. They're in for a world of hurt this time." Zhou Shiya nodded slightly. She usually wouldn't dare offend a reporter, knowing how terrifying the power of media influence can be. Even if Ye Feng gets involved with Tang Weiwei, so what? Even if he gets acquainted with the ruthless Lei Laohu, so what? He's still just a nobody. Ye Feng smiled slightly and said to Lu Lin, "Shall I apologize to you?" Lu Lin nodded vigorously. "That's right, you insulted me. You must apologize to me." Ye Feng strode towards Lu Lin, his eyes narrowing as if his gaze were a knife. Feeling Ye Feng's gaze, Lu Lin subconsciously took a few steps back. This man's eyes were terrifying. Ye Feng coldly questioned, "The court hasn't made a judgment on the first case yet, and you're attacking the Tang family without any thought based on Gao Ting's one-sided account. You have absolutely no evidence of the second assault, yet you speak with such conviction. If you comment on things without evidence, relying solely on others' descriptions, are you qualified to be a journalist?" Hearing Ye Feng's question, Lu Lin was speechless for a moment. He could only stammer, "I was just conducting a pre-trial interview and haven't made any decisions yet. I will report according to the court's final judgment. I have been in this industry for many years, and this is how the reports have always been. I have never seen any false or misleading news." Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. "You are so sharp-tongued, always tearing people to shreds and forcing them into public condemnation. Even if there are false news reports, how can the victim seek justice? Would you give the victim even the slightest chance to refute your statement?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lin was furious. "You're talking nonsense. I'm not like that at all." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng glared and said fiercely, "In my whole life, the kind of reporter I hate the most is someone like you. They are self-righteous and don't consider the feelings and circumstances of the people they report on at all. Go online and check how many people are driven to suicide each year by the false news reports published by journalists like you. You think your words uphold fairness in the world, but in reality, your words are a knife that kills without leaving a trace. Ye Feng's every word was forceful and resounding, leaving Lu Lin speechless and forcing her to retreat. I accidentally twisted my heel, and the heel of my high heel broke off, almost causing me to fall. Ye Feng quickly pulled Tang Weiwei into the courthouse. Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting were also completely dumbfounded, never expecting Ye Feng to be so amazing that even the reporters couldn't argue with him. Gao Ting quickly stepped forward and helped Lu Lin up. Are you all right? At this moment, Lu Lin's ankle was in a lot of pain because one of her high heels had broken, and she was walking with a limp. The cameraman who came with Gao Ting stepped forward to dissuade Lu Lin. Sister Lin, I think that kid is pretty good. This situation might take a turn for the better. It's not too late for us to go back now. Because Lu Lin only heard Gao Ting's side of the story, she unilaterally concluded that Tang Weiwei and Ye Feng must be unscrupulous businessmen and villains. In order to obtain first-hand information and expose the evil deeds of the perpetrators to the public, they directly applied to the station for a gimmicky live stream titled, "Unscrupulous Merchants Kill People, Criminal Gangs Beat Witnesses." If things were to reverse now, Lu Lin would be in serious trouble. Gao Ting, who was standing nearby, was afraid that Lu Lin would leave, so she quickly said, Lu Lin, you can't just leave because these gangsters look fierce. If you leave, who will stand up for us, ordinary people? At this moment, Lu Lin had already lost her temper in her argument with Ye Feng. With Gao Ting providing the fire, she couldn't listen to her colleague's advice at all. I'm not leaving. I'm going to expose this bastard's ugly face to the world. After speaking, Lu Lin took off her high heels, revealing flesh-colored stockings, and walked limping towards the courthouse with her sawls on the ground. Gao Ting, Zhou Shiya, and the others quickly followed them inside. The case was soon formally heard. The cameraman in the distance hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sister Lin, won't you reconsider? Lu Lin gave a cold laugh. How can you be a good reporter who punishes evil and upholds justice if you're afraid of everything? You just record this properly, and I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. The judge began by asking, Defendant Tang Weiwei, the plaintiff Zhou Shiya is suing you for defamation and slander against the Zhou Group. What is your defense? Tang Weiwei took the lead in presenting the assessment report from the Health Bureau, then gave it to the judge, and began the debate. I did not slander the Zhou Group. I have evidence. This is the assessment result provided by the Health Bureau. All the medicinal materials provided to us by the Zhou Group are substandard products. This has caused significant losses to my company. I demand that the Zhou Group compensate me with 30 million yuan. Looking at the test results in Tang Weiwei's hand from a distance, Zhou Shiya frowned and said, What's going on? Our medicines are all good. Why would the Health Bureau make such an assessment? Gao Ting squinted and said, What else could it be? Tang Weiwei must have had someone at the Health Bureau make it up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya clenched her fists tightly. This Tang Weiwei is so shameless, she actually had someone forge evidence? Gao Ting put her hands on her hips and said, Don't be afraid of her, just watch how I deal with her. After reviewing Tang Weiwei's medical report, the judge asked Zhou Shiya, Plaintiff, do you have any other evidence? Gao Ting quickly took out David Xiao's previous statement. This is Mr. David Xiao, the attending physician of the 4 victims of the Tang Group's counterfeit drugs. He is fully aware of the responsibility for this substandard drug incident. The judge nodded, signaling for David Zhou to speak. David Zhou then began his performance again. I am the attending physician for the 4 victims, based on my clinical findings. The reason why the 4 patients fell ill was entirely because the Tang family did not understand drug interactions, which led to the patients being poisoned. As for the so-called Health Bureau appraisal by the Tang family, I seriously doubt that the pills that the Tang family took for appraisal were made from medicinal materials provided by the Zhou family. But they fabricated it again without authorization in order to frame the Zhou family. After hearing David Zhou's words, Gao Ting gave him a thumbs up from behind, saying that David Zhou was really awesome. Zhou Shiya suddenly realized that David Xiao's words made perfect sense. After some deliberation, the judge concluded that David Zhou, as the attending physician, could certainly present his words as evidence in court. So he asked Tang Weiwei, Defendant, can you prove that all the pills you sent for testing were manufactured using medicinal materials provided by the Zhou family? Upon hearing the judge's words, Tang Weiwei's expression changed drastically. She never expected David Xiao to be so cunning. That's simply impossible to prove. The court is a place where evidence matters. If it cannot be proven, then it cannot be proven that the Zhou family is guilty, and the Tang family will have to bear the consequences. And it really turned out that the Tang family had framed the Zhou family. Let's not even mention the bet he made with Gao Ting before. In the distance stood reporter Lu Lin. If they lost this lawsuit, the Tang family would be finished. As expected, Lu Lin, who was in the distance, smiled smugly upon seeing this scene. Everything had gone exactly as she had predicted. Tell the cameraman to focus on Tang Weiwei's face. Seeing that Tang Weiwei remained silent, the judge asked again. Defendant, please answer the question. Tang Weiwei clenched her fists tightly and said helplessly, I can't prove it. Chapter 52 The Bet. Hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Zhou Shiya breathed a sigh of relief. She had won the lawsuit. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Lin quickly brought the photographer to Tang Weiwei. President Tang, what do you have to say now? You will soon have to pay the legal price for your illegal actions. I wonder if you feel ashamed of your heartless behavior right now. Every word Lu Lin uttered was like a sharp knife piercing to the bone. Tang Weiwei wanted to refute it, but had no way to argue back. Gao Ting, who was standing some distance away, excitedly ran over. Tang Weiwei, do you submit? Tang Weiwei smiled coldly. You know the truth yourself. Sooner or later, the truth will come to light. Gao Ting didn't care at all, and said to Tang Weiwei, you still remember our agreement, right? Tang Weiwei's expression changed upon hearing this. How could she have forgotten that promise? However, this agreement was made because they believed they were the victims and would definitely win the lawsuit. Who would have thought that the other side would bring in David Zhou, who would completely distort the truth? Gao Ting was thinking that she had just invited Lu Lin today, and that she would give Tang Weiwei a good slap in the face in front of the media. Now everyone in Jiangxing will definitely know me. Lu Lin, have the cameraman point at me. Lu Lin found it a bit strange, but still told the cameraman to do as Gao Ting said. I thought Gao Ting might be about to reveal some bombshell news again. Unexpectedly, Gao Ting raised her right hand and slapped Tang Weiwei hard. Tang Weiwei turned pale, and because it was a bet from before, she had no intention of dodging at this moment. Just as Gao Ting's hand was about to strike Tang Weiwei's face, a large hand grabbed Gao Ting's wrist. When Gao Ting saw that it was Ye Feng, she arrogantly said, What? Are you going to hit me? Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. Congratulations, you guessed right. Ye Feng slapped Gao Ting hard across the face. A loud snap resounded through the sky. Because the sound was so loud, everyone in the courtroom instinctively covered their right cheeks. Imagine how badly someone would be beaten if they heard that. Gao Ting was sent flying by Ye Feng's slap. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Seeing Gao Ting's miserable state, Ye Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. I've put up with Gao Ting for 3 years now. Ye Feng turned his head and stroked Tang Weiwei's hair. Are you all right? Tang Weiwei gently shook her head, then nestled into Ye Feng's arms, deeply moved. Zhou Shiya quickly stepped forward to help Gao Ting up. Gao Ting, whose mouth was bleeding, was just hearing. Ye Feng's words made him so angry, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You beat me up like this, and I didn't even touch Tang Weiwei, yet you still asked her if she was all right. Ye Feng, how dare you assault someone in court? This is contempt of court, and you will be sentenced. Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. Judge, you saw it yourself. Gao Ting hit Tang Weiwei first. I was just trying to protect Tang Weiwei. Which of us is in contempt of court? The judge's face turned ashen. In all his years as a judge, this was the first time he had ever seen someone dare to come from the plaintiff's seat to the defendant's seat and assault someone. If this matter is not punished, what will become of the court's authority? Gao Ting provoked and assaulted people in court, showing contempt of court. The bailiffs took her away. Several bailiffs came up from behind and were about to take Gao Ting away. Gao Ting quickly and nervously explained, I'm not trying to provoke anyone. We had a bet, and I was just fulfilling it. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Can you prove that there was a bet between the two of you? Gao Ting was taken aback. How could she prove that? But that's the truth. Tang Weiwei, who was behind them, smiled slightly. Ye Feng had given them a taste of their own medicine. The bailiffs quickly took Gao Ting away. Although Zhou Shiya was anxious, she was helpless and could only think of rescuing Gao Ting later. Zhou Shiya reminded the judge, May I now issue a verdict? The judge nodded slightly. After this court's hearing, Tang Weiwei cannot prove that the pills identified by the Health Bureau were made from medicinal materials provided by the Zhou family. Therefore, it cannot be determined that the Zhou family sold counterfeit or substandard medicinal materials to the Zhou family. Tang Weiwei has repeatedly slandered the Zhou family in public, accusing them of selling counterfeit and substandard medicinal materials, which has affected the Zhou family's right to reputation. Therefore, Tang Weiwei needs to issue a written apology in the newspaper and compensate the Zhou family for the damage to their reputation. Listening to the judge's words, Tang Weiwei was so angry, she almost fainted. What kind of situation is this? They are the victims in their own family, yet they have to apologize to the Zhou family. At this moment, Zhou Shiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been holding back her anger for so long since the divorce, and today she could finally vent it. They'll settle the score with Ye Feng for beating up their family later. Just as the court was announcing its verdict, a figure in uniform rushed in. Wait a minute. Upon hearing that someone was obstructing the sentencing, the judge frowned. Who is obstructing the sentencing? If there is no legitimate reason, have them all taken away by the bailiffs. Ye Feng recognized the visitor. It was Song Chunwei, the son of old Song. Song Chunwei, panting, said, I am the director of the Health Bureau. I have evidence to prove that the Zhou family once sold counterfeit and substandard medicinal materials to the Tang family. Upon hearing Song Weiqing's words, the courtroom erupted in commotion. The director of the Health Bureau actually came to testify? The judge calmly replied, present the evidence. Song Weiqing quickly took out a file bag and pulled out stacks of documents. Here are the records from our Health Bureau and the police. A few days ago, our Health Bureau cracked down on a pharmacy that was selling counterfeit drugs. The case was later handed over to the police. According to the suspect, he had sold counterfeit drugs to the Zhou family through the Zhang family. This batch of counterfeit medicine was resold by the Zhou family to the Tang family. Zhou Shiya, who was in the distance, heard Song Weiqing's words and looked completely bewildered. Impossible, you're talking nonsense. Zhou Shiya didn't know any fake drug dealers at all, so she naturally assumed that what Song Weiqing said was all false. The judge took the police file, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. The prisoner's confession is clear and the evidence is conclusive. It is true that the Zhou family bought fake medicine for the Tang family. The Zhou family is ordered to pay the Tang family 30 million in compensation. Court adjourned. Because of the evidence presented by the police, the judge made a direct ruling. Zhou Shiya was frantic, her face turning pale. What fake medicine merchant? Which police station is he at? I need to see him. The judge looked at the documents. It says that the fake drug dealer killed 2 people. If you are not a direct relative, you should not be able to see him. After the judge finished speaking, he got up and left, and the case was considered to have come to a satisfactory conclusion. Upon hearing the twist of fate, Tang Weiwei jumped up with joy and hugged Ye Feng, giving him a passionate kiss. At this moment, Zhou Shiya lost the lawsuit and saw Tang Weiwei kissing her ex-husband again. She was so angry that she clutched her chest and almost fainted. What tricks have you used this time? Chapter 53. People from the Yang family arrive. Ye Feng was speechless. How did Zhou Shiya become like this? He simply said, you don't believe me, and now you don't even believe the police? The police records clearly state that a legal businessman supplied your family with the medicinal herbs through Zhang Wenyong, and you then sold them to the Tang family. I think you should ask Zhang Wenyong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya looked at Tang Weiwei, who was clinging to Ye Feng's right arm, and felt extremely uncomfortable. Tang Weiwei also noticed the jealous look in Zhou Shiya's eyes at that moment. Tang Weiwei was in a great mood after winning the lawsuit, and seeing Zhou Shiya's humiliated state made her feel incredibly happy. What are you looking at? He's your ex-husband. You two are over. He's mine now. Zhou Shiya was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't know if it was because of the injustice of losing the case or something else. Ye Feng said firmly, fine, I'll go find Zhang Wenyong and ask him right now. After saying that, Zhou Shiya hurriedly left. At that moment, she was in a state of utter confusion. Logically speaking, she should have believed what the police said. But Zhang Wenyong had no way of knowing how such a thing could happen to his own business. Gao Ting previously said that Zhang Wenyong also went to the restaurant yesterday and was eventually beaten up by Lei Lao, who was hired by Ye Feng and seems to be hospitalized. At that moment, Zhou Shiya hurriedly drove to the hospital. Inside a ward at Jiangxing First Hospital. After being rescued, Zhang Wenyong finally regained consciousness. At this moment, Zhang Laming's face was extremely ugly. He was smoking a cigar while waiting for Zhang Wenyong to wake up. Seeing Zhang Wenyong wake up, he threw his cigar aside and then angrily asked, damn it, didn't you say you were going to have someone deal with Ye Feng? How come you got beaten up even worse than last time? Zhang Wenyong had just woken up, his head still throbbing, and he explained with a pale face, Dad, that Ye Feng actually knows Lei Lao. I was beaten by Lei Lao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laming's expression darkened slightly. This Ye Feng really does know Lei Lao. After the incident at the Sky Garden, Zhang Laming also suspected that Ye Feng might be related to Lei Lao. However, this idea was rejected, since Lei Lao was a big shot in his own right, and he wouldn't bother with such a nobody. Unexpectedly, Lei Lao actually helped Ye Feng beat up his own son. Zhang Wenyong said aggrievedly, Dad, we can't afford to mess with Ye Feng. After all, Lei Lao is a well-known big brother in the underworld. Upon hearing Zhang Wenyong's words, Zhang Laming roared, you spineless coward. What can Lei Lao do? I heard that Lei Lao was seriously injured and his strength must have been greatly reduced. It also seems that Master Guan is preparing to deal with him. How could a heavily injured Lei Laohu possibly be a match for Guan Yu at his peak? If nothing unexpected happens, Lei Laohu is also going to die soon. Upon hearing Zhang Leiming's words, Zhang Wenyong immediately perked up. Is Lei Laohu going to die? If Lei Laohu is no longer able to work, I won't be afraid of Ye Feng at all. Zhang Leiming nodded slightly. Let's wait a bit before making a decision. Your cousin is coming to Jiangxing City today. I originally wanted to take you to greet him, but you ended up getting beaten up like this. Your uncle will come to the hospital to see you soon. Zhang Wenyong was taken aback. Which cousin? Zhang Leiming frowned. Did someone beat you up and damage your head? Of course, it's your cousin in Kunming. Zhang Wenyong suddenly realized that he did indeed have a cousin in Chuncheng, but he hadn't seen him for many years. He remembered that his cousin worked for the Yang family. What brings you here, cousin? Zhang Leiming took a deep breath. The Xiao family of Longdu held an auction in Chuncheng and chose the Yang family as their representative. Your cousin is here to deliver an invitation, but I don't know exactly which family it's for. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong smiled excitedly. Could it be that they invited our family, which is why the Yang family sent my uncle? Zhang Leiming looked at him with exasperation. Can't you use your brain for once? There are many families like ours in Jiangxing. What do the Yang family see in us that would invite us? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong shrank back, clearly terrified of Zhang Leiming, and whispered, How would I know who they'll invite? At this moment, Zhang Leiming was starting to doubt whether the idiot in front of him was even his own son. Use your pig brain. Who has the Yang family favored the most in the past 2 years? Zhang Wenyong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Zhou Shiya? Zhang Leiming nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Wenyong said in disbelief. But the Zhou family has only been developing for 3 years. In terms of assets, they can't compare to our family or the Tang family and other established families. Zhang Leiming rubbed his head. Does the Yang family need to consider someone's abilities before supporting them? Even if you're a beggar, if the Yang family wants to support you, you can become the wealthiest man in Jiangxing overnight. Zhang Wenyong then nodded in understanding. Zhang Leiming continued. Although we don't yet know why the Yang family is supporting Zhou Shiya, but based on my observations over the past 2 years, it seems that Zhou Shiya herself hasn't realized this yet. I was planning to get close to Zhou Shiya before she was helped up, but it seems it's a bit too late now. We'll have to think of other solutions. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside, and a middle-aged man who looked 7 or 8 parts similar to Zhang Wenyong walked in quickly. Upon seeing Zhang Wenyong lying on the bed, his expression instantly turned extremely painful, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. He quickly walked to the front of the ward. Wenyong, how did you get so badly injured? Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zhang Wenyong recognized him as his cousin Zhang Tao. But to my surprise, my uncle, whom I hadn't seen for many years, was so enthusiastic. He was beaten up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao flew into a rage. Who hit him? I'm going to find him. Zhang Leiming, who was behind him, did not expect that his cousin, whom he had not seen for many years, would value family ties so much, and spoke up. He's a local thug. We can't afford to mess with him right now. Zhang Tao scoffed. He's just a thug. What's so great about him? They are not even worth mentioning in front of the Yang family. Zhang Leiming nodded slightly in agreement, but inwardly he was quite disdainful. Lei Laohu is indeed insignificant compared to the Yang family, but he doesn't represent the Yang family either. At this moment, Zhang Leiming quickly asked for the most important information. Cousin, may I ask who the Yang family invited this time? Zhang Tao took out the invitation and handed it to Zhang Leiming. Zhang Leiming accepted the red and gold embossed invitation and slowly opened it. The name Zhou Shiya was clearly written inside. Chapter 54 Zhang Tao helps. Looking at the invitation, Zhang Leiming felt a little disappointed, even though he had expected it. It really is her. Zhang Tao said calmly. Actually, I want Wenyong to attend this auction as well. Upon hearing Zhang Leiming's words, his eyes lit up. The Yang family also invited the Zhang family? Zhang Tao shook his head slightly. The Zhang family is nothing to the Yang family. I don't know what kind of luck Zhou Shiya had to have to be favored by the Yang family. Even the shrewd and experienced Zhang Leiming was somewhat confused at this point. Does my cousin have some way to get Wenyong to participate? Zhang Tao nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's right, I do have a way. Zhang Leiming was very excited upon hearing this. Being able to participate in this auction would be an honor for any family. Moreover, they can get to know many powerful families outside the province. If they can cooperate with any of these families, even in the smallest way, the Zhang family will benefit for life. Cousin, do you have any ideas? Tell me quickly. Before Zhang Tao could speak, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Zhang Wenyong, who was lying on the hospital bed, was very excited. Shiya, what brings you here? Zhou Shiya didn't give Zhang Wenyong a friendly look at this moment, because they had lost the case, and in front of the media no less, the Zhou family's reputation had plummeted. Many partner companies have requested to cancel their cooperation with the Zhou group. The losses this time are not as simple as a mere 30 million yuan in compensation. Several partners have canceled their collaborations, and the losses are conservatively estimated at around 300 million. If not handled properly, the Zhou group may go bankrupt. Seeing her company, to which she had poured her heart and soul for 3 years, now teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhou Shiya felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Zhang Wenyong, I'm asking you, did you collude with some fake medicine dealer to replace all the medicinal herbs in our family with inferior ones? Upon hearing Zhou Shiya's words, Zhang Wenyong's face changed drastically in fright. Fortunately, his face was covered in injuries, so his expression was not visible. He pretended to be calm and said, Shiya, what are you saying? Zhou Shiya said angrily, don't play dumb with me. That fake medicine dealer has already been arrested by the police. Today, the director of the health bureau used the confession of this fake drug dealer to make us lose the case. Now many of my partners want to terminate their contracts with me, and my company is on the verge of bankruptcy because of you. Zhang Wenyong was taken aback when he heard Zhou Shiya's words. No wonder we couldn't get in touch with that fake drug dealer. It turns out he was arrested. With the evidence overwhelming, Zhang Wenyong didn't know how to defend himself and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly spoke up, looking Zhou Shiya up and down. You are Zhou Shiya? Zhou Shiya turned around and saw Zhang Tao. His superior aura made it difficult for Zhou Shiya to discern his identity. Who are you? Zhang Tao replied calmly. I am Zhang Wenyong's cousin. Zhou Shiya breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It turned out he was Zhang Wenyong's uncle. This is a matter concerning me, Zhang Wenyong, and has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhang Tao's tone was very unfriendly upon hearing this. I'm going to take care of Zhang Wenyong's matter. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Zhou Shiya almost laughed. What was an uncle meddling in here for? Zhang Wenyong replaced the good medicinal herbs we received with bad ones. Are you going to take responsibility for this? Even Zhang Laming felt that Zhang Tao was a little too concerned about his son. Zhang Tao said with utter disdain, do you think my nephew would be greedy for such a small amount of money for medicinal herbs? Zhou Shiya was also a little confused when she heard this. Logically speaking, Zhang Wenyong shouldn't be short of money for this batch of medicinal herbs, since the Zhang family is much richer than the Zhou family. What she didn't know was that Zhang Wenyong had been working with Zhou Ming for over 2 years and had profited considerably during that time. The Tang family had only kept quiet out of consideration for Ye Feng. But the police said there are witnesses. Zhang Tao smiled dismissively. Police? Could it be that the Tang family, as you mentioned, bribed the police? Don't you watch the news? Aren't these kinds of things common? Although Zhang Tao was in Kunming, he had been keeping tabs on Zhang Wenyong and knew everything about him. This includes the fake medicinal materials incident and his liking for Zhou Shiya. Zhou Shiya hesitated upon hearing this, and it must be said that there are quite a few news stories like this. But Zhang Tao noticed Zhou Shiya's hesitation, and his goal was achieved, because he had another plan. At that moment, Zhang Tao took out the invitation. Take a look at this. When Zhou Shiya saw the gold-embossed invitation with the character Yang on it, she recognized it as an invitation from the Yang family. He secretly thought to himself, could it be an invitation to the Xiao family's auction? Zhou Shiya was also a big boss, and she had heard about what was happening in the provincial capital, but such things were too far removed from her own life, so she didn't think much of it. Could it be that the Zhang family received an invitation from the Yang family? Logically speaking, only families like the Zhang and Tang families in Jiangxing City would have the opportunity to receive an invitation. But what does it mean that the Zhang family showed me the invitation? Zhou Shiya slowly opened the invitation with a puzzled look. Upon seeing the 3 large, golden characters Zhou Shiya inside, Zhou Shiya herself covered her mouth in surprise. The invitation in his hand fell directly to the ground. Why would the Yang family send an invitation to themselves? This is simply a fantasy. Seeing Zhou Shiya's surprised expression, Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Everything was exactly as he had expected. Zhang Tao coughed softly and pitifully twice. Zhou Shiya finally recovered from her shock and quickly picked up the invitation from the ground, carefully placing it in her bosom. Zhou Shiya asked curiously, but how did the invitation the Yang family gave me end up in your hands? Seeing that Zhou Shiya was no longer asking about the fake medicine, Zhang Wenyong perked up instantly and proudly said, my uncle is from the Yang family. Before Zhang Wenyong could finish speaking, Zhang Tao quickly interrupted, I am a director of the Yang family. I originally asked the family head to give this invitation to my nephew, Zhang Wenyong. But my nephew only has eyes for you and wants to give you this only chance. I reluctantly went to beg the head of the family again to change the invitation to your name. I thought you were some kind of woman, but when I came here, I found out that you actually slandered my nephew. Zhou Shiya looked at the invitation in her hand, then at Zhang Wenyong on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with emotion and shame. Zhang Wenyong treated me this way, yet I'm accusing him of wrongdoing. That really shouldn't have happened. Is this all true? Zhang Wenyong was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really, of course it's true. It's more real than real gold. Zhang Tao coldly replied. Nonsense. How can it not be true? If it weren't for me, do you think the Yang family would have invited you? Zhou Shiya nodded slightly upon hearing this, confirming that it was indeed true. If it weren't for Zhang Tao's help, why would the Yang family have invited him? Since the invitation is in Zhang Tao's hands, Zhang Tao's status as a director of the Yang family is beyond doubt. Zhou Shiya blushed and said to Zhang Wenyong, thank you. Chapter 55 Song Weiqing's Apology. This was the first time Zhang Wenyong had ever heard Zhou Shiya speak to him so gently. Feeling incredibly relieved, he touched the back of his head and muttered absent-mindedly, It's nothing. It's nothing. Seeing that things were almost done and only one final step was needed, Zhang Tao quickly said, when you go to the auction, take Zhang Wenyong with you. Zhou Shiya was slightly taken aback. I'll take him with me? Zhang Tao nodded upon hearing this and said coldly, I am merely a director. This is the only invitation we could get, and now my nephew can't go. But with this invitation, you can bring other people along. So you have to bring my nephew with you, understand? Zhou Shiya nodded upon hearing this. The invitation was originally obtained by the Zhang family for her, so it was only natural for her to bring Zhang Wenyong along. Can I bring other people with this invitation? Can I bring my family with me? Zhang Tao said calmly, of course. You can take your family members who have never seen the world to broaden their horizons. Zhou Shiya felt uncomfortable after hearing Zhang Tao's words, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, Zhang Tao was a director of the Yang family and had done him such a big favor. Just then, Zhou Shiya's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Gao Ting calling. She slapped her forehead, realizing that she had completely forgotten about Gao Ting. Previously, he was only focused on angrily coming to find Zhang Wenyong. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Gao Ting's urgent voice. Cousin, come and save me. I'm about to be detained. I don't want to go in and eat cornbread. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically. Cousin, wait for me. I'm coming to save you right now. After saying thank you to the Zhang family, Zhou Shiya said goodbye. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. My cousin has something to do, and I have to go rescue her. Once I'm done with my cousin's business, I'll definitely treat Uncle Zhang to a nice meal. Zhang Tao nodded slightly upon hearing this. Go ahead, and get along well with Zhang Wenyong from now on. As for your company's affairs, there's no need to worry about them at all. My nephew also guessed that the Tang family might be plotting to make you lose the position of manager, which is why he insisted that I get you an invitation. If other companies in Jiangqing knew that you had been invited by the Yang family, which one would dare to terminate their contract with you? Zhou Shiya's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, as she was well aware of the Yang family's strength. It's likely that these companies that wanted to terminate their contracts today will not only not terminate them, but will also take the initiative to continue their cooperation. After expressing her gratitude once again, Zhou Shiya hurriedly left to rescue Gao Ting, who had been arrested for contempt of court. Inside a restaurant near the courthouse, at the dining table, opposite Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei sat Song Weiqing. At this moment, Song Weiqing looked apologetic. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. My father went back and practiced your 8 pieces of brocade, and his health improved a lot overnight. Song Weiqing kept his head down while speaking, clearly embarrassed. Ye Feng treated his father's illness without charging a penny, and according to his father's account, he was kidnapped before Ye Feng was at the pharmacy. And yet, he had always suspected Ye Feng. Ye Feng waved his hand gently. It's all right, you should still tell Elder Song to continue practicing. Practice was very effective before, but its effectiveness will decrease in the future. However, little by little, a great river will eventually form. As long as he keeps practicing, Old Song's physical condition will improve in a few years. Hearing that Ye Feng showed no sign of blaming him, and was even so concerned about his father's health, Song Weiqing felt even more embarrassed. He quickly offered Ye Feng a glass of wine. Dr. Yi, consider this wine my apology to you. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Song Weiqing's expression, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly and downed his beer in one gulp. Tang Weiwei gently poured Ye Feng a glass of wine, then said to Song Weiqing, Director Song, actually, I was able to win my case today, thanks to your righteous words. It is I who should thank you. Song Weiqing waved his hand. It was nothing, and as a public official, I should tell the truth. After realizing he had misunderstood Ye Feng, Song Weiqing felt guilty and wanted to make amends. Suddenly, I remembered that Ye Feng had mentioned Tang Weiwei before. He also heard that the Tang family and the Zhou family were going to have a lawsuit today. Song Weiqing thought of sending the statement to the police, hoping it might be of some use, and that he could do his part. Unexpectedly, his own evidence directly reversed the case. Before Song Weiqing could even exchange a few words with Ye Feng, he hurriedly apologized and went to the restroom. During the meal, Song Weiqing went to the restroom 5 or 6 times. This made Song Weiqing very embarrassed, and he quickly returned to his seat to explain, "I'm getting old and my health isn't good. Please excuse me." Before Song Weiqing could finish speaking, his phone rang. When Song Weiqing saw the caller ID, he was immediately terrified and turned pale. My fingers trembled as I tapped to answer the call. Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled. What could have frightened a bureau chief so much that he was trembling like a leaf? As soon as Song Weiqing answered the phone, he heard a roar from the other end. "Song Weiqing, you've really grown bold, daring to go out and fool around instead of going home after get off work. Do you want me to divorce you?" Song Weiqing shrank back in fright and quickly explained in a low voice. "Wife, I'm thanking the doctor who treated Dad. I'll have a meal with some people, and then I'll go back later." On the other end of the phone, a sharp voice continued. "Thank you, doctor? Pa, why don't you get a doctor to treat your 3-second problem?" Song Weiqing's face instantly turned red to his neck, and he quickly whispered, "Wife, there are people here. Keep your voice down, it's embarrassing. I'm hanging up now, I'm going home right away." The angry roar from the other end of the phone hadn't stopped. "You still know what's good for you? You're a disgrace. You're a piece of trash. You'll be sleeping on the sofa from now on." Song Weiqing quickly hung up the phone, his face turning bright red. He was afraid that Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei, 2 young men about the same age as his daughter, would overhear his wife's words. Because Song Weiqing's wife's voice was extremely loud, even though Song Weiqing had turned the volume down to the lowest setting, the sound still reached their ears. Tang Weiwei felt a little awkward and remained silent. Ye Feng had previously noticed that Song Weiqing frequently went to the restroom, and judging from his complexion, he knew that Song was middle-aged and his kidney function had declined significantly. "Mr. Song, I can actually cure your illness." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Song Weiqing's eyes widened, and he almost knelt down before Ye Feng. Because of this illness, he has no status at all in his family. "Dr. Yi, is everything you're saying true?" Ye Feng nodded gently. "It's just a minor illness." Song Weiqing had tried to see a doctor, but to no avail. However, he remembered that Ye Feng had even been able to cure his father who was missing a kidney. "Since I still have both kidneys, I'm sure Ye Feng will have a way." Thinking of this, Song Weiqing felt a surge of excitement. He was finally free from the mistreatment at home. Chapter 56. The matter was settled. Zhou Shiya had just paid the fine at the court and picked up Gao Ting, who had a crooked mouth and eyes. At this moment, Gao Ting kept rubbing her face, her heart filled with resentment. "That damned good-for-nothing Ye Feng. How dare he hit me? I'll make him pay. By the way, how did we lose the case? Where did this health bureau director come from?" Zhou Shiya rubbed her head. "I don't know why the director of the health bureau suddenly came out, and with fake evidence. I went to see Zhang Wenyong today, and Zhang Wenyong's cousin Zhang Tao said that maybe the Tang family was behind it." While rubbing her face, Gao Ting said angrily, "It goes without saying, it must be the Tang family's doing. Otherwise, why would the health bureau chief testify for them when everything was perfectly fine? Are you right, Shiya?" Gao Ting didn't hear Zhou Shiya's reply, which was a bit strange, so she turned to look at Zhou Shiya. At that moment, Zhou Shiya was staring intently at the large glass window of a restaurant next to the courthouse. Following Zhou Shiya's gaze, Gao Ting looked through the large glass window and saw Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei having dinner inside. Seeing a middle-aged man opposite them, Gao Ting asked curiously, "Who is that man?" "Tang Weiwei's father. Is this meeting the parents?" At this moment, Zhou Shiya was trembling with anger. "What, Tang Weiwei's father?" "This is Song Chengwei, the director of the health bureau." When Zhou Shiya saw Song Chengwei drinking and chatting happily with Ye Feng, she concluded that Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei must have hired Song Chengwei to give false testimony. "I realized I had wronged Zhang Wenyong. It was all Ye Feng's doing." Gao Ting looked through the window and could clearly see that Song Chengwei respected Ye Feng a lot, which meant that they must know each other. This Ye Feng is quite something. He even has the bureau chief as a friend now. Why didn't you see him with this ability before you got divorced? Zhou Shiya was also curious at this moment. How did Ye Feng suddenly become so powerful after his divorce? Thinking about how he had been slapped earlier that day, anger welled up inside him, and he grabbed Zhou Shiya, saying, "Come on, let's go upstairs and find them. How can you bully people like this?" Zhou Shiya grabbed Gao Ting. "What else can we do by finding them?" Gao Ting suddenly realized. Yeah, what good would it do if the 2 of them went up there? If Ye Feng slapped them twice more, it would be a huge loss. But we can't let them bully us like this. Zhou Shiya squinted at Ye Feng and said, "Wait, I'll deal with Tang Weiwei when I get back from the Shao family auction." Gao Ting was unaware that the Shao family had invited Zhou Shiya to their auction and asked in surprise, "You mean, the Shao family invited you to their auction? This is impossible." Gao Ting also knew that, given the situation of Zhou Shiya's company, it was not yet possible to catch the eye of the Yang family. Zhou Shiya quickly told Gao Ting exactly what Zhang Tao had lied to her about. Upon hearing that Zhou Shiya had given her an invitation and that she could bring someone along, Gao Ting was so happy she almost jumped for joy. "You absolutely have to bring my cousin. Please, Shiya, please." As she spoke, Gao Ting kept shaking Zhou Shiya's arm. Zhou Shiya nodded gently. "I originally wanted to take you with me." Since Gao Ting is Zhou Shiya's secretary, it's only natural that Zhou Shiya would bring Gao Ting along. Gao Ting said excitedly, "I hope my cousin won't let you suffer any losses. I've been advising you for a long time to divorce Ye Feng and marry Zhang Wenyou. Now you can see the difference between the two of them right away." Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhou Shiya's expression changed slightly, and her eyes dimmed somewhat. "Now it seems that Zhang Wenyou was indeed very good to me. But look at Ye Feng. He turns his back on me and doesn't care about me at all." Seeing Zhou Shiya's expression, Gao Ting quickly added fuel to the fire. "Listen to your cousin. This time you can go to the auction with Zhang Wenyou. You two can take care of things on the way." Zhou Shiya stared wide-eyed at Gao Ting. "Get things done." Gao Ting nodded. "That's right. Think about it. Zhang Wenyou's uncle is so powerful, and nobody knows about it yet. Once the auction is over, everyone will know, and who knows how many women will want to marry Zhang Wenyou. Think about it. What advantages do you, a divorced woman, have? Why don't we take advantage of the two of them being together and just get it done?" Hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhou Shiya blushed to the roots of her neck. As a married woman, she naturally knew what Gao Ting meant by getting things done. Zhou Shiya is a very traditional woman in this respect. Ye Feng and she only began their marital relationship after they got married. Her face flushed red with shyness as she said, How can this be?" Gao Ting replied nonchalantly, "What kind of society is this? You're not thinking about staying together after marriage, are you?" Then, with a proud look on her face, she said, "From the age of 16 until now, I don't even know how many men I've been with." Zhou Shiya stared wide-eyed at Gao Ting. Gao Ting was only 16 years old and already had sex with men? Thinking of this, Zhou Shiya shook her head vigorously. She simply couldn't accept it. And there are no plans to remarry at the moment. As for Zhang Wenyou, Zhou Shiya didn't know what to do either. Although Zhang Wenyou treated her this way, she didn't like him. She was mostly grateful. Fearing Gao Ting's continued persuasion, Zhou Shiya quickly changed the subject. "Let's hurry home. Since we're leaving, let's settle things at home. Also, pack your luggage." Gao Ting nodded upon hearing this. Yes, I need to go to the hospital to get my face properly treated. With so many high-ranking officials and dignitaries at this auction, with my looks, I might be able to hook up with a man even more powerful than Zhang Wenyou. You'll have to rely on your cousin then." Gao Ting could practically picture that scene. Zhou Shiya shook her head helplessly upon hearing this. Why did her cousin always think of relying on others? She never thought of relying on a man. They must rely on their own hands to become world-renowned figures step by step. As the two walked and talked, they ran into Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei, who were coming downstairs. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet, especially when Tang Weiwei sees Gao Ting, who almost slapped her. "Oh ho, you've come out of there so quickly. How does it feel to get slapped?" Upon hearing this, Gao Ting's face turned slightly angry. She wanted to step forward and teach Tang Weiwei a lesson, but when she saw Ye Feng standing to the side, she felt her legs go weak and said something sharp instead of being sarcastic. "Tang Weiwei, don't be so smug. My sister has received an invitation from the Yang family. Wait until we get back from the auction, then you'll be crying." Tang Weiwei found Gao Ting's words laughable. "I'm afraid your sister doesn't even know who the Tang family gave the invitation to because of." Chapter 57, Am I Not Human? Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Gao Ting smiled smugly. "How could I not know? Of course, it's because of my new brother-in-law, Zhang Wenyou." Gao Ting directly referred to Zhang Wenyou as her new brother-in-law, and now she believes that Zhang Wenyou and Zhou Shiya's relationship is a done deal. Tang Weiwei burst out laughing. Haha, because of Zhang Wenyou. He's just Zhang Wenyou. How could he possibly be connected to the Yang family? Gao Ting stood up with her hands on her hips, looking at Tang Weiwei with the same disdain she had shown towards Ye Feng before. Gao Ting believed that she and Zhou Shiya were about to attend the Shao family's auction, and that Tang Weiwei would treat her much better after they returned. "Don't use your and Ye Feng's levels to measure my new brother-in-law Zhang Wenyou. Zhang Wenyou's cousin is a director of the Yang family. He got the invitation for my sister." Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Tang Weiwei scoffed. "What utter nonsense. Your sister only got this invitation because of Ye Feng. Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Zhou Shiya, who had been silent in the distance, stared intently at Tang Weiwei. Gao Ting burst into laughter, doubled over, and exclaimed, "What did you say? Because of Ye Feng. Could it be that the Yang family is looking after my sister because she wasted 3 years of her youth marrying this good-for-nothing? I only sent this invitation because I felt so sorry for my sister." As she spoke, Gao Ting pulled Zhou Shiya along and said, "My dear sister, you should go and thank Ye Feng properly. They've already said that your invitation is all because of Ye Feng." Zhou Shiya also scoffed at Tang Weiwei's words, saying that Ye Feng was of no help whatsoever before the divorce. After the divorce, she's trying to frame me everywhere. And she relies on him for the invitations? That's ridiculous. Tang Weiwei, I hope you won't tell jokes like this anymore. If it weren't for Zhang Wenyong's help in getting this invitation, my company would have gone bankrupt because of your scheme. Tang Weiwei pointed at Zhou Shiya, about to say something, but then shook her head helplessly. This woman is ridiculous. Ye Feng helps her in every way, but she doesn't trust him at all. Zhang Wenyong cheats her by selling fake medicine, but she always thinks Zhang Wenyong is helping her. That's absolutely ridiculous. Zhou Shiya, I really doubt whether your IQ is negative. You can't even tell the difference between good and bad people. Zhou Shiya and Ye Feng exchanged glances, and Zhou Shiya said to Ye Feng, "Ye Feng, I have already verified with Zhang Wenyong that the fake medicinal materials were all fabricated evidence by you. I know the divorce has been a huge blow to you, and I've thought about making it up to you. But I never expected you to turn out like this. You should know that fabricating false evidence is illegal. I hope you realize your mistake and turn yourself in as soon as possible." Ye Feng was also quite helpless upon hearing this, and he really didn't want to say anything to Zhou Shiya. "I did not fabricate any evidence, and it was indeed Zhang Wenyong who provided you with fake medicinal herbs. I hope you'll keep an eye on Zhang Wenyong. I won't remind you anymore. You should take care of yourself since you've been married." After saying that, Ye Feng turned and left. Tang Weiwei heard Zhou Shiya's last words and gave Zhou Shiya a thumbs up. "My God, you actually want Ye Feng to turn himself in. I shouldn't even be talking to you about intelligence. You should hurry up and get treatment. She looks like a flower, but her brain is just a melon." Song Chunwei, who had come out with them, originally didn't want to get involved when he heard the 4 young people arguing. Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ye Feng turned and left helplessly, with Tang Weiwei and Song Chunwei following closely behind. Tang Weiwei's way of roasting people is really too nasty. Zhou Shiya's face turned red from the rebuke, and she trembled with anger as she watched the 3 figures leave. Gao Ting quickly patted her shoulder and stepped forward to comfort her. "Shiya, don't mind them. I have ways to make them cry." Zhou Shiya's eyes were red, feeling that she had been greatly wronged. Why is it that every time Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei lie, they can do it so confidently? It's just like the real thing. Gao Ting curled her lip. "You two are birds of a feather. Otherwise, how could those two have gotten together? 2 shameless bastards." Zhou Shiya nodded gently, completely agreeing with Gao Ting's words. Indeed, she and Ye Feng were simply not a good match. "Let's go home first." Gao Ting nodded. "When we get home, I'll tell you my plan in detail. I want to make Tang Weiwei and Ye Feng kneel down in front of us and apologize." Zhou Shiya didn't say anything after hearing this. She only wanted to seek justice. Now she also wants to see Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei kneel down and apologize. On the way, Ye Feng said goodbye to Song Chunwei and promised to deliver the pills for treating male diseases to him soon. Upon hearing this, Song Chunwei was deeply grateful to Ye Feng. Tang Weiwei walked to the underground parking lot, drove out her sports car, and prepared to give Ye Feng a ride. As they drove, Tang Weiwei spoke up for Ye Feng, saying, "Tell me, is your ex-wife out of her mind? Your medical skills are so good. Why didn't you treat her brain before the divorce? You've been sold out, and you're still counting the money for the seller." Ye Feng felt quite helpless about this. Zhou Shiya was not like this before, and he didn't know why she had become like this after the divorce. Never mind, it's all in the past anyway. Hearing that Ye Feng seemed to have let go of everything from before, she felt a surge of secret joy and tentatively asked him, "Have you really let go of everything?" Ye Feng nodded gently, feeling quite relieved. Divorce is divorce. It's enough that we both leave each other with beautiful memories. Tang Weiwei gently pursed her lips. "I'm afraid your mind is full of other people's beautiful memories. They hate you so much right now, they want to eat you up." Ye Feng smiled slightly. "A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can you always worry about what others think, or about such trivial matters?" Hearing Ye Feng's words, Tang Weiwei looked at the man in front of her with even greater respect. In this mundane world, people may claim to be carefree, but they cannot escape the hustle and bustle of life. There are very few people like Ye Feng who are so unjustly wronged by their ex-wife, yet remain completely indifferent. Thinking of Ye Feng's many outstanding qualities, Tang Weiwei blushed and kept secretly observing him. It's been so long. Why hasn't this blockhead confessed his feelings yet? Do you expect me, a girl, to take the initiative? So Tang Weiwei tentatively asked. Ye Feng, after your divorce, don't you want to date anyone else? Ye Feng shook his head slightly upon hearing this. I don't know anyone in Jiangqing, so how can I find a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's eyes widened, and she stared intently at Ye Feng, blurting out, What? Am I not human? Chapter 58 The Indifferent Sun Mei. Ye Feng looked at Tang Weiwei with a blank expression after hearing this. Tang Weiwei was absolutely furious with this blockhead. He didn't even recognize people and acted as if she wasn't human. Just then, Tang Weiwei's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was her father, Tang Tianyi, calling. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Tang Tianyi's joyful voice. Haha, my daughter's victory in this lawsuit not only meant I didn't suffer any losses, but several of the business partners who had previously collaborated with the Zhou family have come to us for cooperation. Tang Weiwei was overjoyed upon hearing this, because of the help that the Tang and Yang families had given to Zhou Shiya over the past few years. If Zhou Shiya is allowed to rise to prominence and left unchecked for another 2 years, the Zhou family may become a threat to the Tang family. This time, the Zhou family has suffered a severe blow. Tang Tianyi continued, Daughter, I've had several company executives contact you directly. You'll be in charge of that tomorrow. Tang Weiwei checked her phone and saw several messages from her bosses on WeChat. Tang Weiwei took a look and saw that the companies were all pharmaceutical companies that had previously cooperated with the Zhou family. Medicines are for treating illnesses, so there can be no carelessness whatsoever. This time, the Zhou family has proven the supply of counterfeit and substandard drugs, so these people naturally dare not cooperate with the Zhou family anymore. If using the Zhou family's medicinal herbs causes illness among their own customers, that could be a fatal matter. If they want to choose a new partner, the Tang family, who just won the case, is undoubtedly the best partner. Tang Weiwei opened her WeChat messages and listened to the messages from representatives sent by several companies, including Lu Guoqiang. Our pharmaceutical companies, including the Lu, He, and Wu families, are looking to collaborate with President Tang. We wonder if President Tang has the time. Tang Weiwei was delighted to hear that several pharmaceutical companies wanted to collaborate with the Tang family. After all, ever since he returned from abroad and took over the company, his father had always been helping the Zhou family in every way, neglecting his own family's development. Since Tang Weiwei returned, she hasn't worked on any major projects yet, and now is a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Tang Weiwei was also very happy. Then tomorrow, let's invite a few people to Fuyalu for a detailed discussion. The group readily agreed. Tang Weiwei called her assistant and asked her to book a private room as soon as possible. She then sent the private room information to several CEOs. At this moment, Tang Weiwei was no longer angry with Ye Feng, this blockhead. She happily said to Ye Feng, Tomorrow, you and I will go to Fuyalu together. Ye Feng found this strange, since it was Tang Weiwei's company's business, and he, an outsider, was not doing anything about it. What? Tang Weiwei nodded vigorously upon hearing this. These are all CEOs of pharmaceutical companies. I know absolutely nothing about medicine. If you go, you can help me answer the technical questions they ask. Ye Feng was speechless upon hearing this. Your company is so big. Don't you have any people specifically in charge of this kind of work? Tang Weiwei glared at Ye Feng, thinking, he's still such a blockhead. How could my own company not have talent in this area? I just want to spend more time with him. Just tell me if you're going or not. Looking at Tang Weiwei's adorable appearance with her almond-shaped eyes wide open and her cheeks puffed out, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Tang Weiwei smiled with satisfaction and drove Ye Feng home. At this moment, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Shiya entered the house, took off her high heels, rubbed her tired feet that had been in the heels all day, and hadn't even changed into slippers yet. A sofa cushion slammed into Zhou Shiya's face. Immediately following was Sun Mei's angry shout. You good for nothing. You still know how to come back. After a long and tiring day outside, Zhou Shiya, who had suffered all sorts of injustices and lost everything, felt a little aggrieved when she was treated like this as soon as she entered the house. Mom, what are you doing? Sun Mei stood up from the sofa, and tears streamed down her face. Why did you marry that good-for-nothing? Our family didn't get any benefits, and we wasted 3 years of your youth. Now that we've finally gotten a divorce, he's almost ruined the family business. Zhou Shiya frowned, feeling very uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to argue with her mother. Back then, it was clearly Sun Mei who believed Ye Feng had an inheritance and strongly advocated for Zhou Shiya to marry Ye Feng. But now, they're saying Zhou Shiya is wrong at every turn. Gao Ting, who returned with Zhou Shiya, quickly stepped forward to dissuade Sun Mei. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Let's talk things out. Seeing Gao Ting's face covered in injuries, Sun Mei asked curiously, Gao Ting, what happened to your face? Gao Ting covered her face and said angrily, it's all because of that damned Ye Feng. Upon hearing Ye Feng's name, Sun Mei was filled with rage. Ye Feng, it's that Ye Feng again. He beat up my son, he beat up my niece, and he's almost ruined the family business. Did I desecrate his ancestral grave? Zhou Shiya was genuinely puzzled and suppressed her grievances. Mom, who told you our company is going to go bankrupt? Sun Mei said angrily. Why should I listen to anyone? I saw the news about your loss in court. I wanted to go to your company today, and I saw a group of people surrounding your company, wanting to terminate their contracts. They also said they wanted to cooperate with the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya glared fiercely at Gao Ting. It was all Gao Ting's fault for finding Lu Lin and saying she wanted to ruin Tang Weiwei's reputation in front of the media. Now look what happened. It's his own reputation that's ruined. If the media hadn't been involved, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Gao Ting knew she had made a mistake, so she quickly stepped forward to comfort Sun Mei. Annie, don't worry, our company is perfectly fine. Wait until we go to Kunming, and when we get back we'll teach Tang Weiwei a lesson. Sun Mei didn't believe Gao Ting's words at all. Keep bragging. You want to make her look bad? You two are no match for them at all. I've watched a lot of TV dramas. When a big boss's company goes bankrupt, his house and car have to be auctioned off, and he still has to pay off his debts. My savings can't pay off your debts, and this villa is in my name, so don't get any ideas. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya finally understood why Sun Mei was so angry. It turned out that Sun Mei was afraid of the house and the savings in her bank account. This villa was bought for Sun Mei with money earned by Zhou Shiya, and the savings were also Zhou Shiya's monthly donations. Unexpectedly, now that things have come to this, Sun Mei didn't offer to help. Instead, she was afraid that I would touch those things, which were money I had given her in the first place. This made Zhou Shiya very sad, but she dared not say anything. Seeing Zhou Shiya's expression, Sun Mei pursed her lips. What are you crying for, you spineless coward? Don't even think about doing any business in the future. While you're still young, hurry up and marry Zhang Wenyou. He even promised to give me a gold shop as my dowry. Chapter 59 Tang Weiwei's meticulous preparations. Upon hearing Sun Mei's words, Zhou Shiya could no longer hold back. Despite being a woman, Sun Mei is extremely sexist and favors sons over daughters. She disliked the Zhou sisters, Zhou Shiya and Zhou Zitong, from a young age, and doted on Zhou Ming. Zhou Shiya and Ye Feng had just met when Sun Mei, believing Ye Feng had a large inheritance and considering it a business investment, arranged for Zhou Shiya to marry him. Upon discovering that Ye Feng had no inheritance, he kept urging Zhou Shiya to divorce him. When Zhou Shiya first started doing business, Sun Mei strongly opposed it, mocking Zhou Shiya for not being cut out for it. After Zhou Shiya made money, he bought her a villa, and only then did he gradually start to treat Zhou Shiya better. Do you see me as nothing more than an object, someone you'd marry off to for any benefit you could? Sun Mei's eyes widened upon hearing this. This was the first time Zhou Shiya had dared to talk back. What? You think you're all grown up now? Isn't this all for your own good? Do you think you're still a big boss? You're about to be homeless. Women always have to get married. Wouldn't it be better to find you a good man? Zhou Shiya gave a cold laugh. A good man. In your eyes, any man who gives you a large dowry is a good man, right? Upon hearing this, Sun Mei angrily pushed Zhou Shiya toward the door, yelling, Get out! Get out! Get out of here right now! If you're sleeping on the streets, don't come to my villa. At this moment, Gao Ting quickly grabbed Sun Mei and whispered, Auntie, what are you doing? Shiya's company is perfectly fine. In fact, it's going to rise to even greater heights. Sun Mei looked at Gao Ting suspiciously. Are you lying to me? Gao Ting laughed and said, Auntie, why would I lie to you? He recounted the story of the Yang family's invitation. Upon hearing all this, Sun Mei beamed with joy. Seeing Zhou Shiya still crying, she pulled her to sit on the sofa. Daughter, don't be angry with your mother. I was so angry with Ye Feng that I lost my mind. Gao Ting quickly chimed in. That's right, it's all Ye Feng's fault. We can't let this go, we must settle the score with him. At this moment, Zhou Shiya felt exhausted and shook her head, saying, Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back from the auction. I'm going to take a shower and then go to sleep. After a busy day outside and encountering so many things, Zhou Shiya was already exhausted and didn't want to argue with her mother any further. I don't want to think about Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei anymore. After finishing her sentence, Zhou Shiya went upstairs. Watching Zhou Shiya walk towards the second floor, Sun Mei was still very angry. Shiya has no idea about this matter. We can't let it go. Gao Ting, Shiya is soft-hearted and lacks ruthlessness. You must stand up for your sister. Gao Ting and Sun Mei are the same kind of people both greedy and narrow-minded. Upon hearing Sun Mei's words, Gao Ting clapped her hands and said, "Auntie, that's what I think too. We can't let those two scoundrels get away with this. I'll call Zhang Wenyong right now. I've already figured out a way to deal with them. We are now honored guests of the Yang family. Why would we be afraid of a mere Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei?" After Sun Mei and Gao Ting finished speaking, they discussed it for a while and then burst into triumphant laughter. The next day, Ye Feng first went to a pharmacy and bought some herbs. They made the herbs into a plaster and gave it to Song Chengwei. Ye Feng repeatedly instructed, "Apply this patch to your waist every 3 days. Once the plaster is finished, the male disease will be cured." Upon hearing this, Song Chengwei quickly applied a patch to his lower back. I felt a burning sensation continuously flowing into my waist and down to my lower abdomen. Without a doubt, this plaster is extremely effective. Song Chengwei gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. "Dr. Yi, you are truly a master of medicine." Ye Feng simply smiled at this, saying it was just treating a male ailment, nothing to worry about. What Ye Feng didn't know was that for a middle-aged man, being unable to perform in this area was more tormenting than any illness. After smilingly bidding farewell to Song Chengwei, Ye Feng headed to the Tang family's residence. Today, Tang Weiwei invited Ye Feng to Fulu restaurant to discuss business. Because Tang Weiwei always picked Ye Feng up and dropped him off by car whenever she visited, Ye Feng didn't want to trouble Tang Weiwei anymore. So this time, he went directly to Tang Weiwei's house to meet her. Upon arriving at the Tang family villa, Ye Feng rang the doorbell twice. Tang Weiwei quickly jumped off the sofa and hopped to open the door for Ye Feng. As soon as the villa door opened, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Today, Tang Weiwei wore very elaborate makeup, and her hair was specially dyed and permed, with a few playful curls at the ends of her light yellow hair, giving her a fresh and lovely feeling. Seeing Ye Feng's dazed expression, Tang Weiwei blushed and glared at him, saying, "What are you looking at? Are you stupid?" Ye Feng scratched his head, realizing he had lost his composure. Actually, it's not Ye Feng's fault. Tang Weiwei never wears makeup. She's naturally beautiful. Ye Feng had gotten used to seeing her like this, but her sudden makeup today gave her a strong visual impact. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Tang Weiwei was secretly delighted. "This is the first time I've taken over the company and handled such a large project, so I naturally attach great importance to it and have made a special effort to decorate it." In fact, Tang Weiwei also wanted to see how Ye Feng would react to her makeup, and she was quite satisfied with his reaction. At this moment, Tang Tianyi also came out of the house. Upon seeing Ye Feng, he said with great respect, "Mr. Yi, thank you for your help during this time. Thanks to you, our Tang family escaped this crisis." Ye Feng was a little embarrassed upon hearing this. "This whole thing started because of me. I just did what I was supposed to do." Tang Tianyi said gratefully, "I heard from my daughter that Mr. Yi asked our family for an invitation from the Yang family. I could never repay this kindness in my lifetime." Although the Tang family is one of the most prominent families in Jiangxing, it pales in comparison to the Yang family. At this moment, Tang Weiwei was in a hurry to meet with the CEOs of several pharmaceutical groups. "Oh, you too. Why are you thanking me? Ye Feng, let's go quickly." As she spoke, Tang Weiwei hurriedly pulled her towards her sports car. Watching Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei's retreating figures, Tang Tianyi revealed a gratified expression. Then he suddenly coughed twice, his face turning extremely pale. Cough, cough. Wang Wu quickly came out from behind and said anxiously, "Brother Tang, your cough has been really bad lately. How about letting Mr. Yi take a look at you?" Tang Tianyi waved his hand. "Let's not trouble Mr. Yi with such a small matter. I'll go to the hospital to get it checked out another day." Wang Wu nodded, also feeling that such a small matter as coughing shouldn't bother Mr. Yi. Looking at the two figures as they left, Wang Wu's face was full of satisfaction. He watched Tang Weiwei grow up from a young age and treated her as his own daughter. Without a doubt, the two of them now regard Ye Feng as Tang Weiwei's destiny. Chapter 62 Faced. "Ye Feng, can you drive?" Tang Weiwei suddenly asked. Ye Feng nodded slightly. "Yes." Tang Weiwei smiled with satisfaction and handed the sports car to Ye Feng with her slender, white hands. "You're driving today." Ye Feng took the car keys and sat in the driver's seat. Tang Weiwei sat in the passenger seat and took out a prepared contract, which outlined her intended cooperation method. Tang Weiwei flipped through the contract page by page, muttering to herself incessantly, "Isn't this place too harsh? But if we don't do it this way, the profit margin will be too thin. How can I persuade them?" Seeing Tang Weiwei's adorable expression as she frowned and strained her nose in deep thought, Ye Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile slightly. Sensing Ye Feng's laughter, Tang Weiwei suddenly raised her head and said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Ye Feng suppressed a laugh. "It's nothing." Tang Weiwei wiped the sweat from her small nose with her delicate hand. "I was in a hurry, I was afraid that the conditions would be too harsh and scare people away. But we're also worried that the profits won't be enough and the company will suffer losses. Tang Weiwei sighed as she spoke. Previously, these were all company-established projects, so she didn't need to think too much and could just follow the existing procedures. But this project was entirely planned and executed by myself from beginning to end, which was extremely tiring and exhausting. At the same time, Tang Weiwei secretly admired her father, thinking about how much hard work he had put in to build the company into what it is today. Ye Feng smiled and said to Tang Weiwei, "Relax." Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Ye Feng. "How am I supposed to relax? I told my dad that he could rest assured and hand over the company to me so he could enjoy his retirement. This time, my dad wasn't involved at all. If I hadn't done a good job, my dad definitely wouldn't have retired. Because my father was poisoned by a goo poison before, his health has been poor for years, so I don't want him to work hard anymore." Ye Feng was taken aback when he heard this. It turned out that Tang Weiwei valued this project so much because she wanted Tang Tianyi to get a good rest. Ye Feng had personally cured Tang Tianyi of the goo poison before, so Ye Feng naturally knew that the goo poison had already almost completely damaged Tang Tianyi's body at that time. "I've been working so hard all these years, I'm just barely hanging on. I really shouldn't keep working like this." Ye Feng calmly explained to Tang Weiwei, "I told you to relax because I was afraid that the pharmaceutical executives would notice your anxiety. You need to understand, right now, none of the bosses have any business partners. They're the ones who are anxious. The factory hasn't stopped for a single day. How much salary do they need to pay for all those employees? The reason they're contacting you this time is entirely because they need your help. When discussing cooperation, you must appear nonchalant and make them eagerly beg you to maximize your benefits." Tang Weiwei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ye Feng's words made a lot of sense. Those involved are often blinded by their own emotions. They are too anxious and have completely forgotten this simple truth. Ye Feng continued, "Negotiation is a psychological battle, and the business world is a battlefield. Never let the other party guess your true price. Instead, keep testing them. Once you're inside, don't mention the cooperation yet. Just say some polite things and have a drink. Let them get eager to talk to you first, then you can bring out the contract." Tang Weiwei gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. She hadn't expected that Ye Feng was not only skilled in medicine, but also so capable in business. "Have you ever run a business before?" Ye Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I do have some business abroad. When I came back, I handed everything over to my subordinates. I haven't managed it for 3 years, and I don't know how it is now." Tang Weiwei looked at Ye Feng with some doubt. From the time she had known Ye Feng, he seemed to be a very humble person. He said he has some family business, which is probably not a small amount. "So, is it because of Zhou Shiya that you handed over your overseas businesses to your subordinates and came back all alone?" Ye Feng nodded with a wry smile. That was indeed the case. Ye Feng's organization abroad is very special, something that ordinary people would never come into contact with in their entire lives, and it is extremely dangerous. When Ye Feng made up his mind to marry Zhou Shiya, he entrusted everything to his subordinates, fearing that he might still have connections with these dangerous activities after marriage. Even the slightest entanglement could cause Zhou Shiya to suffer even the slightest harm. But unexpectedly, he has now completely lost contact with the organization. Ye Feng doesn't care about his family business. Instead, he was worried about the safety of his few loyal subordinates. Tang Weiwei watched Ye Feng deep in thought, then pouted and said with a hint of jealousy, "You've hit the nail on the head, haven't you?" Just then, they arrived at Fuyalu restaurant, and Ye Feng quickly changed the subject. "We've arrived, let's go in." Tang Weiwei saw Fuyalu and jumped up happily, then remembered Ye Feng's words. After straightening his clothes, he slowly walked into Fuyalu restaurant. He showed no signs of nervousness or panic. Just as Tang Weiwei was walking slowly, she unexpectedly ran into Gao Ting, who had a smile on her face. At this moment, Gao Ting stood at the top of the stairs. It didn't look like a chance encounter, but rather like a deliberate meeting. "Hey, isn't this President Tang? What big project are you here to discuss? You even got your hair permed. Be careful, the project might fall through, and you might end up losing the money you spent on a perm." Tang Weiwei felt a wave of disgust upon seeing Gao Ting, and even more so at her sarcastic remarks, so she retorted, "What's Secretary Gao doing here?" His face has recovered incredibly quickly. It's something that no ordinary person could do, as expected of someone with a thick skin. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting flew into a rage and opened her mouth to hurl insults. Before she could even speak, Tang Weiwei continued, "Secretary Gao, calm down. Your expression is too exaggerated. The powder on your face is all falling off and making my eyes water." After saying that, Tang Weiwei walked towards the bathroom. "I need to wash my face, otherwise I might fall and end up like some people if I walk with my eyes closed. I'm embarrassed to wander around with a crooked mouth and eyes." Upon hearing this, Gao Ting quickly covered her face. Yesterday, Gao Ting took a lot of anti-inflammatory medicine and went to the hospital for treatment, but there were still injuries on her face, so she applied a lot of high-end cosmetics to cover them up. Now, all of these things have become reasons for Tang Weiwei to laugh at herself. Gao Ting said to Tang Weiwei indignantly, "Tang Weiwei, you don't need to be so smug. You'll be in trouble soon." Tang Weiwei replied with a smile, "The unluckiest thing for me today is running into you, you shameless two-faced person with a crooked mouth and crooked eyes." After saying that, Tang Weiwei smiled and walked towards the private room, leaving Gao Ting stomping her feet at the bottom of the stairs. I originally intended to mock Tang Weiwei here, but I didn't expect to be met with a barrage of rebukes from her. At this moment, Zhou Shiya came out of the private room and asked Gao Ting with some surprise, "Cousin, why is Tang Weiwei here too?" Upon hearing Zhou Shiya's question, Gao Ting revealed a mysterious smile. "I have a brilliant plan. You'll find out soon enough." Chapter 61 Teasing. Once inside the private room, Tang Weiwei and the waiter ordered several of Fulu's signature dishes. Anyway, in these negotiation settings, no one will actually eat anything. Just order some expensive dishes and leave them there. After ordering, Tang Weiwei kept rubbing her hands together, unable to hide her nervousness. When she saw Ye Feng looking at her, she immediately withdrew her small hands, puffed out her cheeks, and said, "What are you looking at? I'm not nervous." Ye Feng couldn't help but nod, amused. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without seeing any pharmaceutical executives arrive, Tang Weiwei became increasingly impatient. Even Ye Feng was a little surprised. Logically speaking, these bosses should not be late since they needed Tang Weiwei's help. Why were they so late? Tang Weiwei frowned and said, "Could it be that they are the same as what you said before? Does he want to appear unhurried and give me a break?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng frowned slightly, feeling that it was unlikely to be so. After all, being late is impolite, and it's unlikely to happen to a CEO you want to work with. If you want to appear unhurried and take the initiative in a collaboration, you should use other methods. At that moment, laughter and cheerful singing came from the next private room. Tang Weiwei was already somewhat annoyed from waiting for so long, and hearing Gao Ting's voice from the next private room only made her angrier. He took out his phone, ready to call a few CEOs. I'll ask them what exactly they mean. As a result, Tang Weiwei made several calls in a row, but none of the bosses answered. Tang Weiwei's spoiled temper erupted instantly, and she jumped up like an angry little kitten. What do they mean? Are they standing me up? Tang Weiwei originally attached great importance to this collaboration and prepared for it overnight. Today, she came to discuss the collaboration with great enthusiasm. They actually stood me up. It's absolutely outrageous. Tang Weiwei stood up. Ye Feng, let's go home. Even if they beg me to cooperate with them in the future, I will never cooperate with them again. After saying that, Tang Weiwei angrily opened the door to the private room and was about to leave. As soon as I stepped into the corridor, I saw Gao Ting with a smile on her face. Seeing Gao Ting's expression, Tang Weiwei didn't want to pay any attention to her and turned to leave. But Gao Ting stopped Tang Weiwei and said with a smile, "Why were you stood up?" Tang Weiwei was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. How did Gao Ting know? Was she eavesdropping at the door? None of your business. You should go to the hospital to have your face checked when you have time. Surprisingly, Gao Ting wasn't angry this time. Instead, she smiled and said, "My face is damaged, but at least it will heal someday." Unlike some people, who were stood up by several pharmaceutical executives and lost all face. Tang Weiwei was already a willful young lady, and given her current bad mood, Gao Ting's sarcastic remark completely enraged her, and she said viciously, "What do you mean?" Gao Ting said calmly, "Otherwise, why don't you take a look at who my guests are today?" Tang Weiwei was in no mood for that. "You can eat with whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me." Gao Ting smiled and said, "Why don't you peek through the crack in the door? You'll definitely be interested." Seeing Gao Ting's confident and smug expression, Tang Weiwei couldn't suppress her curiosity. They gently pushed the door to Gao Ting's private room a crack open. Upon seeing the people inside, Tang Weiwei instantly flew into a rage. With a powerful kick, she opened the door to the private room. Ye Feng was a little surprised to see this. Why was Tang Weiwei so angry? Tang Weiwei, hands on her hips, said, "You guys are supposed to be big bosses, yet you stood me up and ate in the private room right next to mine. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me?" It turned out that the pharmaceutical bosses who had arranged to meet Tang Weiwei were all having dinner with Gao Ting and her group here. Lu Guiqiang, who had made an appointment with Tang Weiwei yesterday, was sitting at the table laughing and singing when he heard Tang Weiwei's words, and his face instantly turned red. "Well, Mr. Tang, please let me explain." Upon hearing Lu Guiqiang's words, Tang Weiwei laughed in anger. "Then explain yourself. Why did you tell me yesterday that you were in contact with the Zhou family to cooperate with me?" Yet today, right next to the private room we arranged to meet, you're drinking and chatting with the Zhou family? Making fun of me. Lu Guiqiang was speechless for a moment, and it's no wonder Tang Weiwei was angry. Anyone else would have been angry too. Me too. Tang Weiwei's gaze swept over the other executives, and they all lowered their heads. These men in their 40s and 50s felt really embarrassed to stand up a young girl like that. At this moment, Gao Ting walked out smugly from behind. It's me. Do you have a problem with the few CEOs I invited? Tang Weiwei looked at Gao Ting with murderous intent. It turned out that Gao Ting was the culprit. Thinking back to how Gao Ting had been waiting for him in the corridor from the very beginning, she must have wanted to see him make a fool of himself. From the very beginning, Gao Ting was deliberately toying with me. Thinking of this, Tang Weiwei was almost furious. You invite them. You pick the time yourself. Why are you taking my time? Gao Ting smiled and replied. What? Of course, I'm just teasing you. You think you're so great? You're the one who fabricates evidence, aren't you? If you're so capable, don't let me fool you. As soon as Gao Ting finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted in the private room. There was Zhang Wenyong laughing wildly, and a middle-aged man who looked 7 or 8 parts similar to Zhang Wenyong. There was also Zhou Shiya, who was covering her mouth and laughing mockingly, and several bosses who were forcing smiles. Tang Weiwei felt dizzy as she watched everyone laughing at her. She felt like a clown. Humiliation, resentment, mockery, and disgrace, all these negative emotions erupted in Tang Weiwei's mind at once. They were the ones who came to ask for my cooperation, but they turned around and did this. Tang Weiwei, who had never been tricked in her life, could no longer hold back. When did I commit perjury? It was clearly Zhang Wenyong who made the fake medicine. The police have given a statement about it. And you bosses, you can continue to cooperate with the Zhou and Zhang families, these fake drug dealers. If any problems arise later, don't even think about coming to the Tang family. After saying this, Tang Weiwei's eyes welled up with tears. This was the most wrong day of her life. But not wanting to shed tears in front of these people, lest she be mocked again, she turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, Zhang Tao, who was sitting in the main seat, put down his chopsticks, his face darkened, and he said, You bastard, what kind of thing are you? Daring to kick open the private room where I'm eating. After falsely accusing my nephew and insulting my nephew's wife, you just left like that? Kneel down and apologize right now. Chapter 62 Zhang Tao's Secret Exposed. Hearing this middle-aged man scolding him so loudly and telling him to kneel down, with red eyes, Tang Weiwei turned her head and said angrily, What kind of dog are you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao stood up proudly. I am Zhang Tao, a director of the Yang family. How dare you insult me? This is disrespectful to the Yang family. Your small Tang family wants to start a war with the Yang family? Upon hearing the words, Yang family, Tang Weiwei was so frightened that she took 2 steps back, her face turning pale. At that moment, Tang Weiwei felt herself being embraced in a warm embrace. She turned around and saw Ye Feng. Ye Feng gently wiped away the tears from Tang Weiwei's eyes and said softly, Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Seeing this scene, Zhou Shiya, who was sitting in her seat, felt a pang of sadness. I remember more than 2 years ago, when my business failed, Tang Weiwei had the same expression on her face, and Ye Feng comforted me with the same warm words. She said gently, Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. She hugged Ye Feng and cried for a long time. After that, it was as if her luck had turned around. With the cooperation of the Tang family and the support of the Yang family, they have reached their current status in less than 3 years. The voice is still that gentle one, but it no longer belongs to me. Zhou Shiya felt a pang of regret, then shook her head vigorously. What's the use of being gentle? What's the use of being considerate? A man should be rich, powerful, and capable, at the very least able to get himself an invitation like Zhang Wenyong. Hearing Ye Feng's gentle words, Tang Weiwei instantly felt full of strength. This is not only due to Ye Feng's encouragement, but also to Ye Feng's own abilities. So what if the other party is a member of the Yang family? My father said that Ye Feng is someone who is treated with great respect even by the head of the Yang family. With this in mind, Tang Weiwei felt confident and no longer feared Zhang Tao's identity. How could the Yang family appear in such a small place as Jiangxing City? Besides, the Yang family should also be reasonable. It was Gao Ting and the others who were in the wrong, so why should I kneel down? If anyone should kneel, it should be them. After speaking, Tang Weiwei turned to look at Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with what Tang Weiwei said. Ye Feng is usually humble and polite, and he doesn't like to argue with people. However, if someone steps on you or someone around you, you should make them pay back tenfold. Ye Feng had long regarded Tang Weiwei as a friend and an important person in his life. Seeing that this group of people had actually made this usually cute little girl cry, Ye Feng felt extremely sorry for her. With Ye Feng's nod of approval, Tang Weiwei felt even more confident. At this moment, he was like a proud little rooster, full of fighting spirit, looking up at Zhang Tao with his chest out and head held high, without any fear whatsoever. Zhang Tao was slightly taken aback by Tang Weiwei's behavior. Normally, anyone who leaves the Yang family is filled with fear upon hearing of the Yang family's identity. In this small city of Jiangqing, how dare a little girl shout like that? Thinking of this, Zhang Tao laughed out loud. Haha, why do I need to explain to you why I came to Jiangqing? It's alright to tell you, my nephew asked me to get an invitation for my nephew's wife. I came here specifically to deliver the invitation, and also to see the couple. As for the executives, I invited them here. If you have anything to say, just tell me. At this moment, Zhang Tao was already referring to Zhou Shiya as his niece-in-law, and he looked at Ye Feng with a smug expression as he spoke. Back in Kunming, Zhang Tao had been investigating everything about Zhang Wenyong, including Zhou Shiya and, naturally, Zhou Shiya's ex-husband. Ye Feng frowned, surprised that Zhou Shiya was actually so foolish as to marry someone who had swapped her medicinal herbs. Although it was a pity, Ye Feng naturally wouldn't bother with such matters now that the two were divorced. On the contrary, looking at Zhang Tao and Zhang Wenyong's appearances, I felt a bit strange. The two of them did not look like uncle and nephew. Instead, they seemed more like father and son. Zhou Shiya's expression changed slightly upon hearing Zhang Tao's words. She hadn't agreed to Zhang Wenyong's request yet, but considering that Zhang Wenyong had asked Zhang Tao for the invitation, she naturally wouldn't embarrass Zhang Tao in front of so many people and refute him. The surrounding business owners initially felt somewhat guilty towards Tang Weiwei. Last night, I suddenly received a call from Gao Ting. I thought she wanted to talk to them about cooperation, but they refused outright. However, Gao Ting said that the Zhou family had already received the Yang family's invitation, and if they dared to cancel the cooperation, they would bear the consequences. The group initially didn't believe that little Zhou Shiya could receive an invitation from the Yang family, but when Gao Ting appeared in front of them with the invitation, they were immediately terrified and turned pale. It seems that Zhou Shiya has a close relationship with the Yang family. If we go there this time, we can briefly mention that we have terminated our cooperation with her. The Yang family could go bankrupt with just a little finger. The group quickly apologized, and Gao Ting inquired about the collaboration with Tang Weiwei. They then poured out their hearts and explained everything clearly. When Gao Ting heard that Tang Weiwei had invited them to this Fuyalu restaurant, she came up with this plan to tease Tang Weiwei. The group was all quite old and naturally didn't want to tease a little girl, but Gao Ting was using the Yang family as leverage. They also said that a member of the Yang family's board of directors would personally host the banquet, and if the group didn't come, it would be disrespectful to the Yang family. The group was so frightened that they had no choice but to agree. But now, none of them feel any guilt towards Tang Weiwei. Because Tang Weiwei is really mentally unstable, she actually dared to argue with the Yang family's directors. Even if the Tang family doesn't collapse, it will likely suffer a severe blow. Their intelligence is hardly something to be ashamed of. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's eyes widened, and she stared intently at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao initially thought that Tang Weiwei was surprised by his ability to obtain the Yang family's invitation and was very proud of herself. Aren't you envious? It's all because my nephew likes Zhou Shiya. If you were with my nephew, you would also have this good opportunity. What a pity, you chose the wrong man. Zhang Tao thought Tang Weiwei was very good-looking and a young, unmarried woman, so he specially said a few words in support of Zhang Wenyong. What if Tang Weiwei later tries to seduce Zhang Wenyong because of this incident? It's still better than Zhou Shiya, who's a second-hand item. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, Tang Weiwei burst out laughing and clutched her stomach, unable to get up for a long time. I was wondering why everything happened today, and what gave these people their confidence. Turns out it was all because of that invitation. Seeing Tang Weiwei laughing so heartily, Zhang Tao blushed and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Weiwei endured the pain in her stomach and helped Ye Feng to his feet. "What? You're laughing at me for being so young and shamelessly bragging." Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words, the expressions of everyone around her changed. Was Tang Weiwei truly unafraid of the Yang family? How dare you offend someone who could obtain an invitation from the Yang family? Zhang Tao roared in fury. "I'm a man of my word. What I say is true. When have I ever boasted?" Tang Weiwei was right next to Ye Feng that day and heard the entire phone call clearly. How could she not know how the invitation came about? This invitation wasn't something you asked Zhou Shiya for at all. It was Yang Xinyu who gave it to Zhou Shiya and asked you to deliver it, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "How could you possibly know?" Chapter 63. More people from the Yang family arrive. Everyone looked at Zhang Tao in surprise. Zhang Tao realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, how did you know I got the invitation from young master Yang Xinyu? How dare you address our young master by his name?" If it weren't for me and the young master going to ask for the invitations, would Zhou Shiya have such influence? Although Zhang Tao pretended to be calm, the other people in the private room did not suspect anything. However, Tang Weiwei, who knew the truth, saw the panic in his eyes and said with a smile, "You're right, Zhou Shiya really doesn't have that kind of face. But I know who Yang Xinyu is giving face to." Seeing Tang Weiwei's smiling face, Zhang Tao suddenly felt uncertain. Logically speaking, Tang Weiwei should have no way of knowing that she didn't ask Zhou Shiya for the invitation herself. Now that Tang Weiwei dares to make such a confident statement, does she really know the truth? Zhang Tao, who was staying at the Yang family home, had no idea why Yang Xinyu had sent an invitation to Zhou Shiya. Unable to gauge Tang Weiwei's true nature, Zhang Tao's face turned pale, and he dared not speak further, fearing that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Gao Ting, unaware of the truth, jumped in. "You're just being as sour grapes. I'm jealous of my sister. Her current boyfriend has such a great cousin. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhang Tao, then tell me, whose face are you giving?" Tang Weiwei sighed helplessly. "Of course, it's because of Ye Feng's reputation. Unfortunately, you simply won't believe it." As expected, the private room erupted in laughter as soon as Tang Weiwei finished speaking. Zhang Tao, who had been feeling uncertain, instantly felt relieved. I thought Tang Weiwei really knew what was going on, but it turns out she was just talking nonsense. Zhang Tao already knew all about Ye Feng's information half a year ago. He was just a useless piece of trash with no redeeming qualities. Tang Weiwei simply can't even lie properly. Zhou Shiya had been full of curiosity, but after hearing Ye Feng's name, she instantly lost interest. After 3 years of marriage, she still doesn't know what Ye Feng's abilities are. Tang Weiwei, stop talking nonsense and slandering Zhang Wenyong's uncle. Let's just let this matter drop. Zhou Shiya figured that since Gao Ting had already angered Tang Weiwei enough by teasing her, she didn't want to get entangled with her any further. Tang Weiwei looked at Zhou Shiya, shook her head helplessly, her eyes filled with mockery and pity, and then turned to leave. Tang Weiwei knew that Zhou Shiya would regret it someday. They will realize how ridiculous they are. Zhang Tao suddenly shouted, "Stop right there." Tang Weiwei, who was about to leave with Ye Feng, turned around and asked curiously, "Is there anything else?" At this moment, Zhang Tao was convinced that Tang Weiwei was just talking nonsense. To make himself appear more impressive in front of Zhao Wenyu, Zhang Wenyong needed to increase his chances of winning her over. "Didn't you hear me tell you to kneel down?" Zhang Tao slammed his fist on the table, and the heads of several pharmaceutical companies trembled in fear. The people from the Yang family were indeed extraordinary. They actually made the president of a top-tier company in Jiangxing kneel down. Fortunately, they came today, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang Weiwei's expression changed. Zhang Tao actually wanted her to kneel down. "Miss Tang, when have you ever been treated like this?" Considering the identity of the other party, the Yang family, Tang Weiwei still suppressed her anger. "Ye Feng, let's go, don't pay any attention to this old dog." After Tang Weiwei finished speaking, she was about to leave when Gao Ting closed the door of the private room and blocked it with her body. Zhang Wenyong also quickly stood up. Having suffered so many losses at Ye Feng's hands, he finally had a chance to get revenge today. "Don't go." Seeing their expressions, Tang Weiwei could no longer contain her anger and puffed out her chest, saying, "What? You want to fight?" After saying that, Tang Weiwei pushed Ye Feng in front of her. Seeing Ye Feng standing straight in front of Tang Weiwei, Zhang Wenyong instantly cowered, swallowed hard, and subconsciously hid behind Zhang Tao. "Uncle, this Ye Feng is very good at fighting. Even if we all joined forces, we couldn't beat him." Zhang Tao frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't known from previous information that Ye Feng was such a skilled fighter. But what's the use of being good at fighting? What? He dares to hit me. To hit me is to make an enemy of the Yang family. The mere Tang family wants to be wiped out of Jiangxing City. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Zhang Wenyong finally felt relieved. Yeah, even if Ye Feng is powerful, would he dare to hit his uncle? Just then, Zhang Tao's phone rang. He took out his phone, saw the contact name on the screen, and his expression changed slightly. He then answered the phone with a respectful expression. "Mr. N, what's the matter that you're calling me about?" "I'm in a place called Fulu in Jiangxing City." "What? You've come to Jiangxing City? What brings you here?" No. How could I ask you?" Suddenly, Zhang Tao noticed Tang Weiwei standing to the side, chest out and head held high, and an idea popped into his head. "Olden, you've come at the perfect time. There are people here who are using our Yang family's name to swindle and deceive, saying that even our young master Yang Xinyu has to give him face. Yes, I was also very angry. I told her to kneel down, but she still tried to hit me." Everyone present heard Zhang Tao's words, and after he hung up the phone, they all looked at him in shock. Another member of the Yang family has arrived? Moreover, judging from Zhang Tao's recent demeanor, The person who came must be above him as a director. Good heavens, what's happening to Jiangxing City? One by one, the important figures of the Yang family arrived. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhang Tao hung up the phone with a smug look on his face. Zhang Wenyong quickly and cautiously asked from the side, "Uncle, who exactly is this old man in?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "Old N's original name was In. He worked for the Yang family for half his life and was given the surname Yang. Now he is called Yang In. They are the managers of us, the staff members of the Yang family who are not surnamed Yang." Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, everyone gasped. Was he granted the surname Yang? This is remarkable, as these large families have maintained some ancient customs. The so-called bestowal of the surname means that he will be regarded as a member of the Yang family. That is to say, this person is a true representative of the Yang family. Gao Ting was overjoyed upon hearing this, but didn't forget to tease Tang Weiwei. "So, Tang Weiwei, are you scared now? Kneel down now, and maybe we'll spare your life." Tang Weiwei, knowing that Ye Feng was there, wasn't afraid at all. She raised her head and said, "You're the ones who wanted to make fun of me. You're the ones who are wrong. If anyone should kneel, it should be you kneeling to me. I've said it before, even the Yang family has to be reasonable." Just then, a frail, old voice suddenly rang out from outside. Okay. So the Yang family wants to be reasonable too. I'd like to see when such a rising star has emerged in Jiangxing City. Everyone looked over at the sound, and the door to the private room was slowly pushed open. Chapter 64 Bankruptcy in 3 days. An elderly man dressed in a Tang suit and leaning on a cane slowly walked in. Upon seeing the old man enter, Zhang Tao quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Eldarin, it's these two. They said even our young master has to give them face." Upon hearing this, Yang sized up Tang Weiwei and Ye Feng. The man was ordinary looking, and the woman was nothing special except for being pretty. He shook his head and smiled dismissively. Feeling Yang En's gaze, Tang Weiwei unconsciously took 2 steps back. It was the aura of someone in a superior position that made Tang Weiwei feel suffocated. Tang Weiwei carefully examined Yang En. The Tang suit he was wearing was a custom-made Jiangnan style, which was hard to buy even if you had money. It is a true symbol of identity. Her own father only had 2 sets of clothes, and he was reluctant to wear them, saying that he would only wear them when she got married. The cane in his hand, adorned with an egg-sized ruby, is priceless. Is this the legendary Yang family? How can a mere servant bestowed with the surname have such wealth? Although everyone knew the Yang family was wealthy, this was Tang Weiwei's first time interacting with them. I now truly understand what it means to be a frog in a well. Seeing the shock in Tang Weiwei's eyes, Yang En's disdain grew even stronger. Instead of speaking to Tang Weiwei, he chose to ignore her, showing his disdain for her. Zhang Tao skillfully pulled out a chair for Yang En, who slowly sat down and then said calmly, "Zhang Tao, have you delivered your invitation?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao quickly replied, "It's here. This is Zhou Shiya." As he spoke, Zhang Tao pointed to Zhou Shiya standing to the side. Seeing Zhou Shiya next to him, Yang En's eyes lit up slightly. Another beauty. She's just as beautiful as Tang Weiwei from before. I never imagined that such a small city like Jiangxing would be such a place with so many beautiful women. Even in Kunming, their looks would be outstanding. Yang En knew that Zhou Shiya's invitation was personally ordered by the young master. Although he didn't know why, he was certain that the young master valued it very much. Not daring to be presumptuous, he slowly stood up and said, "This old man greets President Zhou." Zhou Shiya felt flattered and overwhelmed. The moment Yang En entered, his aura of authority had also stunned her. "I was surprised to be treated with such courtesy, so I quickly returned the courtesy. This junior should greet Eldarin." Gao Ting, who was expecting Tang Weiwei and Ye Feng to be punished, became somewhat anxious when she saw Yang En enter and not punish the 2 of them. "Olden, hurry up and deal with them." When Yang En heard someone dare to interrupt him, his eyes turned cold and his aura changed drastically. He shouted coldly, "Who are you?" Feeling Yang En's oppressive aura, Gao Ting retreated repeatedly in fear. Seeing this, Zhou Shiya quickly stepped in front of Gao Ting. "Mr. En, I'm sorry, this is my cousin." Hearing that Gao Ting was Zhou Shiya's cousin, Yang En stopped pursuing the matter further. Turning to Tang Weiwei beside him, he said, "You mean, even our young master has to give you face?" Although Tang Weiwei was somewhat afraid, she thought that if she told the truth, what was there to be afraid of? "That's right, even your young master Yang Xinyu has to give Ye Feng face." It was only because of Ye Feng's influence that Zhou Shiya received the invitation. Yang En was also surprised, because he didn't know why the young master had sent an invitation to Zhou Shiya. Looking at Tang Weiwei's confident demeanor, he was also somewhat unsure. Who is Ye Feng? Is he from the Ye family of Longdu? Zhang Wenyong, standing to the side, mocked. What kind of people are the Ye family of Longdu? They're just good-for-nothings. They're just standing there, aren't they? Yang looked at Ye Feng in the distance, and, no matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem like any important person. Out of caution, he still asked him a question. Young man, do you know young Master Yang Xinyu? Ye Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't know Yang Xinyu. It was just that Yang Xinyu had suddenly called him last time. I don't know Yang Xinyu. Among the Yang family members, I only know Yang Qinggang. At this moment, Zhang Wenyong burst into laughter. Still bragging? You don't even know young Master Yang. Do you think young Master Yang would give you face? And Yang Qinggang what? Who knows what kind of person Yang Qinggang is? Snap! No sooner had Zhang Wenyong finished speaking than Zhang Tao, who had always doted on him, slapped Zhang Wenyong hard across the face. Zhang Wenyong's face had already been injured multiple times during this period. Although Zhang Tao's strength wasn't as great as Ye Feng's or Lei Lao's, it still made Zhang Wenyong grimace in pain. Uncle, why did you hit me? Zhang Tao glared angrily, repeatedly giving Zhang Wenyong meaningful glances. You bastard. Yang Qinggang is the name of the head of the Yang family. How dare you talk such nonsense? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong turned pale with fright. He had actually joked about the name of the Yang family patriarch. Zhang Tao's eyes kept drifting towards Yang. At this moment, Yang sat in the chair, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Wenyong wasn't stupid. He immediately knelt down in front of Yang. Olden, I was wrong. I don't know, that's the name of the head of the Yang family. Seeing Zhang Wenyong's actions, Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't made a move, Yang might have wiped out the entire Zhang family. Olden, this is my nephew. He really doesn't know. It's all because of Ye Feng that my nephew was framed for disrespecting the head of the family. Yang nodded slightly with a long face, staring fiercely at Ye Feng. You two young people have repeatedly insulted our Yang family. I'll spare you this time if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, because you're young. Hearing this from behind, Gao Ting clapped her hands with delight. Yes, hurry up and kneel down to apologize. As she spoke, Gao Ting took out her phone, ready to send the video of Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei kneeling to her friends, to see how they would behave in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei was furious. Zhang Tao had just made her kneel down 3 times, and now Yang has come and made them kneel down again. Does the Yang family like to see people kneel? When Ye Feng heard that Yang actually wanted him to kneel down, he narrowed his eyes and stared fiercely at Yang. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. You dare to insult me. If you kneel down and apologize now, I might spare you this time. Upon hearing this, Yang burst into laughter. In his life, he had seen countless talented young people and young men with backbone. He had heard the saying, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated, from no fewer than 100 talented young men. However, in front of the Yang family, all pride is just a joke. Kill you? I never kill people, but I'll make you suffer more than death. When Yang entered the room, he could tell from Tang Weiwei's clothes that she was from a wealthy family. However, such wealth is insignificant compared to the Yang family's wealth. Very well, very well. It's time to let the people of Jiangxing know the power of the Yang family. Zhang Tao, go and make a statement that no enterprise in the province may cooperate with this woman's family, or anyone who violates this will be considered an enemy of the Yang family. Within 3 days, I will bankrupt and expel their entire family from the industry. Chapter 65. You kneel down. Upon hearing Yang words, Gao Ting and Zhang Wenyong revealed sinister and smug smiles. The phrase, bankruptcy in 3 days, coming from the Yang family, was definitely not a joke. Once the Yang family's statement is released, absolutely no one in the province will dare to offend the Yang family for the sake of a small family like the Tang family. With just a slight attack from the Yang family, the Tang family would collapse. Zhou Shiya felt a pang of pity. Ye Feng, you should kneel down and apologize right now. Why drag the Tang family down because of you? Ye Feng scoffed at Zhou Shiya's words. I, Ye Feng, kneel before heaven and earth, and before my parents. Some old geezer wants me to kneel down. Zhou Shiya has been married for 3 years, and you don't understand me at all. Zhou Shiya was slightly taken aback upon hearing Ye Feng's words. For the past 3 years, Ye Feng has been humble and polite, but he has never lost his pride. I have never seen him bow down for anything. However, pride, in the face of the Yang family, will only end up with broken bones and severed tendons. Zhou Shiya shook her head helplessly. Ye Feng wouldn't listen to advice, and he was the one who suffered. Upon hearing Zhou Shiya mention the Tang family, Yang An's expression suddenly changed. The Tang family? Which Tang family? Zhang Wenyong thought Yang An was angry because Ye Feng called him an old man and was about to settle scores, so he quickly said from the side, it's just a company in Jiangxing City, and the chairman is named Tang Tianyi. This is President Tang Weiwei. Yang An stared wide-eyed at Tang Weiwei. At this moment, Tang Weiwei was also filled with anxiety, fearing that Yang An would really take action against the Tang family. So she quickly said, I am also a distinguished guest of the Yang family, and Yang Xinyu also sent me an invitation. You dare to lay a hand on my Tang family? Gao Ting will not let go of any opportunity to step on Tang Weiwei. You think the young master of the Yang family would send you an invitation? Then why don't you take out the invitation and let me see it? Tang Weiwei stamped her foot anxiously and said, My invitation hasn't arrived yet. It's on its way. Yang Xinyu sent me the invitation just the day before yesterday. As soon as Tang Weiwei said that, Gao Ting laughed so hard she almost fell over. Because of the big movement, her facial injuries started hurting again, so she quickly covered her face. Upon hearing Tang Weiwei's words, Zhang Tao stepped forward and said disdainfully, The Yang family's invitations were arranged half a month ago. Where did you say that invitations were sent out the day before yesterday? If you had an invitation, you wouldn't need to kneel down and apologize. Instead, I'd kneel down to you, wouldn't I? Tang Weiwei was extremely anxious at this moment, fearing that Yang An would really make a move against her family. He quickly said to Ye Feng, Why don't you make a call and ask when my invitation will arrive? Ye Feng shook his head slightly upon hearing this. No need to ask. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch you or your family, regardless of whether there's an invitation or not. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao burst into laughter and took out his phone. I'll go and make a statement about dealing with the Tang family right now. Let's see how you manage to protect him. At this moment, Yang An suddenly spoke up. Stop. Zhang Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with Eldarin? You think it's good enough that their families are ruined? You want them to die too. Enraged, Yang An roared. I want you dead. Zhang Tao was completely bewildered. What was wrong with old Manon? Why was he suddenly scolding him? Yang An glared fiercely at Zhang Tao. I'm also here in Jiangxing City to deliver an invitation. Zhang Tao looked completely bewildered. What invitation? Isn't Jiangxing City just an invitation from Zhou Shiya? After saying that, Zhang Tao's expression changed, as if he realized something, and he looked at Tang Weiwei. Mr. An, who is this invitation for? Yang An looked quite pleased with himself. He took out a red invitation card with gold lettering from his pocket and walked shakily to Tang Weiwei. Miss Tang, this invitation is from young Master Yang Xinyu. When Yang An left, he only knew to send an invitation to Tang Weiwei of the Tang family, but he didn't know what Tang Weiwei looked like, which is why things have turned out this way. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei excitedly accepted the invitation. After opening it, she found the 3 characters Tang Weiwei written inside. See? I told you I had an invitation. After saying that, Tang Weiwei looked at Zhang Tao with ill intent. Didn't you say that you would kneel down to me if I had an invitation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao swallowed hard. He dared not offend Tang Weiwei any further. But kneeling is absolutely unacceptable. He stammered. I was just joking, you can't take it seriously. Tang Weiwei's pretty face changed upon hearing this. You. But what could Tang Weiwei do if Zhang Tao refused to kneel? Ye Feng stepped forward at this moment. You've made Tang Weiwei kneel down time and time again. Are you kidding me? Zhang Tao was speechless upon hearing this, and after a long while, he pointed at Ye Feng and said tremblingly, What? What does this have to do with you? I'm not kneeling, so what can you do about it? Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. Even without the bet, Ye Feng still intended to make Zhang Tao kneel down and apologize to Tang Weiwei. This old bastard has insulted Tang Weiwei time and time again. After saying that, Ye Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Zhang Tao like a ghost. Yang An's expression changed instantly. Such speed. A martial artist. Yang An was a worldly wise person. A martial artist was someone who had transcended the level of a mere martial arts practitioner, simply put, a top-tier master. The Yang family then hired several martial artists at a high price. Zhang Tao's expression changed as soon as he realized what was happening. What are you going to do? Without saying a word, Ye Feng kicked Zhang Tao hard across the kneecap. 2 sharp cracking sounds, almost simultaneously, rang out. Zhang Tao felt a sharp pain in his legs and immediately knelt on the ground. Everyone present was shocked. Ye Feng actually dared to hit a member of the Yang family? Zhang Tao knelt on the ground and crawled shakily toward Yang An. Olden, you must stand up for me. Yang An's expression was very bad at the moment. The invitation was from Tang Weiwei, not from Ye Feng. In other words, Tang Weiwei is the young master and honored guest, while this mere Ye Feng dares to hit a member of the Yang family. This isn't just a slap in the face for Zhang Tao, it's a slap in the face for the entire Yang family. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a martial artist. The Yang family also has martial artists. You'd better hurry if... Before Yang An could finish speaking, Ye Feng slapped Zhang Tao hard across the face. Snap! Zhang Tao was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby table before losing consciousness. Ye Feng said fiercely, I'm telling you to kneel, not crawl. Everyone present was shocked once again. Yang An's second half of his sentence was clearly meant to give Ye Feng a way out, suggesting a simple method to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng showed no mercy and knocked Zhang Tao unconscious. Yang was furious, but with his old and frail body, he was no match for Ye Feng, a martial artist. He could only stand up and say fiercely, "Fine, the Yang family will remember this grudge. I will definitely report it when I get back. You should take care of yourself." After saying that, Yang angrily turned to leave, but Ye Feng coldly said, "Stop. I told you before, I'd make you kneel down. That includes you." Chapter 66 Cousin, you should kneel down too. Upon hearing this, Yang turned around in disbelief. You want me to kneel?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng said calmly without any expression, "I told you that the moment you made me kneel down and apologize." Yang gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Ye Feng. "I was bestowed the surname Yang by the Yang family. Have you thought it through?" Tang Weiwei tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Ye Feng, maybe we should just forget about it." Tang Weiwei thought that although Ye Feng was the savior of the Yang family head, the most important thing for a large family is face. Making Yang kneel down would be a slap in the face to the Yang family. If they angered the Yang family, taking back their invitation would be a minor matter. The real concern would be that they would cause trouble for Ye Feng later. Ye Feng gently shook his head. The moment he insulted me, this outcome was already waiting for him. Hearing that Ye Feng was determined to make him kneel, Yang, thinking that a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, decided to back down first, and spoke in a very gentle tone. "Young brother, I was blind to your greatness before. I apologize to you here. If I were to kneel before the Yang family, young man, things wouldn't be easy for you in the future, would they?" Yang was a shrewd and experienced man. He first bowed and apologized, and then addressed Ye Feng as little brother. He then softened his tone while maintaining a firm stance, giving Ye Feng face while simultaneously making threats. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely try to downplay the matter. Offending the Yang family is not a wise move. Everyone present admired Yang. No wonder he was a servant who was given the surname Yang by the Yang family. He truly had unique qualities. Unfortunately, he encountered Ye Feng today, who is no ordinary person. Ye Feng coldly retorted, "Stop arguing. Stop threatening me with the Yang family. You dare to insult me, Ye Feng? Even if your backer is the Heavenly King himself, I won't let you off the hook." Ye Feng kicked Yang hard, breaking both of his old legs. With a soft thump, Yang knelt down on the ground. Yang was old, and the excruciating pain almost made him faint. However, he still gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Ye Feng, with large beads of sweat constantly sliding down his face. "You once said that a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Today's humiliation will surely befall the Yang family." Ye Feng's eyes suddenly turned icy cold as he said in a chilling tone, "If you want to be a soldier, I'll kill you to grant your wish." Looking into Ye Feng's icy gaze, Yang felt a tremor run through his very soul. He had no doubt that Ye Feng would really kill him, so he reluctantly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled slightly. "Go back and tell Yang Chenggang that it was I, Ye Feng, who broke your leg. If you want revenge, come find me anytime. You keep talking about the Yang family, don't you get tired of it? My ears are calloused from hearing it so much." Ye Feng hated people who relied on their words the most. If they had the ability, they should just confront him directly instead of talking nonsense. At this moment, Gao Ting and Zhang Wenyong were looking at Ye Feng as if he were already dead. After Yang returned to the Yang family, it would definitely be Ye Feng's death day. Despite the pain, Yang cupped his hands in greeting to Tang Weiwei. "I have delivered Miss Tang's invitation. I hope Miss Tang will do me the honor of attending. I will return to report now." Before leaving, Yang did not forget his mission and did his best to maintain appearances. Then he crawled away on his hands, like a beggar on a pedestrian bridge. Tang Weiwei looked embarrassed and could only say, "Thank you. Thank you." After Yang left, Ye Feng's gaze swept over Gao Ting, Zhang Wenyong, and the others. Gao Ting was so frightened that she backed away and whispered to Zhang Wenyong, "He beat up the Yang family. He probably won't live much longer. He wouldn't be so overwhelmed by this shock that he'd kill us all, would he?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong broke out in a cold sweat, believing the possibility to be extremely high. He quickly told Gao Ting, "Run." Zhang Wenyong ignored the reckless Zhang Tao and was about to run away when Ye Feng stopped him. Zhang Wenyong was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. What? What are you going to do?" Ye Feng said calmly. "Do you think that you weren't part of the you I just mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong hurriedly explained, "Yang told you to kneel down to humiliate you, but I didn't tell you to kneel down." Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. "That's right, you didn't make me kneel down." Zhang Wenyong had just breathed a sigh of relief when Ye Feng pulled Tang Weiwei out. "But you have insulted Tang Weiwei time and time again. Insulting her is the same as insulting me." Hearing Ye Feng's words, Tang Weiwei blushed and buried her head. Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically. Was Tang Weiwei really that important to Ye Feng now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyong pointed at Ye Feng, speechless. You. Ye Feng shook his head slightly. Seeing Ye Feng's actions, Zhang Wenyong's face changed drastically in fright. After their recent interactions, he had gained some understanding of Ye Feng, and this action indicated that he was impatient and about to take action. Their fate will be the same as Uncle and Yang An's. Zhang Wenyong doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Thump. Zhang Wenyong knelt down directly. Seeing this, Ye Feng gently pointed to Tang Weiwei standing to the side. Zhang Wenyong immediately understood and changed his position, kneeling down in front of Tang Weiwei. It must be said that Zhang Wenyong understood Ye Feng's thoughts very well. Then Ye Feng said calmly, "Who still thinks they're part of this group?" Zhang Wenyong quickly tugged at Gao Ting, who was standing to the side. Gao Ting's face turned extremely pale, and she whispered, "Should I kneel too?" Because Gao Ting had helped Zhang Wenyong pursue Zhou Shiya several times before, Zhang Wenyong was very grateful to her, and quickly whispered a reminder. "Nonsense, you have to kneel even if no one else does. You've been the one who mocked Tang Weiwei the most today. You don't want your leg to be broken too, do you? A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He won't be able to keep jumping around for long. The Yang family will deal with him." Helpless, Gao Ting had no choice but to kneel down as well. As soon as Gao Ting knelt down, several pharmaceutical executives who had been watching the show without saying a word all knelt down as well. They were also people who had experienced many hardships, but none of them had lived as wonderfully as they have today. I've really learned something new. First they met the Yang family's director, then a big shot from the Yang family arrived, and in the end, this young punk broke their legs. Never mess with these desperate criminals. Ye Feng was speechless at the sight. He had no intention of making these pharmaceutical group executives kneel down. Although they did wrong today, they were only coerced. At this moment, besides Ye Feng and Tang Weiwei, only Zhou Shiya was not kneeling in the room, which seemed very abrupt. Gao Ting was afraid that Ye Feng would go berserk and break Zhou Shiya's leg as well. Gao Ting was also hoping that Zhou Shiya would take her to the Yang family to meet important people. If Zhou Shiya's leg was broken, she definitely wouldn't be able to go to the Yang family. Then her wishful thinking was thwarted. Thinking of this, Gao Ting didn't dare to let Zhou Shiya get hurt, and gently tugged at Zhou Shiya's skirt. "Cousin, why don't you kneel down too?" Chapter 67 Ye Feng's Gift. Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? I'm kneeling too. Cousin, get up quickly, let's go. Let's see what he can do." As she spoke, Zhou Shiya pulled Gao Ting up. Gao Ting was still very frightened, and followed Zhou Shiya tremblingly. Zhou Shiya stood tall, and stared at Ye Feng, her eyes slightly red. It seems that seeing Ye Feng protecting Tang Weiwei in every way today made her feel somewhat sad. Ye Feng glanced at Zhou Shiya, then turned and left. Although they were divorced, he really didn't want things to get too tense with Zhou Shiya, since Zhou Shiya had been the one misunderstanding him all along. Moreover, Zhou Shiya did not say anything insulting to Tang Weiwei or herself. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after watching Ye Feng leave. Gao Ting patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Zhou Shiya, "Cousin, don't waste your precious health arguing with this kind of person. I was really worried he was going crazy." Zhou Shiya said with red eyes. "What? He dared to hit me." Zhou Shiya angrily left the private room, and Gao Ting followed behind her, saying, "Cousin, don't take this kind of person to heart. By the time we return from the Shao family's auction, Ye Feng won't even have the chance to look up to you." After leaving Fuyalu, Tang Weiwei said to Ye Feng with lingering fear, "You were too reckless, even hitting people from the Yang family. Even though you saved the life of the Yang family patriarch, you can't be so reckless. I was originally thinking of bringing you the invitation so you could come with me, but I think I'll pass now." Ye Feng didn't take hitting Zhang Tao and Yang into heart at all. "So what if I hit them? What's the big deal?" Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei shook her head helplessly. In her eyes, Ye Feng was indeed very capable, but he was only highly skilled in medicine. In the end, he was just an ordinary person with medical skills. Ye Feng probably didn't even know how terrifying this big family was. "Anyway, I dare not take you with me to the Yang family, lest the Yang family see you and be reminded of this matter." Ye Feng shook his head slightly upon hearing this. "Perfect timing. I was also planning to leave Jiangxing City for a while." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Tang Weiwei instinctively slammed on the brakes and asked in shock, "Are you leaving Jiangxing City?" Ye Feng nodded slightly. Since he had been unable to contact the organization, he had no choice but to go to the Ye family in Longdu in person to ask about what happened back then. Tang Weiwei asked anxiously, "Will you come again?" Ye Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, then gently shook his head. "It's hard to say. Maybe he won't come back." Ye Feng and Zhou Shiya were already divorced, and he had no ties to Jiangxing City. I wonder what I'll encounter when I go to the Ye family to inquire about what happened back then. After all, the Ye family is one of the top 10 families in Longdu, so they must have a certain foundation. If the death of his parents was really related to them, then Ye Feng would naturally take revenge. After the battle, it's really uncertain whether Ye Feng will be able to return. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei's eyes dimmed. The thought that she might never see Ye Feng again after returning from the Yang family filled her with a pang of sorrow. Seeing that Tang Weiwei looked unwell, Ye Feng quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Weiwei replied coldly, "It's nothing." Tang Weiwei was heartbroken, but her pride as a young lady prevented her from showing vulnerability in front of Ye Feng or saying a word to persuade him to stay. Tang Weiwei assumed that Ye Feng wanted to leave this painful place simply because he had divorced Zhou Shiya. This proves that Ye Feng didn't care about her at all, otherwise he wouldn't have left so easily. "We've arrived. Get out of the car," Tang Weiwei said coldly after dropping Ye Feng off at the Cloud Top Villa. Ye Feng nodded, got out of the car, and walked towards the villa. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on going to the Ye family in Longdu, and he had no time to notice that Tang Weiwei's eyes had already turned red. Watching Ye Feng's departing figure, she slowly walked into the villa. Tang Weiwei kept pounding the steering wheel. "Idiot, blockhead. I've never had anyone in my heart. Go now and never come back." As she spoke, Tang Weiwei's glistening tears dripped down her cheeks and onto the steering wheel. Tang Weiwei could no longer hold back and burst into tears, burying her face in the steering wheel. Zhou family villa. Zhou Shiya was inside the house, packing her clothes. Because of the importance of this auction, Zhou Shiya wanted to find a few dresses. For over a year, Zhou Shiya hasn't participated in any important events, and therefore hasn't worn a formal dress. The previous dresses had long been stored away at the bottom of Zhou Shiya's trunk. Helpless, Zhou Shiya had no choice but to take out the large box that hadn't been touched in a long time and start rummaging through it to find something. Suddenly, a slightly yellowed photograph fell out of a box. This is a scene of Zhou Shiya and Ye Feng celebrating Zhou Shiya's birthday in their rented apartment, having just gotten married. Although her birthday celebration consisted of only 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 candles, the happy smile on Zhou Shiya's face clearly showed her joy. Zhou Shiya stared blankly at herself in the photo, her brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. Happiness back then came so easily? How long has it been since I felt this kind of happiness? When the Yang family first approached him for cooperation and injected a sum of money, he felt that Ye Feng was becoming more and more ordinary, and later he even felt a bit disgusted with him. I remember celebrating my birthday this year. Half of the young entrepreneurs in Jiangxing came, and we had a huge ball. I felt like a fairy surrounded by stars. However, Ye Feng was not present because his cousin said that if Ye Feng came, people would laugh at him, so she tacitly agreed to let Ye Feng not attend the birthday celebration. I was socializing until midnight, and when I got home I was so tired I could barely walk, but I didn't feel happy at all. When she opened the door, she saw the candles and balloons that Ye Feng had carefully prepared. Exhausted, Zhou Shiya said she was bored and turned to go back to her room to sleep, completely ignoring Ye Feng's feelings. Just as Ye Feng was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, he suddenly noticed a large glass bottle on the cabinet. Zhou Shiya remembered that this glass bottle was a birthday gift Ye Feng gave her this year, but she hadn't even looked at it before placing it on the table. Now, a year has passed, and things have changed. This birthday gift has been forgotten on this neglected cabinet. Looking at the glass bottle above, Zhou Shiya struggled for a moment before moving a stool over. Her small, white feet stepped onto the chair and took down the heavy glass bottle from the cabinet. Seeing that a thick layer of dust had accumulated on it, Zhou Shiya gently blew on it. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Shiya gritted her teeth and slowly opened the glass, revealing the gift inside. Chapter 68. Want to remarry her brother-in-law? Upon seeing that the glass bottle contained origami cranes, Zhou Shiya took one out and was lost in memories. When she was little, Zhou Shiya often fantasized that at night, origami cranes would descend and take her on a journey through a fairy tale ocean. After getting married, Zhou Shiya told Ye Feng about this silly childhood fantasy, and unexpectedly, Ye Feng remembered it all this time. Zhou Shiya then gently shook her head, but what could she do about it? Although Ye Feng was extremely attentive and caring towards her, what good was that? Being useless is being useless. Just as Zhou Shiya was about to throw away the origami crane in her hand, she suddenly saw through the light that there seemed to be words inside the origami crane. Zhou Shiya gently unwrapped a paper crane, on which were written lines of small characters. Zhou Shiya opened several of them in succession, and each one had small writing inside. Honey, you leave early and come home late every day. You haven't had breakfast for half a month. No matter how busy you are, you have to take care of your health. It's my wife's birthday today. Although my cousin didn't let me go, I still prepared a gift for you at home. Happy birthday, my wife. Even if you don't want me by your side anymore, I still hope you will always be happy. Looking at the notes Ye Feng had written, Zhou Shiya recalled the past year. He always ignored the breakfasts that Ye Feng carefully prepared, and he never even glanced at the birthday gifts that Ye Feng had meticulously prepared. As Zhou Shiya watched the final scene, her eyes gradually welled up with tears. It turned out that Ye Feng had known all along that she wanted a divorce. But he still took good care of himself as always. A strange sadness welled up in Zhou Shiya's heart. Her hand slipped, and the glass bottle shattered on the ground. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, Zhou Zitong anxiously pushed open the door. Sister, are you alright? Huh? Why are there so many origami cranes here? Upon seeing Zhou Zitong's arrival, Zhou Shiya hurriedly tidied up the things on the ground. It's nothing, just some old stuff. Looking at the origami cranes on the ground, Zhou Zitong seemed to be deep in thought, tilting her head and thinking for a long time. These were all given to you by your brother-in-law, right? Upon hearing Zhou Zitong's words, Zhou Shiya remained silent and continued packing her things. Zhou Zitong looked like she suddenly realized something. Do you miss your brother-in-law? Do you want to remarry him? Upon hearing Zhou Zitong's words, Zhou Shiya threw all the origami cranes and glass shards she had gathered into the nearby trash can. Then he said firmly, I just want to throw away everything related to Ye Feng. As for remarriage, that's even more impossible. When Zhou Zitong saw Zhou Shiya throw all the origami cranes into the trash can, she hurriedly picked up the trash can. They treated it like a precious treasure. Sister, why did you throw away all the origami cranes your brother-in-law gave you? This is all thanks to your brother-in-law's love for you. Hearing Zhou Zitong's words, Zhou Shiya rolled her eyes and said irritably, You little brat, do you even know what love is? Love is about the necessities of life. It's about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and all of these are inseparable from money. What's the use of folding thousands of paper cranes if a man doesn't strive for success? Can he eat them? What's the point of talking about love if there's no food to eat? Zhou Zitong retorted angrily upon hearing her sister's words. Who said my brother-in-law isn't ambitious? He's very capable. You just don't know it. Zhou Shiya gently rubbed her forehead, really not wanting to argue with Zhou Zitong about these things anymore. You'll understand many things when you grow up. Go and pack your things too. I plan to take you to the Shao family auction to broaden your horizons. That way, you'll realize just how ignorant you are right now. Seeing the innocent Zhou Zitong now, Zhou Shiya felt as if she were seeing her younger self. In order to prevent Zhou Zitong from being as naive as herself in her 20s, she ended up marrying an unambitious man. Zhou Shiya plans to take Zhou Zitong into high society as soon as possible so that she can see the real world. She then realized the importance of money. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong pouted and nodded. Then I need to put away my brother-in-law's origami cranes first. As she spoke, Zhou Zitong carefully carried the trash can away. Cloud Top Villa. Ye Feng packed 2 changes of clothes and prepared to head to Longdu to inquire about what happened back then from the Ye family. Just as I stepped out of the room, a bright red Ferrari sports car was parked in front of the door. The car door slowly opened, and a pair of fair legs emerged from beneath a red Cheongsam. Every time Ye Feng saw Song Jiaoyang, she was wearing red. He wondered how much this woman loved the color red. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Ye Feng frowned slightly, then said calmly, It's inconvenient. I have other things to do. Seeing Ye Feng's indifferent expression, Song Jiaoyang narrowed her eyes, which looked like crescent moons, and then shouted loudly. Ye Feng, you heartless man, you actually took advantage of me and are now trying to run away. Hearing Song Jiaoyang shout, Ye Feng frowned. Why does this woman always resort to this trick? However, Ye Feng was in a hurry to investigate the cause of his parents' death and really didn't want to waste time on anything else. I really have an emergency. Please stop making a scene. Seeing that Ye Feng's expression was not good, Song Jiaoyang knew that he was a little angry, so she quickly said something. The Ye family that was wiped out in Jiangxing City before, that was your family, right? Ye Feng's expression changed, and he asked coldly, How did you know? Under Ye Feng's icy gaze, Song Jiaoyang felt a chill run down her spine. Seeing Ye Feng's cold gaze, Song Jiaoyang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she walked towards Ye Feng step by step. Ye Feng stared coldly at Song Jiaoyang. No matter who it was, if it involved the death of his parents, Ye Feng would never show mercy. Song Jiaoyang walked up to Ye Feng and said in a sweet voice, My little rascal, you look so scary when you're angry. You asked Uncle Lei about the Ye family, and you also have the surname Ye, so what's so hard to guess? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression softened. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion, and when it comes to his parents, Ye Feng couldn't think as calmly as usual. When I asked Lei Lahu before, it was indeed easy for people to guess. Song Jiaoyang continued. I also know that you heard that the Ye family of Longdu came to visit your family, and you now want to go to Longdu. But don't you think that if you ask so rashly, you might alert the enemy? I have a way to let you cleverly encounter the Ye family of Longdu. Then you can investigate. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng quickly asked, "What's your idea?" Song Jiaoyang glanced at Ye Feng. Then her gaze swept over Ye Feng's villa. "You little rascal, won't you let me in for a while? The look you gave me just now still makes me feel cold." Chapter 69 News about the Ye family. Left with no other choice, Ye Feng opened the door and entered the villa with Song Jiaoyang. Upon entering the villa, Ye Feng anxiously asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly, her eyes like those of a bewitching enchantress. "My little rascal, why are you always in such a hurry?" Ye Feng said coldly, "I don't have time to chat with you here." Song Jiaoyang shook her head helplessly and said in a coquettish voice, "There's no romance at all." He then regained his seriousness and got down to business. "Did you know there's an auction in Kunming in a few days?" Ye Feng nodded slightly. "The auction held by the Shao family at the Yang family's residence." Song Jiaoyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "You actually dare to know?" Song Jiaoyang originally thought that Ye Feng was just an ordinary person who knew martial arts and medicine, but she didn't expect that he knew about such important matters in the upper-class circle. Ye Feng nodded slightly. "What does this have to do with the Ye family?" Song Jiaoyang continued. "According to reliable sources, the Ye family of Longdu will also send someone to participate in this auction. As long as you go to the auction, you will encounter people from the Ye family of Longdu. Then you can investigate what happened back then." Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this, admitting that Song Jiaoyang's information was extremely useful. "Thank you, I understand. I will attend this auction." Song Jiaoyang was stunned upon hearing this, and said with an incredulous look, "You don't think this auction is easy to participate in, do you? This auction by the Shao family isn't something you can just attend on a whim. You need an invitation from the Yang family." Ye Feng nodded slightly. "I know." Song Jiaoyang was speechless for a moment. Since she knew the answer, she still made it sound so simple. "I can take you to the auction, but you must agree to one condition." Ye Feng's expression changed slightly after hearing Song Jiaoyang's words. "As far as I know, Lei Laohu doesn't have this invitation either, does he? How will you take me with you?" Ye Feng was well aware that the only 2 invitations he received in Jiangxing City were obtained through his connections, and there was no third one. Song Jiaoyang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting that Ye Feng even knew about the invitation. Song Jiaoyang quickly composed herself. "Although Uncle Lei and I don't have invitations, I do have this." As she spoke, Song Jiaoyang took out a dragon-shaped token. Ye Feng accepted the black, ancient-looking dragon-shaped token. Although it was only a small piece, it was quite heavy, indicating that it was forged from a special metal. "What's this?" Song Jiaoyang said calmly. "This is my father's token from the Dragon Alliance when he was in charge of Jiangxing City. Seeing the token is like seeing my father." 30 years ago, Yang Chenggang was injured in a struggle for family headship and fled to Jiangxing City. My father saved his life. Later, Yang Chenggang became the head of the Yang family, and said that no matter what requests my father made in the future, the Yang family would do its duty to fulfill them. Although my father has been gone for many years, I can still attend an auction with a black dragon token. Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although he could go to the auction anytime he wanted by simply making a phone call to Yang Xinyu. However, Ye Feng didn't want to keep troubling the Yang family, since they had already sent 2 invitations out of respect for him. "What do I need to do for you?" Ye Feng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Song Jiaoyang drove here specifically to find him and help him get into the auction, where they later ran into the Ye family. There are definitely requirements for all of this. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly and sat down next to Ye Feng with a charming and alluring air. "Oh dear, your problems are my problems too. Why would I ever think of asking you to do something in exchange?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng looked at Song Jiaoyang in disbelief. He didn't believe that someone from the underworld would help him for no reason. Then Song Jiaoyang immediately followed up with, "So, my business is your business, isn't it? If I need anything, you'll definitely help me, right? After all, we're family." Ye Feng said in a cold and indifferent tone. "The reason I treated Lei Laohu last time was because of Tang Weiwei. If you help me this time, I'll help you this time too. We'll be even." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang's eyes dimmed. Originally, she wanted to keep Ye Feng firmly by her side, but now it seemed that this man was not interested in her at all. Thinking that the 2 of them would be going to Kunming together and seeing each other frequently, she refused to believe that this man's heart was made of iron and that he would not be moved at all. "Once we get to the auction, I'd like you to help me heal someone?" Ye Feng nodded upon hearing this. "No problem." For Ye Feng, such a simple question was a piece of cake. Song Jiaoyang asked curiously, "Aren't you going to ask what illness this person has, and whether you can treat it?" Ye Feng gently shook his head. "If I can't cure him, I'm afraid there will be no one else who can." Song Jiaoyang was stunned when she heard this. How could Ye Feng be so arrogant about his medical skills? However, Ye Feng's words reassured her, because the person being treated was very important to Song Jiaoyang, and the illness was very special, which had been treated by many famous doctors who were unable to cure it. Song Jiaoyang wanted to try her luck because she saw Ye Feng's superb medical skills. Ye Feng's arrogant words reassured Song Jiaoyang somewhat and increased her chances of winning. You little rascal, you're so arrogant. I just don't know if yours is really big, or if it's just an illusion. Song Jiaoyang gently blew a breath of her orchid towards Ye Feng's face, looking at him with a charming and alluring gaze as she spoke these explicit words. Looking at Song Jiaoyang, whose eyes were full of allure, Ye Feng swallowed hard. Ye Feng was a strong and energetic young man. How could he possibly tolerate Song Jiaoyang's teasing? Watching Ye Feng's Adam's apple bob slightly, Song Jiaoyang smiled. She knew that no man could resist her allure. Suddenly, Ye Feng moved his hand and picked up Song Jiaoyang in one swift motion. Nestled in Ye Feng's arms like a kitten, Song Jiaoyang let out a soft cry. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was shocked. She never expected that Ye Feng, who had always been well-behaved when teasing her, would be so rough this time. What should we do? At this moment, Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot and his mouth was dry. The fire in his heart was hard to extinguish. He picked up Song Jiaoyang and stood up, then walked towards the door. Back in the bathroom, Ye Feng took a cold shower to calm the anger in his heart. Ye Feng didn't dislike women, nor was Song Jiaoyang unattractive to him. Rather, since they were cooperating, they shouldn't have any other relationship. Song Jiaoyang, who was placed at the door, stared blankly at the tightly closed villa gate and said through gritted teeth, "What kind of man is this? He has such good self-control. Let's see if you can maintain this level of composure every time." After saying this, Song Jiaoyang felt a wave of fear. If Ye Feng had really carried her into the room, wouldn't she have ended up losing more than she gained? Chapter 70 Yangcheng Pavilion. Just as the auction was about to begin, Uncle Fu drove Ye Feng, Lei Laohu, and Song Jiaoyang to Chunqing. In 3 hours, the three arrived in Kunming. Lei Laohu sat in the passenger seat, while Ye Feng and Song Jiaoyang sat in the back. After getting in the car, Song Jiaoyang leaned on Ye Feng's shoulder and fell asleep. Ye Feng had never been to Chunqing before and knew absolutely nothing about it. Lei Laohu and Fu Bo had been in the underworld for many years, traveling all over the country. When they were young, they often came to Chunqing and were very familiar with the city. Lei Laohu introduced Ye Feng. "Mr. Yi, after we get off the car, we'll go straight to Yangcheng Pavilion." Yangcheng. Ye Feng found the name rather strange. Lei Laohu explained calmly. "Mr. Yi, do you know why the Shao family is holding an auction in Chunqing and choosing the Yang family?" Ye Feng shook his head. "Is there a reason for this?" Lei Laohu said with a smile. "Although the Yang family is a top family in Jiangxing City, there are other families that are similar to them. The reason the Shao family chose the Yang family is because the Yang family is located in Jiangxing City, and their hotel business is second to none." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in sudden understanding. It's because the Yang family can arrange the venue and the ingredients during the auction very well that the Shao family chose the Yang family. Lei Laohu nodded. "That's right, exactly. The Yangcheng Pavilion we are going to now is the largest high-end hotel in the Yang family, which combines catering and hotel. As for the meaning of the name Yangcheng, it is also the first pavilion of the Yang family in Chunqing. The Yang family has lived up to its name over the years. For more than 20 years, no restaurant or hotel in Kunming has surpassed Yangcheng." Ye Feng finally understood. Was the auction held at Yangcheng Pavilion? Lei Laohu shook his head upon hearing this. "I've inquired, and this auction will be held at the Yang family's seaside hotel." "A hotel on the sea? Is it a ship?" Ye Feng wasn't unfamiliar with the world. Such hotels on the sea were quite common abroad. However, why would an auction be held at a hotel on the sea? Could it be that there are some special items being auctioned, just in case? At this moment, Song Jiaoyang, who had been leaning against Ye Feng, slowly opened her eyes and stretched vigorously. The surging waves were fully exposed before Ye Feng. "Ugh, the car ride was so tiring," Song Jiaoyang said, yawning. Ye Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big sister, you fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus and leaned on my shoulder for 3 hours. I didn't even say I was tired. How can you be tired?" Of course, Ye Feng only dared to complain in his heart. Song Jiaoyang also overheard Lei Laohu and Ye Feng's conversation, guessed Ye Feng's doubts, and explained. "The head of the Shao family runs auctions, and no one in the entire country can rival him. Normally, the Shao family auctions only sell rare treasures. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. When some treasures appear in front of the public, some desperate people will have the idea of killing and stealing them." Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had seen this kind of thing many times before, especially abroad. No country is an exception. The law of the jungle has existed since ancient times. Song Jiaoyang continued calmly. Sellers dare to auction off their items, and buyers dare to purchase them, all of which must be done in a safe place where they won't be robbed. The Xiao family, as the #1 auction house in China, can do this to protect the safety of buyers and sellers. If someone were to commit murder and robbery or cause trouble at the Xiao family's auction, they would at least lose a hand or a leg if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky. Before Song Jiaoyang could finish speaking, Ye Feng understood. Holding an auction on a moving cruise ship is like being suspended in mid-air, making it difficult for thieves and robbers to leave. Moreover, it's easier to deal with a person at sea, such as throwing them overboard to feed sharks. Suddenly, Ye Feng seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing that Ye Feng's expression changed slightly, Song Jiaoyang was worried that Ye Feng might be afraid to go to the auction, so she quickly spoke up. The Xiao family's methods are only aimed at troublemakers. We will be fine if we attend the auction. Moreover, given my father's relationship with the Yang family, we can rest easy. So you don't need to worry at all. Ye Feng shook his head slightly upon hearing this. I am not worried. On the contrary, holding the auction on the cruise ship suits my interests perfectly. Song Jiaoyang and Lei Laohu looked at Ye Feng with some curiosity, not understanding why holding an auction on a cruise ship suited Ye Feng's wishes. Ye Feng explained calmly. If we encounter someone from the Ye family, we won't be able to find out anything. On a cruise ship, there's no one to turn to for help, so I can force them to talk. If what happened to my family back then was indeed related to them, then the cruise ship would make it easier for me to take my revenge directly. Upon hearing Ye Feng's nonchalant words, both Song Jiaoyang and Lei Laohu gasped in shock. Judging from Ye Feng's words, if the Ye family is really related to what happened back then, he wants to kill someone on the cruise ship to take revenge. The two of them immediately had a bad feeling. The Ye family of Longdu was not someone Lei Laohu could afford to offend. They were afraid that Ye Feng might actually cause some trouble, which would then implicate them. Song Jiaoyang, in particular, was extremely annoyed at the moment, as it was her idea to take Ye Feng to see a doctor. If something goes wrong at this auction, the consequences are unpredictable. Then Song Jiaoyang shook her head vigorously, because the patient she was going to treat this time was really too important. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. So let it be a little dangerous. Right now, it's best to maintain a good relationship with Ye Feng. Thinking of this, Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly, then returned to her previous smile. Yangchun Pavilion is a place that is difficult to enter even if you have money. You have to queue up and make an appointment in advance. However, with my father's Black Dragon token, there's no need for an appointment. We'll receive top-notch treatment as soon as we arrive. At this moment, Uncle Fu drove his car to the entrance of a grand and upscale hotel. After getting off the bus, Ye Feng looked at Yangcheng and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Chunqing, Jiangcheng is far inferior. There is no hotel of such grandeur in the entire city of Jiangqing. At that moment, Ye Feng saw a commotion coming from the doorway. A tall, dark-faced security guard stood at the entrance, his expression menacing. A drunken man was stopped outside. Can't you understand human language? All guests at Yangchun Pavilion must make an appointment in advance. If you want to go in, make an appointment today. The drunkard heard the security guard's words and said with a look of disdain, I'm from the Dragon Capital. I've got plenty of money. Today I want to go to Yangchun and spend money, and even the Heavenly King himself can't stop me. As he spoke, the drunkard clapped his hands, and one of his men handed him a briefcase. The drunkard opened his briefcase, which contained stacks of bright red banknotes, probably close to 1 million. The dark-faced security guard's eyes widened at the sight of stacks of bright red banknotes. The drunk man saw the stern-faced security guard and smiled disdainfully. Here's all the money. I'm going inside to spend it. Before the drunkard could finish speaking, the dark-faced security guard raised his fist and punched the drunkard hard. Chapter 71 Two Waves of Distinguished Guests. Boom. With one punch, the drunk man was sent flying backward by the security guard, and then slid a distance on the ground. The stern-faced security guard wiped his hands on his uniform. You dare to show off at Yangchun Pavilion with such a small amount of money? If you're told to make an appointment and wait in line, then just wait in line obediently. If I let you in, the young master will punish me. The drunkard's henchmen, seeing this scene, were so frightened that they quickly picked up the drunkard and ran away. They were from the capital and had seen the world. This stern-faced security guard is a master. With such a skilled guard at the door, the hotel owner certainly can't afford to offend him. Their boss was just in Chunqing doing business when he happened to hear about Yangcheng. He never expected to encounter such a thing after arriving. Seeing this, Ye Feng was shocked. He had to admit that Yangcheng was indeed domineering. Without an appointment, you can bring millions in cash and still get beaten up. Lei Laohu's expression changed drastically. He exchanged a glance with Uncle Fu and said in shock, The strength of this gatekeeper is unmatched in the entire Dragon Alliance, except for you and me. Seeing Ye Feng's shocked expression, Song Jiaoyang smiled smugly. Now you know I was telling the truth, right? Come on, let's go in and show you the power of my father, Black Dragon Token. With that, Song Jiaoyang led Ye Feng and the others toward the door. The dark-faced security guard frowned slightly when he saw Ye Feng and his group. Those who could come to Yangcheng Pavilion were usually high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chunqing. As a security guard, he knew most of the upper-class people in Chunqing. He had never seen these people before. They looked like the drunkard from before, from out of town. It seemed he would have to go through some trouble again. Hey, you guys are from out of town, right? Hearing the disdain and arrogance in the dark-faced security guard's tone, Song Jiaoyang's expression changed. She had just been boasting about her father's Black Dragon Token, and now she had run into this blind fool. Song Jiaoyang's tone was also very unfriendly. That's right, we're from Jiangxing City, so what? As she spoke, Song Jiaoyang was about to take out her father's Black Dragon Token. Unexpectedly, when the stern-faced security guard heard the 3 words, Jiangxing City, his expression changed drastically. His previously stern face turned into a fawning smile. His dark face revealed 2 rows of white teeth. So you are distinguished guests from Jiangxing City. Our young master had already arranged that the number 1 private room was reserved for you. Seeing this, Ye Feng and the others were stunned and looked at each other. Song Jiaoyang was also dumbfounded. They were so respectful before they even took out the Black Dragon Token. At this moment, the stern-faced security guard had already stepped forward and shouted inside. Distinguished guests from Jiangcheng have arrived. Come out and greet them quickly. As the stern-faced security guard's voice rang out, nearly 100 staff members emerged from Yangcheng Pavilion, standing in 2 rows in neat uniforms. Several tall, elegantly dressed guests in Cheongsams rolled a long, red carpet down the stairs. The crowd bowed 90 degrees and said in unison, "Welcome, distinguished guests from Jiangxing City." Stepping on the soft, plush carpet, Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel at the Yang family's wealth. The carpet was so soft and plush, it must be a high-end product from the Kingdom of Berlan. Walking on the carpet and watching this grand ceremony, Song Jiaoyang felt a little uncertain. Uncle Lei, how did they know our identities before I even produced the Black Dragon Token? Could there be a mistake? Lei Laohu shook his head slightly upon hearing this, and said calmly, "It must be. The head of the Yang family has already told all the companies that he has a savior in Jiangxing City, and they must treat him well. People from Jiangxing don't usually come here. If they do, they'll definitely know their brother Long's men or family members." Song Jiaoyang still couldn't believe it. But 30 years have passed? Has the Yang family been telling their subordinates to just wait for us? Are they really that grateful? Besides, my father passed away a long time ago. At this moment, Uncle Fu chimed in. "Miss, you don't understand. It's not just that the Yang family remembers a favor. It's more that they admire Brother Long. Back then, Brother Long unified Jiangxing City and was a well-known figure throughout the province. Even without his life-saving grace, the Yang family still wanted to befriend Brother Long. Although Brother Long has passed away, his legacy in the province will be enough to intimidate the entire province for decades to come." When he said this, Uncle Fu's face was full of nostalgia and admiration, and it was not hard to see that Uncle Fu was a big fan of Song Jiaoyang's father. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang nodded in relief. Her father was indeed a true man, which was why he received such respect from the Yang family even after his death. "I am determined to restore the Dragon Alliance and reclaim my father's legacy." Ye Feng, who was following behind, still felt that something was wrong, but he didn't say anything and followed the others up. The stern-faced security guard at the entrance watched Ye Feng and his group walk up, then patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I was quick-witted and didn't offend any distinguished guests from Jiang City. If the young master knew, he would surely reward me." At this moment, the stern-faced security guard saw another group of 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, walking towards them from a distance. Seeing that they were people I'd never met before, I figured they must be from out of town, here to broaden their horizons. Why are there so many out-of-towners here today? It's so annoying. Hey, are you guys from out of town? Don't you know where you are? The stern-faced security guard stopped the 4 people and prepared to kick them out. Damn it. How dare you be so arrogant, you mere security guard? So what if I'm from Jiangxing? Hearing what was said earlier, the stern-faced security guard was about to take action when he suddenly heard the words, Jiangxing City, leaving him completely bewildered. "Are you from Jiangxing City?" At this moment, Zhou Shiya quickly pulled Zhang Wenyong back. This was the provincial capital, and he couldn't be so high-profile here. Zhou Shiya stepped forward and said gently to the stern-faced security guard, "Hello, we are from Jiangxing City to participate in the auction. We heard this place belongs to the Yang family, so we came here specifically to stay." As she spoke, Zhou Shiya took out the invitation. The dark-faced security guard almost wet himself when he saw the invitation. As expected, they were distinguished guests from Jiangxing City. If he had done it himself, the young master knew he would have been skinned alive. The thought sent a chill down his spine. They quickly shouted inside, "Distinguished guests from Jiangxing have arrived. Come out and greet them." Hundreds of staff members came out again with a red carpet to give a grand welcome. Seeing this scene, Zhou Shiya and the other two women were completely dumbfounded, while Zhang Wenyong acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world, straightened his suit, and walked to the front. "This must all be my uncle's arrangement." The gatekeeper knew we were coming as soon as he heard we were from Jiangxing City. "We are honored guests of the Yang family, so this treatment is only to be expected." Upon hearing this, Gao Ting looked excited, took out her phone, recorded a short video, and posted it on her WeChat Moments with some text. "I've told the Yang family to keep a low profile, but they always give me such a grand welcome. It's so annoying." Then he walked up to the front in a very generous manner and said to Zhou Zidong, "Cousin, now you know that Zhang Wenyong is much better than Ye Feng, right?" All of this was arranged by Zhang Wenyong's cousin. Zhou Zitong curled her lip and said disdainfully, "What's so great about it? Maybe they'll make it even more grand if they know my brother-in-law is coming." Looking at the four people's backs, the stern-faced security guard breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Luckily, I was quick-witted and didn't offend the distinguished guests from Jiangxing City. If the young master knew, he would surely reward me." Then the stern-faced security guard asked, somewhat puzzled, "Wait a minute? Why are there two groups of VIPs from Jiangxing?" Then the stern-faced security guard revealed a simple, honest smile. "Two groups of distinguished guests, and the young master will reward me twice." Chapter 72. The two women meet. Inside the number 1 private room, Ye Feng and 3 others sat at the dining table. Exquisite dishes were now laid out on the table. Looking at the private room, which resembled a palace, Lei Laohu, the owner of the Sky Garden, couldn't help but sigh. Yangcheng truly lives up to its reputation as the number 1 hotel in Kunming. When will my rooftop garden ever reach such a level? Uncle Fu, standing to the side, said calmly, "What's this?" "As long as we revitalize the Dragon Alliance and restore Brother Long's dominance, there will definitely be restaurants even bigger than the Sky Garden in the future." In fact, the Sky Garden was just one of Song Qinglong's former properties, which Lei Laohu managed after Song Qinglong's death. The 3 who had set off in the morning were now hungry and ready to feast. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. "Ye Feng, what are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar yet annoying voice, Ye Feng turned around and saw Zhang Wenyong's hateful face, still bearing the marks of his previous injuries. Then Ye Feng saw Gao Ting. After several days of treatment and makeup, there was basically no trace of injury on her face. Following behind was Ye Feng's ex-wife, Zhou Shiya, who was also frowning as she looked at Ye Feng. Zhou Zitong was the last to enter. Upon seeing Ye Feng, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law, I can't believe I ran into you here. Am I dreaming?" As Zhou Zitong was about to run towards Ye Feng, Zhou Shiya grabbed her tightly and then glared at her fiercely. Upon seeing Zhou Shiya's gaze, Zhou Zitong immediately lowered her head and pouted. Ye Feng hadn't expected to run into any of these people here. Apart from Zhou Zitong, he didn't want to see any of the others, he said to Zhang Wenyong. "Where I am is none of your business." Just then, Gao Ting, who had just enjoyed a grand welcome, was feeling quite smug and jumped out to say something to Ye Feng. "Of course it's related. This top-tier private room was specially reserved for us by Uncle Zhang Wenyong. How did you sneak in?" Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Lei Laohu, who had a fiery temper, couldn't sit still any longer. He felt he hadn't been lenient with those 2 idiots last time, and now they were showing up in front of him again to act tough. "Bullshit. This private room was specially reserved for us by the Yang family." Gao Ting smiled dismissively upon hearing this. "Reserved for you? Are you VIPs of the Yang family? Do you even have invitations to the auction? Who do you think you are?" Song Jiaoyang was also a little confused at this moment and asked Ye Feng, "Do you know these people?" Ye Feng sighed helplessly. "How come he always runs into them? That's my ex-wife, her sister, and her cousin. The one in front is an idiot." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang narrowed her eyes. When she first met Ye Feng, she had gleaned from Tang Weiwei's few words that Ye Feng had been divorced. So this is Ye Feng's ex-wife. Song Jiaoyang looked Zhou Shiya up and down. She was exceptionally beautiful, had a great figure, and possessed an outstanding temperament. This mature, womanly charm is something that young girl Tang Weiwei lacks. Feeling the beautiful woman in front of her constantly scrutinizing her made Zhou Shiya very uncomfortable. At the same time, it was also noticed that this woman was sitting very close to Ye Feng, and their relationship seemed to be very close. The moment Zhou Shiya saw Song Jiaoyang, she was amazed. dressed in red, with fair skin. She didn't need to make many movements while sitting there. Just a simple gesture was enough to exude charm and allure. Lei Laohu already disliked Gao Ting, and hearing his words made him even angrier. As a local gang leader, he couldn't tolerate this woman and was ready to step forward and beat the 4 people in front of him so that they would never dare to appear in front of him and Ye Feng again. At this moment, Song Jiayang stood up and stopped Lei Laohu. Lei Laohu would normally have been the one to handle this, but after hearing that the other party was Ye Feng's ex-wife, Song Jiayang wanted to test her skills against the woman in front of her. Despite her numerous efforts, she was unable to win Ye Feng's heart. I'd like to see what this woman who was once married to Ye Feng is capable of. Seeing Song Jiayang's obstruction, Lei Laohu suppressed his anger and sat back down in his chair. Song Jiayang, with her sexy cat-like gait, walked alluringly to the 4 of them and asked, "You're saying this private room was left to you by the Yang family?" Looking at Song Jiayang's alluring figure and her captivating voice, Zhang Wenyong felt as if his bones had melted, and he could barely stand. Zhang Wenyong has seen the stunning beauties Zhou Shiya and Zhou Zitong. But this was the first time Zhang Wenyong had ever seen such a perfect and alluring woman, and he stammered, swallowing hard. "Beautiful, beautiful lady, my cousin is a director of the Yang family, and he also reserved this private room for me. I wonder if this beautiful lady would do us the honor of having dinner with us." Gao Ting quickly stepped forward and whispered in Zhang Wenyong's ear, "Zhang Wenyong, what's wrong with you? I've been working so hard to bring you and my cousin together, and things were finally starting to go smoothly, and you're inviting another woman to dinner?" Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhang Wenyong seemed to wake up from a dream. Yeah, how could I show my affection for another woman in front of Zhou Shiya? He's been pursuing Zhou Shiya for so long, he can't let this upset her. Moreover, both my uncle and father have said that the Yang family wants to support Zhou Shiya, and winning her over would bring them a fortune. As expected, Zhang Wenyong turned his head and saw that Zhou Shiya's expression was very bad. At this moment, Zhou Shiya wasn't jealous of Zhang Wenyong. Rather, she felt utterly disgusted by him. All the way there, Zhang Wenyong kept vowing that he would treat her very well in the future and that he would never even glance at other women. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, he instantly transformed into such a disgusting person. It's hard not to recall that during their 3 years of marriage, Ye Feng never even glanced at other women, but after the divorce, the women around him were all incredibly beautiful. The previous Tang Weiwei, and now this beautiful woman. Looking at Song Jiayang in front of him, Zhang Wenyong couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But after considering everything, Zhou Shiya was still better. Zhang Wenyong hurriedly explained, "I invited this beautiful lady to dinner only because I was afraid she would be deceived by Ye Feng." Then he said to Song Jiayang, "Beautiful lady, let me tell you, stay away from this Ye Feng. She's just trash and a good-for-nothing. Who knows what kind of wicked idea they're plotting." No sooner had Zhang Wenyong finished speaking than Song Jiayang delivered a sharp slap to his face. When Song Jiayang's fair and soft hands touched Zhang Wenyong's disgusting face, they suddenly became as hard as steel. A loud slap rang out. Chapter 73 You're Not Worthy? Zhang Wenyong was so badly hit that he spun around 3 times before staggering and falling to the ground. He knelt on the ground, covering his face. What's wrong with him lately? Everyone he's met has such a strong grip. Ye Feng and Lei Laohu from before. These days, such a charming and alluring woman has such a strong grip. Song Jiayang's red lips parted slightly as she coldly said, "My man, how dare you slander him? You think you're worthy of having dinner with me?" Zhang Wenyong, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but shiver as he looked down at Song Jiayang, whose eyes were cold and condescending. At this moment, Song Jiayang no longer possessed the alluring charm she had just displayed. Instead, she exuded a chilling coldness. Although Song Jiayang is usually charming and alluring, as a big sister in the underworld, her aura is something Zhang Wenyong cannot withstand. Zhou Shiya felt extremely uncomfortable when she heard the alluring woman in front of her claim that Ye Feng was her man. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng became such a gunman after the divorce. Seeing Zhou Shiya's expression, Song Jiayang smiled slightly. She had achieved her goal. She wanted to use Ye Feng for her own purposes, so naturally, she couldn't let other women have any designs on Ye Feng. Hearing Song Jiayang's words, Zhou Zitong felt a sense of loss and pouted, saying, "Sister is too silly. I told you my brother-in-law is excellent. Now other women are getting the benefit." Gao Ting quickly stepped forward to help Zhang Wenyong up, shouting, "Ye Feng, you stole our private room, and you still dare to hit people. Do you think this is still Jiangsheng? This is Chunsheng, the Yang family's territory." Hearing this, Zhang Wenyong perked up. That's right, he couldn't deal with Ye Feng in Jiangsheng, but this was Yang's territory. "Ye Feng, I'll call my cousin right now. Once he arrives, the Yang family will definitely make you pay." As he spoke, Zhang Wenyong quickly called Zhang Tao. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. They were the ones who started this whole thing. Song Jiaoyang had just hit Zhang Wenyong, yet they were blaming him. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang walked back to Ye Feng's side. Hee hee, you little rascal, your ex-wife and her group are really hilarious. They even kept insisting that this private room belonged to them. Then I'll sit here and wait for the Yang family to see how they make a fool of themselves. Gao Ting was equally unconvinced. Yeah, if you're so capable, then don't run away. We'll wait here for the Yang family to arrive and see who will be the one to make a fool of themselves. Song Jiaoyang, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. Even if the head of the Yang family were to come, he would still have to give her face. Soon, Zhang Tao, in a wheelchair, was pushed into the private room. A pale-faced, thin man walked in with a sinister look on his face. Upon seeing Zhang Tao, Zhang Wenyong quickly covered his face and said, "Uncle, Ye Feng brought a few people to cause trouble, saying the private room belongs to them." Zhang Tao's legs were broken by Ye Feng, and he harbors a deep hatred for Ye Feng. Now, seeing Ye Feng again is like enemies meeting again, their eyes blazing with fury. "Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to dare to come to Chunqing. You dare to come to Yangchun Pavilion to steal a private room and cause trouble? You're simply asking for trouble." At that moment, Song Jiaoyang walked out with the Black Dragon token and handed it to Zhang Tao. "Open your dog eyes and take a look. What is this? Get out of my private room right now, along with your so-called nephew." Zhang Tao stared wide-eyed as he took the Azure Dragon token, examining it closely in his hand. Seeing that Song Jiaoyang actually took out a token with great seriousness, Gao Ting felt a little uneasy. She quietly walked up to Zhang Wenyong and whispered, "Zhang Wenyong, didn't you say this private room was reserved for us by your uncle? Won't there be any problems?" Standing opposite, Song Jiaoyang also saw Gao Ting and Zhang Wenyong's actions and couldn't help but smile coldly. "So, who owns this private room?" At this moment, Zhang Wenyong felt even more uneasy. Even the invitation was given to Zhou Shiya by the Yang family. It was just that he and his uncle had been using the Yang family's influence to their advantage. He originally thought that the private room today was given to Zhou Shiya by the Yang family, but Zhou Shiya had no idea about it, so he came out to show off. He whispered in Zhang Tao's ear, "Uncle, who is this private room for? What kind of token is this?" Suddenly, Zhang Tao burst into laughter, then threw the Black Dragon token directly into the trash can beside him. "Haha, how would I know what this thing is? As for this number 1 private room, it's naturally reserved for you and my future niece-in-law." Zhang Tao hadn't been working for the Yang family for long, so naturally he couldn't know about the events of 30 years ago, nor did he recognize the Black Dragon token. However, Zhang Tao was well aware that this private room was specially reserved for Zhou Shiya by Yang Xinyu. Moreover, the person in charge of Yangcheng specifically instructed that this group of distinguished guests came from Jiangxing City. It must have been that big, dim-witted security guard at the gate who foolishly brought people from both Jiangxing cities together. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Gao Ting and Zhang Wenyong finally felt relieved. Gao Ting quickly jumped into mock. "Did you hear that? You think this top-tier private room is something you can use? Now that you've been exposed, don't you feel ashamed?" Song Jiaoyang assumed that this servant of the Yang family was just spouting nonsense to save face for his nephew. He claimed that the private room that the Yang family had reserved for themselves was the one he had reserved for Zhou Shiya and the others. Seeing the Black Dragon token in the trash can, he said in an icy tone, "You'll regret this." Zhang Tao smiled cruelly, deciding to use the Yang family's power to deal with Ye Feng. "I don't know if I'll regret it, but I'll make you regret it soon, getting so close to that bastard Ye Feng." Zhang Tao shouted towards the door, "Help! Someone's causing trouble." At this moment, the stern-faced security guard heard the noise and rushed in. After seeing Zhang Tao, he asked him questions, seemingly puzzled. "Did the young master send you to reward me because I received 2 groups of distinguished guests today?" Zhang Tao quickly said to the dark-faced security guard, "Idiot! What do you mean by 2 groups of distinguished guests? They are imposters and have offended the real VIPs. If the young master knew, he would skin you alive." Upon hearing this, the dark-faced security guard turned pale with fright, clearly terrified of the young master they were talking about. He angrily pointed at Ye Feng and the others, cursing, "How dare you impersonate distinguished guests? Young master will definitely punish me if he finds out. I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, the dark-faced security guard brandished his 2 enormous black fists and charged toward Ye Feng and the others. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was furious. How dare this servant of the Yang family? He winked at Lei Laohu. Lei Laohu, who had been unable to contain himself for a long time, naturally understood Song Jiaoyang's meaning and roared like a tiger. "You're asking for death." Then, his large, thick hand, like a tiger's claw, met the black-faced security guard's fists. Chapter 74. The truth comes out. A muffled thud was heard. The dark-faced security guard was sent flying, his once shiny black hands now a bloody mess. Although the black-faced security guard was incredibly powerful, he was still far inferior to Lei Lao, who had been in the underworld for over 30 years. Seeing this, Zhang Tao, sitting in his wheelchair, was dumbfounded. He knew all too well the abilities of this stern-faced security guard, yet he was so easily defeated. Zhang Wenyong and the others were so frightened that they all retreated. They thought that once they arrived in Chuncheng, they would no longer have to be afraid of Ye Feng or Lei Lao, that big thug. But it seems that's not the case. Just then, a cold voice rang out. What's all this noise about? As the sound rang out, a man with hawk-like eyes and a monkey-like face walked in with a cold expression. Upon seeing the man, Zhang Tao acted as if he had seen a savior, quickly wheeling himself to the man's side. Young Master Yang Wei. These people are trying to steal our VIP guest's private room. The man's name was Yang Wei. He was not a servant of the Yang family like Yang Un, who was granted the surname Yang, but a genuine member of the Yang family. He was Yang Cheng's steward, and he was a cruel and ruthless man. With him here, Ye Feng and the others will have no chance of escape. After hearing Zhang Tao's words, Yang Wei looked at Ye Feng and the others with a ruthless and cold gaze, but his eyes lit up when he saw Song Jiayang. Then a twisted and cruel smile appeared on his lips. Zhou Shiya was a worldly person, and she felt a chill from the moment Yang Wei came in. I could sense that Yang Wei was a dangerous person, so I didn't dare to get close. On the other hand, Gao Ting, oblivious to her own mortality, knew that Yang Wei was the young master of the Yang family after hearing that his surname was Yang. Her purpose in coming here was to hook up with a rich and powerful man, and Yang Wei was a perfect choice. He quickly stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Hello, Mr. Yang Wei. My brother-in-law's cousin got an invitation from the Yang family for my sister. We came here specifically to attend the auction because of their reputation. I never expected that Ye Feng would actually lead a group to rob the #1 private room that my brother-in-law and cousin had reserved for us. You must stand up for us. As she spoke, Gao Ting kept giving Yang Wei flirty glances, trying to make him remember her. As soon as Gao Ting finished speaking, Zhang Tao's face changed drastically in fright, and he gestured for Zhang Wenyong to stop her. Zhang Wenyong naturally knew that Gao Ting's words would expose him and his uncle, so he quickly grabbed Gao Ting. Why are you saying these things to young Master Yang Wei? Young Master Yang Wei will investigate the truth of the matter himself. Gao Ting was confused and didn't know why Zhang Wenyong was stopping her. Seeing that her chance to marry into a better family was right in front of her, she kept struggling. Why are you grabbing me? As Yang Wei's manager, he was far more intelligent than ordinary people and immediately discerned the clues in Gao Ting's words. A sinister smile played on his lips. Who is your brother-in-law's cousin? Upon hearing Yang Wei speak to her, Gao Ting excitedly pushed Zhang Wenyong aside and stepped forward to say something. My brother-in-law's cousin is Zhang Tao, the director of your Yang family. My name is Gao Ting. It's a pleasure to meet young Master Yang Wei. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei raised his face and laughed heartily. Oh, it's Zhang Tao. At this moment, Zhang Tao was so frightened that he was trembling all over like a leaf. Whoosh! Yang Wei moved with incredible speed, appearing directly in front of Zhang Tao and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Yang Wei was incredibly strong. Zhang Tao was kicked flying, crashing hard into a glass window and flying off the 3rd floor. Ah! Gao Ting screamed, startled, and fell to the ground, backing away repeatedly. Zhou Shiya and Zhou Zitong were also so frightened that their pretty faces turned pale, and they quickly helped Gao Ting up. Zhang Wenyong looked at the broken glass and swallowed hard. Uncle, cousin. Zhang Wenyong had seen fierce people before, but he had never seen anyone like this before, kicking someone off a building. This is practically murder. Yang Wei turned around and flashed his signature smile again. Which one is your brother-in-law? At this moment, Gao Ting was already terrified and didn't know what had happened. She explained in a panic. Young Master Yang Wei, what are you doing? My brother-in-law and cousin gave us an invitation to come. You don't have to kick people downstairs like that. No matter what, he is still one of your directors. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei laughed and said, Zhang Tao is just a regular errand boy for our Yang family. How could he possibly get you invitations? Using the name of my Yang family to swindle and deceive people everywhere, they deserve to die. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting were both stunned, staring at Zhang Wenyong in astonishment. Was everything a lie told by Zhang Wenyong? Did the Yang family never invite Zhou Shiya? This is practically going to kill them. The two of them hated Zhang Wenyong to the core. Yang Wei continued in an icy tone. I'm asking you, which one is your cousin's husband? At this moment, Gao Ting quickly pointed at Zhang Wenyong. It was him and Zhang Tao who deceived us. None of this has anything to do with us. You should settle all the scores with him. Upon hearing that Gao Ting had betrayed him at the crucial moment, Zhang Wenyong was furious and about to curse. You shameless woman. Before Zhang Wenyong could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness around his neck, and his legs lifted off the ground. When Zhang Wenyong realized what was happening, he found that Yang Wei had grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up into the air. Zhang Wenyong's face turned red, and he kicked his legs incessantly, but to no avail. He felt his vision becoming increasingly blurry and his consciousness becoming increasingly unclear. Yang Wei said calmly, "The Yang family has thoroughly investigated the affairs of every servant and their ancestors for 18 generations. I remember Zhang Tao fled to Kunming because he was having an affair with his sister-in-law and was afraid of being discovered. It seems that you are his bastard child. I never imagined he would dare to tell such a colossal lie for the sake of you, this bastard." Zhang Wenyong looked incredulous upon hearing this, but he couldn't bring himself to ask any questions. With a slight exertion of Yang Wei's large hand, Zhang Wenyong's head lolled to the side, and he fell silent. Murder? The three Zhou girls were terrified and turned pale. Gao Ting pleaded tremblingly, "Young Master Yang, we were wrong. We really didn't know anything. Please let us go. We didn't mean to take the private room and disturb your distinguished guests. We were all tricked by Zhang Tao and Zhang Wenyong." Distinguished guests. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and walked towards Song Jiaoyang and the others. "And who are you?" Ye Feng, Lei Laohu, Song Jiaoyang, and the others were worldly wise, and their expressions remained unchanged. Song Jiaoyang picked up the Black Dragon token from the trash can and handed it to Yang Wei. "Take a look at this." Yang Wei took the Black Dragon token, looked it over, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Song Qinglong's Black Dragon token? Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Song Jiaoyang's expression softened somewhat. It seemed that the direct descendants of the Yang family did possess some insight. Chapter 75. Yang Xinyu likes Zhou Shiya. Gao Ting said tremblingly to Zhou Shiya, "Shiya, this Yang Wei knows that Black Dragon token. It seems the private room really belongs to Ye Feng and his group. He wouldn't kill us like he killed Zhang Wenyong, would he?" At this moment, Zhou Shiya was also terrified and at a loss, saying, "I don't know what to do either. Maybe we should call the police." Gao Ting was almost crying with anger. "Are you stupid? If he were afraid of the police, would he kill someone in public?" In contrast, Zhou Zitong, though frightened, waved her little fists and said, "Sister, don't be afraid. Brother-in-law is here. He will protect us." Gao Ting poked Zhou Zitong's head angrily. "What brother-in-law? He already has another woman. I'm afraid they'll take this opportunity to kill us." Zhou Zitong pouted and said, "Humph, my brother-in-law will definitely protect me and my sister. I won't allow you to speak ill of my brother-in-law." Song Jiaoyang really didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. All she wanted to do right now was have a nice meal with Ye Feng. "Tomorrow, I'll take Ye Feng to the auction to treat that important figure. Since you recognize the Black Dragon token, that makes things easier. Just kick them out," Song Jiaoyang said to Yang Wei. Yang Wei glanced at the Black Dragon token in his hand, pointed at Zhou Shiya and the others, and asked with a playful tone, "Kick them out? Are you out of your mind?" Song Jiaoyang frowned slightly. "Your Yang family, out of gratitude for my father's kindness, has treated me with great courtesy. These people barged into my private room without cause. I just asked you to kick them out. What's wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei laughed and said, "Remembering your father's kindness?" He then casually tossed the Black Dragon token aside again. Seeing Yang Wei's actions, Song Jiaoyang was furious. Zhang Tao's previous ignorance of the Black Dragon token did not represent the Yang family's attitude. Yang Wei clearly recognizes the Black Dragon token, yet he still acts this way. "What do you mean by this? My father saved the life of the Yang family patriarch back then. If you don't remember our past relationship, why treat him with such great courtesy? If you do remember our past relationship, why treat him like this?" Yang Wei smiled contemptuously. "Song Qinglong has been dead for so many years, and you still want my Yang family to remember the past favors of a dead man. I'm telling you, the person my Yang family is treating with such great courtesy is not you, but Zhou Shiya." Zhou Shiya was shocked to hear this. The reversal was too sudden. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang turned pale. Her father's life-saving grace back then was now worthless in the Yang family. Unwilling to give up, she asked, "Didn't you say that Zhang Tao and his group were lying about wanting invitations?" Yang Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this. "That's right. Zhang Tao is just a gopher. He's naturally not qualified to ask for an invitation for Zhou Shiya." Zhou Shiya's invitation was personally delivered to her by Yang Xinyu, the current acting head of the Yang family. Several days ago, Yang Xinyu had already told him that a VIP was coming to Jiangqing City, a woman named Zhou Shiya. No matter which hotel the Yang family stays at, they must treat them as honored guests. Any misconduct will be dealt with according to family rules. Yang Wei found it strange that Yang Xinyu didn't let this honored guest go directly to Yang Chun Pavilion, the most upscale residence in the Yang family. Yang Xinyu said that the guest was a low-key person and did not want to be too ostentatious. Actually, this was all because Yang Xinyu believed that Ye Feng would come with Zhou Shiya. Yang Xinyu knew nothing about this Mr. Yi whom he had never met. I only heard from my grandfather that Mr. Yi is very low-key and doesn't want Zhou Shiya to know that everything is related to Mr. Yi. Therefore, he didn't dare to make arrangements for Zhou Shiya's schedule on his own, but simply handed the matter over to others. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shiya and her group arrived at Yang Chun Pavilion in the Yang family. Zhang Tao, of course, knew Yang Xinyu's orders, so he once again took advantage of the situation. Yang Chung's security guard was somewhat mentally challenged. He only remembered the distinguished guest from Jiangqing City, but completely forgot the guest's name, which led to today's scene. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya couldn't help but ask, "But I don't know young master Yang Xinyu at all." Upon hearing that Yang Xinyu was the acting head of the Yang family, Zhou Shiya understood the relationship, which was equivalent to that of the crown prince. Once the old patriarch passes away, Yang Xinyu will bypass the patriarch's son and directly become the patriarch of the Yang family. How could someone like me, the president of a small company in Jiangcheng, possibly know the powerful Yang family and its next head? Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that Zhou Shiya herself was unaware of all this. He began to ponder the matter in his mind. Then he smiled slightly and said, "It must be because our Yang family's acting patriarch likes you that he treats you this way. You should know that my Yang family has been helping you for 3 years." Yang Wei himself is a lecherous man who often takes advantage of his wealth to harass women from ordinary families. Every time, the money brings success, allowing me to enjoy not only the physical pleasure, but also the emotional satisfaction that comes with the process. It's likely that Yang Xinyu knew about the beautiful Zhou Shiya in Jiangqing City, and that's why he's been quietly investing in her for the past 3 years. He was just waiting for this meeting today, and the feeling of Zhou Shiya immediately submitting to him was truly intoxicating. However, an investment of more than 3 years is really too long. It's no wonder that the acting head of the family is so patient. Yang Xinyu then carefully examined Zhou Shiya's appearance and had to admit that she was a rare and stunning beauty. The 3-year investment was worthwhile. However, Yang Wei dared not have even the slightest thought about the woman the acting family head liked. Zhou Shiya was stunned when she heard this. The next head of the Yang family would take a fancy to her? At this moment, Gao Ting was overjoyed. If Zhou Shiya followed the head of the Yang family, then she would truly rise to a higher status. When Zhou Shiya becomes a young mistress in Chuncheng, I will return to Jiangcheng to take over Zhou Shiya's company. With the help of the Yang family, I can become the business queen of Jiangcheng in just 1 year. Just as Gao Ting was lost in her fantasies, a terrible thought suddenly occurred to her. If Yang Xinyu knew that Zhou Shiya had been married before, would he no longer like Zhou Shiya? Wouldn't that shatter her dream of becoming a business queen? Thinking of this, Gao Ting hardened her heart. As long as Ye Feng died, there would be no way to prove anything. At this moment, Gao Ting was no longer afraid of Yang Wei and said to him, "That Ye Feng over there just insulted the woman your acting family head likes. Why don't you go and kill him?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya gently tugged at Gao Ting. When had Ye Feng ever insulted her? Gao Ting waved her hand, revealing a ferocious and cruel look in her eyes. Zhou Zidong was about to speak up for Ye Feng when Gao Ting tightly covered her mouth. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei sized Ye Feng up and down. He knew Yang Xinyu's temper. If he knew that someone was competing with Zhou Shiya, a distinguished guest, for a private room today, he would probably kick him out of the house. If we kill the person who offended our distinguished guest now, it would be a great achievement. He didn't want to kill the beautiful woman next to him. He had other plans. In that case, Ye Feng truly deserved to die? Chapter 76 Brotherhood. Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Ye Feng naturally understood her thoughts. This woman actually wanted to kill me. If Gao Ting weren't Zhou Zidong's cousin, Ye Feng would have really wanted to kill this woman right now. Suppressing his overwhelming anger, Ye Feng said to Song Jiayang, "Since the private room isn't ours, let's leave." Song Jiayang picked up the black dragon token, which had been thrown into the trash can twice, and clenched her fists tightly. Insulting the black dragon token is tantamount to insulting one's own father, a crime deserving of death. Lei Laohu and Fu Bo behind them also had red eyes. As long as Song Jiayang gave the order, the two of them would rush up together and risk their old lives. All three were members of the underworld, bound by a strong sense of brotherhood and loyalty. They were thinking of the life-saving grace they had received years ago, and now the Yang family was determined to repay it tenfold. But the Yang family are merchants, so how could they possibly care about the code of brotherhood in the martial arts world? That's why today's scene has occurred. Yang Wei blocked Ye Feng's path. Leave? You think you can just leave after insulting my Yang family's distinguished guest? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. What do you want? To be honest, Ye Feng really didn't want to fight with Yang Wei. After all, the Yang family had taken care of Zhou Shiya's business for so long out of consideration for him. Yang Wei grinned menacingly. I don't want anything. I just want you dead. It was Song Jiaoyang who brought Ye Feng to Chunqing. Song Jiaoyang mistakenly thought that this private room was a favor to her father, and that's why she brought Ye Feng in. That's why this whole series of events happened. Now that Yang Wei is about to make a move against Ye Feng, Song Jiaoyang naturally won't stand idly by. However, in front of Ye Feng, she spoke to Yang Wei. If you want to harm Ye Feng in the slightest, you will be making an enemy of my Dragon Alliance. Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Yang Wei laughed loudly. Dragon Alliance? Not to mention that Song Qinglong is dead now. The so-called Dragon Alliance has already fallen apart. Even if Song Qinglong were here, my Yang family wouldn't give him that face. Those who offend my distinguished guest of the Yang family will not escape the death penalty. Yang Wei, who was thinking of killing Ye Feng to curry favor with Yang Xinyu, naturally wouldn't let Ye Feng leave. Then Yang Wei licked his lips lewdly, his eyes filled with desire as he looked at Song Jiaoyang. If you submit to me, I might spare you. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang's eyes turned icy cold. This Yang Wei not only wanted to attack Ye Feng, but he also had such thoughts about her. How could Song Jiaoyang, a powerful figure in the underworld, submit to this man? Song Jiaoyang said coldly, word by word. You're asking for death. Then, Song Jiaoyang let out a delicate shout and launched a fierce attack on Yang Wei with a palm strike. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes and quickly stretched out his right hand to block, exchanging a fierce palm strike with Song Jiaoyang. Song Jiaoyang stumbled back 2 steps, and Yang Wei also groaned in discomfort. It is clear that the two are evenly matched. Yang Wei's smile became even more lewd. Haha, no wonder she's Song Qinglong's daughter, she knows kung fu. I like it. I'm going to break your arms and legs, cripple your skills, and then serve me every night. It is obvious that Yang Wei is extremely perverted in his manipulation of women. Song Jiaoyang had never been insulted like this before. She roared, You're asking for death, and was about to step forward again. Yang Wei took 2 steps back and gently clapped his hands. Then a dozen or so security guards rushed in from outside the bag. They moved in unison and were tall, clearly having received professional training. Yang Wei said calmly, These security guards are all retired soldiers. You can't possibly be a match for them. The era of Song Qinglong, the woman, is over. Nobody cares about loyalty anymore. It's a joke that you're trying to use a favor from 30 years ago to ask our Yang family for help. Just like after your father died, the Dragon Alliance also fell apart long ago, and your father's subordinates became kings themselves. This is the age of money. If I have money, I can have these men to deal with you. Yang Wei was not even 30 years old. When Song Qinglong died, he was just a child. Naturally, Yang Wei didn't understand the world of gangsters back then. In his mind, Song Qinglong was just a big-time hoodlum who had been killed. As for the Black Dragon token, he had only seen it introduced by the family head when he was young. It was a very grand occasion, just like when Yang Xinyu introduced Zhou Shiya a few days ago. However, with Song Qinglong's death, the Yang family naturally forgot this favor. The Yang family were businessmen. Without profit, who would remember a dead man? After saying that, Yang Wei waved triumphantly to the security guards. Take them down, and remember, don't mess up this woman's face. The security guards stepped forward in unison. They trained together frequently, and now that they were fighting as a team, they were even stronger. Seeing that the security guards were about to harm Ye Feng, Zhou Zitong cried out anxiously, Don't bully my brother-in-law. Then Gao Ting quickly covered Zhou Zitong's mouth and whispered a warning. Your sister is going to marry the next head of the Yang family. You can't let anyone know she was divorced, understand? Ye Feng's death will only benefit your sister. Zhou Zitong wouldn't listen to Gao Ting and struggled desperately, but she was no match for Gao Ting's strength. Song Jiaoyang looked at the group of well-trained security guards with a contemptuous smile, then slowly sat down on the stool. You know nothing about the martial world, and you know nothing about loyalty. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled as to how Song Jiaoyang could still laugh at this moment. As Song Jiaoyang sat down, Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu stood up and stood on either side of her. Seeing 2 elderly men, both nearing 60, step forward, Yang Wei was slightly taken aback, then said with amusement, What are you 2 trying to do? Since entering the private room, Yang Wei hadn't given those 2 old guys a second glance. Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu cupped their hands in greeting. Lei Laohu, a subordinate of Song Qinglong of the Dragon Alliance. Fu, a subordinate of Song Qinglong of the Dragon Alliance. Please enlighten me. After saying that, the 2 looked at each other and laughed heartily. It had been 20 years since either of them had used that number. The way I announce my number now is just like when I was with Brother Long back then, facing 100 men attacking us without any fear. Hearing what the two men said and looking at their ages, Yang Wei could naturally tell that they were the big thug's henchmen from back then. But even though that big thug has been dead for so many years, these two thugs still want to follow her daughter. Is this profitable? As if she could see through Yang Wei's thoughts, Song Jiaoyang said calmly, "When my father passed away, it was Uncle Lei and Uncle Fu who raised me and helped me protect part of my father's business. You ungrateful people like the Yang family can't possibly understand the feelings between Uncle Lei, Uncle Fu, and my father." Hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Yang Wei felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The boss is dead, and you two aren't even fighting over the business? He actually raised the eldest daughter, and then handed over his business to someone else. I really don't understand what you people are thinking. Lei Laohu really didn't want to say anything more to Yang Wei. He just said lightly, "Young man, you know nothing about loyalty." Then, like a tiger descending a mountain, he charged directly at more than a dozen security guards. Chapter 77, Lei Laohu's Strength. Even the dozen or so well-trained security guards were surprised that the old man would rush up. It's like a sheep charging into a pack of wolves, courting its own destruction. With a roar like a tiger, Lei Laohu sent the two security guards at the front flying. Only then did these security guards realize how terrifying Lei Laohu was, and they were just about to organize a counterattack. Uncle Fu, who was some distance away, pulled out several throwing knives from his pocket and threw them at the group of security guards. The security guards were terrified and scrambled to dodge Uncle Fu's flying knives. Taking advantage of the situation, Lei Laohu unleashed a barrage of punches, beating the security guards until they cried out in pain, like a tiger among sheep. This was the result of nearly 30 years of tacit cooperation between the two. Fu Bo would launch long-range attacks to harass the enemy, while Lei Laohu would attack and kill them. They had few rivals in those 30 years. In just about 3 minutes, more than a dozen security guards were knocked to the ground, groaning and moaning, by Lei Laohu and Fu Bo. After dealing with more than a dozen security guards, Lei Laohu stretched his shoulders, his tiger-like eyes wide open, and said coldly, "To insult my young lady is a crime deserving of death." Seeing the murderous look in Lei Laohu's eyes, Yang Wei realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly said, "You two are so capable, you would be honored guests even if you came to our Yang family. Why follow the Dragon Alliance, which has no future? Join our Yang family. Our Yang family can help you establish a prestigious family and make you the strongest family in Jiangxing City. Your descendants will also enjoy eternal glory." Yang Wei wanted to bribe the two men so he could escape death. Nowadays, all the major families are indeed spending a lot of money to recruit all kinds of experts. To preserve one's immense wealth, one first needs formidable military force to intimidate others, and Lei Laohu and Fu Bo are precisely such experts. Lei Laohu laughed heartily upon hearing this. "I told you, you know nothing about loyalty." After saying that, Lei Laohu struck Yang Wei's chest hard with both hands. Yang Wei tried to dodge, but his strength was far inferior to Lei Laohu's, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. As Lei Laohu approached step by step, Yang Wei, who was spitting blood, was filled with immense fear. This was the first time he had felt so close to death. Looking at the fearful Yang Wei, Lei Laohu said with some pity, "It's a pity you'll never know what loyalty is in this lifetime." After saying that, he mustered all his strength and threw a powerful punch at Yang Wei. The power of that punch was enough to kill Yang Wei. As Lei Laohu's fist grew larger and larger, Yang Wei tried to escape, but the pain in his body made him unable to move an inch. Just as Lei Laohu's fist was about to strike Yang Wei, a dark figure suddenly appeared and blocked Yang Wei's path. Bang! Lei Laohu's fist struck the dark figure squarely. Puff! The owner of the dark figure spat out a mouthful of blood and stood firmly in front of Yang Wei. Everyone was slightly taken aback. The dark figure was none other than the dark-faced security guard from before. He was already seriously injured when he first fought Lei Laohu, so he shouldn't have been able to move. The dark-faced security guard, enduring the pain, revealed 2 rows of large white teeth stained with blood. Young master, are you all right?" Yang Wei looked at the dark-faced security guard with lingering fear. Big Black. The dark-faced security guard didn't have a name. He was just a mentally challenged man that Yang Wei had picked up from outside. Seeing that he was incredibly strong, Yang Wei put him on guard at the gate and named him Dahe, Big Black. "I've always treated him like a watchdog. I never expected that this watchdog would risk his life to save me today." Lei Laohu never expected that someone would risk their life to save Yang Wei. But you can save him once, but you can't save him a second time. Lei Laohu mustered all his strength and threw another powerful punch at Yang Wei. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang suddenly shouted, "Forget it, Uncle Lei, let's go." After all, this is Kunming, and Song Jiaoyang doesn't want to cause trouble by killing the Yang family. Otherwise, if the Yang family retaliates, it will be difficult to deal with. Lei Laohu glanced at Yang Wei lying on the ground and said viciously, "You're lucky to be alive." After a farce, Ye Feng, Song Jiaoyang, and the others left the number 1 private room. Lying on the ground, Yang Wei pushed away the big black dog that was clinging to him with all his might and said angrily, "You dog, how dare you pin me down?" Under Yang Wei's immense strength, Dahei coughed up another mouthful of blood and then fainted. Seeing that Dahei had just saved Yang Wei, and now Yang Wei was treating Dahei like this, Zhou Zitong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak up. "Wasn't it all to save you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei gave Zhou Zitong a cold look. Knowing that she was Zhou Shiya's younger sister, he didn't dare to offend her. She could only vent her anger on Dahei. "I took him in back then. Even a dog knows to repay a debt of gratitude. Besides, if he hadn't mistaken the guest for someone else, this whole mess wouldn't have happened." Looking at Big Black, whose hands were both crippled and who was also seriously injured, he was now a cripple. Since he was a useless person and had no further use, Yang Wei naturally wouldn't keep him around. He said to his subordinates, "Throw him out, don't let him die in my Yangchun pavilion." The already unconscious Big Black was dragged out and dumped outside. Zhou Zitong said angrily, "Even a dog knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. You're not even as good as a dog." Yang Wei smiled slightly, ignoring Zhou Zitong's words. In his eyes, no matter who it was, either there's profit to be made, or there's no profit to be made. At this moment, Big Black is no longer profitable, so naturally, it has to be abandoned. However, if he could please Zhou Shiya, he would surely rise to prominence, which would be profitable. Therefore, he would not care about anything Zhou Shiya's sister said. "Miss Zhou, I'll change your room to another private room. Then prepare rooms for the 3 of you to stay in." Zhou Shiya was actually very disgusted with Yang Wei's actions. However, in order to participate in the auction, she had to suppress her disgust and put on a faint smile before following Yang Wei to another private room. After dinner, the 3 women chose a presidential suite so that they could look after each other. Everything that happened today terrified the 3 of them, and none of them dared to sleep alone. First, their colleague Zhang Wenyon was killed, and then there was the big battle with Lei Laohu and others. All of this was beyond their comprehension. After settling Zhou Shiya in, Yang Wei said to one of his men in black, "Go and find out where those people went. Remember not to alert them when you go, and notify me as soon as you have completed your investigation." The black-clad subordinate nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, young master." After saying that, he jogged away. Watching his black-clad subordinates leave, and recalling Song Jiaoyang's alluring figure, Yang Wei endured the pain in his chest and revealed a lewd smile. "A woman I, Yang Wei, have set my sights on will not escape." Then he thought of Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu, and Yang Wei clenched his fists tightly. "You 2 old bastards, I'll make you regret what you've done today." Chapter 78. Participating in the auction. On the way, Song Jiaoyang was in a very low mood, lacking her usual cheerful and playful demeanor, and didn't say a word the entire way. Uncle Fu, who was driving, also looked worried. "Miss, what do we do now? Since the Yang family is so ungrateful, we certainly cannot participate in the auction. We can no longer treat that important person, and our goal cannot be achieved." Song Jiaoyang rubbed her temples. "Let's go back to Jiangxing City first. It's just a pity that we can't investigate the truth about father's past." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu pounded on the car window beside him. "Damn it, it's all the Yang family's fault for being ungrateful. If it weren't for that black idiot, I would have killed that bastard from the Yang family with one punch just now." Ye Feng became more and more confused as he listened. Was Song Jiaoyang and the others attending the auction to investigate the cause of Song Qinglong's death back then? However, these are beyond Ye Feng's control. Upon hearing that they were to return to Jiangxing City, Ye Feng quickly stopped him, as he still needed to go to the auction to find the Ye family. "Don't go back to Jiangxing City." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang remembered her promise to Ye Feng to participate in the auction and said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry, I never expected the Yang family to be so ungrateful. I myself cannot enter the auction, so naturally I cannot bring you in either. You were moved from Jiangxing to Chunqing for nothing." Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's apology, Ye Feng gently shook his head. "It's nothing. I have a way to get into the auction." Everyone in the car was stunned when they heard Ye Feng's words. Song Jiaoyang asked in surprise, "You have a way?" This surprised not only Song Jiaoyang, but also because it sounded utterly unbelievable. Those who can enter the Shao family's auction are all either rich or noble. Although Ye Feng has good medical skills, he is just an ordinary person. Ye Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this, took out his phone, and dialed Yang Sinyu's phone number from before. Soon, an excited yet respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Yi, how may I help you?" Ye Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. It's still about the auction. I'd like to participate as well. Yang Xinyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Mr. Yi had already requested 2 invitations, both of which allowed him to bring others in. Mr. Yi didn't go in with either Tang Weiwei or Zhou Shiya. What's going on, Mr. Yi? Why didn't you come with your wife? Seeing that Yang Xinyu hadn't spoken for a while, Ye Feng assumed that things were a bit difficult and thought that if he couldn't go, he would just go to Longdu to find the Yi family. If it's too difficult, then forget it. After all, I've already asked for 2 invitations. Yang Xinyu quickly replied. No, Mr. Yi, that's not difficult to arrange. However, the auction starts tomorrow. I'll send someone to Jiangxing City to pick you up. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I'm in Chunxing now. I'll contact you again once I find a place to stay. Let's put Song Jiaoyang's name on the invitation. 3 of my friends are also going to the auction, so I'll just go with them. Ye Feng thought that since Song Jiaoyang really wanted to go, he should put her name on the invitation. Because the Xiao family entrusted the entire auction to the Yang family, it was a piece of cake for Yang Xinyu, the next head of the Yang family, to let in as many people as possible. No problem, Mr. Ye's friend is my Yang family's friend. Mr. Yi, please let me know when you find a place to stay, and I will send someone to pick you up. After Ye Feng hung up the phone, he saw the 3 people in the car looking at him strangely. Ye Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, is my face dirty? At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was extremely shocked. Ye Feng actually managed to get an invitation, and he even got it for her? Is he just bragging? That shouldn't be the case. There's no point in Ye Feng bragging like that. He'll be exposed very quickly tonight. Suddenly, Song Jiaoyang remembered something. The 2 invitations from Jiangxing City, Zhou Shiya and Tang Weiwei, weren't these 2 women both related to Ye Feng? So Zhou Shiya's invitation wasn't because Yang Xinyu had taken a liking to her, but rather because of Ye Feng. You wanted both the invitations from Zhou Shiya and Tang Weiwei. Ye Feng shook his head slightly. Zhou Shiya's invitation was sent to her because the Yang family didn't know we were divorced. Tang Weiwei was indeed the one I asked for her. Song Jiaoyang asked curiously, why do the Yang family respect you so much? Ye Feng slowly explained, when I first returned to China, someone introduced me to the Yang family patriarch, and I treated him and saved his life. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang finally understood that the Yang family's support for Zhou Shiya was all because of Ye Feng. That Zhou Shiya actually paid attention to Ye Feng, she's just too stupid. However, his own father had once saved the life of the Yang family patriarch, so why was the Yang family so ungrateful? Soon, Song Jiaoyang figured out the reason. Since her father had passed away, the Yang family felt there was no profit to be made. Ye Feng is a highly skilled doctor, and he is young and strong now. If other members of the Yang family fall ill in the future, they can seek help from Ye Feng. The richer and more powerful a person is, the more they cherish their life. Being able to teach a divine doctor is worth paying some price for. At the same time, Song Jiaoyang had even more confidence in Ye Feng's medical skills. Since the mercenary Yang family treated Ye Feng so well, it proved that Ye Feng's medical skills were indeed very good. In this way, Ye Feng will definitely be able to cure that important person's illness. Thinking of this, Song Jiaoyang, who had been frowning, felt much better and stretched. Uncle Fu, let's find a hotel here. We won't go back yet. Uncle Fu and Tiger Lei were overjoyed to hear that they could go to the auction. They had 3 lifelong wishes in total. The first step is to investigate the cause of Brother Long's death and avenge him. The second daughter was raised to adulthood. The third is to help Miss rebuild the Dragon Alliance. Now that the young lady has grown up, of her 2 remaining wishes, avenging Brother Long is of utmost importance. Song Jiaoyang leaned lazily against Ye Feng. My little darling, you've done me such a big favor. How can I possibly thank you? Ye Feng felt somewhat embarrassed looking at Song Jiaoyang clinging to him. After all, Lei Laohu and Fu Bo, 2 of Song Jiaoyang's elders, were sitting in front. Seeing Ye Feng blush, Song Jiaoyang smiled slightly. Haha, you little rascal, you can even blush now. Both Fu Bo and Lei Laohu opted for strategic blindness. I won't be a third wheel. Soon, Uncle Fu found a hotel nearby, and the 4 of them entered the hotel. In a car that had been following them from a distance, a man in black quickly dialed Yang Wei's number. Young master, I have already seen them enter another hotel belonging to our Yang family. Chapter 79 Song Jiaoyang's Sacrifice. After entering the hotel, Song Jiaoyang went to the bar and booked 4 rooms. After a long day of travel, the 4 of them hadn't eaten yet, so they first found a private room to eat. Lei Laohu and Fu Bo kept toasting Ye Feng to thank him for taking them to the auction. Seeing the 2 elderly people's warm hospitality, Ye Feng had no choice but to stay and keep them company. Midway through, Song Jiaoyang felt tired and said she wanted to go back to her room to rest. Before leaving, she said this to Ye Feng. My little darling, I'm all fresh and ready to go, all ready to shower and wait for you. Seeing Song Jiaoyang's alluring and seductive gaze, Ye Feng quickly shook his head. He was already used to Song Jiaoyang's teasing. Lei Laohu and Fu Bo, who initially wanted Song Jiaoyang to win over Ye Feng through her charm, now thought that they were indeed a very suitable match. Uncle Fu and Lei Laohu both knew they were too old and wouldn't have much time left to accompany Song Jiaoyang. That's why I want to avenge Brother Long while I'm still alive, and then assist Song Jiaoyang. But what will happen after they pass away? Song Jiaoyang has no one to protect her. What will she do if she encounters danger? Ye Feng is clearly a good choice. Lei Laohu kept toasting Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm entrusting the rest of our young lady's life to you. Ye Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What did he mean by entrusting the rest of his life to him? Uncle Fu kept toasting Ye Feng, saying, Mr. Yi, we can rest assured now that you're here. Seeing that the two were already drunk, Ye Feng had no choice but to keep drinking to keep up with them, and soon the two were completely drunk. Ye Feng, whose alcohol tolerance was extraordinary, was only slightly drunk at this moment. He helped the two back to their room, and then told Yang Xinyu the location. It was already dark. After a long day of travel and drinking quite a bit, Ye Feng was feeling sleepy. He looked at the room key in his hand and went to his room. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by dim pink lighting accompanied by soft music. Ye Feng was slightly taken aback. Why had they booked a romantic room for him? Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. This Song Jiaoyang always did things that were unexpected. Looking at the large bed in the room, which was a waterbed, Ye Feng felt utterly speechless. However, I was already very sleepy and didn't want to check out, so I just plunged onto the waterbed. As soon as Ye Feng lay down on the waterbed, he felt a soft sensation. This softness is something a waterbed can't provide, and it also has a faint fragrance. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he saw Song Jiaoyang, that vixen, lying beside him. Dim lighting, enchanting music, and a sexy beauty lying beside him. Even a saint would find it hard to resist. Fearing a mistake, Ye Feng quickly sat up. How do you have my room key? Song Jiaoyang smiled charmingly. I booked all 4 rooms, so of course I have room cards. Ye Feng rubbed his head, regretting that he hadn't let Song Jiaoyang go to a hotel. What are you doing in my room? Song Jiaoyang rolled her eyes at Ye Feng, her eyes seemingly capable of seduction. What else can we do? Of course, we sleep. Sleep. Ye Feng swallowed hard, realizing he couldn't stay like this any longer and had to leave. When Song Jiaoyang saw Ye Feng's expression, she laughed heartily. You're a married man. How can you be so shy like a little boy? Ye Feng was speechless upon hearing this. What did it have to do with being married? Song Jiaoyang sat up abruptly and said seriously, I'm here to thank you. Thank you? He looked Song Jiaoyang up and down, admiring her sexy figure. At that moment, Song Jiaoyang was only wearing a bright red sexy halter dress. Beneath her red dress, a pair of snow-white legs were exposed as she sat cross-legged on the bed, every smile and gesture captivating. A verbal thank you would have been enough? This is far too polite. Seeing Ye Feng's gaze, Song Jiaoyang laughed again. You little devil, what are you thinking? They just came to say thank you. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just to say thank you? Why can't you say thank you in person? You could send a WeChat message. In the pitch black of a man's room, you're wearing a tank top and saying thank you? Song Jiaoyang replied with a charming smile. Yes, it's just to say thank you. What else do you think? Ye Feng replied awkwardly. I thought you were going to say thank you. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Song Jiaoyang decided not to continue teasing him. I really do want to thank you. My father was murdered 20 years ago, and we still can't find the murderer, Uncle Lei. We only have a few suspects. With my father's strength, if it were a fair fight, one-on-one, no one could have killed him so quietly. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu were both quite strong, so Song Qinglong, as the leader, must be even stronger. In the small city of Jiangcheng, it is indeed difficult to find someone who can match him. Song Jiaoyang continued. My father was assassinated in a restaurant, but everyone in the restaurant was killed, and the restaurant was burned down. Uncle Lei couldn't find any clues over the years. A few days ago, we suddenly discovered a clue. A big shot happened to be dining at the restaurant back then, and afterwards the big shot returned to Longdu. In other words, this important figure must have witnessed the scene at that time. After some investigation, we learned that the important person was going to attend the auction and was seriously ill, so we came up with this idea. Ye Feng found it a bit strange. If that's the case, you can just ask directly. Why go through all this trouble to treat such an important person? Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang rolled her eyes at Ye Feng. With the status of such an important person, how would we usually have the opportunity to get close to them? Besides, even if we went to ask them directly, they might not even pay attention to us. Do you think everyone is like you, actually wanting to go directly to the Yi family in Longdu to question them? You're simply courting death. This important figure's identity is similar to that of the Ye family in Longdu. If you were to directly inquire about such a person under normal circumstances and offend them, it would be a disaster. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. As long as he knew what happened to his parents back then, Ye Feng didn't care about his identity. He was determined to find out the truth. Song Jiaoyang suddenly grabbed Ye Feng's hand and pleaded. Our original exchange was that I would take you into the auction and you would treat the important person's illness. Now that you've brought us into the auction, our cooperation is null and void. But I must know the truth about my father's death. I beg you to help me continue to treat this important person. I will agree to any exchange you can offer, even if it means sacrificing myself. As she spoke, Song Jiaoyang gently untied the straps of her halter top, took Ye Feng's hand, and placed it on her shoulder, her face full of pleading. The meaning is self-evident. Chapter 80. You have to take responsibility for them. Ye Feng's large hand gently grasped Song Jiaoyang's shoulder strap, and he could clearly feel Song Jiaoyang's body tremble slightly as she gently closed her eyes. Ye Feng gently put the shoulder strap back on Song Jiaoyang's shoulder. Sensing Ye Feng's movement, Song Jiaoyang opened her eyes incredulously and looked at Ye Feng. I'm not attractive to you? You don't want to help me treat that important person? Ye Feng smiled lightly, shook his head, and said calmly, I never take advantage of others in distress. But I can help you treat important people. Ye Feng did not want to sleep with a woman by exchanging conditions. However, Ye Feng deeply sympathized with Song Jiaoyang's willingness to dedicate herself entirely to investigating her father's death. He felt the same way as Song Jiaoyang. He was willing to sacrifice his life to investigate his father's death. Song Jiaoyang asked again, looking shocked, You don't need any conditions in return for helping me? Ye Feng gently shook his head. Song Jiaoyang was truly impressed by Ye Feng's gentlemanly conduct and felt a surge of goodwill towards him. Under the dim light, Song Jiaoyang looked at Ye Feng's handsome, fair-skinned yet masculine face, her eyes becoming hazy. She couldn't help but kiss Ye Feng's lips with her luscious red lips, and then hugged him tightly. Ye Feng felt Song Jiaoyang's soft and fragrant body and stared at her with wide eyes. Didn't we say we wouldn't need to exchange conditions anymore? How could this be? Ye Feng finally managed to push Song Jiaoyang away, but Song Jiaoyang went crazy, kissing Ye Feng's face repeatedly. She frantically tried to take off her own clothes and Ye Feng's clothes. Soon, bright red lip prints were left on Ye Feng's face, neck, and chest. At this moment, Ye Feng also sensed that something was wrong with Song Jiaoyang. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang's sexy face was flushed, and her alluring eyes were filled with spring-like desire, symptoms of being under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Moreover, it should be a high-grade fragrance called Huang Xiang, which is made by mixing special spices with sandalwood and then burning it, so that the aphrodisiac enters the human body along with the fragrance. It can cause someone to fall for it without realizing it, and then have a relationship with someone of the opposite sex. Suddenly, Ye Feng's nose twitched slightly twice, and at that moment, there was a sandalwood scent in his room. Upon entering the room, Ye Feng saw Song Jiaoyang lying on the bed, which kept him focused on observing his surroundings. Moreover, Ye Feng is immune to all poisons, so no poison has any effect on him, which is why it was not discovered for so long. It's ridiculous that Ye Feng, a renowned physician, only discovered the problem with the sandalwood in the room after so long. Ye Feng walked to the sandalwood incense burner and gently extinguished the incense with water. However, they discovered that the sandalwood incense in the room did not contain any acacia fragrance. Instead, it contained a muscle-softening fragrance that made one's limbs weak. Ye Feng frowned slightly. That was strange. The sandalwood incense in the room clearly contained aphrodisiac, but Song Jiaoyang was under the influence of aphrodisiac. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was on the bed, tearing at her clothes. Her little tank top was nowhere to be seen. He kept saying, It's hot, so hot. Only 2 pieces of clothing remained, worn close to the skin. Looking at Song Jiaoyang's snow-white body, and finally the 2 red undergarments protecting her, Ye Feng was dumbfounded. This woman must really love red, because even her 2 most intimate undergarments are red. He then shook his head vigorously to clear his mind of the jumbled thoughts, and focused on detoxifying Song Jiaoyang first. Ye Feng quickly returned to the waterbed. Sensing Ye Feng's return to the waterbed, Song Jiaoyang, who was in a daze, felt like someone who had been coughing in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly seeing an oasis. She wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck and gripped his waist tightly, as if afraid he would leave. Ye Feng quickly grabbed Song Jiaoyang's right hand and carefully took her pulse. As expected, Song Jiaoyang also had the poison of the softening tendon fragrance in her body, but the symptoms on her body were covered by the albizia fragrance. It can only be diagnosed by taking a pulse. Ye Feng quickly took out silver needles to prepare for Song Jiaoyang, to first neutralize the poison of the softening tendon incense. This softening tinden incense is extremely harmful to the human body. If it is not detoxified in time, ordinary people will experience weakness in their hands and feet in the future. It is even more fatal to those who practice martial arts. Because the poison of the muscle softening powder must be treated first, the poison of the acacia fragrance cannot be neutralized first. Despite being intoxicated by the aphrodisiac, Song Jiayang continued to hug Ye Feng and ask for kisses. Helpless, Ye Feng could only endure Song Jiayang's kisses, after which a silver needle was inserted into Song Jiayang's back. Holding Ye Feng in her arms, Song Jiayang let out a seductive moan in his ear. As a renowned healer, Ye Feng is naturally undisturbed by external factors when he is detoxifying patients. Soon, silver needles covered Song Jiayang's jade-like back. At this moment, the poison from the soft tinden incense in Song Jiayang's body has been neutralized. For a full 7 or 8 minutes, Ye Feng endured Song Jiayang's kisses and seductive moans from the side. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a surge of heat rising to his lower abdomen. As a normal man, Ye Feng couldn't bear it any longer, so he carried Song Jiayang into the bathroom. Ye Feng turned on the cold water and placed Song Jiayang under the shower, instructing her, "You've been poisoned by 2 kinds of drugs, huangxiang and softening tendons. When I was dispelling the poison from the softening tendons incense just now, I also inserted a few other acupuncture points on your body. You just need to use physical methods to lower your temperature, and then the acacia fragrance in your body will be eliminated." Ye Feng's actions were out of desperation. If he were to try to detoxify himself in bed with Song Jiayang, he might not be able to bear it and would become the antidote himself. Ye Feng sat on the waterbed, listening to the rushing water in the bathroom, his mind constantly racing with thoughts. The soft tinden incense was found in my own house, so someone must be trying to harm me. Who could it be? He had not offended anyone in Chunqing, so where did the acacia fragrance in Song Jiayang's body come from? The sound of running water inside stopped, and then the door was slowly opened. A pair of fair, jade-like legs stepped out first, appearing before Ye Feng's eyes. Then, the beautiful and charming Song Jiayang slowly appeared before Ye Feng. At this moment, behind Song Jiayang was a steamy bathroom, and she was completely naked except for a bath towel tightly wrapped around her body. There were still some water droplets on my skin and face that hadn't been wiped away, and the redness on my face hadn't completely subsided. Her usually captivating eyes seemed somewhat at a loss at this moment. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, so beautiful that one wanted to pick her, but couldn't bear to harm her in the slightest. Song Jiayang glanced at Ye Feng, bit her lip, and said softly, "You have to take responsibility for him." Chapter 81 Pulse Probing Hand. Ye Feng looked completely bewildered. "I didn't do anything to you." Song Jiayang gave Ye Feng a charming glare. "We've kissed, we've hugged, we've looked. What more do you want?" Ye Feng was speechless upon hearing this. If Song Jiayang said that, it seemed that he should indeed take responsibility. "But I did all this to detoxify her." At this moment, Song Jiayang's expression turned serious. "Darling, we just arrived in Chunqing and someone has already poisoned us. The hotel staff said that this sandalwood incense was provided in all the high-end rooms, so I didn't think much of it. It seems this person is in cahoots with the hotel. Who do you think this person could be?" Upon hearing Song Jiayang's words, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. He could only think of one person who could collude with the hotel. Yang Wei, a member of the Yang family, a leading hotel enterprise in Kunming. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Ye Feng and Song Jiayang exchanged a glance, and both recognized Lei Laohu's voice. Then came Yang Wei's angry voice. "Damn it! Why isn't that little wench in the house? It must be in that man's house." Ye Feng and Song Jiayang quickly left the room. Just as they stepped out of the room, Yang Wei came out of Song Jiayang's room. Except for Ye Feng's room, all 3 doors had been broken into. Lei Laohu and Fu Bo were also lying on the ground, covered in blood and barely alive. Ye Feng's nose twitched slightly. He could smell the scent of soft tendons in both Uncle Fu's and Lei Laohu's rooms. Meanwhile, the scent of acacia blossoms wafted from Song Jiayang's room. No wonder Lei Laohu and Fu Bo, 2 experts, were in such a miserable state. It turns out they were both poisoned by the softening incense. After leaving the private room, Song Jiayang first returned to her own room before going to Ye Feng's room, which is why she was poisoned by 2 kinds of drugs. Song Jiayang exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Lei, Uncle Fu, are you 2 all right?" Upon seeing that it was Song Jiayang, Lei Laohu anxiously said, "Miss, run." Yang Wei looked at Song Jiayang, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, and his mouth was practically watering. "Run? Today I'll make sure you don't get away." Suddenly, Yang Wei saw Song Jiayang, who appeared normal, and his expression changed drastically. "How come you weren't poisoned by the acacia incense?" Yang Wei glanced again at the bath towel Song Jiayang was wearing. and at the lipstick marks all over Ye Feng's face and body, and immediately flew into a rage. He cured you of the poison? The poison of this mimosa incense can be automatically neutralized by having sexual relations with someone of the opposite sex. Seeing the two of them come out of the room together and look at them now, anyone would assume that they had just had a big fight and had been cured of the poison. Yang Wei felt like he was doing all the work for someone else. Seeing the miserable state of Lei Laohu and Fu Bo, who raised her, Song Jiaoyang was burning with rage. A sharp cry rang out. "You bastard, I'll take your life." After saying that, Song Jiaoyang slapped Yang Wei hard with her jade hand, but Yang Wei just smiled slightly and gently grabbed Song Jiaoyang with his big hand. Song Jiaoyang was shocked. She tried to circulate her energy, but it felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Yang Wei gave a lewd smile. "I don't know what method you used to neutralize the poison of the soft Tinden incense. However, after using the softening Tinden incense to detoxify, one's hands and feet will remain weak for several hours." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang shouted angrily, "You're despicable. If you've got the guts, come at me fair and square." Yang Wei scoffed and said, "This isn't despicable, it's just that our Yang family has power. As long as you stay in a hotel in Kunming, I only need to say one sentence to the staff, and I can put a sleeping potion in your room." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang was utterly disheartened. She would rather die than suffer the humiliation inflicted by Yang Wei. "Kill me then." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei licked his lips. "Kill you? I couldn't bear to. I'll make you wish you were dead. I want my men to enjoy every inch of your body with me." Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, each of the dozen or so men Yang Wei brought with them revealed a lewd look in their eyes. Yang Wei is extremely perverted in his manipulation of women. If a woman is someone he cannot pursue normally, he will bring along others to forcibly violate and abuse her. But I've never seen a beauty like Song Jiaoyang before. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Song Jiaoyang could hardly believe her ears. Could there really be such a perverted man in the world? Yang Wei, who was standing right in front of Song Jiaoyang, could no longer contain himself and reached out his hand towards Song Jiaoyang's bath towel. "Little girl, why don't you show your body to everyone first?" Just as Yang Wei's large hand grabbed Song Jiaoyang's bath towel, Ye Feng forcefully pulled Yang Wei's hand away. Seeing that Ye Feng could still move and that his hands were quite strong, he looked surprised. "The softening incense has no effect on you?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng said indifferently, "How could such a low-class sleeping potion be effective against me?" Yang Wei narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, realizing he had underestimated the young man. "Previously at Yangchun Pavilion, I only witnessed the abilities of Song Jiaoyang, Lei Laohu, and Uncle Fu, and always thought Ye Feng was just a follower. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng also has some skills. But even if you can deal with the soft Tinden incense, so what? In the face of overwhelming power, the ability to detoxify is so insignificant. Kid, you dare to interfere in my business? Court death." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, and he also felt murderous intent towards Yang Wei. Lei Laohu and the others had spared his life before, but instead of being grateful, he drugged and attacked them again. They even wanted to insult Song Jiaoyang. Such scum should not be left unpunished. It is against all reason and justice. Just as Yang Wei was about to attack Ye Feng suddenly exerted a strong force with his large hand, and Yang Wei felt pain and released his grip on Song Jiaoyang's bath towel. Afterwards, he felt a sudden wave of weakness throughout his body. Under the immense force of Ye Feng's large hand, Yang Wei couldn't even stand up and knelt directly on the ground. Yang Wei's men were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. He was just cursing the other person for asking for death. How come he's kneeling down now? Just as everyone was about to step forward to help, Yang Wei suddenly shouted, "Don't move. He has my pulse point locked." Yang Wei's men were terrified upon hearing this and immediately stopped what they were doing. Song Jiaoyang, who was standing to the side, also breathed a sigh of relief and tightly protected her bath towel. "Just now I thought I was doomed, but luckily Ye Feng caught the thief by capturing the king first." As a doctor, Ye Feng had learned this pulse detecting technique since childhood. He could grasp the pulse point the instant the wrist was held by him. A martial artist can easily control a person's life or death by seizing their pulse point. At this moment, Yang Wei's life or death was entirely in Ye Feng's hands, so Yang Wei naturally dared not let his subordinates act rashly. He desperately begged for mercy. "Please, let me go. I will never cause you any more trouble." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled faintly, and nodded. "Let you go, all right. But please don't lay a hand on me." Ye Feng then immediately let go of her hand. Song Jiaoyang's face changed drastically with anxiety. Is Ye Feng stupid? The other side has a large number of people and is powerful, while his side has no fighting power except for Ye Feng. We finally captured the bandit king, and now we're just letting him go? That's suicide. Chapter 82 Meridians Destroyed. As expected, Yang Wei, now free, immediately changed his tune. Haha kid, you actually believed such a clumsy lie? Dare to touch my pulse and stop me from having sex with this woman. I'm going to break your arms and legs, and then play with her in front of you. After saying that, Yang Wei took a deep breath, then threw out both fists and punched Ye Feng hard. Ye Feng stood still, showing no intention of dodging, as if he was just waiting for Yang Wei to hit him. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was extremely anxious. What was wrong with Ye Feng today? Even if Uncle Lei's strength far surpasses Yang Wei's, he would still be seriously injured if he took Yang Wei's attack without dodging or blocking, let alone Ye Feng. Yang Wei's sinister smile was visible as he was about to strike Ye Feng's chest with both hands. Yang Wei suddenly felt his blood rush to his chest, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He weakly knelt on the ground, panting heavily as he looked at Ye Feng in horror. Seeing the terrified look in Yang Wei's eyes, Ye Feng smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you, never lay a hand on me? Yang Wei said weakly. What? What exactly did you do? Ye Feng said calmly. It's nothing, I just crippled the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian on your arm, so you can forget about ever using martial arts to harm anyone again in this lifetime. If you still want to resort to violence, this is what will happen to you. Yang Wei was both shocked and furious upon hearing this. He was shocked because Ye Feng had crippled his arm's Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian in just a moment. This requires a deep understanding of acupoints and meridians in the human body. No wonder he has a way to detoxify. He must be a doctor. What angered him was that this would render all his martial arts skills useless. Yang Wei said cruelly, your medical skills are indeed very strong, but no matter how strong your medical skills are, you can't save yourself when you're about to die. Yang Wei said to his men, go get him. Tear this kid to pieces. Seeing the crowd about to rush forward, Ye Feng instinctively shielded Song Jiaoyang behind him. Seeing Ye Feng's subconscious action, Song Jiaoyang was deeply moved. However, he was also somewhat worried. Yang Wei's men seemed to be similar to the previous security guards, all of them well trained. If Uncle Lei were to deal with it alone, it shouldn't be a big problem. The question is whether Ye Feng could handle it. At the critical moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Stop it, all of you. A man dressed in designer clothes and a suit walked over from a distance. When Yang Wei's men saw the man, they all knelt down in shock. Yang Wei himself was also very surprised to see the man. Patriarch, why aren't you on the cruise ship preparing for the auction? Why have you suddenly come here? That's right, the man is Yang Xinyu, the current acting head of the family. The Yang family was truly second only to the emperor, above all others. Yang Xinyu walked up to Yang Wei and slapped him hard across the face. You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Mr. Yi? Do you know that Mr. Yi is the patriarch's savior? Yang Wei turned pale with fright upon hearing this. He did know that 3 years ago, a miracle doctor had pulled the old patriarch back from the brink of death. But I never expected it to be Ye Feng. Yang Wei quickly knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Xinyu, saying, Patriarch, I really didn't know. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please spare my life. Mr. Yi has already destroyed the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian on my arm. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinyu looked at Ye Feng with surprise. Mr. Yi truly lived up to his reputation. Such miraculous medical skills, capable of both saving and killing, truly make a divine healer. Since Mr. Yi has already punished you, I will spare your life. From now on, you are not allowed to say that you are a member of the Yang family, and don't let me see you in Chunqing again. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei clenched his fists tightly. There were quite a few direct descendants of the Yang family. He had distinguished himself among the many direct descendants of the Yang family by learning martial arts from a young age and became the steward of Yangcheng. Training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, only they know the hardships they endured. I never imagined that all the good deeds I've accumulated over the years would be lost in a single day. Although he hated it, he had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Yang Xinyu had seen Ye Feng's photo at the patriarch's place before, which is why he recognized Ye Feng at a glance. He quickly stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Yang Xinyu. I'm so sorry about what happened today. It's unfortunate that such a scoundrel came into our family. Yang Xinyu didn't know why Yang Wei and Ye Feng had a conflict. He only knew that after Ye Feng sent his location, he gave instructions on his work and then rushed over. I was sure I saw this, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Yang Xinyu saw Song Jiaoyang behind Ye Feng. She was so charming and beautiful, and she was even wrapped in a bath towel. Looking at Ye Feng's face and body covered in hickeys, could it be that Yang Wei and Mr. Yi had a conflict because of this beautiful woman? He also knew Yang Wei's perverted nature. However, considering that Yang Wei was quite capable and usually only dealt with ordinary people, so he wouldn't cause any trouble for his family, they couldn't be bothered to bother with him. May I ask who this gentleman is? Ye Feng quickly introduced. This is Song Jiaoyang. Yang Xinyu looked like he understood. Everything was exactly as he had expected. This Song Jiaoyang must be Mr. Ye's lover. The two are being intimate in the room. Yang Wei, for some reason, encountered the beautiful Song Jiaoyang and led a group to snatch her away, resulting in this scene. This explains why Mr. Yi did not attend the auction with his wife, Zhou Shiya. Instead, he asked for another invitation, this one for his lover. But Mr. Yi, aren't you worried about running into someone at the auction? Well, Mr. Yi may have his reasons. I'll just try my best to cover for him. Yang Xinyu quickly took out the invitation and handed it to Song Jiaoyang. Miss Song, this is your invitation. Song Jiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her name on the invitation. With this invitation, I can go to the auction. Although this trip to Kunming has been somewhat bumpy, I'm almost there to achieve my goal. Song Jiaoyang cupped her hands in thanks to Yang Xinyu. Thank you, young Master Yang. Yang Xinyu returned the greeting with a cupped hand. Since Miss Song is Mr. Ye's girlfriend, she is an honored guest of our Yang family. This is nothing to worry about. Song Jiaoyang did not refute the matter of Ye Feng having a girlfriend. Then she secretly glanced at Ye Feng, and, surprisingly, he did not refute it either. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Ye Feng sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute it, but with that lipstick mark on his face, no one would believe him anyway. Then he urged Ye Feng, go and see how Uncle Lei and Uncle Fu are doing. Ye Feng quickly escorted Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu into their room for treatment. Yang Xinyu delivered the invitation and also gave Ye Feng a slight bow. Mr. Yi, I'll head back now. Chapter 83. You are a divorced woman. On the other hand, inside Yang Cheng's presidential suite, Zhou Zitong said worriedly, Sister, let's go back to Jiangxing City. Chunqing is too dangerous. We're going back with my brother-in-law. Gao Ting, who was showing off her luxurious presidential suite on her WeChat moments, hurriedly dropped her phone after hearing Zhou Zitong's words. What? Back to Jiangxing City. The next head of the Yang family has taken a liking to your sister. If we don't hurry up and go see him, wouldn't we be ungrateful? Also, starting tomorrow, you can no longer call that good-for-nothing Ye Feng brother-in-law, lest young Master Yang Xinyu find out. Zhou Zitong pouted angrily. We've never even met that Yang Xinyu. What if he's a bad guy like Yang Wei? And my brother-in-law is such a good person, he loves my sister so much. Gao Ting pinched Zhou Zitong's tender arm hard in anger. You brat, are you trying to make me angry to death? If your sister finds a rich man, won't that be good for you in the future? If you dare to spout nonsense at the auction tomorrow, I'll strangle you. Gao Ting is much older than Zhou Zitong and has been taking care of Zhou Zitong since she was a child. Zhou Zitong was too scared to speak after being pinched, and she pouted as she returned to her bed. Gao Ting quickly came to Zhou Shiya's side. Shiya, you can't be as silly as Zitong. You'd better seize the opportunity tomorrow. Zhou Shiya was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Seize the opportunity? Gao Ting nodded repeatedly. Yes, seize the opportunity. You'll get to meet young Master Yang Xinyu tomorrow. The opportunity is right in front of you. Zhou Shiya blushed slightly upon hearing this. But I don't know him at all. How can I seize the opportunity? Gao Ting slapped her forehead, realizing how equally foolish the two sisters were, and quickly said, You're a married woman. Do I need to teach you this? Young Master Yang Xinyu has been helping you quietly for 3 years. Isn't he just waiting to see you tomorrow? It's been 3 years. Think about it. What would a man want to do most after holding back for 3 years? Zhou Shiya's eyes widened. Why was her cousin bringing this up again? Seeing Zhou Shiya's expression, Gao Ting quickly said, Why are you looking at me like that? If you just sleep with young Master Yang Xinyu, you can immediately ask him to marry you, and that will solve the problem, right? Don't forget, you're a divorced woman. If young Master Yang Xinyu finds out, you won't even have a chance anymore. Zhou Shiya felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing Gao Ting's words. Does being divorced mean you have to be inferior to your new partner in a new marriage? Seeing that Zhou Shiya seemed undecided, Gao Ting continued. Think about it. Why did you bring Zhou Zitong here? You brought Zhou Zitong here so that she could face reality, see the value of money in this world, and stop being so immersed in a fairy tale world, right? Zhou Shiya nodded gently. Indeed, that was the purpose of her bringing Zhou Zitong here. Gao Ting clapped her hands excitedly. That's right. How could you be so confused about yourself? Women will get married sooner or later. Why don't you find yourself a rich man? Do you want to find someone like Ye Feng again? Zhou Shiya was in utter confusion upon hearing this. Yes, the next head of the Yang family was so outstanding. He should be the best candidate for a spouse. However, she still couldn't get together with a strange man quickly. Gao Ting said angrily, I'm saying this for the last time. You're a divorced woman, and this might be your only chance. If you don't seize this opportunity, you won't have a chance to marry young Master Yang in the future. On the 20th floor of the high-rise building, Zhou Shiya looked out at the bustling traffic, her mind in turmoil. You are a divorced woman. You are a divorced woman. Gao Ting's words echoed in Zhou Shiya's mind like a curse. The next morning, Lei Laohu and Fu Bo had recovered most of their injuries, thanks to Ye Feng's treatment. Lei Laohu said weakly with gratitude, "Cough, cough, Mr. Yi. This is the second time you have saved my life." Ye Feng waved his hand. "I am a doctor, and it is my duty to heal." Lei Laohu nodded. "I can't thank you enough for such a great kindness. If I have the chance in the future, I will repay Mr. Yi even if it means going through fire and water." Although Ye Feng wanted to dissuade him, he knew that people in the martial arts world valued loyalty above all else. If he kept refusing, Lei Laohu would definitely think that he looked down on him. "Anyway, I don't think I'll do anything to make Lei Laohu go through fire and water." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Song Jiaoyang quickly went to open the door and saw an old man with a righteous look standing outside. Upon seeing Song Jiaoyang, the old man spoke first. "You must be Miss Song." "Hello, I am Yang Zhong, the butler of the Yang family." Upon hearing the old man's words, Song Jiaoyang was taken aback. The Yang family steward was no ordinary person. It should be noted that stewards are the confidants of the head of the household. Even among the most trusted members, none hold a higher position than the stewards. "Hello, Butler Yang." Yang Zhong smiled slightly and was very polite to Song Jiaoyang. Yang Xinyu had repeatedly told him this before he came. Song Jiaoyang is the lover of Mr. Yi, the savior of the family head. She can't be offended. In case any high-ranking member of the Yang family falls seriously ill in the future, they will all have to rely on this miracle doctor. "Miss Song, my young master instructed me to take a few people to the seaside hotel to attend the auction." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang's face lit up with joy. The auction was finally approaching, bringing her closer and closer to her goal. "Uncle Lei, Uncle Fu, let's hurry up and pack up." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu quickly packed their belongings. At this moment, Yang Zhong saw Ye Feng standing inside the house. He had seen Ye Feng's photos twice before, but he was still quite shocked to see him in person this time. Yang Zhong was a man of the world. He knew that many skilled doctors had long beards. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, one can only achieve some success by immersing oneself in it for many years. Yet Ye Feng, at such a young age, was able to cure ailments that even the most skilled doctors in the medical field had been unable to cure. This is simply unbelievable. "Mr. Yi, my young master has some matters to attend to, so I will pick you up to go to the auction. I hope you don't mind. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Ye Feng nodded slightly. Why would he find fault with the Yang family? The Yang family had shown him great respect for the auction, sending out 3 invitations in total. The 4 of them then followed Yang Zhong out of the hotel. A limousine was already parked outside, waiting at the entrance. The 4 of them got into the car. The car sped away, heading towards the Yang family's seaside hotel. Chapter 84, entering the venue. Soon, the group arrived at the seaside hotel. The cruise ship is currently docked at the shore. Yang Zhong quickly introduced to Ye Feng. "Mr. Yi, this is our Yang family's floating hotel." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng gave him a quick glance. The cruise ship was enormous. It could easily accommodate over 1,000 people at once. Led by Yang Zhong, Ye Feng and his group slowly walked inside. What came into view was a magnificent hall, but it was empty at the moment. Ye Feng and his group must have been the first guests to enter. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly noticed a large plaque made of pure gold hanging in the hall, with the words written on it, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." These 5 large characters read. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled helplessly. The Yang family was just too rich. Yang Zhong, who was standing nearby, quickly explained, "In all these years, the Yang family has never welcomed anyone with words or speech at any gathering. This time, our young master Yang specially ordered this golden plaque to highlight that Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of our Yang family. In this way, every guest who comes today will know that Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of the Yang family, and that offending Mr. Yi is to offend the Yang family." Ye Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. After all, it was a kind gesture from them, and he couldn't be cold to them. Yang Zhong glanced at his watch and said calmly, "Mr. Yi, the guests have been boarding the ship one after another. I'll go and greet them. If you need anything, just tell me." After saying this, Yang Zhong hurriedly left to attend to the other guests. Ye Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, "Wasn't it supposed to be an auction? Why hasn't it started yet?" Song Jiaoyang slowly explained, "The Xiao family will be bringing out many rare treasures at this auction, things that the Yang family doesn't usually see. Therefore, many wealthy and powerful people from both inside and outside the province will come. The Yang family wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit these important figures, so they extended the event to 3 days." Ye Feng was taken aback. "I didn't expect the Yang family to make this auction so complicated. Song Jiaoyang gently shook her head. Actually, the people who participated in the auction were very supportive of the Yang family's approach, because it allowed them to meet more people from high society and perhaps even do some business. The first day was just a process for everyone to get to know each other. We all drank, ate, and chatted together in the lobby. There will be a dance on the second day to facilitate socializing, and the real auction will be on the third day. Important people usually come on the second or third day, so we need to go see them for treatment tomorrow or the day after. Ye Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Ye family from Longdu would not be coming today. After all, the Ye family was a much larger family than the Yang family. Since we're already here, a day or two won't make a difference. At that moment, Lei Laohu suddenly started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu still looked rather grim. Although Ye Feng was a highly skilled doctor, their injuries were too severe. To fully recover, you will need to rest for another 2 or 3 days. Knowing their physical condition, Ye Feng quickly said, they need to rest and recuperate. It will be too noisy if there are too many people around. Song Jiaoyang quickly said, I'll take Uncle Fu and Uncle Lei to the lounge. You wait for me here. Ye Feng nodded. Song Jiaoyang suddenly rolled her eyes and whispered seductively in Ye Feng's ear, Darling, while I'm gone, don't let other women hit on you. Ye Feng was taken aback. Trying to pick someone up? Why would a guy like me get hit on? If anyone were to be hit on, it would be a man hitting on a beautiful woman like Song Jiaoyang. Song Jiaoyang nodded. Yeah, it's about striking up a conversation. At these kinds of gatherings, there are always some women who want to curry favor with the powerful and wealthy, and try to get close to the men. You have to be careful. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. They're just trying to climb the social ladder by associating with rich people. Do I look like a rich person? Song Jiaoyang looked Ye Feng up and down. He was dressed in cheap clothes from head to toe, and he certainly didn't look like a rich person. Considering Ye Feng's abilities and the fact that he had the Yang family support Zhou Shiya behind her back for 3 years, Song Jiaoyang felt sorry for Ye Feng. Despite helping Zhou Shiya earn so much money, Zhou Shiya didn't even bother to buy Ye Feng a few decent outfits. This wife is such a failure. Song Jiaoyang gently straightened Ye Feng's collar. Darling, when we return to Jiangxing City, I'll take you to buy some clothes. Ye Feng looked surprised when he heard this. You're buying me clothes? No woman has ever bought clothes for Ye Feng before. Ye Feng himself has never cared about his clothes, so he only ever wears a few cheap items from street vendors. Song Jiaoyang smiled charmingly. I'm already yours. What's wrong with buying you a couple of clothes? Ye Feng was speechless. The two of them clearly had no relationship, but Song Jiaoyang always made it sound like they were already together. Song Jiaoyang quickly helped Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu to the restroom, as she would have to come back to keep Ye Feng company later. If other women knew Ye Feng's abilities, his relationship with the Yang family, and that the Mr. Yi on the plaque was Ye Feng, countless people would go to great lengths to buy clothes for Ye Feng. After Song Jiaoyang left, Ye Feng casually found a stool and sat down. A steady stream of men, women, and children entered through the entrance, each dressed in luxurious and extravagant attire. Just as Song Jiaoyang had said, these people started asking each other about their assets and businesses after they came in. Although they act as warmly as old friends, every word and every step they take is actually a test to see if the other party is of any use to them. At this moment, Zhou Shiya and the other two slowly arrived outside the cruise ship. Looking at the magnificent cruise ship, Gao Ting's eyes widened. She realized that she had been too narrow-minded in the past, thinking that Zhou Shiya would marry young Master Yang, and she would take over Zhou Shiya's company. It seems that only by staying by Zhou Shiya's side can one obtain more wealth and status. Looking at the huge cruise ship, Gao Ting could already imagine Zhou Shiya's future life of luxury after marrying Yang Xinyu. Shiya, after you marry into the Yang family, you must take your cousin with you. It's not that I'm after wealth and status. It's just that the intricacies of this large family are unfathomable. I'm afraid you'll be bullied because you're all alone. You don't need to thank your cousin. Just leave this seaside hotel to her to manage from now on. Zhou Shiya was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. She didn't even know Yang Xinyu herself, so how could Gao Ting have thought about things after marriage? Gao Ting's words had just attracted the attention of those around them, who all looked at the three of them. Zhou Shiya felt extremely embarrassed and quickly said, Cousin, people are laughing at us. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting looked smugly at the crowd around her. Humph, my cousin will be the wife of the next head of the Yang family in the future. Use your eyes. After speaking, Gao Ting walked into the seaside hotel with her head held high, leaving everyone looking on in disbelief. Chapter 85 The Chun Family of Chunqing. Looking ahead, Gao Ting stood tall and proud, her words just now, and the strange looks from those around her. The two sisters, Zhou Shiya and Zhou Zitong, felt their faces burning and lowered their heads to follow behind. Upon entering the lobby of the seaside hotel, Gao Ting was instantly captivated by its opulent splendor. Underfoot was an imported American carpet. Above him was a French crystal chandelier worth millions, and all the surrounding decorations were imported luxury goods. At this moment, the waiter had already set out rows of high-end red wines and various Western snacks. Gao Ting was speechless when she picked up a bottle of red wine. It was a wine she couldn't normally afford. They just casually put it here and let people drink from it. Gao Ting asked Zhou Zitong behind her, "How is it?" Zhou Zitong asked, somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean, how?" Gao Ting sighed, looking disappointed. "Look at your new brother-in-law's business. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Don't mention Ye Feng again." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong pouted and said, "Humph, I only have one brother-in-law, Ye Feng. I don't have any new brother-in-law. Maybe this floating hotel is welcoming my brother-in-law, but he wouldn't even bother coming here." Upon hearing this, Gao Ting laughed so hard, she almost fell over. Ye Feng was already afraid of Yang Wei's retaliation, so he slunk back to Jiangxing City. Such a high-class place welcomes Ye Feng? He wouldn't even be qualified to be a waiter here. Silly child, stop daydreaming. Zhou Zitong was furious when she heard Gao Ting talking badly about Ye Feng again. Just as she was about to argue with Gao Ting, she suddenly saw the pure gold plaque hanging in the most conspicuous place. Zhou Zitong excitedly pointed at the plaque, jumping up and down as she said, "Look, look. Doesn't it say welcome brother-in-law over there?" Gao Ting and Zhou Shiya followed Zhou Zitong's finger and looked over, and they both saw the golden plaque. Gao Ting said dismissively, "Mr. Yi is Ye Feng? There are many people with the surname Yi. Maybe he's some important figure. Can't you wake up a little?" Zhou Zitong seemed not to have heard Gao Ting's words, looking at the golden plaque with a face full of joy. "I can sense that this is definitely to welcome my brother-in-law." Gao Ting glanced disdainfully at Zhou Zitong, who was staring at her with a lovesick expression, and suddenly asked a strange question. "Why do you always think Ye Feng is so great? You haven't fallen for that good-for-nothing, have you?" Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically. How come she had never thought of this before? Upon hearing Gao Ting's words, Zhou Zitong blushed like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and kept explaining herself. "Cousin, don't talk nonsense. Brother-in-law, how could I have fallen for you?" Zhou Shiya wasn't stupid either. Seeing Zhou Zitong's behavior, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Zhou Zitong's current appearance is clearly like that of a young girl in love whose secret has been exposed. That damned Ye Feng. What kind of bewitching potion did he give his sister? No, when I get back to Jiangxing, I must talk to Ye Feng and make things clear. I need to stay away from my sister. Just then, an excited man's voice came from the side. "Zitong, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things." The three of them looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man who was about the same age as Zhou Zitong, who excitedly walked over from the side. After walking over, the man showered Zhou Zitong with concern, saying, "Zitong, why didn't you tell me you were in Chunqing? I would have personally welcomed you. Why are you attending this auction?" Seeing the man's enthusiastic manner, Zhou Zitong's cute little face almost twitched together, making her look like a cartoon steamed bun. It's not hard to see that Zhou Zitong really dislikes men. The man's name is Chen Guitao, and he is Zhou Zitong's senior. He pursued Zhou Zitong madly after meeting her at the freshman welcome party. Zhou Zitong didn't like Chen Guitao at all. Although she rejected him, she didn't feel any aversion towards him. It was only later that I discovered he was a notorious playboy in the whole school, who, relying on his family's wealth, dated 7 or 8 girlfriends at the same time. Moreover, he frequently changes girlfriends, and each time he gets one, the novelty wears off for 3 days before he ruthlessly dumps her. Moreover, during this time, he relentlessly pursued Zhou Zitong, which greatly annoyed her. "Hey, Chen Guitao, I've told you so many times, can you just call me by my name? Could you please stop calling me Zitong?" Seeing that Zhou Zitong was about to get angry, and having learned about her temper after pursuing her for a while, Chen Guitao quickly changed his tune. "I'm sorry, Zhou Zitong, I was just too excited to see you." When Gao Ting saw Chen Guitao, she looked him up and down. He was dressed in designer brands from head to toe, and he looked like a rich young master. Moreover, Gao Ting knew that those who could come to this auction were not ordinary young masters. For example, none of the young masters in Jiangxing City were qualified to come. Therefore, it can be concluded that this Chen Guitao is definitely not an ordinary person. He quickly said to Zhou Zitong, "Zitong, why don't you introduce yourself?" Zhou Zitong really didn't want to talk to Chen Guitao, but Gao Ting spoke up, so she reluctantly introduced them. "This is Chen Guitao, my senior from university." Then she said to Chen Guitao, "This is my older sister Zhou Shiya, and my cousin Gao Ting." Chen Guitao saw Zhou Zitong in the distance and hurriedly ran over, not noticing Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting beside him. Looking at it now, it's a pleasant surprise. No wonder she's Zhou Zitong's older sister. She's so beautiful. Her charm is something Zhou Zitong, who's only a freshman, can't match. As for Gao Ting standing to the side, she paled in comparison to the two of them. Having pursued Zhou Zitong for so long, he decided to try his luck with her older sister today. Chen Guitao quickly put on a gentlemanly air and said to the two women, "Greetings, ladies. My name is Chen Guitao, from the Chen family. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Gao Ting's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she quickly asked, "Which Chen family?" Seeing Gao Ting's reaction, Chen Guitao was secretly pleased. This was the kind of reaction a normal person should have, unlike Zhou Zitong, who always disregarded her own identity. Chen Guitao usually used this method to woo female college students. First, he would reveal his identity to surprise and inspire their admiration, and then he would make his move. It was always a sure thing. Chen Guitao coughed lightly twice. Ahem, in Chuncheon, who else dares to call themselves the Chen family? Gao Ting was overjoyed. It was indeed as she had thought. However, she still asked, the four major families of Chuncheon and the Chen family, which was named after the Yang family? Chapter 86: An Encounter with Ye Feng. Chen Guitao nodded slightly. That's right, exactly. At this moment, Gao Ting was so excited she almost jumped up. It was obvious that Chen Guitao liked Zhou Zitong. With the next head of the Yang family as her brother-in-law, and now with a brother-in-law from the Chen family, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wants in Chuncheon? No, Zhou Zitong is such a silly girl. She doesn't know how lucky she is. It seems she doesn't want to accept Chen Guitao's pursuit. For the sake of my future wealth and glory, I must help Chen Guitao. Gao Ting quickly said to Chen Guitao, "We sisters are not familiar with Chuncheon and don't know anyone. Why don't you come with us, Mr. Chen? You can look after us sisters." Chen Guitao was overjoyed upon hearing this. His cousin Zhou Zitong was truly sensible. In that case, I shall accept your offer. Rest assured, gentlemen, with the reputation of the Chen family, we will definitely be able to take good care of you. Zhou Zitong was so anxious at the sight that she almost cried. She was so annoyed with Chen Guitao. Why did her cousin keep him around? "Cousin, what are you doing?" Gao Ting glared at Zhou Zitong fiercely. "You little brat, you don't know any better. What's wrong with having young Master Chen looking after us? Shiya, don't you agree?" Gao Ting winked at Zhou Shiya, who was standing to the side. Zhou Shiya saw Gao Ting's expression and understood what Gao Ting meant. "I've thought about it for a while. Now that Zhou Zitong likes Ye Feng, that's absolutely unacceptable. Putting aside the fact that Ye Feng is a good-for-nothing man, the most important thing is that Ye Feng is her ex-husband. Chen Guitao is a member of the Chen family, which is something Ye Feng can't compare to. So, let's create an opportunity for the young man to get to know him first. I think it's really good. Let's go with young Master Chen." When Zhou Zitong saw that even her sister wanted to keep Chen Guitao, her eyes turned red with anger. "Humph, if you like being with him, then you can be with him." After saying that, Zhou Zitong pouted and walked to the side. Zhou Zitong usually avoided Chen Guitao at school, which made it difficult for Chen Guitao to make a move. Now that he finally had a chance to be with Zhou Zitong openly, how could Chen Guitao miss it? He quickly followed after her. Zitong, where are you going?" "I come to this seaside hotel often, and I know it very well. I'll go with you." Zhou Zitong turned her head angrily and said furiously, "I'm going to take a dump. Do you want to come with me?" The usually gentle Zhou Zitong even used the word poop in public to reject Chen Guitao, which shows how much she dislikes him. Chen Guitao immediately felt embarrassed. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Zhou Zitong glared at Chen Guitao and said, "Then you can just wait here." Then she turned and left without looking back. Seeing Chen Guitao's embarrassment, Gao Ting quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. "Young Master Chen, please don't mind her, my cousin is just like that. The closer you are to your own family, the less formal you are. We were arguing just before you came here." "Family members?" Chen Guitao's eyes lit up when he heard that. With this cousin around, things are going to work out with Zhou Zitong today. So he quickly struck up a conversation with Gao Ting. "Cousin, your skin is so beautiful. After the auction, go to our family's cosmetics store and get a few sets of imported cosmetics." Upon hearing this, Gao Ting burst into laughter. Chen Guitao and Zhou Zitong weren't even officially a couple yet, and he was already giving her a gift. He's a rich and generous guy. If this works out, I'll have a good life from now on. When Zhou Zitong came out of the restroom, she saw her cousin and Chen Guitao chatting enthusiastically in the distance. The happy laughter was so loud that I could hear it even from so far away. Zhou Zitong pouted and got even angrier. "If you like him so much, why don't you date him? You two can talk. I'm not going back. I'm not keeping you waiting." With that, Zhou Zitong turned around and angrily walked in the other direction. As soon as he turned his head, he bumped into a strong chest, lost his balance, and fell backward. Immediately afterwards, a large hand grabbed her waist, and she was pulled into the embrace of this unfamiliar chest. Zhou Zitong was completely stunned and struggled to get out in fright. Just then, a familiar voice was heard. "Silly girl, why aren't you watching where you're going?" Zhou Zitong heard a familiar and gentle voice, and she raised her head in disbelief. The man who came into view was none other than the man she had been longing for day and night, her brother-in-law Ye Feng. Zhou Zitong exclaimed in surprise, "Brother-in-law, is it really you?" Ye Feng smiled slightly and gently stroked Zhou Zitong's nose with his index finger. "Of course it's me, silly girl, don't you recognize your brother-in-law?" Zhou Zitong happily hugged Ye Feng. Last time at the restaurant, she didn't even have a chance to talk to Ye Feng because Yang Wei ruined it. "We can't let Ye Feng get away again. Brother-in-law, please don't leave me again, okay?" Ye Feng felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing this, knowing that this little girl was reluctant to part with him, but he still had his parents' affairs to deal with. She could only say gently, "Brother-in-law, I have something to take care of. I'll keep you company once I've finished." Zhou Zitong asked in disbelief, "Brother-in-law, is everything you said true?" Ye Feng smiled slightly. "Of course it's true." Zhou Zitong clung to Ye Feng like a koala, overjoyed. She was wearing Zhou Shiya's dress for the auction. It was inappropriate to hang it on myself in public, so I quickly said, "Get off quickly, so many people are watching." Only then did Zhou Zitong notice the crowd watching, so she stuck out her pink tongue and quickly got off Ye Feng. "Hee, brother-in-law, I knew you would come today." Ye Feng was puzzled when he heard this. "How did you know?" Zhou Zitong pointed to the golden plaque in the distance. "It says, 'Welcome Mr. Ye' on it, so I have a feeling it must be my brother-in-law." Although my cousin and sister both said it wasn't him, I was absolutely certain in my heart that it must be my brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, is that Mr. Yi in the picture you?" Ye Feng almost laughed when he heard this. This little girl's sixth sense was quite strong. Looking at Ye Feng's expression, Zhou Zitong knew she had guessed correctly. At this moment, Zhou Zitong's stomach made a rumbling sound. Since arriving in Chunqing and witnessing Yang Wei's methods, Zhou Zitong has been so frightened that she has lost her appetite and wants to leave. She is also very worried about Yang Wei taking revenge on Ye Feng, so she barely ate anything yesterday. Seeing Ye Feng in such a good mood today made my stomach start to protest. Seeing Ye Feng looking at her, Zhou Zitong stuck out her tongue. "I didn't eat last night." Chapter 87. Stay away from my sister. Ye Feng's face hardened upon hearing this. "Why aren't you eating properly? What will happen to your body?" Seeing Ye Feng's stern face, Zhou Zitong said somewhat aggrievedly, "I'm worried about my brother-in-law, so I can't eat." Ye Feng was deeply moved by Zhou Zitong's words. He said to Zhou Zitong, "Let's go over there and eat something delicious. I just saw lots of delicious food." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong quickly nodded, then looked warily at Gao Ting and Zhou Shiya. It was a good opportunity for her and her brother-in-law to go to the other side, away from her sisters, so that her cousin wouldn't bully her brother-in-law again. Okay, let's hurry up and go." As she spoke, Zhou Zitong grabbed Ye Feng's large hand with her soft little hand, lifted the hem of her dress with her left hand, and ran away in her high heels. Ye Feng said with a smile, slow down. High heels are unsteady. Be careful not to fall." Soon the two arrived at the Western food area. Looking at the dazzling array of Western dishes, Zhou Zitong felt her eyes were opened. Zhou Zitong's high school life was very stressful, and she never had the chance to eat Western food. After entering university, although her older sister gave her a lot of pocket money, Zhou Zitong never spent money recklessly except for eating boxed meals in the school cafeteria. Because the money belonged to her older sister, she didn't want to spend it recklessly, and this was the first time she had ever seen Western food. Zhou Zitong picked up a small plate and quickly went to taste it. The food in front of her made her eyes light up. "Wow, what is this? It's so delicious." Ye Feng slowly explained from the side. "This is French foie gras." Zhou Zitong nodded, pointed to another one, and asked, "Then what is this?" Ye Feng said calmly, "Red wine pheasant. You can't eat it because you're allergic to alcohol." Hearing that she couldn't eat it, Zhou Zitong pouted and left dejectedly. "Then can I eat this?" Ye Feng nodded. "You can eat this bouillabaisse." Zhou Zitong took a bite, and it was indeed incredibly delicious. Zhou Zitong's eyes curved like crescent moons, and no matter what kind of food it was, Ye Feng would know everything about it if she asked him. They can also talk about the history and culture of the food and answer a series of interesting questions. Just like when I first met Ye Feng, he knew the answer to whatever question I asked him. At that time, Zhou Zitong really liked this brother-in-law. He was knowledgeable, polite, and kind to his sister. How could such a knowledgeable brother-in-law be useless? My sister is so foolish. Time flew by with Ye Feng. Zhou Zitong had eaten her fill and was feeling a bit greasy when she spotted some bread in the distance. Thinking that eating some bread would fill me up, I grabbed the plate and started picking up bread. Ye Feng was about to stop it when he saw this, but then he smiled and looked like he was waiting to see a good show. Zhou Zitong picked up a piece of bread, put it in her mouth, and then took a big bite. Zhou Zitong was almost in tears and instinctively spat out the bread. Brother-in-law, what kind of bread is this? It's so hard, it's almost breaking my teeth. With teary eyes, Zhou Zitong turned her head and saw Ye Feng smiling at her. She was immediately furious and punched Ye Feng's shoulder hard with her fist. You stinky brother-in-law, you bad brother-in-law. Did you know this bread was hard, and you're just trying to make fun of me? Seeing that Zhou Zitong was crying from the cold, Ye Feng quickly said, this is a French baguette. When it gets hard, it's as hard as a stick. When I was in France, my neighbor, an old lady, saw a homeless man and gave him a piece of bread to eat. That night, the homeless man smashed the old lady's window, and the old lady got angry and confronted him. You heartless vagrant, I kindly gave you bread during the day, and you smashed my window with a stone at night. Zhou Zitong listened intently, then said angrily, that homeless man is too wicked. People were kind enough to help him, but he repaid kindness with enmity. People like that don't deserve help. Ye Feng continued. The homeless man was also very angry and roared at the old lady. I didn't use a rock to break your window. I used the baguette you gave me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong burst into laughter. How could there possibly be bread that hard? Seeing that Zhou Zitong had stopped crying, Ye Feng finally smiled with relief. At this moment, Zhou Zitong realized that Ye Feng was making up jokes for her because he saw her crying. My brother-in-law is always so thoughtful, but how come my sister doesn't know how to cherish it? Thinking of this, Zhou Zitong hugged Ye Feng reluctantly. Brother-in-law, how about you and my sister remarry? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's heart trembled. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an angry roar from afar. Ye Feng, let go of my sister. Ye Feng turned his head and saw Zhou Shiya looking angry and Gao Ting walking towards him. The three of them had been waiting for Zhou Zitong for a long time, but when she didn't return, they decided to go look for her. Unexpectedly, they found her hugging Ye Feng here. Chen Guitao, who was standing next to Gao Ting, was consumed by jealousy when he saw Zhou Zitong, whom he had been pursuing for a long time but could not win over, embracing another man in public. He asked Gao Ting, cousin, who is this man? After a brief encounter, Chen Guitao and Gao Ting, each with their own agendas, hit it off immediately, and their relationship is now very close. Gao Ting quickly added fuel to the fire for Chen Guitao, saying, this is Ye Feng, your sister Zhou Shiya's ex-husband. Zhou Zitong really likes him, so she came to ask him out while we weren't looking. You mustn't tell anyone, it's a misfortune for our family. Gao Ting wanted to use the power of Chen Guitao's family to get rid of Ye Feng directly, so that Zhou Zitong could marry Chen Guitao. It can also help Zhou Shiya remove this stain and marry Yang Xinyu with peace of mind. As expected, Chen Guitao was furious upon hearing this. He seriously suspected that Zhou Zitong was no longer a girl and had already slept with Ye Feng. One can even imagine that Ye Feng used to sleep with the beautiful and charming Zhou Shiya at night. During the day, he would secretly play with the innocent and adorable Zhou Zitong. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Damn, this guy's got some nerve. He got to enjoy the company of two beautiful women. How could Chen Guitao not be jealous and angry? Zhou Shiya walked up to Ye Feng first and said angrily, Ye Feng, what are you doing? Could it be that my sister is allergic to alcohol and needs you to hold her for treatment? Doing this in public, have you no shame? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt like he was in a situation where he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, and wanted to explain. Can you let me explain? At this moment, Zhou Shiya was extremely angry and felt very uncomfortable. It's ridiculous enough that her own sister likes her ex-husband, but the worst part is that this ex-husband is actually going to make a move on her. If we don't stop them, the two of them might end up together someday. Get out of my way right now, and stay away from my sister from now on. Never see my sister again. Chapter 88 The Poor Scholar. Seeing her sister arguing with her brother-in-law again, Zhou Zitong quickly went over to mediate. Sister, you've misunderstood brother-in-law? Zhou Shiya sneered, huh? Misunderstanding. He even hugged you. And this is still a misunderstanding? Zhou Zitong was sweating profusely with anxiety. Things were clearly not as her sister thought. All she wanted was for her brother-in-law and sister to remarry. No, it was me who hugged my brother-in-law. Zhou Shiya's eyes widened as she looked at Ye Feng. My sister hugged you? Ye Feng nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, wanting to explain Zhou Zitong's intentions further. Zhou Shiya flew into a rage. My sister hugged you. Couldn't you have dodged? You're a grown man, but you're not as strong as my sister. You seemed pretty tough when you were beating up my brother, so why did you become such a coward when it came to my sister? I think you just want to hug my sister. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Zitong hugging him had become his fault. At this moment, Gao Ting stepped forward from behind. Shiya, she must be trying to sabotage your relationship with young Master Yang. Zhou Shiya frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she hadn't thought about it yet, she still felt very uncomfortable hearing that Ye Feng wanted to sabotage it. Ye Feng really hated Gao Ting. Why didn't she use her imagination to become a detective? Or, if all else failed, she could write novels. Gao Ting, can you stop talking nonsense? I've been putting up with you for a long time. When Gao Ting saw Ye Feng's angry eyes, she remembered the time she was beaten by Ye Feng last time, and subconsciously took a step back. But considering that he was currently at the Yang family's seaside hotel, and that the next head of the Yang family would soon be his brother-in-law, why would he be afraid of Ye Feng? Why are you getting angry because I hit the nail on the head? This is the Yang family's floating hotel. Aren't you afraid that Yang Wei will come looking for revenge? Ye Feng found Gao Ting utterly unreasonable. Besides, Yang Wei was already crippled, so what revenge was there to take? He said, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Then he said to Zhou Zitong, I'm leaving now. I'll come see you again when I have the chance. Unexpectedly, when Gao Ting saw Ye Feng about to leave, she assumed he was afraid of Yang Wei and was trying to run away, so she blocked Ye Feng's path. If you're so capable, why are you running away? Suddenly, Gao Ting seemed to think of something terrible. Her expression changed, and she said warily, Are you going to tell the Yang family? Ye Feng frowned upon hearing this. What could he possibly have done that he could have told the Yang family? Gao Ting continued her logical analysis. You must have heard that the acting head of the Yang family likes Shiya, and that Shiya will soon be the head of the family's wife. You petty guy, you're jealous of Shiya's rise to prominence, and you want to sabotage it. Today I managed to sneak into the seaside hotel, intending to tell the Yang family that Shiya was once married to you, to disgust young Master Yang Xinyu, so that young Master Yang Xinyu will not marry Shiya. Listening to Gao Ting's long and logical analysis, Ye Feng became even angrier. What did Gao Ting take him for? Even if Yang Xinyu's feelings for Zhou Shiya were just a misunderstanding by Gao Ting, he wouldn't hold Zhou Shiya back, no matter who it is. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're boring. Gao Ting gave a cold laugh. Then let me ask you, how did you end up in this seaside hotel? Do you dare say you didn't deliberately sneak up here? Ye Feng almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Is the hotel on the sea yours? Or is this ocean yours? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Gao Ting curled her lip. Everyone knows that if you want to stay at a hotel in Shanghai, you need an invitation from the Yang family. If you're so capable, produce your invitation, and I won't say a word. If you can't produce it, I'll call the Yang family's security guards to throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Ye Feng sneered upon hearing this. First of all, why should I show you an invitation? Just because you're ugly? Secondly, I didn't receive an invitation. I came with my friend, and she brought me here with an invitation. Let me show you the invitation. Do you even have your own invitation? Didn't you come up here with Zhou Shiya? If anyone is to be thrown overboard without an invitation, you should be the first one. You're full of foul language and all you think about is how bad other people are. If we threw you into the sea, you would pollute the ocean. Gao Ting was furious at Ye Feng's retort. She had never realized before that Ye Feng was so eloquent, and that he could curse without using a single swear word. Pointing at Ye Feng, she was so angry that her fingers trembled and she couldn't speak for a long time. At this moment, Zhou Zidong quickly explained to Ye Feng, Cousin, I just asked my brother-in-law, and the Mr. Yi on that plaque is my brother-in-law. It was the hotel that invited my brother-in-law. He didn't sneak in. Brother-in-law would never harm my sister behind her back. It's all a misunderstanding on your part. Gao Ting, who was initially furious, burst into laughter upon hearing Zhou Zitong's words. Haha, he's not worthy. At this moment, Chen Guitao, who had been silent, saw Zhou Zitong protecting Ye Feng in every way, which further confirmed his belief that Zhou Zitong liked Ye Feng. This further confirmed my previous assumptions. His heart twisted with malice. Zhou Zitong, you bitch, pretending to be high and mighty in front of me. Turn around and become someone else's mistress, or even your brother-in-law's mistress. Although he thought this in his heart, Chen Guitao didn't show it on his face. He was still thinking of winning Zhou Zitong over first, and then venting his frustrations on her. Chen Guitao then put on a hypocritical face again. Zhou Zitong, you must not believe him. How could the Yang family's golden plaque welcome such a poor wretch? As the eldest son of a wealthy family, Chen Guitao could determine Ye Feng's wealth at a glance just by looking at his clothes. After hearing Chen Guitao's words, Zhou Zitong, who already disliked Chen Guitao, now disliked him even more. You just have a little money. What are you pretending for? My brother-in-law is much more capable than you. He just keeps a low profile. Tell me, if that gold plaque doesn't say my brother-in-law's name, then who does it say? Chen Guitao was taken aback when he heard this. He had no idea who it was about, but he was certain it wasn't that penniless wretch Ye Feng. But if he said he didn't know, Zhou Zitong would definitely think he was lying. After thinking for a while, Chen Guitao's eyes lit up. I heard that the Ye family from Longdu will also be participating in this auction. The gold plaque reads that they are guests of the Ye family of Longdu. As he spoke, Chen Guitao grabbed Zhou Zitong's wrist. He wanted to separate Ye Feng and Zhou Zitong as soon as possible, so that Zhou Zitong wouldn't still like Ye Feng in the future. Zhou Zitong is lying to you. Stay away from him. Come here quickly. Zhou Zitong struggled against Chen Guitao with all her might, but a woman's strength was definitely no match for that of a man like Chen Guitao. The wrists were already red from the struggle. Ye Feng noticed that Zhou Zitong's originally fair wrist had been reddened by Chen Guitao's grip, and his eyes narrowed. Chapter 89 My Clueless Cousin. Ye Feng coldly shouted, "Let go of me." Then, his right hand, like an eagle's claw, grabbed Chen Guitao's wrist. Chen Guitao felt a wave of weakness wash over him and unconsciously released Zhou Zitong's wrist. After gaining her freedom, Zhou Zitong hid behind Ye Feng like a frightened kitten. Chen Guitao bared his teeth and shouted, "Let go! Let me go!" At this moment, Chen Guitao was both shocked and frightened, but with his wrist in Ye Feng's hand, he felt completely powerless. At this moment, Ye Feng used the pulse-probing technique again, and Chen Guitao's pulse was in his hand. With just a flick of the finger, Chen Guitao's life would be lost in his own hands. Although Zhou Zitong didn't know what was going on, she knew Chen Guitao's identity and was afraid that Ye Feng would hurt him and cause trouble. He quickly whispered from behind, "Brother-in-law, please let him go." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng flung Chen Guitao's right hand away. Chen Guitao, weak and half sitting on the ground, gasped for breath, unable to get up. Because Ye Feng had just tampered with his meridians, he should forget about having any feelings for Zhou Zitong in the future. Gao Ting was furious when she saw this. This Ye Feng wanted to ruin Zhou Shiya and Yang Sinyu's relationship and even injured another brother-in-law she had her eye on. Isn't this just deliberately going against oneself, not wanting to live a good life? Ye Feng, how dare you hit someone? Just as Gao Ting's voice rang out, Song Jiaoyang, who had gone to see Lei Laohu and Uncle Fu off, returned. Upon seeing Gao Ting, Zhou Shiya, and the others, she walked seductively to Ye Feng's side and grabbed his arm. "Honey, didn't I tell you not to let other women hit on you?" "I've already said it. Some shameless women just rely on their looks to try and hook up with a rich and powerful man." Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Gao Ting was furious. "Who are you calling a slut?" Song Jiaoyang smiled alluringly. "Anyone who responds is a slut." Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Gao Ting angrily pointed at Song Jiaoyang and shouted like a shrew, "You're the one who relies on your looks to hook up with rich men." Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang looked at Gao Ting with an innocent expression. "That's right, I just rely on my looks to date rich men. I've now hooked up with the most capable man." As she spoke, Song Jiaoyang quietly rested her head on Ye Feng's shoulder. Zhou Zitong saw this scene, and her eyes dimmed. Looking at Song Jiaoyang's harmless appearance, Gao Ting couldn't win an argument with her, so she spat angrily. "Pa, shameless vixen, you have no skills whatsoever except for your looks." Song Jiaoyang laughed and said, "At least you're better than me. You don't even have any looks, and all you think about is getting your sister to sell herself so you can climb the social ladder. You don't even have the means to sell yourself, yet you have the nerve to talk about others here." During their last meeting in the private room, Song Jiaoyang, who has extensive social experience, had already seen through Gao Ting's thoughts. She wanted to marry a capable man by relying on her pretty appearance. Gao Ting was furious. This vixen was too eloquent. She couldn't argue with her at all. He wanted to step forward and make a move, but then he suddenly remembered Song Jiaoyang's great achievement of slapping Zhang Wenyong away. Unable to win an argument or a fight, Gao Ting was at her wit's end. Zhou Shiya, who had been silent until now, felt extremely displeased when she heard Song Jiaoyang repeatedly referring to her as a sister selling herself. What Song Jiaoyang meant was that she was selling herself. "I have never relied on a man. Everything I have is due to my own efforts." Song Jiaoyang looked at Zhou Shiya speechlessly. This woman was simply a naive and innocent girl. "You think you have everything on your own? Do you know that it takes at least 2 generations of effort to build a company the size of yours? What makes you think you've built such a big company? Do you really think it's because you have business acumen? Don't you think everything in your life has been too smooth sailing?" Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Zhou Shiya was slightly taken aback and then fell into deep thought. "Everything I've achieved by starting from scratch, isn't it all thanks to my own abilities?" Song Jiaoyang believed that she had enough ability and that she and Ye Feng were from 2 different worlds, which is why she chose to divorce. "But now that I think about it, it seems that my success really didn't require much business talent." As Song Jiaoyang said, her business has been incredibly smooth sailing. She has grown her company to such a large size in less than 3 years. Jiangxing City has various orders from the Tang family. Chunqing City has the resources of the Yang family, and there are even some other companies that have been taking care of them. Was all of this due to skill? It sounds more like luck. Seeing Zhou Shiya's self-doubt, Song Jiaoyang shook her head. This naive girl, she used to think she was a business genius. Now she finally understands some things. All she said was that Song Jiaoyang was just speaking up for Ye Feng after learning about Ye Feng and Zhou Shiya's situation. She sacrificed so much for Zhou Shiya, and not only did she divorce Ye Feng, but she also frequently misunderstood Ye Feng and had her cousin constantly insult him. Today, Song Jiaoyang wanted to clearly tell Zhou Shiya that everything she had was thanks to Ye Feng, including the invitation they were now so proud of. Can't figure it out, can you? Zhou Shiya looked at Song Jiaoyang with a puzzled expression. Did she know all this? Song Jiaoyang said with a smile. Because all of this is because there is a man behind you silently helping and protecting you. You still dare to say you didn't rely on a man? Zhou Shiya's eyes were filled with doubt as a man silently helped her. But why help yourself silently? Could it be Zhang Wenyong? Putting aside the fact that he's dead, just the fact that he tricked me into giving him the invitation makes him unlikely to be the person who secretly helped me. But there was no man left by her side? Suddenly, Zhou Shiya thought of the most unbelievable person and stared at Ye Feng with wide eyes. At this moment, Gao Ting stepped forward. Do you even need to tell me? Of course, I'm helping my cousin by helping young Master Yang Xinyu. So what if my cousin relies on a man? She's much prettier than you, and she's able to get close to young Master Yang Xinyu. Unlike you, who can only rely on Ye Feng, a man my cousin doesn't want. At this moment, Zhou Shiya suddenly realized that after Song Jiaoyang's explanation, she also felt that what Yang Wei said in Yangcheng was true. It must be Yang Xinyu who was silently helping and protecting me from behind. Although she didn't know him, Zhou Shiya was genuinely moved by this complete stranger. I really want to meet Yang Xinyu in person and thank him properly. Song Jiaoyang was speechless when she heard Gao Ting's words and was about to explain when Ye Feng stopped her. Song Jiaoyang could tell that Ye Feng didn't want Zhou Shiya to know these things and feel guilty afterwards. Looking at Zhou Shiya, who almost learned the truth, Song Jiaoyang sighed helplessly. Sigh, Zhou Shiya. You're so lucky to have such a smart cousin. Chapter 90 Car Crash. At this moment, Gao Ting couldn't tell the difference between a good talk and a bad talk. Now you know I'm smart. Are you scared? Don't think that just because you two have gotten involved at the seaside hotel, you can cause trouble for my sister and young Master Yang. I advise you to get off here, or I'll call security. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang's eyes widened. I work at a seaside hotel. Gao Ting gave a cold laugh. Do you think you got up here by some strange means? Song Jiaoyang was utterly impressed by Gao Ting. Can't you use your brain for once? This is the Shao family's auction. The Yang family is just an assistant. This is the biggest event for the Yang family in decades. Heavily guarded, try and sneak in here. During Yang Wei's last conversation, Gao Ting had already figured out that the woman who escorted Song Jiaoyang was a gang leader. In Gao Ting's mind, this kind of person was no different from a petty thug, except that he was a bigger thug than a petty thug. Heh, you lowlifes, who knows which dog hole you crawled through to get in here? Hearing Gao Ting's insults, Song Jiaoyang, a woman with a fiery temper, could not stand it. She glared at Gao Ting with angry eyes and said, Say that again. Gao Ting said disdainfully, If you're so capable, then show me the invitation. If you can produce an invitation, I'll kowtow to you 3 times in person. Gao Ting witnessed Song Jiaoyang fighting with Yang Wei from the Yang family. How could she possibly have an invitation? Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang gave a cold laugh. You want to kowtow 3 times, huh? Okay, I'll sit here and wait. After saying that, Song Jiaoyang moved a chair to the side, sat down, pulled out the invitation from her lap, and threw it to Gao Ting. After receiving the invitation, Gao Ting slowly opened it, and, sure enough, saw Song Jiaoyang's name on it. Gao Ting looked incredulous. The Yang family was fighting with Song Jiaoyang just yesterday. How could they possibly give her an invitation? This invitation is fake. Song Jiaoyang sneered. Why don't you find someone from the Yang family and ask them if this is fake? Gao Ting's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, I'll ask. Just as she was about to call for help, Zhou Shiya stopped Gao Ting, saying, Cousin, there's really no need to ask about this invitation. Zhou Shiya had examined her invitation many times. It had the Yang family's anti-counterfeiting mark, making it impossible to imitate. Song Jiaoyang's invitation also had this mark, so it could be determined to be genuine. When Gao Ting heard that Song Jiaoyang's story was true, she looked incredulous. How is this possible? Seeing Song Jiaoyang's smug look, Gao Ting felt extremely resentful. I wonder what kind of dirty tricks this woman used to get this invitation. Then he pulled Zhou Shiya and tried to leave. At this moment, Song Jiaoyang called out to Gao Ting. What? You want to leave after showing off? What happened to the 3 kowtows you promised? Gao Ting turned around and said angrily, Song Jiaoyang, don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang burst into laughter. Was I too much? You're saying it's not too much for me to crawl through a dog hole. If I hadn't had an invitation, you probably would have done something even worse. Gao Ting didn't know what to say for a moment, and looked to her cousin Zhou Shiya for help. Zhou Shiya was also at her wit's end. Why did her cousin always like to make these kinds of bets? Last time I lost with 1 slap, this time I lost with 3 slaps. However, she still favored her cousin. Song Jiaoyang, forget about kowtowing. Can I apologize to you on behalf of my cousin? Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang gave a cold laugh. Heh, do you think I'm as easy to talk to as Ye Feng? He strode forward and kicked Gao Ting hard in the leg. Song Jiaoyang was already strong, and with her pointed high heels on, she kicked Gao Ting so hard that she fell to her knees and lay there writhing in pain. Seeing Gao Ting's miserable state, Song Jiaoyang smiled coldly. Since you've knelt down, I'll be merciful and spare you this time if you kowtow 3 times. Seeing their cousin injured, Zhou Shiya and Zhou Zitong rushed forward to help her up. Gao Ting cried out in pain. I won't let you get away with this. Song Jiaoyang was not afraid of Gao Ting's threat. She just smiled coldly and said, I'll be waiting for you. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily and feeling weak all over, Chen Guitao finally managed to get up. Because Ye Feng had tampered with his body, he was still very weak at the moment. However, he had seen everything that had just happened. This poor wretch really had some incredible luck that such a charming beauty actually liked him. However, Chen Guitao's mind was still on Zhou Zitong at this moment. As a member of the Chen family, he had seen some martial artists. Song Jiaoyang's quick step just now was at a speed that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Chen Guitao knew he couldn't control such a martial artist. Right now, the most urgent task is to appease Gao Ting, drive Ye Feng out, and prevent him from seeing Zhou Zitong again. Chen Guitao shouted to those around him, Security! Where are the Yang family's security guards? Someone is committing violence here. Chen Guitao knew that prominent families valued their reputation above all else, and the Yang family would certainly not let someone get away with committing violence on such an important occasion. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting shouted, Yes, yes, call security quickly. Throw those 2 adulterers into the sea. Several security guards in the distance saw this scene and were about to run towards the location of the incident, knowing that the people in this seaside hotel were all wealthy and powerful. If not handled properly, I could lose my job. At this moment, Yang Zhong stopped several security guards and said to them, You don't need to worry about this. I will report it to my superiors. No one will cause you any trouble. Although the security guards were puzzled, they dared not ask any questions when they saw the housekeeper come out. Yang Zhong glanced at the noisy group in the distance and shook his head. Yang Xinyu had told him that Song Jiaoyang was Ye Feng's mistress and Zhou Shiya was Ye Feng's wife, and that he had to be careful. Unexpectedly, this had just begun when a car accident and a fight broke out. Yang Zhong knew that outsiders should not interfere in such matters, and that it was best to let Mr. Yi handle it himself. After shouting for 3 to 5 minutes without seeing any security guards arrive, Chen Guitao realized that something was wrong. The Yang family's security guards couldn't have arrived so slowly. Could it be that they're biased towards Song Jiaoyang? Thinking about this, Chen Guitao strongly suspected that this beautiful woman had a terrifying background and dared not call for security again. Fearing that the arrival of security guards would be detrimental to Ye Feng, Zhou Zitong quickly said to Gao Ting, Cousin, I think we should find a doctor first. What if you become lame if you don't get treatment in time? Gao Ting's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Crippled? Quick, take me to see a doctor. The group quickly carried Gao Ting to the medical room of the Seaside Hotel. Chapter 91: The Secret of the Yang Family. Inside the office of the Seaside Hotel, Yang Zhong was reporting the day's events to Yang Xinyu. Since there were no important figures present today, Yang Xinyu had no interest in listening. His main concern was Ye Feng. How is Mr. Yi doing? Yang Zhong said somewhat awkwardly. Today, it seems that Mr. Ye's mistress bumped into his wife and injured his wife's sister's leg. Yang Xinyu felt a headache coming on when he heard this. How could Mr. Yi be so careless? He had tried his best to cover it up for him, but his wife still caught him. We shouldn't concern ourselves with Mr. Ye's mistress and wife. We should just treat Mr. Yi with the utmost respect. As for Mr. Ye's wife and mistress, we should also take good care of them, as well as Tang Weiwei who didn't get on the ship. Yang Zhong nodded upon hearing this. Then I will arrange for Mr. Yi and his wife to stay in Class A suites. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinyu said, Absolutely not. Mr. Yi must stay in our deluxe suite. Yang Zhong's eyes widened upon hearing this. What, a deluxe suite? The top-tier suites are reserved for members of the top 10 families in Longdu, and they are all already booked. Only members of the Yang family of equal rank are allowed to stay in Class A suites. Giving it to Mr. Yi is already an exception. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinyu gently shook his head. Let me tell you, Mr. Yi is more important to our Yang family than the 10 major families of Longdu. In this way, you can leave one of the deluxe suites for Mr. Yi, and his wife and mistress can all stay in the first-class suites. Yang Zhong hesitated upon hearing this, but this is against the rules. What if the old patriarch finds out? Yang Xinyu sighed upon hearing this. I've been trying to please Mr. Yi all this time because of my grandfather. To tell you the truth, Grandpa doesn't have much time left. Grandpa said that only Mr. Ye's medical skills could prolong his life. Based on this alone, don't you think Mr. Ye's status should be higher than that of the 10 great families of Longdu? Yang Zhong was shocked upon hearing this. What old patriarch? Yang Xinyu was also very sad. This matter must be kept a secret. If the other 3 major families find out, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, Grandpa is in Longdu handling the last matter for the Yang family. After this auction, Grandpa will return to Longdu. At that time, I will ask Mr. Yi to extend Grandpa's life. Do you think we can afford to offend Mr. Yi? Isn't Mr. Yi more important than the 10 major families of Longdu? Yang Zhong nodded vigorously upon hearing this, deeply understanding. Young Master Yang Xinyu is not yet able to intimidate the other 3 major families in Chunqing. If they find out about the old patriarch's affairs, they will definitely be eager to make a move. Therefore, Mr. Yi is indeed the most important guest of the Yang family. No wonder young Master Yang Xinyu has always treated him this way. On the other side, inside the medical ward of the floating hotel. Although it's called a medical ward, it's actually a small hospital with experts in various fields and a full range of medical facilities. Even a major surgery could be performed here without any problems. At this moment, Gao Ting's legs were wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, with pain-relieving and bruise-reducing medicine applied inside. Song Jiaoyang didn't use her full strength in that kick, and Gao Ting only suffered superficial injuries. She could recover after a day's rest. Zhou Zitong and Zhou Shiya supported Gao Ting on either side. Feeling that her leg injury had mostly healed, Gao Ting angrily said, "Damn Ye Feng, I'll teach him a lesson." Zhou Zitong supported Gao Ting and advised, "Cousin, why don't you just let it go? Why are you always picking on your brother-in-law?" Gao Ting said angrily, "What do you mean I have a problem with him? I'm afraid he'll harm your sister behind your back." Zhou Zitong pouted angrily, "Cousin, why do you always talk about brother-in-law like that? He's not that kind of person at all." Gao Ting angrily shook off Zhou Zitong and turned to ask Zhou Shiya, who was supporting her alone, "Shiya, do you think Ye Feng is that kind of person?" Zhou Shiya was taken aback upon hearing this. Gao Ting quickly said, "Think about how he beat Zhou Ming, how he framed our family's medicinal herbs, and how he committed perjury in court. Do you think he can even see you? If I don't intervene, he could kill you without you even knowing why." Thinking about Ye Feng's various actions in Jiangxing, Zhou Shiya now felt that her cousin's words made a lot of sense. Although she didn't intend to marry Yang Xinyu, it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved by his support over the years. At the very least, I can't let Ye Feng badmouth me in front of Yang Xinyu. "Cousin, what do you suggest we do?" Upon hearing this, Gao Ting pursed her lips. "What else can we do? We'll just have to find a way to get him off the ship." At this moment, Gao Ting asked Chen Guitao beside her, "Young Master Chen, am I right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guitao quickly nodded. "Yes, my cousin is right." At this moment, Chen Guitao was already feeling apprehensive, not because he was afraid of Ye Feng, but because he was afraid of Song Jiaoyang. He still had doubts about Song Jiaoyang's identity. If the Yang family didn't have some reservations, they wouldn't have remained silent after their guest was beaten. Gao Ting skipped along, saying, "Let's go eat first, and then we'll figure out how to deal with Ye Feng. When will the hotel assign us a room?" Chen Guitao, a frequent visitor, was quite knowledgeable about this. He glanced at his watch and said, "It's already afternoon. We'll be arranging rooms soon. The room number will be sent to the invitation holder's mobile phone number. You can then pick up the room key at the front desk." Gao Ting nodded gently upon hearing this. "I've never slept in a seaside hotel before. I wonder what it feels like to look at the ocean from my bed in the middle of the night." Upon hearing this, Chen Guitao smiled slightly. "Cousin, I'm afraid you won't be able to fulfill your wish of watching the sea from your bed in the middle of the night." Gao Ting asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why?" Chen Guitao slowly explained, "Because your room should be a Class C room, which is at the bottom of the cruise ship and has no windows." Gao Ting was displeased upon hearing this. "Why are we in a room without windows?" Chen Guitao continued, "The room's level is determined by the family's strength and the individual's status within the family. Cousin, your situation is exactly a Class C room." Chen Guitao knew about Zhou Zitong's family background. Her sister owned a company, just an ordinary company, in Jiangxing City. "I don't know what good fortune I've had to be invited to this auction. This is already an immense favor. Staying in a Class C suite is already quite good. However, in order to leave a good impression on the 3 women," he said, "my room should be Class B. I can switch rooms with the 3 ladies. Let the 3 ladies get some rest." Gao Ting nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Then it's settled. Young Master Chun is truly a gentleman. He turned his head, somewhat puzzled. You, the young master of the Qin family, are only at the B level? What kind of people live in the A level? Qin Guitao felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. It was true that he was a member of the Qin family, but he was only from a collateral branch. The top-tier residences were all occupied by the direct descendants of the major families. But he said, the grade A apartments are for the elders of the major families. We younger generation live in grade B apartments. As they were talking, Qin Guitao's phone suddenly rang. Qin Guitao took out his phone and said, the room number is here. Chapter 92 Qin Guitao's shock. Gao Ting looked over curiously, and sure enough, she saw the words Class B202 in big letters on Qin Guitao's phone. Gao Ting was a little angry at this moment. Humph, they just let us stay in a Class C suite. The person managing this suite probably doesn't know what the relationship is between our Shiya and young Master Yang Xinyu. Qin Guitao found this strange. He had heard Gao Ting say more than once that Ye Feng was going to ruin Zhou Shiya and Yang Xinyu's relationship. They also mentioned that Yang Xinyu helped Zhou Shiya, but Qin Guitao was very weak at the time and couldn't hear clearly, only getting the gist of it. Could it be that the president of this small company in Jiangqing City has some connection with young Master Yang Xinyu? Cousin, what's the relationship between Sister Shiya and young Master Yang Xinyu? Gao Ting looked smug upon hearing this. I'm not afraid to tell you. Our Shiya is. Before Gao Ting could finish speaking, Zhou Shiya stopped her, saying, Cousin, don't talk nonsense about things that are still up in the air. Hearing this, Gao Ting had no choice but to shut up. Although Qin Guitao was still puzzled, he did not ask any further questions. Just then, Zhou Shiya's phone rang. It should be our room number. Gao Ting was still a little angry. Humph, young Master Chun, if you want to switch rooms with us, you can go to the Class C suite. For Qin Guitao, sleeping in a Class C suite was nothing special in pursuit of Zhou Zitong. Moreover, Class C suites, apart from lacking windows, were still very luxurious and incomparable to many hotels. Okay, let me see which Class C private room you have. Qin Guitao craned his neck to look at Zhou Shiya's room number, and was immediately stunned. Class A 107. It's no wonder Qin Guitao was surprised. He understood the significance of a grade A suite better than the three women. That place is reserved for the direct descendants of the four major families and the truly top-tier figures of Chunqing. This week, Shiya really did have something to do with Yang Xinyu. Only this explanation makes sense. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting beamed with joy. What, a first-class suite. I knew young Master Yang Xinyu wouldn't let us stay in some Class C suite. Little sister, don't say it's not even close to happening yet. Can't you see what young Master Yang Xinyu means? Zhou Shiya looked at the Class A private room on her phone and was deeply moved. Yang Xinyu has already placed himself on the same level as the older generation of the major families? Qin Guitao quickly seized the opportunity to ask, Cousin, what is the relationship between Sister Shiya and young Master Yang Xinyu? Gao Ting smiled and looked at Zhou Shiya. What other kind of relationship could it be? A romantic relationship, of course. Zhou Shiya blushed deeply and quickly said, Cousin, don't talk nonsense. I don't know young Master Yang Xinyu at all. Gao Ting said proudly. We met these past 2 days, and we got to know each other as soon as we met. She has been silently protecting you for almost 3 years, so don't let her down. Zhou Shiya felt both ashamed and embarrassed upon hearing this, and she didn't know what to do. Yes, Yang Xinyu had protected her for 3 years, so how should she treat him? Do I really want to marry him? Qin Guitao, who was listening from the side, stared wide-eyed. Oh my god, Zhou Shiya is actually the woman Yang Xinyu likes. If I could marry her sister, wouldn't I be able to rise to the top along with her? Qin Guitao was just a collateral relative of the Qin family, and he didn't even have the qualifications to study in Chunqing. He was sent to Jiangqing instead. I thought I'd just be a spoiled brat and drift through life. I never expected such a meteoric rise to the top. Qin Guitao became even more determined to win Zhou Zitong's heart, no matter how difficult it was. Hearing what the others said, Zhou Zitong felt very indignant, recalling what Song Jiaoyang had said earlier. For some reason, I felt that the man Song Jiaoyang mentioned who protected and helped her sister was her brother-in-law. I must get to the bottom of this with Song Jiaoyang when I get the chance. At this moment, Qin Guitao became even more attentive to the 3 women, escorting them all the way to the door of the Grade A suite, and arranging to meet them again the next day. Upon opening the suite, Gao Ting was struck by the European-style decor, thinking that even a Western princess's room couldn't compare. It truly lives up to its reputation as the best room in the floating hotel. It's incredibly luxurious. In fact, this was the first time Qin Guitao had ever seen such a Grade A suite. It was undeniably much more luxurious than the Grade C suite he lived in, and most importantly, it was a symbol of status. Cousin, this isn't the best suite. The best suite is over there. It's the deluxe suite. As he spoke, Shun Guitao pointed along the glass to the top of the cruise ship, where there was a ring of high-end suites. Only the windows of the Grade A suites allow a view of the Grade B suites. Gao Ting frowned upon hearing this. What? We're not staying in the best suite. Shiya, when you see Yang Xinyu, you must have a good talk with him. Don't you value us sisters at all? At this moment, Gao Ting seemed to really regard Yang Xinyu as her brother-in-law, and even asked Zhou Shiya to talk to him about it. Zhou Shiya was utterly speechless when it came to her cousin. At this moment, Shun Guitao quickly explained, Cousin, it's not that young Master Yang Xinyu doesn't value you. This VIP room is reserved for important figures from the capital. No one should be living here until tomorrow or the day after. There won't be anyone here tonight. Hearing that only important figures from Longdu could stay there, Gao Ting felt somewhat more at ease. Fine. I definitely want to stay at my cousin's house once she gets married. Shun Guitao echoed. That's right, my cousin will definitely have a chance to stay there. As dusk approached, Shun Guitao bid farewell to Zhou Shiya and the other two women. As night fell, Gao Ting continued to post on her WeChat moments, showing off everything she had now. Tired of showing off, Gao Ting leaned against the window, gazing at the vast and magnificent sea. At that moment, she felt truly superior to others. Looking at the waves in the ocean, which seemed to look down on you, is like seeing ordinary people being trampled under your feet. Looking up at the starry sky, beautiful and profound, each star seems like a tiny, ordinary person. He felt like the bright moon in the sky, and all these people looked up to him. Having money and status is just too good. At this moment, Gao Ting stared intently at the pitch-black VIP private room. I wondered to myself, what kind of people live in these luxury suites? Gao Ting really wants to see what these important people are like, since she'll be able to meet them tomorrow. Suddenly, the lights came on in one of the rooms in the luxury suite. Gao Ting's eyes widened with excitement. Shiya, Zitong, come and take a look. The lights are on in the VIP suite. A very important person must be checking in. Chapter 93 Rescuing Brother-in-Law. At the entrance to the VIP suite, Yang Zhong respectfully turned on the door and the lights inside for Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, this is a VIP suite at our seaside hotel, which is usually only open to the 10 major families of Longdu. Our young master Yang Xinyu specifically declined a distinguished guest from Longdu and reserved the suite for Mr. Yi. Ye Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that this was a suite reserved for the top 10 families of Longdu. The Yi family from Longdu also lives here? Yang Zhong nodded slightly. The Yi family from Longdu will only come to the formal auction the day after tomorrow. Mr. Yi knows people from the Yi family in Longdu? Ye Feng gently shook his head. I don't know them, but I have something to ask them. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Yang Zhong was slightly taken aback. Did Mr. Yi have something to ask the Yi family? Because Yang Zhong realized Ye Feng's importance, he silently remembered this matter. Thinking it over, he turned around and reported the matter to Yang Xinyu. After entering the room, Ye Feng took off his coat, stretched his limbs, and gazed out the window. From her suite in the distance, Gao Ting gazed at Ye Feng with a lovesick expression. Wow, this big shot has such a great physique, he must be very young. It's truly remarkable that someone so young has achieved such a high status. Because of the great distance, Gao Ting couldn't see Ye Feng's face at all, and was still thinking about how to get in touch with this important person. Zhou Zitong pursed her lips and walked over. Tisich, what's so interesting about it? When Zhou Zitong saw the familiar figure in the distance, her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, Isn't that my brother-in-law? So the big shot was my brother-in-law. I knew my brother-in-law was the best. Upon hearing Zhou Zitong's words, Gao Ting squinted and carefully examined the figure. To be honest, the figure did indeed resemble Ye Feng's. Gao Ting then shook her head vigorously. Impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Ye Feng be staying in a VIP suite? They're just similar in height and build. Zhou Zitong excitedly pulled Zhou Shiya over. Sister, look quickly, isn't that my brother-in-law living across the street? Zhou Shiya originally had no intention of peeking at the man through the glass like the other two women, but she couldn't resist Zhou Zitong's insistence and was dragged over. Just as Zhou Shiya reached the glass window, the big shot opposite her turned around and left. Helpless, Zhou Shiya shook her head. All right, Zitong, that can't be Ye Feng's. Zhou Zitong was absolutely certain that Ye Feng was staying in the deluxe suite. Sister, you didn't see it. How do you know it's not your brother-in-law? Please, wait a little longer. My brother-in-law will definitely come to the window again. Fortunately, Zhou Zitong resorted to shamelessness and grabbed Zhou Shiya, preventing her from leaving. Ye Feng heard someone ring the doorbell and turned around to open the door. There stood Song Jiaoyang, dressed in a red halter top, looking charming and alluring, with a sweet smile on her face. Ye Feng was a little hesitant to let Song Jiaoyang in, especially since she was dressed like this late at night. Is there something you need? Song Jiaoyang looked at Ye Feng seductively. If there's nothing wrong, can't you come? Ye Feng scratched his head awkwardly and explained, it's the middle of the night. I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on you. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang burst out laughing. Yesterday, when you were kissing and hugging me, why didn't you refuse? Ye Feng was speechless. Wasn't it all because he couldn't stop or refuse her in order to detoxify her? Just as Ye Feng was in a daze, Song Jiaoyang ducked into Ye Feng's room. Afterwards, Song Jiaoyang lay down directly on Ye Feng's deluxe suite and bounced around a couple of times. Wow, the deluxe suite is really different. The bed is even softer than mine. I'll be staying here tonight. Ye Feng looked surprised upon hearing this. You live here, where am I supposed to live? Song Jiaoyang crossed her legs, her two fair little feet twisting incessantly, her index finger gently tracing her fiery red lips. This bed is so big, there's no problem for two people to sleep in it. Ye Feng stared wide-eyed at Song Jiaoyang. She actually wanted to live with him? That wouldn't do. As she spoke, Song Jiaoyang got up to draw the curtains. He's out, he's out. Quick, see if it's my brother-in-law. Inside the grade A suite, Zhou Zitong, who had been waiting, shouted excitedly. Zhou Shiya and Gao Ting also stared intently at the VIP suite in the distance. Originally, Zhou Shiya had no interest in looking, but Zhou Zitong had managed to get her to want to see who was on the other side. Upon seeing the figure in the red tank top, Zhou Shiya said in surprise, why is it a woman? She has a nice figure and long legs. Gao Ting stared intently at the alluring figure in the distance, gritting her teeth as she said, isn't that bitch Song Jiaoyang? Because he was kicked hard by Song Jiaoyang today, he hates Song Jiaoyang so much that he grits his teeth. Even if Song Jiaoyang were reduced to ashes, Gao Ting would still recognize her, let alone from this distance. Song Jiaoyang. Zhou Shiya took a closer look. The bright red halter top exuded a seductive charm that could be felt even from a distance. Upon closer reflection, who else could this be but Song Jiaoyang? Why is she in the VIP suite? Is she also from one of the top 10 families in Longdu? Upon hearing this, Gao Ting curled her lip. She's not from any of the top 10 families in Longdu. She must have gotten close to a big shot by using her body. Suddenly, Gao Ting's eyes lit up. I knew it. She clearly offended Yang Wei. So why did she still get an invitation? So it was obtained by sleeping with important people. Disgusting. Zhou Shiya's eyes widened upon hearing this, but upon reflection, she realized that what Gao Ting said made a lot of sense. After all, Song Jiaoyang didn't receive an invitation yesterday, and even clashed with the Yang family. He swaggered in today with an invitation. He must have had someone supporting him. Everyone has their own ambitions. As someone in the business world, Zhou Shiya has seen many women sacrifice themselves for profit, and she doesn't want to comment on it. At this moment, Zhou Zitong couldn't sit still any longer and jumped up in a panic. Oh my god, that beautiful woman is in my brother-in-law's room so late at night. She must have something on her mind about him. Sister, let's hurry and rescue brother-in-law. If we're any later, he'll be taken away by someone else. Gao Ting, who originally wanted to hitch a ride with a big shot, was in a bad mood when she discovered that this big shot had already been hooked up with her enemy, Song Jiaoyang. Hearing Zhou Zitong's words, he said irritably, you really think that Ye Feng lives across the street? Ye Feng was able to get into this seaside hotel only because Song Jiaoyang sold her body. Song Jiaoyang sleeps with other people, while Ye Feng is at most like a dog guarding the gate outside. Wanting to stay in a luxury suite? That's wishful thinking. Zhou Zitong completely ignored Gao Ting. All she could think about was how to rescue her brother-in-law and help her sister maintain her marriage. Chapter 94 Zhou Zitong's Crisis. Alright, stop overthinking. Ye Feng couldn't possibly be staying in a luxury suite. My sister is sleepy and wants to go to bed. After saying that, Zhou Shiya yawned and lay down on the big bed, while Gao Ting shook her head, grimaced, and covered her leg before returning to her own bed. Gao Ting's leg has recovered to about 70–80% of its original size. Apart from the pain, she can walk without any problems. Seeing her two older sisters asleep, Zhou Zitong's eyes darted around. I'll go rescue my brother-in-law myself. Then Zhou Zitong took out her phone and sent a text message to Ye Feng. Brother-in-law, are you in the VIP suite? I want to come to the deluxe suite to find you. I have something to tell you. Inside the VIP suite, Ye Feng looked helplessly at the alluring Song Jiaoyang lying on the large bed. If I really end up staying with this stunner tonight, it would be strange if nothing went wrong. Song Jiaoyang looked at Ye Feng and gently bit her lip. Are you going to stand on the ground all night? Ye Feng shook his head. Why don't you go back to your room? Song Jiaoyang covered her mouth and smiled slightly before revealing the truth. When important people come, they will definitely stay in a VIP suite. Of course I'm in the VIP suite, so I can see the important person right away. Ye Feng sighed upon hearing this. It turned out that Song Jiaoyang shared the same thoughts as him. But it's not really appropriate for a single man and woman to live together like that. Song Jiaoyang stood up and grabbed Ye Feng, saying, "Darling, go to bed quickly. Are you afraid I'll eat you up?" Just as Ye Feng was wondering what to do, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Zhou Shiya. Ye Feng quickly replied, "My brother-in-law is in the VIP room. Come on over." Then he said to Song Jiaoyang, "I'm not going to sleep now. My sister-in-law will be coming to find me later. Why don't you put on some clothes?" At this moment, Song Jiaoyang was only wearing a red suspender dress, exposing patches of her snow-white skin to the air, like a delicate flower with red petals and white stamens. It makes you want to pick it. If Zhou Zitong were here, wouldn't she misunderstand after seeing this scene? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zitong sat up, covering her mouth and laughing heartily. You're not afraid of your ex-wife misunderstanding, but you're afraid of your former sister-in-law misunderstanding. You don't actually like her, do you?" Ye Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like my sister-in-law?" In Ye Feng's eyes, Zhou Zitong was just a little girl, like a younger sister. Even though she had grown into a big girl now, he would never have those kinds of thoughts about her. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoyang rolled her eyes at Ye Feng. "That's not necessarily true. Don't they say that a sister-in-law is half a brother-in-law's, you know? I think your sister-in-law is quite interested in you." As a woman herself, Song Jiaoyang understands women even better. From the moment Zhou Zitong got drunk at the bar for Ye Feng to the way she looked at Ye Feng at the seaside hotel, Song Jiaoyang could tell that Zhou Zitong liked Ye Feng. Ye Feng was displeased upon hearing this. "Don't talk nonsense. What does a little girl like her know about liking things?" Seeing Ye Feng's displeasure, Song Jiaoyang quickly got up and lazily took out a thin gauze coat from her bag and put it on. "Oh, if you don't believe me, then forget it." Zhou Zitong saw Ye Feng's reply and excitedly pumped her fist. "I knew it. The other side must be my brother-in-law. Humph, I'll go rescue my brother-in-law right now and protect my sister's marriage." Afterwards, Zhou Zitong put away her phone and tiptoed out of the private room, afraid of waking Zhou Shiya. She knew that if her sister found out she went to see Ye Feng, she definitely wouldn't agree. In the corridor outside the Class A private room, Chun Guitao, in the Class B private room, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. All he could think about was how to quickly win over Zhou Zitong and, incidentally, get close to Zhou Shiya, the next matriarch of the Yang family. In the past, dating Zhou Zitong was just a physical release, but now it's different. It concerns his future. After thinking for a long time, Chun Guitao felt that he should take the initiative and go to the three women's room to continue to please them. Unexpectedly, just as I reached the door, I ran into Zhou Zitong, who was tiptoeing out of the private room. Chun Guitao was a little puzzled. What could Zhou Zitong be doing so late at night? Then a lewd thought popped into my head. With the three women together, she couldn't make a move on Zhou Zitong. Now that it was late at night and quiet, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? He deliberately made Zhou Zitong's relationship irreversible, especially at the Yang family's seaside hotel. After Zhou Shiya discovered this, she insisted that the two of them were in a consensual relationship. Zhou Shiya wanted to maintain a good image as a well-bred young lady in the Yang family, so she dared not make a fuss about this matter, and also wanted to marry Zhou Zitong, who had lost her virginity. Thinking of this, Chun Guitao took out a handkerchief, then took out a transparent medicine, and poured the liquid medicine inside onto the handkerchief. Chun Guitao, a womanizer, carries this aphrodisiac with him 24 hours a day. The purpose is to encounter some difficult women and then use some technology and skill on them. Holding a handkerchief smeared with aphrodisiac, Chun Guitao quietly followed. He couldn't make his move here, lest Zhou Shiya discover him. Soon Zhou Zitong arrived at the VIP suite area, which Chun Guitao, who was following behind, found rather strange. What is Zhou Shiya doing in the VIP suite? Is she just curious? Fortunately, the luxury suite area was completely empty at that moment, so she could spend the whole night there without anyone knowing. Chun Guitao slowly walked forward, then quickly covered Zhou Zitong's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The movements were both steady and ruthless, clearly indicating that this wasn't the first time he'd done this. Zhou Zitong felt her mouth and nose being covered and instinctively struggled desperately. After struggling for a long time, I felt a strong smell of medicine enter my nose, and gradually my body lost its strength. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier until I finally fainted. Chun Guitao quickly dragged Zhou Zitong into a VIP suite next door, as no one was usually allowed to enter this place. Many of the room doors were open, which provided Chun Guitao with a favorable environment for committing crimes. After Chun Guitao took the phone, he discovered that Ye Feng had lied to Zhou Zitong, saying he was in a special suite, and had tricked Zhou Zitong into coming. The two of them were definitely planning to have sex here, but I unexpectedly intercepted them halfway. Thinking of this, Chun Guitao felt a surge of excitement. He turned off Zhou Zitong's phone, dragged her to the large bed in a suite, and saw her graceful figure and beautiful face. Thinking of her repeated rejections, Chun Guitao went berserk and tore Zhou Zitong's clothes to shreds. "You slut, aren't you so high and mighty? Let's see how I toy with you today." Inside the other suite, Ye Feng looked at his phone, puzzled. 30 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Zitong arrived yet? I sent several WeChat messages, but received no reply. Song Jiaoyang, lying on the bed, said with a smile, "I hope something has happened." What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Upon hearing Song Jiaoyang's words, Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Zhou Zitong had really encountered an accident? He hurriedly walked outside. Looking at Ye Feng's retreating figure, Song Jiaoyang also became a little worried. It hasn't even been half an hour, and he hasn't replied to any messages, which is indeed a bit strange. Chapter 95. Unable to speak out. Inside the grade A suite, Gao Ting, feeling pain in her leg, woke up from her sleep, and, seeing that Zhou Zitong was not there, quickly woke up Zhou Shiya. "Shiya, wake up! Zitong isn't in the room." After being woken up, Zhou Shiya looked around and said with some confusion, "This is a seaside hotel. Zitong doesn't know anyone. Where could she go?" Upon hearing this, Gao Ting pondered for a moment. Could it be that she wanted to find Chun Guitao? That shouldn't be the case. That little girl seemed to dislike Chun Guitao quite a bit. Who else can Zhou Zitong turn to? Suddenly, Gao Ting's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, did Zitong go to find Ye Feng?" Zhou Shiya frowned upon hearing this. "No way, why would Zitong be looking for Ye Feng so late at night?" Gao Ting said anxiously, "This is a hotel. What can a man and a woman do alone like this?" What Gao Ting was worried about was that if Zhou Zitong followed Ye Feng in such a muddled way, her wish to have another brother-in-law from the Qin family would be shattered. Zhou Shiya was terrified and turned pale. "No way, Zitong is such a good girl. I tried calling Zhou Zitong, but her phone was always switched off." Gao Ting quickly pulled Zhou Shiya out of bed. "Go find Zitong quickly, or you'll regret it." The two women quickly put on their clothes and then left the room. At this moment, Zhou Zitong's clothes had been torn to shreds, and she lay quietly on the bed. On the other hand, Chun Guitao was sweating profusely and pacing anxiously on the ground. What's going on? The tools that Chun Guitao used to harm many innocent young girls have suddenly become useless today. For a full half hour, Chun Guitao was still unable to assault Zhou Zitong. At this moment, Chun Guitao was extremely anxious. Could it be that he didn't sleep well last night? But he shouldn't be completely unresponsive. Chun Guitao wondered if anything unusual had happened recently. Suddenly, he remembered that after Ye Feng grabbed his pulse point, he felt weak all over and was still somewhat weak. Could it be him? As a member of the Qin family, Chun Guitao knew that some doctors possessed miraculous abilities that could harm people invisibly. Just as Chun Guitao was getting angry, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. "Chun Guitao, I'm going to kill you." As soon as Chun Guitao turned his head, he saw Ye Feng's face full of anger. After leaving the suite, Ye Feng happened to see a light coming from there and saw that bastard Chun Guitao trying to bully Zitong. Before Chun Guitao could react, Ye Feng rushed up and kicked him hard in the stomach. Chun Guitao felt as if he had been hit by a car and was kicked away, crashing hard into the wall outside the door. Seeing that Zhou Zitong had not been violated, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I destroyed your meridians during the day. From now on, you can forget about bullying women." Upon hearing this, Chun Guitao flew into a rage. Could he no longer bully women? What difference would there be between him and a eunuch? "It really was you. I'm going to fight you to the death." The thought of becoming a eunuch in the future made Chun Guitao want to get up and fight Ye Feng, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if it were being stabbed. Chun Guitao was in so much pain that he was bent over like a shrimp, lying on the ground convulsing. Ye Feng quickly checked on Zhou Zitong's condition. Although Zhou Zitong had not been violated at the moment, Chun Guitao had seen part of her body. Ye Feng's tone was icy. "You don't need to fight me. I'll gouge your eyes out in a minute." Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Ye Feng, Chun Guitao, lying on the ground, wasn't stupid. He knew that if he stayed any longer, Ye Feng might do something drastic. However, the abdominal pain could not be relieved in such a short time, and even if I wanted to crawl away, I simply couldn't. He could only lie on the ground, waiting for Ye Feng to arrive. Like fish on a chopping board, it's utterly hopeless. "Zitong, wake up, it's your brother-in-law." Ye Feng gently patted Zhou Zitong's rosy cheeks. At this moment, the effects of the drug took hold in Zhou Zitong's body, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Ye Feng, whom she had been longing for, standing before her. thinking that Ye Feng was actually staying in a VIP suite with that beautiful older sister. Under the influence of the drug, an unprecedented desire to possess burned within the girl's heart. Brother-in-law, I like you so much. Zhou Zitong looked at Ye Feng with eyes full of spring water, then suddenly wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck and kissed him on the lips. Ye Feng was taken aback, then frowned deeply. It was another aphrodisiac. Before Ye Feng could even administer the antidote to Zhou Zitong, a familiar voice was heard. Young Master Chen, what are you doing lying here? Chen Guitao, who was lying on the ground, felt like he had been saved when he saw Gao Ting and Zhou Shiya arrive. He quickly pointed into the room and said haltingly, Ye Feng is molesting Zitong. I tried to stop him, but he kicked me away. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya's expression changed drastically, and she rushed into the house in her high heels. Sure enough, his younger sister, barely clothed, was embracing Ye Feng. The two engaged in a passionate kiss. Zhou Shiya screamed, Ye Feng, what are you doing? Ye Feng hadn't expected Zhou Shiya to arrive so conveniently, so he quickly pushed Zhou Zitong over and anxiously explained. Shiya, this Chen Guitao drugged Zitong and tried to assault her. I just arrived too. You can't just never believe me. Zhou Shiya quickly stepped forward, pushed Ye Feng away, and took off her own clothes to drape over Zhou Zitong. She watched Ye Feng and Chen Guitao warily, thinking back to when she had wrongly accused Ye Feng once at Ye Feng's villa. This time, Zhou Shiya didn't want to be so arbitrary. Gao Ting quickly came over and looked at Ye Feng with disdain. Sure ya, it must be that bad guy Ye Feng. How could someone as cultured as young Master Chen do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Ye Feng flew into a rage. He has manners? If it weren't for me, Zitong would have been bullied by him. It's because you let Chen Guitao follow you that Zitong is in this danger. Zhou Shiya clenched her fists tightly and asked Ye Feng, what evidence do you have? Ye Feng was taken aback. There were only 3 people present, and Zhou Zitong was still confused. How could he have any evidence? At this moment, Chen Guitao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Sister Shiya, Zitong came out of the suite. She must have made an appointment with someone. Check her phone and see who asked her out. Whoever it is must be someone who wants to bully Zitong. Zhou Shiya thought it made perfect sense, so she quickly picked up Zhou Zitong's phone and pressed the power button. Sure enough, I found Ye Feng and Zhou Zitong's chat history on WeChat. It turns out that this silly girl still thought Ye Feng was afraid he would be with other women in the VIP suite, and even wanted to remarry Ye Feng, which is why she was tricked into coming here by him. Zhou Shiya's eyes were brimming with tears. Ye Feng, what else do you have to say? Chapter 96 is broken. Ye Feng truly understood what it meant to be in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. A surge of anger welled up inside Zhou Shiya. She was always like this, believing in everyone but herself. Zhou Shiya looked at Ye Feng, who remained silent, and sneered coldly. How about that? Speechless now. I'll call the police right now and make sure you're punished by law. As she spoke, Zhou Shiya took out her phone, ready to bring this despicable Ye Feng to justice. Seeing Zhou Shiya's actions, Ye Feng really didn't want to say anything more, nor did he want to stay here any longer. If you like calling the police, then go ahead and call them. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. After saying that, Ye Feng turned and left, glaring fiercely at Chen Guitao as he went. I will definitely gouge out your eyes. After saying that, Ye Feng left. Watching Ye Feng leave, Zhou Shiya said angrily, Ye Feng, let me tell you, you can't escape. After saying that, Zhou Shiya was about to dial the police. Gao Ting quickly stopped Zhou Shiya. Shiya, don't call the police, just scare Ye Feng a little. Zhou Shiya looked at Gao Ting with surprise. Wasn't Gao Ting the one who hated Ye Feng the most? Why was she speaking up for Ye Feng today? Zitong was almost sexually assaulted by him. Shouldn't I call the police? Gao Ting quickly explained. Sure ya, think about it. If you call the police, they will definitely contact the Yang family. If young Master Yang Xinyu steps forward then, Ye Feng might take the opportunity to tell young Master Yang Xinyu about your previous marriage, which wouldn't be good for you. Moreover, these large families value their reputation the most. If they know that your ex-husband and your sister almost had a relationship, they will definitely avoid you like the plague. Your marriage to young Master Yang Xinyu is off the table. It turns out that Gao Ting didn't suddenly side with Ye Feng. She was simply afraid of affecting her plans to rise to power. Zhou Shiya didn't care about that at all. I never planned to marry Yang Xinyu anyway, even if I did. I can't let my sister suffer this injustice for my own selfish desires. At this moment, Chen Guitao, who was lying on the ground, heard that Zhou Shiya was going to call the police and quickly tried to persuade her. Sister Shiya, Zitong is such a proud girl. If you call the police on this, how will she live in the future? She might do something drastic. With today's advanced technology, Although there were no witnesses, Chen Guitao was terrified when the police found his fingerprints on Zhou Shiya's clothes. After hearing Chen Guitao's words, Zhou Shiya finally put down her phone. Yes, Zitong is a girl. How could she afford to lose face like this? Zhou Shiya gripped her phone tightly. But we can't let Ye Feng get away with this. At this moment, Zhou Zitong was still muttering to herself, hot. Brother-in-law, I'm so hot. Seeing Zhou Zitong's expression, Gao Ting quickly said, Ye Feng, let's think of a way to deal with this. Let's take Zitong to the medical room first. At this moment, Gao Ting saw that Chen Guitao was still unable to get up, and took the initiative to help him up. The four went to the medical room. The aphrodisiac Zhou Zitong was given wasn't anything high grade. After the doctor gave her a sedative injection, she slowly opened her eyes. Zhou Zitong looked around, somewhat bewildered. Didn't I go to find my brother-in-law? How did I end up in the hospital? Hearing that Zhou Zitong's first thought was still about Ye Feng, Zhou Shiya was very angry. You're still thinking about Ye Feng? Do you know that Ye Feng almost molested you? Zhou Zitong was completely bewildered upon hearing this, having no idea what had happened. How could this be? How could my brother-in-law have molested me? Gao Ting quickly asked from the side. Think carefully about what exactly happened before. Zhou Zitong rubbed her head and slowly recalled. I went to find my brother-in-law, and suddenly it felt like someone covered my mouth and nose from behind. There was a strong medicinal smell, and it made me feel so sleepy. I was here when I woke up. Zhou Shiya said angrily. You silly girl, Ye Feng drugged you. If Chen Guitao hadn't shown up and bought some time, you would have been bullied by him right now. Do you know that? You should thank Chen Guitao quickly. Ye Feng injured him. Zhou Zitong stood up in disbelief, looking at Chen Guitao with a strange expression and asking, Is what my sister said true? Lying on the other hospital bed, Chen Guitao knew that Zhou Zitong hadn't seen him at all, so he quickly said, Yes, Zitong, Ye Feng is a beast. I was passing by the VIP room when I saw him about to assault you. To protect you,